Spotify saying, or iTunes saying, we want to sell that NFT as well, right?
Right.
This is the newest and probably one of the most craziest things to happen in arts, culture, and sports, because now the artist has more control over the revenues. If you decide that you're going to buy one of those 50 NFTs from Jay-Z, and then you put it on an auction house to resell it later, yes, you'll get revenue from it, but Jay-Z will also get revenue from that resale as well. So there's just tons of opportunity. And then in the case of sports, so like this jersey behind me is a signed jersey. It's a cricket jersey, super
Mm-hmm.
popular in Sri Lanka. These players. Now, typical sports merchandise is you buy a jersey and you frame it, you put it on your wall. But now with NBA Top Shots, selling moments and that kind of thing. Imagine if you're able to buy like a signed cricket bat and a ball, put it in a frame along with some digital art to go with it that captures a specific moment, like the team winning a championship and that type of thing. And then you put a QR code on it and you mint it on the blockchain. So it's one of the original pieces. I mean, how much more awesome would that be to be able to carry that memorabilia with you on your phone, share it with your friends, say I own this, and then it's sitting at your house, that you can always resell it one day. It is a massive opportunity. People got to start looking at it and taking it seriously. And just going back to your original point about the crazy uncle, in 2018, 2019, we were sort of like the pariahs, where
Right.
the market crashed. Everyone's like, oh, I told you so. Bitcoin is going to shit. And now it's like, over 50,000 and everyone's calling and they're saying, wow, you guys are, really smart. Nothing's changed. Nothing's changed.
Right.
It just continues to do what it's doing. And the smart will be on, like, very smart people are on board with this, and it's just going to get bigger from here.
You know, I love the vision you put out there. You brought in the NFTs, incredible point. And, NFTs are having such a moment right now, and it's fantastic to see. And over the last few months, and you sort of painted this vision between Bitcoin, NFTs, and beyond of this sort of democratization of wealth, this democratization of value assertion. Whether that be through artists, whether that be through the redistribution of wealth in Bitcoin or any other of the numerous projects that exist out there. But I sort of always wonder, and this is the cynical side of me coming through, but I sort of always wonder, we talk about this as people inside the space and as those sort of, people who've seen it come from nothing and be built out by pioneers and whatnot. But as more and more value starts to get ascribed in these areas and regulators start to want to come in and impose their own views and their own visions, and whether that be a CBDC or whether that be additional regulation on existing spaces and licenses and exchanges, do we not risk this whole notion, this whole social construction that you mentioned, getting co-opted by these bigger powers that are already in place, ready to jump on, whether that be governments, institutions, or otherwise?
I don't think so. I think regulation to a point is good. I think things like KYC and AML are important. In the art world, for example, like in the real art world,
Mm.
trading Picassos and Mona Lisas and stuff, it's known to be kind of a space for money laundering, right? Um, and I think the same thing in the NFT world. If you look at some of the auctions that have come up, you see a piece sell for like $1.5 million. That's really like, what the hell is that? It's just a fucking GIF that's selling for $1.5 million. It seems weird when you see those wallet to wallet transactions. So there's a bit of marketing sometimes. Maybe there's some money laundering going on. That is stuff that regulators are worried about, and rightfully so. But the reality is there's going to be that type of thing, but there's also going to be real deals happening, like Beeple selling his art for $6 million. That's a real sale. Getting on Christie's, it's a real thing that's happening. You have to have some regulation in the space. But I will say this: there's no putting the like the can of worms is already out, right? There's no putting the cat back in the bag or whatever you want to say. It's out there and it's on the loose. And so all governments can do now is embrace it. If they try and stifle it, if they try and shut it down, it's going to shoot them in the foot, and it will become a national security threat for them if they don't start embracing Bitcoin in some way, shape, or form. So I think the U.S. recognize it. The U.S. has a very large amount of Bitcoin in their treasury through seizing and various means, but
Various acquisitions, yeah.
but they still have a lot of Bitcoin in treasury. I think they're starting to figure out what digital currencies could do. So let's put Bitcoin aside for a minute and just talk about
Right.
what you could do with a digital currency. like if it were up to me and I had to give $2,000 worth of US dollars to everybody in the country, over the pandemic, say, every month, whatever it was. Imagine if you tied it and said you only have 1 month to spend this money, right?
Hmm.
And so the idea is that the government is giving out a digital currency. You're saying you have 1 month to spend it or it expires. What happens to that money? It goes straight back into the economy. It drives jobs. It creates wealth. It does all sorts of things, and it also feeds the family. That's what they should be doing, right? And you can do all sorts of stuff with digital currencies that you can't do with regular currencies. And if people had known wallets that you could send money to, you can do stuff like that, and the government can create a massive economic development by doing that. So I think digital currencies have their place, but Bitcoin will always be the king daddy because of the social construct that continues to grow. No one is going to take over Bitcoin. It's, there's always like somebody saying, well, what if it's like MySpace and Facebook? You don't know what you're talking about. That's not going to happen.
Do you want to go into that a little more? Like why are you
Well, I
so
mean,
why are you so sure about it?
well, I mean, the idea that Bitcoin is like old technology and some new technology is going to come and take over is flat out ridiculous, because we have to go back to the point of the social construct. And as more people get into Bitcoin, as it's the most secure kind of it's the most secure money out there. It's the hardest money out there.
Hmm.
And as more people start using it as a means for store of value, um, as a means to kind of hold over time, eventually the volatility will drop down, and eventually it'll become more like a currency, and people will start pricing things in satoshis. So so yeah, like I think Michael Saylor put it really well. I watched an interview with him the other day. He's got the best interviews, man. He's got the best sound bites. One of the things he said was, Bitcoin is like a bank in cyberspace. And it really is. It's amazing to think that, like, my father-in-law lives in Hyderabad in India.
Right.
He can be sitting on a couch somewhere, and I could send him $500 to his wallet that's in his pocket, right? I
Right.
mean, where else can you do that? And Bitcoin is just so fascinating, the technology, and yet so simple. So yeah, there's nothing that's going to replace it.
Yeah, and you touch on such a valuable point there. I mean, I've spent my last month speaking a ton with innovators and entrepreneurs in most of the developing world, in Africa, South America, in various parts of Asia, where they are saying, yeah, you in the West, in the first world and whatnot, maybe you're excited by cryptocurrencies as the latest toy, the latest speculative asset, the latest thing that you can throw some money in when liquidity is running rampant. But in
Yeah.
the developing world, this is real use. This is as you say, this is the ability to transfer. Whether you talk about remittances, whether you talk about fighting unstable currencies, unstable local fiat currencies, all these elements. I mean, that's such a powerful tool. Do you see that innovation happening, and do you think that is going to be the driver of development and innovation in the crypto space?
I mean, I hope so. When I think about yeah, real quick story about this cricket team in Sri Lanka. So,
Please.
our team won the championship last year, and when we built the team, we're all given 20 spots for players. Six of the spots were used to bring on international stars. So we brought in players from the West Indies and from South
Hmm.
Africa and Great Britain and Australia and Pakistan. Actually, we had some amazing players, and then four of the slots were held for. So this team that I'm part owner of is based in Jaffna in Sri Lanka. It's in the north, and Jaffna was torn apart by a 30-year civil war that ended in 2009. Man, like, it was a
Right.
brutal war, and so kids growing up in Jaffna really have very little opportunity. So four of the slots were opened up to kids in Jaffna, and one of the guys did very well, and he played for us in our fourth game, and he got his first wicket against one of the top batsmen from the West Indies. Anyways, when we went to go pay everybody, we went to go pay this kid, and man, he never had a bank account in his life, and
Right.
so we said, okay, well, get your mom to give us her bank, we'll send you the money, and mom had no bank. His uncles had no bank. He was the first one in his family to have a bank account that we had to help him open it, and it took a bit of time to get it done, but we finally got it
Hmm.
done. I feel like the concept of banking the unbanked is a real problem, and it's a real thing, and it's something that I truly care about, and I hope that our countries like India and Sri Lanka won't just try and ban cryptocurrency because they're afraid that it's going to take away from their local rupee or something, right? It would be a real shame if they did that. I think they need to embrace the innovation and find out ways to to leverage it, and because everybody there is connected, everyone has a phone. Doing this type of thing, changing the banking system, it just has to happen. It's too archaic, it's too old, it's too slow. It's just it's not the future. And when typically what happens in a dying industry, and I'm in many businesses that have a dying industry component to it. You have all these CFOs and people trying to protect dying businesses, and they end up going down with the ship, and I think the same goes for banking. Those who don't embrace Bitcoin, those who do embrace Bitcoin now, are going to be the biggest banks in the future, because in the future, people like myself aren't going to sell their Bitcoin. What we're going to do is take out loans on it, and and we want banks to be able to support those loans, and we'll use our Bitcoin to back it. That's the future, I think, of finance. So yeah.
A powerful vision, and yeah, as you say, when the day finally comes, you won't have to hodl your Bitcoin anymore. It won't be a question of when you hodl or not. It'll be a question of you won't need to sell.
Yeah.
Definitely a powerful vision. All right, Rahul, I could keep talking to you all day. So many more topics for us to discuss. Unfortunately, we got to come to a bit of a conclusion. But before we go, I want you to tell me, whether it be yourself, whether it be Unicorn, whatever it is, what's the sort of key projects, key innovations, key things being worked on, key things you're looking out for? Give us a bit of a vision for the future.
Sure. So, clearly, I care deeply about Unicorn. We're led by my business partner, Carl Flores, who's amazing, loves the space, and he's doing extremely well. I think this year is going to be great for us. As far as my own sort of personal projects go, I've always been in the future of sports. I'm a big believer that cricket is going to eventually take over Major League Baseball in the U.S. So I think I really believe that. I think cricket's going to come to the U.S. and the reason I say that is because there's so many young people that are into it, young, smart, sort of tech savvy people versus baseball. Mm-hmm. It's a bunch of 60-year-olds, that watch it. So I think that's sort of a passion project for me. And then the other thing is, I'm getting really sort of deep into the NFT space, and I'm looking for artists who are very, very good with digital art, but can also have a physical component to their art. I think that there's a significant opportunity there. So yeah, I continue to play in the space, and I continue to be that weird uncle at the parties who talks about Bitcoin all the time. So yeah.
Well, in that sense, you and I have 2 points of connection. I'm also the weird uncle, and as an Australian, I would love nothing more than to see cricket take over the US, and I could finally lord over my American friends. Yeah. I don't know what's going on in baseball, and I just think it's a better sport. But that's between us here, and the Americans can go do what they want for now until we teach them the right way. Well,
by the way, so much. There's a T20 league coming to the US, huh? I don't know if you knew this, but yeah.
I did not. I haven't kept up with that, but all right, that's good to know. We're gonna ease them in slowly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All right, well, I want to thank you so much for speaking with us. So many good points hit on. I promised our audience that this would be a meaningful conversation about some of the key scopes of history and whatnot, and I think we've more than delivered. So, Rahul, thank you so much for speaking with us, and for all those watching, make sure you stay with Reimagine.
Thank you.
It's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy. And I'm Tammy Tezos. 2020 sure was a year to reimagine, and we're glad that you can join us again this year to reimagine 2021. In case you're not already planning on it, we would like to remind you to tune into Reimagine 2021 virtual events, where you get to hear about the latest and greatest updates in the world of cryptocurrency and blockchain technology every month. Also, be sure to follow us on Twitter at reimagine_2021 and subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can stay up to date with daily news segments such as Immutable Opinion with Asher Westrop Evans and 90 Seconds or Less with Yona Hawkhauser. Stay tuned to Reimagine 2021, brought to you by Mousebelt.
At this point, one thing's for sure. Blockchain and cryptocurrencies are changing the world, and they're here to stay. That means we need people like you, now more than ever, to lead the way. Whether you're an entrepreneur with ideas in need of technical support, whether you're an early-stage startup looking to accelerate your business, or whether you're a student looking to learn more about blockchain technology and business, the Mousebelt ecosystem is here to help you on your way. As the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator, Mousebelt offers capital investment opportunities, engineering, blockchain education courses, and free placement in our new startup school. To learn more about joining the Mousebelt ecosystem, visit mousebelt.com. Mousebelt, the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator.
Welcome back to Reimagine 2021. I'm Yona Hockhauser, and today I have the pleasure of speaking to Rafael Trasieres, Head of Business and Client Strategy at First Digital Trust. Rafael, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me. It's really a pleasure to join you today.
Well, we have a special conference this month. The theme is History of Coins. And so we got to start at the beginning. Beginning for you, how did you first hear about Bitcoin?
Well, at my end, it came back to my time when I used to be in investment banking, I believe around 2014 or so. It came as a curiosity, as everybody hearing about Bitcoin. At that time, mostly positioned as a peer-to-peer, electronic cash, was really, a way to get introduced to the future of money. And at that time, it was more, really out of curiosity, because I'm very much coming from a traditional finance background. I used to be a tech investment banker at BNP Paribas, but mostly focused on payment and fintech related mergers, acquisitions, and IPO in Europe and Asia. So at that time, it was really a fintech curiosity. And with Bitcoin position as a currency, and Ethereum being just getting started on with smart contracts. So since the beginning, I really saw the potential in the future for those features.
Well, it's interesting that you're coming from that fintech background. So did that kind of shape your view? You just thought of it as, oh, this is kind of a new technology that would ease the transfer of money. Like, I know a lot of people, they have like this ideological idea where, hey, this is decentralized and, this is uncensorable. But coming from the fintech background, did you view it more as kind of this streamlined technology, or did you also have that kind of ideological view as well?
Yeah, I think a bit of both, actually. Initially, when I was in investment banking, it's a very traditional finance background, but I was advising mostly fintech companies. So, those startups or companies trying to disrupt finance. And, during my time in banking, I was at first-hand experience in terms of inefficiencies when it comes to finance and banking. And at that time, there was with a lack of TransferWise, etc. There was this vague of coming innovation, which were basically starting to eat, banks' lunch.
Well, I mean, if we're talking about banking and inefficiencies, if you look at a lot of people don't know this, if you look at the current banking system with fractional reserve banking, I mean, is that considered inefficient or like hyper efficient, that they're able to create value and give out more money than they actually have? I mean, a lot of people don't realize this. Is the current banking system, the traditional banking system, which is kind of, what Bitcoin was built out of. It was built released in 2008 during the financial crisis, the global financial crisis, that really came out of what many people view as the shortcomings of the traditional banking system. So when you look at the traditional banking system, do you view it as an inefficient system? Like, is Bitcoin or digital assets and digital currencies in general, are they kind of a more, do they hold promise for a better banking future, or is it just something separate totally?
So I think it's you have two separate topics here, because fractional banking, if you go back to history, is very much the basis of our modern finance world. So that's something that's if tomorrow you end fractional banking, you will need to reinvent finance as a whole and also monetary system as well. So in terms of inefficiency, I'm mostly thinking about moving money. So payments. Today, when you take like a couple of days or more to settle on Swift network, you see that there is some issues and inefficiencies. When you have to go through a corresponding bank to send money abroad, and that comes with a lot of fees, it takes days. It's something that, at the end of the day, could very much be optimized.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know for as an end consumer, as someone who, hey, I want to send some money to to my mother or whatever, or she wants to send money to me cross borders, cross international waters, for my birthday. It's a big expense. There's crazy high fees. It takes time. It's slow. There's conversion. I wonder for the banks. You were investment banking. When the banks have to send big transfers, are they complaining? Do they have to pay the high fees? Is it slow for them, or is this a problem only facing the consumers?
Well, it's mostly a problem facing the consumers. Now, when you have settlement between banks, it's a bit more direct, but it doesn't mean that everything is instant. It really depends on what system you are using. In the US, that's some form of improvement with the ACH, for instance, but still at the end of the day, the money it's a bit different than having a digital money for everybody. So between institutions, it can definitely be improved. It depends, in what aspect. But you have a lot of banking services which are still based on paper, even though it's moving slowly but surely. We are still based on the legacy IT systems, in banking, and that is also the reason why banks are a bit reluctant to change, because there is a lot of investments that needs to be put. Not just from one particular bank, but from all central banks. Maybe it's if you look at the story, and just as a simple reminder of the evolution of money, it all started with barter, exchanging goods and services for another. Then came the time of gold and silver pieces, up to the 19th century. Then you got with one piece being a gold piece, and that's how it's holding its value. Then you went to promissory notes, which started to be already fractional banking, because if you promise to pay later, it's already an IOU. And of course, banknotes that we are still using today, and that's where we are coming from. To now, developing digital assets or digital cash. First with electronic payments, credit cards, but now proper digital assets. But from my perspective, the key, pivoting points is the end of Bretton Woods, the Bretton Woods system in 1971, which basically is the end of convertibility and backing of USD with gold. And that's what really made USD a fiat currency. A fiat currency, by definition, is a currency that is not pegged to anything. So just to summarize that part, basically you really have three types of money. You have commodity money, that's your gold and silver pieces. Those commodity money holds increasing value. They have a value on their own. Then you have representative money, which is basically legally exchangeable for something else, for something with actual value. So that's the USD during the Bretton Woods, when the USD was pegged to gold. And lastly, you have now fiat money, which is a current USD, which simply has a nominal value. It means that it's a kind of IOU in a sense. You go back to your bank or to the central bank with a banknote, and you can exchange it.
And that's the interesting thing. So then, where do digital currencies like Bitcoin? What category do they fall into there?
Yes, so that's in a sense a new form of money on its own, and that's coming from that history already. Of course, you have inflation, you have USD constantly depreciating, but now, of course, with the COVID situation, this trend is most likely accelerating. You see central banks injecting trillions of fresh USD into the financial system, and that is really what has been the key growth drivers for digital assets. So if you talk about Bitcoin on its own, its value, of course, is based in a sense on the price to produce it, for miners, but also on its monetary features, which is basically having a cap on how much Bitcoin you can produce. Of course, the 21 million cap, and with a daily cap, which is divided by 2 every 4 years during the halving event. So I will say that it's not. You could say maybe it's a commodity money because it has the intrinsic value of the mining, activity. More than it's not a representative money or fiat money. But just limiting it to commodity money, I think is not correct, in a sense that initially it's Bitcoin is used to not just be a store of value, but a medium of exchange as being a peer-to-peer, electronic cash. So that's probably lead to another key feature of any given currency, which are store of value. So store of value, the narrative around Bitcoin, especially in the past couple of years, I would say, is a digital gold, and that is, in my view, really where it stands today. Bitcoin, not meaning that that's where it will be tomorrow, but as of today, you can argue that it's a store of value. Many people will say, no, it's not really a store of value because of the volatility. It's moving, 10-20% sometimes in a day, but it's an emerging asset class. So it's the fact that it's just it's going up and up and up, and with big correction, is to me not clashing with the definition of store of value, because this asset has around 11 years of existence. So you have, like any technology, from TV to smartphone to internet to anything, you have a increasing penetration rate over time, and until you get to that critical size of adoption, the value that you put on that asset is in a sense speculative, until you really reach a bit more the mass. The second feature of a currency is being a unit of account, meaning it's a fungibility of the currency. So basically, it means that one USD is equal to one USD. So from my perspective, for most parts, Bitcoin, has this feature. There is only one limitation I will say to that, is that to me, one Bitcoin that has been used for, let's say, darknet activity is not the same worth as much as one clean Bitcoin in a sense. But you could argue that USD coming from oil operation in some Middle East country which are under US sanction doesn't have that fungibility neither. And the last one, which to me is critical, and this is more from an ideology perspective, is a medium of exchange, of course. So that means that you can really truly buy goods and services. Today you can already, of course, with Bitcoin you can buy goods and services. But the limitation is that at the end of the day, because you have this blockchain dilemma, which is that what you want ideally is security, decentralization, and scalability. So the dilemma is that it's extremely difficult to have the three of them at the same time. We most likely need to choose two of those features. And that's very important because for Bitcoin, and for that purpose, I would also include Ethereum personally. What are the reason why they are so superior to any other competitors or so-called Ethereum killers, for instance, is that it's truly decentralized. You have an incredible number of nodes, of validators, miners, etc., that are here to secure the network. But the trade-off for that is that it's impacted scalability. You cannot have instant transaction. We can have just a certain number of transactions per day, and they tend to be, a bit expensive. And that is a bit also what is clashing with the store of value narrative, because many people thinking is digital gold. Then why would you spend your Bitcoin? Why would you use it as a medium of exchange? You will use instead, a lower asset like USD, for instance, to buy for your goods, and you would use Bitcoin as an investment. I think the shift that might happen in the future is to reach a kind of balance between all of that to be maybe to have at least to accommodate faster and cheaper transaction. So of course there is already some experiments with layer one network. So for Bitcoin it's layer two network. Like for Bitcoin, of course, it's a Lightning network. But all of these are a bit experimental as of today.
Ryan, I really appreciate the explanation of kind of what money is, because everyone has at least hopefully some money, but most people don't realize really what money is. They just get it, and I think that especially with you mentioned this with the COVID pandemic and the government's printing so much money, that's really opened a lot of people's eyes to wait, how does this whole system work? Where does the value come from? A knock against when I tell people about cryptocurrencies or Bitcoin for the first time, they get a little confused, like, wait, that's cool, it's digital, it can't be copied, yada yada, but where does its value come from? And then I say, where does the US dollar value come from? Like you mentioned, it went off the gold standard in the 70s. It's not really backed by anything. Well, you say, no, because the US government, we trust the government, but the government could print as much money as they want. They could burn as much money as they want. And that's what we're seeing they're doing. It's not just the US government as well. That's governments all around the world. Many governments have really printed more and more money. And what that does, and this is another step that people don't realize, if your government prints more money, that devalues the money you're holding in your hand.
Yes, I definitely have some concerns personally, and it goes much beyond just digital assets, which to me are more like an attempt to find a solution. But I definitely have some concerns about the monetary politics these days. I totally understand where it's coming from and the reason why things are being done. But at some point, essentially what you're doing is you're creating much more debt. At some point, of course, when you are artificially supporting the economy, the growth, and low interest rates, of course, that it's easy to repay. But think about, one should think a bit, longer term than just, 50, 20, 50 or 70 years, and more about, your grandchildren. How they can possibly pay back all that debt. How can you control forever for inflation? How can you control forever interest rates? How can you even have infinite growth in a world that, as we all know, has finite resources? So all of this will be, we are acting, central bankers are acting out of emergency with very big tools that they have to try to contain the situation. But every action has consequences, and those consequences are coming in a way or another, and maybe not tomorrow, maybe not the day after, maybe in a few decades, but that will, historically, if you see a bit how it worked, when we started fractional banking, at some point even in France, I'm sure people will have realized by now that I'm French with my accent. At some point in the 18th century, we had to basically cancel all debt. And you already have some people talking about that in Europe and in some other countries. Why not canceling just the debt? If you cancel the debt, the country, the USD, which for instance, taking USD, of course, because it's a world reserve currency. Then because you are believing in USD, because you believe in the government, if the government cancels basically all the debt, how can you trust the government? So how can you trust the USD? How can you trust the monetary, approach that central bankers are having, etc., etc. So that can be simply the collapse of the existing of this version of capitalism. Doesn't mean that it won't be replaced by another version, hopefully better in the future, but that's a risk that we are running into.
But I think that's an important part you mentioned, because the US dollar is, or has been for a while, although we'll see for how much longer, it has been the global reserve currency. And that's the thing, you mentioned if the US government deletes all debt, how can anyone trust the government? How can other countries? Why would they want to? So I never understood. Right now, if all these other countries are seeing the U.S. government printing more and more money, aren't they pissed? Forget being a person who wants to, believes in Bitcoin. Let's say you're another government And the US government, you see them just printing more and more. It's like playing Monopoly, and the banker's cheating. The banker keeps on taking more and more money into their hands. At some point, what are the other governments of the world's feeling towards this?
So by leaving Bretton Woods, essentially what happened is that now you have float effects. So that means that you have money that are fluctuating against another. So that's USD euro. The FX rate is moving at all time. So basically, what's happening is that you will see, trillions and trillions being printed in the US. They have their own situation. When you compare that with Asia, Asian countries, generally speaking, and to some extent European countries as well, everybody is printing money. It's just that the US is doing it with an order of magnitude, which is like probably 10 times more than the rest of the world or so. So what happened is that the USD, and that's what you have seen most of last year, at least since April last year, and today, it's moving as well, but is a depreciation of USD. DXY. So basically, it means that the USD is getting weaker, while other currencies automatically become stronger. So that has a huge impact when it comes to export-imports and all those kind of businesses, but also with the value of the assets. If you have stock market pumping, it's obviously not because earnings are getting better and the dividends will get better short term. I mean, they might, but that's not obviously the reason. It's because USD is losing in value. The interest rates are low, so companies can go crazy with debt, with cheap debt, and that's the way it works.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, like you mentioned, our entire modern economy is built off of fractional banking. You need to have debt. Debt enables growth. If literally every single thing you paid for and every single investment, everything was literally dollar to dollar or value to value, it'd be very hard for growth on any scale. I mean, that has been for the history of the world, that's been pretty common. So let's say economies really just do switch over to a supply limited currency like Bitcoin, that there is no controller of monetary policy. It is set supply. No one can change it. Isn't there certain value in a government being able to have some sort of control over monetary policy? Not to an extreme extent, but you as a banker, you do recognize the value in having some control over things. So if governments really did lose complete control over monetary policy and fiscal policy, would that truly be better for the economy?
So, it's a personal view, but I believe that and having a balanced approach is probably the way to go. Because to be fair, central banks initially by printing money. So before the financial crisis of 2008, when they started to get a bit crazy with the quantitative easing, before that at least, the idea of printing more money is simply to accommodate the fact that you have more and more economic participants. Getting in constantly into the economy, and that's the reason why you need to create more money, more people, more more robust economy equal you need more money basically. So that's and that's the reason why the Fed in the US they have objectives, right? So they have an objective on inflation, they have an objective on employment rate, they have an objective on growth, they have an etc., etc. So they are trying to, same as with blockchain, the dilemma of blockchain in economy, and especially for when it comes to monetary systems, it's trying to balance all those economic indicators so that you reach a balance, which not too much inflation, enough growth, not too much employment rate, etc., etc. So the issue is not of it might not be that we are creating more money. The issue is the scale of that creation, and also the fact that for the past 13 years, or 12 or 13 years, it's constant and it's growing and it's like endless. So when you create more money in history in a year more money in a year than in history, you start to think that maybe there is an issue somewhere. And the fact of saying let's do it now to save the world, and we will think later of the consequences, saying basically that it's better to have a big problem tomorrow but a solution today rather than the other way around. It has limits at some point. And the limit is same as the value of Bitcoin and of gold as well, in a sense, is the trust that market participants have in those assets.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's if you tie it back, like you mentioned before, we were speaking about why the current banking system and financial system is based on legacy systems, and you mentioned banks are historically conservative. They're slow to move, and I think that's true of most big institutions in anything. They don't want to rock the boat too much, and they're conservative. And I think historically, even the Fed has been conservative, even with their fiscal policy. All right, let's push it a little bit. Let's pull back a little bit. And then, so our problem overall isn't that they have controls, but that we were okay with institutions being conservative, and now all of a sudden you have this big institution who really controls so much of the world, is now really putting the pedal to the floor, and for it, like you mentioned, consistently for a long time. And so there's this disparity, and people are losing faith in institutions. I mean, if you look at the latest with Wall Street Bets subreddit and GameStop, the young and the new investor is really losing patience and doesn't have faith in institutions. But on the other side, us in the crypto sphere, for so long we were like, all right, when are institutions going to come in? Because we wanted that legitimacy, the scale, the liquidity, and legitimacy that institutions do bring to the table. And I think that we're starting to see that, over the past year or two, we're starting to see real institutional money that has historically been conservative coming into the crypto sphere. You work at First Digital Trust, you see this firsthand. What is it that finally has happened that has allowed for institutions to actually start coming into crypto?
I will say you have a few points. First of all, is the maturity of this emerging asset class. The fact that you have more and more volume. That the crypto market, digital asset market, is worth over $1 trillion USD, etc. So it becomes more and more legit from a market perspective. Second is, of course, demand from clients. The fact that those institutions, not necessarily their own money, and basically they got demand. But I will say more importantly, it's the infrastructure. You need, most institutional players, they need to use a third-party custodian, like my company indeed, First Digital Trust, to hold their assets. So usually, banks fill that role. Banks are the largest, trust and custodian in the world, but that's not the case today when it comes to digital assets. So, while some banks are trying to fill the gap and catching up with digital asset custody, I do believe that they will keep lagging behind significantly. So when it comes to individuals, most assets are owned by a custodian already. When you are buying a Tesla stocks, you're probably having it at Interactive Brokers. Your savings account is most likely, with a big bank, etc. The digital assets are non-custodial by nature, but still individuals, even though it's less relevant than institutional, they might just need to. They might not be comfortable, for instance, to be their own bank, or or other reason for why you would work with a third-party custodian or a trustee, which is that you need to manage. You need someone else to manage your and control your spending and investment, or you need tax optimization, or you need to protect yourself from creditors. You really have many reasons to add an extra layer of trust. But it's very much more straightforward with institutional. By law, most of those institutional players, they cannot hold the assets anyway. So they need that third-party custodian they can trust. At our end, it's not just about providing the crypto custody solution, but it's all the near banking services surrounding that as well. meaning that we can act as a fiat gateway. I mean, we do offer a lot of services, but maybe we can discuss it a bit later. As a
Well, I mean, yeah, because historically, people gave their money to the banks because it was safe. There was physical assets. You had something you had to hold, and it wasn't safe on you. Someone could bring a gun and rob you. They could go into your house. And so banks were these physical presences. They had a vault, they had security guards. But now that digital assets have come into the place, vaults don't matter. You need a digital vault. You need cybersecurity. It could be just it could be a tiny room in the middle of nowhere. It doesn't matter. It's more digital security. And banks, like you mentioned, they start off as custody. And so they were holding money anyway. And all right, we might as well put this money to work while we're holding it. And so that's why banking started doing services where they would invest it, lend it out, and give interest on that money. So do you think that now, by the nature just that traditional banks aren't able, or at this point, they're not able to custody digital assets. So now there's custodial services like yours and others that are popping up. Will those become the new banks? Because they're ready to be custodying those assets, will they start now also just essentially become the future banks of the world?
Yeah, I think that you have a variety of players. We have a specific positioning as a public trustee and qualified custodian, but it's not just us. It's or similar our trustee. I do believe so. Yes. At our end, one thing that we will release. We will have quite a lot of release in the coming weeks, but one of them will be that we're opening the DeFi, decentralized finance, world to institutionals, so that they can generate yields on their assets as well. So I think that you will have like the likes of BNY, Mellon, etc. Getting into custody. Some countries have already get green lights on principle for their banks to be a digital asset custodian, like in the US or Germany. But it's almost philosophical at this stage. Why would you use this, institution or banks to do so when you can work with more flexible, agile players who can basically serve all your needs in one go, more as a one-stop shop. So listen, I think it's not a market, it's not a winner takes all kind of market. There is space for a lot of different kind of players to fill the different kind of needs. But I'm quite happy with our own positioning indeed, and especially when it compares with traditional banks. But I would say that today the USD is a world reserve currency, is what we discussed earlier. But also Bitcoin is slowly becoming a reserve currency as well. Of course, no one has made that those recent news around some corporates like Tesla or MicroStrategy who are accumulating BTC as part of a treasury strategy. So really as a reserve currency. But at the end of the day, something I'm absolutely convinced that central banks won't give up that easily neither. And while Bitcoin is a king of public blockchains, I believe that CBDC, central bank digital currencies, are definitely going to be the king of private blockchains. So permission network, nothing to do with Bitcoin, obviously, but that those new digital cash, you're probably seen all the pilots going on in China, but in reality, Europe and the US are working on digital euro and digital USD. And they will tell you that it's all about streamlining, the settlement time. What we were also discussing earlier, that it takes time to send money abroad, for instance. But in reality, it's also to keep control on money and and limit money laundering and all of that. And in this sense, when you see on how fast many central bankers, have announced all of those projects. It just makes me wondering, if it's not just that they are feeling threatened by Bitcoin, and it's the same with not just central bankers, ex-central bankers like Yellen in the US, who is now leading the Treasury, you can see that every few days she's going to complain about Bitcoin. And they're going to put new regulations that are trying to control as much as they can. But the beauty of Bitcoin, and ultimately that's its real value to me, it's true decentralization. So maybe you have a bunch of miners together in China, and most of the mining is in China. Maybe, but that doesn't matter. That's not the point. The point is that if there is no Bitcoin CEO, there is no banning of Bitcoin. The only thing you can do is banning service providers, or putting a licensing requirement on them. But that is just slowing down things. That's all. So when you will have all this CBDC up and running, so central bank digital currencies, you will only have one real alternative to those. If you want to get a bit out of the system, and that will be digital assets like Bitcoin or other digital assets which are based on public blockchains.
And by the way, I am petrified of CBDCs. I mean, I know a lot of people are asking when, excited, but what people don't realize is that right now, when you're using cash, if you're using legal tender, US dollars or franc or anything you want to use, it's still an anonymous transaction. If you're spending with cash, there's not someone standing over you on the government saying, I saw you bought that piece of gum, or I saw you bought that pizza, or whatever else you want to buy. Once we really go to CBDCs, every single transaction will be known. And that scares the crap out of me. And people don't realize this. And they think that, Bitcoin is this criminal money. No, cash is the one. If you want to do something and not have anyone hear about it, cash is the one to know. And so once we go to CBDCs, and I think it's inevitable, obviously, they're not going to want to give up control. It's an easy way to have control, and it is the digital way is the future. We're going to get to that. I do think once CBDCs take control, the black market, the illegal currencies, going to go right back to cash. It's going to be some sort of physical transaction, because any digital transaction, unless you have a Monero or some sort of privacy coin, but I think we're going to see that is going to be, go back the other way.
Yeah, no, I think that's correct. I mean, at our end, for instance, we are a multi-asset trustee and custodian, which means that we have client money bank accounts at various tier 1 banks, being able to hold most of all the major fiat currencies, of course digital assets with ledger and fair blocks, but also stocks, bonds, derivatives, commodities, real estate. Really, we can hold anything, and we can convert an asset to another very easily. But there is one thing that we don't accept is cash. As of banknotes, because we can't track them. When we receive a Bitcoin in our custody, we are working with providers like Elliptic, for instance, who can tell us if the coin is coming from money laundering activities, terrorism, darknet, etc., etc. With cash, we can't do that. That's the reason why we can't accept it in a sense. So yeah, no, I'm totally on the same page with you, and I will go, maybe even further. At the end of the day, when you think about it, it's all about control, of course. You mentioned that there won't be any privacy, and I totally, or at least not for, from a government perspective, etc., or banks. But it's basically a total control on your data, which is extremely valuable. As you know, data is still the new, gold or oil of the recent years. But you can really then control everything. If you control the money and everything is happening, then you are really on top of the game. And that is maybe, at least for some countries, a bit of the hidden agenda of CBDC, being able to track everything, prevent money laundering, of course, but under the excuse of just preventing money laundering, just simply having all the data on everything, on everyone at all time. That is scaring me as well, I won't lie. Now you have some, in Europe, people are, very concerned about privacy. So I believe that it won't be really popular if it's used, with bad intents. But you never know what can happen in other parts of the world. So yeah, I think that you have, like everything, you have some positives still, most likely, but you do have negatives. I agree with you.
Mm-hmm. And actually, we are slowly running out of time, so I do want to ask a question because you brought up earlier, but you mentioned how you're going to be offering your clients exposure to DeFi so they could actually have yields on their deposits. And that's an interesting topic because, DeFi for early adopters like me, DeFi is fun. It's still new. So I understand any money I'm putting in there, they're still figuring out the technology. It's still new. And so I'm okay with all right, I understand there's technological risks. There's smart contract risks, there's all these things. But on the economic models, in terms of does this economically and financially make sense? Where's this yield coming from in all this? I'm not as educated in that sense. And so it's also just a gamble for me. So I wonder, but when you're talking to institutions, putting aside the smart contract risk, the blockchain risk, all the technological risks, when they look at DeFi and they look at the economics of it, when they look at the economics of where are these yields coming from and all these things, are they impressed? Does it seem legit to them, or is it just as much of a gamble as the technology?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I will say that first of all, there is not any answer fitting all. I will say, in the sense that every different clients, every client is different, and have different needs and different perception of of things. So what I will say, simply put, is that when you have a lot of assets, you never want to have that assets doing nothing, sitting in a wallet and doing nothing. Same goes with cash, same goes with everything really. So it's putting money into work. So for some of our clients, they have a lot of, for instance, Bitcoin or stablecoin or whatever. Basically, at the end of the day, they just want to be able to generate a yield on that. So that's the starting point. Then they look at it and they quickly understand that it's all about liquidity pools for most of DeFi today. So it means that at the end of the day, the yield is generated because there is a counterparty. If it's lending, if there is a lender, there is a borrower willing to pay for the interest rate. And I think that's one of the appeal, of course, is the lack of intermediaries. Pumping sucking some fees out of it. But at the end of the day, it's very much, as you say, is more experimental at this stage. Also because the infrastructure and the protocols, everything is getting more and more mature, but we are not there yet. So as far as we have, we can have an institutional grade kind of digital asset custody, then we can connect safely to those smart contracts, those liquidity pools. And then it's a question of, is our client fully aware of all the risk? And if so, and still interested, then we can move forward.
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of the day,
because right now it does seem like with DeFi, it is a bunch of blockchain engineers, and I guess some obviously a lot of them have, or some of them had economic backgrounds, financial backgrounds, and they're trying to build these really complex, really cool financial instruments on this new technology. But I wonder, when you're speaking to these traditional financial institutions, who this is their business, when you explain to them the technology and they actually understand the possibilities, do they get excited because they could already see, wow, we could actually build financial instruments here that aren't even possible in traditional technology?
So when it comes to, if it's a corporate, it might move a bit faster, but many, financial institutions are just getting started, and they are doing things step by step. In the same fashion that in end of 2017, when CME started to list Bitcoin future, so that financial instrument, it didn't get traction immediately. The reason is simple. And even tomorrow, if we get an ETF in the US, of course we have one in Canada now, but it's a question of, it's a process that takes time. So you need to have a full understanding, on a full approval internally to move forward, which often comes through the CFO. So it's really on a case by case basis, but you have, I would say that you have different categories. Some are simply having this syndrome of fear of missing out. They just want to basically not miss the train. Some are having a more of a long-term perspective, thinking that maybe it will take them a few years, but at least if and when the market become more prevalent, at least they will be positioned as such that they can really benefit from the effort they are doing today. At our end, we are working very much with stablecoin issuers, for instance, to manage custody, structuring, tax, legal, and compliance. So, for instance, with trust token for their stablecoins. So we can manage with them. We can put in place, trust, custodian, or even escrow services, so that when it comes to stablecoin, the token holders can basically redeem each token with us directly, and that is something that mean that whatever is backing that token is, in a sense, directly or indirectly to the benefit of the token holders. So that gives that extra layer of trust. But we're also, one thing that I think we hope will be announced end of next month. We are working with an industry leader in gold to create for them, with them, a gold-backed stablecoin. We're working in a consortium here in HK with listed companies and very famous law firm to make real estate tokenization becoming a reality. We are adding some, connectivity with DeFi, with lending, not just DeFi, but also centralized lending, structuring pension plans for our clients, merchant services. We just became merchant of record with checkout.com to process and to allow our customers to process credit card transactions, etc., etc. So really, there is in a sense, it's a bit like sky is the limit in this business, because you can add building blocks ad vitam aeternam, and all of this, our positioning is, of course, our core business is trust, custody, and escrow services, but it's also, all of this is powered through APIs. So we're very much, a tech-driven organization, a digital financial institution, if you want, offering open finance solutions. But ultimately, regardless of the license we have, regardless of all the assets we can have and the tech that we have developed, at the end of the day, everything is driven by customer demands. And I would say that there is a clear trend of more and more demand for more and more diversified services coming from our client and prospects, as of course we are experiencing an exponential growth. So we are more and more clients knocking the door.
Well, I mean, it's really exciting to hear, because as a crypto user, we're always clamoring for better infrastructure, better transaction times, lower fees, lower gas fees, or whatever it may be. But just as importantly, and not every crypto might not realize this, but and just as importantly to the maturity and the growth of the ecosystem is services like yours that are enabling trust, institutional money to come in. And a lot of these things are happening behind the scenes, like you mentioned, like custodying stable coins, the actual bringing back that gold standard with that gold stable coin. Very exciting stuff. Raphael, thank you so much for coming on and explaining to us a little bit about the history of coins, but also a little bit about the future and what we can expect going forwards. I really appreciate you taking the time. It's been a pleasure and educational for me. I'm sure the viewers here enjoyed it as well. And for all of our viewers here at Reimagine 2021, I'm Yona Hockhauser. Thanks for watching.
This goes out to all my OG holders. Legend Gang, Coin Bros. just woke up in the morning, check that market cap. We up. Shout out to my dog, what you barking at? What up, dog? A package at my door, man, I've been waiting. Hope the UPS guy ready for a conversation. We gon' talk about this crypto if you like it or not. Shut up, Jordan Belfort, bitches, shit ain't a stop. I'm that dude reppin' that blockchain on the block. Talking crypto with my neighbors while they taking a walk. And my girl love talking crypto with me. Got my son straight, ICO picking with me. Let your gang, man, I keep it with me. Better take a long lunch if you with me. We gon' talk about it, we gon' talk about the dip. John McCaffrey told me Bitcoin to $1 million, or he gon' eat his own dick. Ever seen a grown man eat his own dick?
What? No, hell no.
We talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear. We talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear about it.
I'll be talking crypto when I'm taking a piss. I'll be talking crypto in the Uber or Lyft. Talking crypto when my daughter's making the wish. I'll be talking crypto when I'm taking a seat on the bus, riding to a meetup. I'm talking like-minded people there to greet us. I'm talking Krispy Kremes, endless margaritas, man. I'll be talking crypto to the dude in the mall cleaning sneakers. This is peer-to-peer, ain't got time for waiting. No. This is peer-to-peer, don't need no bank statement. I got the QR, tap it for that fast payment.
Ooh, that's not matching up right. We talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear. We talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear about it.
Yeah, we the coin bros, all we talk is that crypto, baby. So if you ain't about that, get the F out my face, dog.
We talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear about it.
We talking crypto, we talking crypto.
Look at the camera, say we talking crypto.
Well, hey there, baby. It's me, Elvis Presley. It's time for another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Airdrop. An airdrop is a method of distributing cryptocurrency in which market participants do not need to exchange their existing assets for a new one, but rather receive it as if it were free money raining from the clouds. Recipients get their airdrops based on some prerequisite factors, such as holding a parallel cryptocurrency, baby. That sounds so good. I think I'm gonna name my next album Airdrop. Oh.
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy. And I'm Tammy Tezos. 2020 sure was a year to reimagine, and we're glad that you can join us again this year to Reimagine 2021. In case you're not already planning on it, we would like to remind you to tune in to Reimagine 2021 virtual events, where you get to hear about the latest and greatest updates in the world of cryptocurrency and blockchain technology every month. Also, be sure to follow us on Twitter at Reimagine_2021 and subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can stay up to date with daily news segments such as Immutable Opinion with Asher Westrop Evans and 90 Seconds or Less with Yona Hawkhauser. Stay tuned to Reimagine 2021, brought to you by Mousebelt.
Our past inspires the decisions we make today to reshape our future tomorrow. In a world where human beings and machines become friends, in a world where fiber optic channels become virtual highways of communication, in a world where everything we know and value is vulnerable to manipulation and destruction. In such a world, we need a revolution that gives us hope. Where some take to the streets and look to their leaders, the modern warrior dares to cut beneath the current and strives to restructure the core without permission. In a technological world, we need a technological revolution. And when the unimaginable happens, the brave must be bold and dare to reimagine.
At this point, one thing's for sure. Blockchain and cryptocurrencies are changing the world, and they're here to stay. That means we need people like you, now more than ever, to lead the way. Whether you're an entrepreneur with ideas in need of technical support, whether you're an early-stage startup looking to accelerate your business, or whether you're a student looking to learn more about blockchain technology and business, the Mousebelt ecosystem is here to help you on your way. As the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator, Mousebelt offers capital investment opportunities, engineering, blockchain education courses, and free placement in our new startup school. To learn more about joining the Mousebelt ecosystem, visit mousebelt.com. Mousebelt, the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator.
Oh, hi! Felix the Phoenix here, and it's time for another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Atomic swap. An atomic swap is a method employed within crypto networks that allows users to exchange assets directly into other assets, straight from their wallets without a centralized exchange. In other words, an atomic swap is a method by which currencies can be exchanged in a decentralized way. You know, I have a little practice with the atomic swap. Watch this!
Well, Adam, thanks for having me. My name is Rob Viglione. I am the CEO of Horizon Labs and the co-founder of Horizon, the public blockchain network. Thanks for having me at Reimagine.
All right, hello, and welcome to Reimagine 2021. This is our 7th conference in a monthly series of events, bringing you nothing but the best projects, bright minds and leaders in the space. We've been fortunate enough to invite many talented individuals and teams to come speak with us, providing updates, insights, and all the above, really, that's happening in crypto. I'll be your host today, Adam, from the Mousebelt team, where we focus on early stage investments through our accelerator or providing development support to a number of growing projects, as well as education within the Mousebelt university program. Our main objective is simple. Our goals are pretty straightforward. It's increasing adoption, use cases, and real-world applications. We seek to educate our audience, as much as possible on blockchain by helping them understand crypto's real impact. Again, thank you all for tuning in at the moment. We have an exciting interview for you today. Let me go ahead and introduce you, Rob Viglione, CEO of Horizon Labs and co-founder of Horizon. First of all, Rob, thanks for joining us today. I appreciate you taking the time out of your day to come speak with us. How you doing?
Great, and honestly, really my pleasure. And I am calling in from beautiful Puerto Rico.
That's very happening crypto community out there for quite some time for various reasons. We've worked on a couple projects on the development side that were out in Puerto Rico, and everybody can Google kind of the activity going on there. So glad for you to join us on this Friday. We'll try to make this short and sweet and kick off the week to a good start. So let's get right into it. We've been hosting this conference now. This is our 7th one in probably like the past 9-10 months. We've been rocking and rolling with video content, interviews, people like yourself coming on to kind of share what you guys are working on. But before that, everybody has like a cool journey into Bitcoin, into blockchain. Tell me yours. Like where did you come from, and how did you end up in blockchain?
Yeah, I mean, the first part of my career, I was a military officer, U.S. Air Force, physicist, mathematician, so more on the hard science side. And I was actually in Afghanistan when I first got into Bitcoin. I spent a couple of years over there. And right away, I realized that from my perspective, what I was seeing on the ground was some of the biggest potential use cases for Bitcoin in this cryptocurrency tech was really just helping people in developing markets that just don't have access to the things that we take for granted in the developed world, with mature capital markets, good banking systems, reasonably stable political systems. Right? So this was what really got me into Bitcoin, was seeing just tremendous potential. And then I went from that life into academia for my PhD, which fun fact, I actually defend my dissertation on crypto finance in a few weeks.
Oh, wow. Congratulations on that front. What was your first thought on kind of this peer-to-peer transactional, network? Obviously, the Bitcoin, the blockchain era, it's really kind of a buzzword, as we just mentioned prior to this call. Cryptography, distributed systems, encryption, that's been around for years, and I feel like it's just snowballed. So what was your first thought, I guess, when you read or came across Bitcoin, like in general?
I mean, it blew me away. And I can't say that I had any idea that it would take off the way that it did. And this was in 2011. So it was shocking to me, shocking in a really good way. Like, this is the future of money. And I still have an old email that I sent my girlfriend at the time, now my wife, and close group of friends and family, saying, this is the future of money. Right? This is where we're going. We all need to figure out how we can participate in some way. And it's just, I didn't realize how it would accelerate and to the extent to which it would become successful. But it's been a fantastic ride. I mean, honestly, I've loved it, from getting in and participating on like evangelizing it, teaching people how to use a Bitcoin wallet, to then ultimately go and get my PhD and doing my research on crypto finance.
And what year was this? Like, because Bitcoin launched in 2008. There were some attempts in the 90s. The cypherpunk movement and kind of these other projects and teams trying to tackle this issue. What year were you reading up on this and kind of like diving deeper into it?
Yeah, so for me, 2011 was the big aha moment, and then 2014 when I started doing something about it, and then 2017 when we launched Zencash at the time, which is today Horizon, and 2019 when we finally raised some VC capital and built a software company, Horizon Labs.
Great. And my next question, before I ask it, I want to, for our viewers, without going too much into detail, because I'm going to save it for the conversation, but what are you working on in a nutshell? Because my next question is going to be towards privacy, which that's what you're working on, and you'll elaborate here shortly. But privacy in today's world. So what are you working on real quick? And then I'll go ahead and ask you this question about how can we relay that to the grand scheme of things of how we transaction, whether it's value or data. But what are you working on real quick?
Yeah, I mean, I love the privacy question, because Horizon is all about privacy. We launched as a privacy preserving blockchain ecosystem. What Horizon Labs does is we actually build products using a class of cryptography called zero knowledge. So zero knowledge proofs, ZKPs, to extend the types of things people are willing to put on a public ledger. So there's a little bit of a fun fact, is that Bitcoin and these types of open blockchains are more pseudonymous than anonymous, in the sense that there are very strong, powerful correlation techniques now where you can analytically link human beings' identities to their whole chain of transactions. So what we work on in a nutshell is the type of technology that breaks that link And we're focusing on extending, a whole bunch of different types of data for which we use zero knowledge, but ultimately it's about breaking that link so that people can remain confident about what they put on a public ledger is actually secure.
Great. And we'll probably have you repeat some of that because that's basically for all of you tuning in. That's kind of this discussion right now. It's privacy, scaling, and how I want to tie it into our viewers is in real world right now. What are we giving up? Like you're tackling this privacy, and you kind of just touched on it, which you're going to probably touch on it again shortly after this question. But what are we giving up, right? To the viewers that are tuning in, when we talk about privacy, they probably think it is private, whether they're logging into a website or using a bank or a credit card or some kind of other, transactional activity. What is not private today that maybe we think is private? And then obviously it's not private. So you're providing this solution in the blockchain space, but for everybody watching, when they think of privacy, what should they be thinking about that they may not have thought about in today's world?
Yeah, so I mean, I would say the average person doesn't care about privacy until all of a sudden something happens and they really care about privacy, right? Now, so there's that argument that there's so much sensitive information that we generate in our, throughout the course of our lives, especially as more of our lives are in the digital world. We're generating just a ton of information every day with everything we do, from the websites we go to the Facebook posts that we like, or even just like spend a few seconds scanning before we even move on. Facebook's measuring that. Like everything we do is being measured in some way. And this information, so let's say like 10 years ago, this information didn't necessarily have a lot of value. So you have one case where like you don't want your identity stolen and people to actually do things that could hurt you economically or violate your privacy in a way that you might care about, right? But then there's this other very pragmatic argument, which is more so today than ever, data has value, like real economic value. And you can see this in the valuations skyrocketing for these tech giants, these platforms that make most of their money by actually harvesting your data that you're giving them in exchange for using the platforms that they give you, on the surface for free. It's not for free. They're actually generating a lot of economic value off you. So what we're doing is kind of trying to flip this upside down one step at a time, where you control your data. So if you control your data, and we think about your data that you generate at like every single point that you generate it. We're not collecting data. We're not a platform that's kind of aggregating data and harvesting it. What we do is we provide the tech so that every bit of data that you generate is yours, it's encrypted, and you can choose to do something with it or choose to do nothing with it.
No, great. And you bring up like a couple components there that I didn't really think about right now, which was privacy in terms of probably people think, yeah, I'm staying private because I have code, I have password, I have, all this kind of infrastructure that we're used to physically. Like I'm in my home, I have cameras, like insurance, like these other kind of intimate, like privacy products, services. But then when we go into the digital world, we kind of at this point have just opened up our, put down our privacy shield, and now we're exposed and we don't really know it. And like you said, it's been like this for the last, social media days, probably dating back to, MySpace or something in 2000, early 2000s. And it's just ballooned where, what is it? If it's free, like you're the product, right? Like you're giving up all your info. Yeah. So it's kind of cool. It's kind of cool that you touch on that. So now let's kind of tie that into the digital world, where I still think the ones that maybe understand crypto a little bit, and not even, maybe even traditional individuals out there, like the masses, the retail, that think Bitcoin is private already or better than cash, right? But little do they know, it's actually the quite opposite. It's an open ledger. So maybe touch on kind of the digital openness, that the misconception that, you're hiding from taxes and all this, but in reality, the whole pattern's there. It's actually easier, to find, the pattern there on illegal activities or whatnot. So touch on one thing: how open is the digital world that we still need to be concerned about privacy? And then let's tie it into Horizon and how you guys are tackling that.
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, the big innovation for Bitcoin is they removed kind of middlemen from the loop, and middlemen in the sense of validating transactions. So if I send you money or a message, there's someone out there that can verify that it happened without the middleman. So it's opening up these systems to the world to be able to publicly verify, validate. Now, that's great. Like, it's a huge step forward for humanity. But the thing is, it's all based on this asymmetric cryptography. And not to go too much in the weeds, but you have, say, a Bitcoin address. It's just an example for Bitcoin. I'm not picking on Bitcoin. It's fantastic. Yeah. But you have a public address, which is linked to your private key. And everything that you spend money on, everything, even if you have multiple addresses, they're all linked together because they're all part of a public ledger. Everything that you do in this world of public ledgers is open to the world, and it's an immutable record that never goes away because all of these transactions are recorded forever on a peer-to-peer ledger. So even today, and this wasn't the case back in 2009 and 10, but today there's very sophisticated correlation techniques. There's whole companies that raise a lot of money that are being funded, employed by governments around the world to analyze the Bitcoin blockchain and these other public blockchains to correlate transactions to human beings. And then as soon as they link you on one of your addresses, they link you on everything that you've done is connected to that.
Which kind of goes back to cash is still king if you're trying to go that route. And the whole media narrative of like, trying to facilitate transactions to stay off the grid couldn't be further from the truth. Like if you want to, get spotted, like, yeah, jump on chain. Like it's the most easiest way. There's companies out there that do these analytics, algorithms, like super easy. And it's also good for the public to know that too. Like the media portrayed it one way, but really like you said, the point of crypto is a peer-to-peer transaction, cutting out the middleman, the friction. And not only that, I mean, I'm here in the US, so the dollar is dominant, people it's not a demand or a need quite yet, but the rest of the world can leverage this technology they just need a phone and the internet and sign up, and now they can transfer amongst everybody. So there are multiple like privacy solutions out there. Compare and contrast kind of what you've done different, or actually, and also talk about like the chain, the base layer. I know you're talking about side chains before in the past. Like, let's kind of get into what Horizon, the protocol is doing, where that stemmed from, and how you compare and contrast to kind of everybody else that you're doing differently.
Yeah, so I mean, the evolution of privacy in the cryptocurrency world started with basically lumping transactions together and mixing them. Right, just like basic mixers that can kind of obfuscate. Well, like maybe you can't tell it's exactly me, sending money to Adam because there's a mixing process. Well, if you can mix something, you can unmix it. Right, so people realize it's still on a public ledger. We can then unmix it, and then people took it to the next step. Well, let's do this like under the hood at the protocol level. Let's do protocol mixing. Right, so it increased the set of transactions that you can mix together. That's good, because before, when people were using these mixers, the fact that you send Bitcoin into a mixer is a red flag, and everyone's watching that Bitcoin and everyone's looking, where did that Bitcoin come from, and try to, it's like that red flag for the world to start focusing on you specifically. Then you have the on-chain mixing with, like, say, the crypto note protocol, like Monero is the classic example of crypto note protocol. And then you had Zcash, which was the pioneer in the type of cryptography that we use in coin anonymity. So what they did is they brought zero knowledge proofs onto a public blockchain. Now, zero knowledge proofs for your audience are, like, the simple explanation is, I can send you money and the world can verify that the money was in my control to begin with, and the world can verify that all the check marks that need to be checked off for a blockchain transaction have been valid and checked off, right? But you can do this in a way where the world can only see that all of the boxes have been checked. They can't actually see that it was me sending you money, like they can't see our addresses, and they can't see the amount. This is what Zcash brought to the table. Now, we can't take credit for that. What we're doing is we're innovating on extending that from coin transfer to a whole bunch of different types of data structures. So you can do digital invoicing, you can do identity, you can do voting systems, you could do, like, we could actually audit like private blockchains and like just have a proof coming off of a private blockchain that what happened in that private blockchain was valid without revealing any of those private transactions. So there's a whole another world that our technology now opens up. And the way that I say this from a business perspective is, there's a whole bunch of things that people might want to put on a public ledger to enjoy the benefits of a public blockchain, like the fact that anyone could audit this stuff, and you have data integrity by a public network. Well, we blow the door open from not just coin transfer, but now all these other things and data structures that now people can put on a public ledger with our technology.
And how's that evolution gone? Like you said, I think going from just wanting to be private amongst a coin-to-coin transfer, value transfer, to now it opening up the doors. How has the discussions changed? Obviously, there was demand for you to or you saw this, you foresee this coming. What are the conversations from like coin-to-coin to now enterprise level, gaming, like these other verticals or these other sectors? What's the feedback from your conversations that you're having?
Yeah, I mean, I'll give you guys some insight in our kind of business development. Is we are finding our bread and butter product is servicing the blockchain industry right now, because there are a variety of public blockchains that are operating that still want privacy, like this type of privacy technology, but don't want to build it into their layer 1 protocol for a variety of reasons. I mean, it could be clunky from like a technology perspective. It requires very deep sophistication in this type of cryptography that maybe a dozen people in the world can actually do. So like we're actually now partnering with these other public blockchains where we're providing zero knowledge proofs as a service. Right, so that's actually one of our bread and butter. So it goes. Wow. We this surprised us. We actually were originally targeting like businesses, B2B use cases, enterprise. But I mean, public blockchains out there have a big need for this stuff because they already have large use cases like on public ledgers that now like they want some privacy for.
And no, you're right. And I think so. Talk to me about the architecture a little bit of Horizon. You're talking about kind of interoperability, right? With layer 1s. Are you considered a layer 1, layer 2? Kind of give me some oversight on how Horizon was built.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great question, and there's so much to talk about. So we have our own layer 1. The Horizon public mainnet right now is operational. It's in production. It's a layer 1, right? What we offer now is we offer the world's first totally decentralized sidechain protocol. So for those crypto geeks out there that are familiar with like Polkadot and Cosmos and these other sidechain projects, what we do is we replace the validators, like these humans that are running software. We replace them with cryptographic circuits that actually connect the Horizon main blockchain with all of these other sidechains. And the V1 of our sidechain system that we're actually going to mainnet with this year is something that has order of magnitude, the ability to do something like 1,000 sidechains. So already it's like, 2 orders of magnitude bigger than the other competitors on the market in terms of the number of sidechains that can be interoperable in this kind of blockchain of blockchains environment. We connect them all with very sophisticated zero knowledge circuits. So we use zero knowledge for like the security layer and for like the data privacy layer. We've just become real experts in how to manipulate these circuits for different uses.
And what about the consensus for, I guess, the layer 1, the base layer, and then also like these side chains? How's the security on these on the design?
Yeah, I mean, we bootstrapped in 2017 on Zcash tech. So we owe a lot of credit to Zcash for just like our layer 1. Our layer 1 and Zcash, owes credit to Bitcoin. So Zcash is basically modifications to Bitcoin, and we modified Zcash. That's the core. So that's a proof of work consensus core with Nakamoto consensus. We actually did modify Nakamoto consensus because, not so fun fact was back in 2018, we had a 51% attack on our network. In the grand scheme, it was a relatively minor attack, but it actually kicked us into gear where we said, this is just unacceptable. Like these networks can't be, always held hostage to these 51% attacks. So we modified, we add another check into the network consensus that actually has a penalty for delayed block reporting. Not so important here, but we modified Nakamoto consensus, which is Bitcoin. Now the side chains are all proof of stake based on Ouroboros Praus, which again, for the blockchain geeks out there, is what Cardano uses. So we have the same R&D team that we work with that Cardano has. And we've leveraged their peer-reviewed proof of stake protocol called Ouroboros Praus. that we made interoperable with our cross-chain transfer protocol, which is called Zendu. And so that's it. At the end of the day, you have a hybrid proof of stake with proof of work mainnet.
And how does that affect scalability? We kind of hear about this scalability on layer ones, side chains, sharding. How have you approached this with regards to privacy and kind of that infrastructure, or that design, which is a little bit different than kind of, something else?
Yeah, so I can't release the specific numbers yet. I just had a conversation with our CTO, but I mean, it's phenomenal. Right? In fact, it's amazing because we have a blockchain ecosystem where the only information that gets recorded on the main Horizon mainnet, like our layer one, are proofs that are aggregated proofs, like basically composition of proofs from all of the sidechains. And as an example, with our V1, if we were to have something like 1,000 sidechains that are operating simultaneously, these sidechains all have their own transaction throughput, volume that happens there, transactions that get aggregated to blocks, and then a proof gets generated on these blocks. They're actually ordered into epochs in this proof of stakes protocol, and we have a proof on the epoch of blocks. It's that aggregated proof that gets sent back to the mainnet. So you're talking, if you have 1,000 blockchains that are just sending proofs of all of their transactions kind of concurrently with each other, the throughput's enormous, and it blows away like what's currently available in the marketplace. And it's not about having before this type of protocol thinking, it was like one blockchain to rule the world. And you probably know these Bitcoin maximalists that just think Bitcoin's the only thing in the world. You can have nothing else other than Bitcoin. It's one blockchain to do everything. It's kind of absurd. So we have blockchains where you can tailor your blockchain to optimize it for whatever your function is. And that's going to be the future, where you have these optimized blockchains based on function that they're trying to serve in a marketplace. And we have the environment where now all of those transactions get aggregated with composition of proofs that get then sent back to the mainnet. So you could have something like, in theory, like 1 million transactions per block that are going on here in just our V1 system.
And you've touched on multiple chains just right now, Bitcoin, Zcash, Cardano. How do you see, this question might be a little bit off, but how do you see the future in terms of many blockchains? Do you think there's going to be a bunch of layer ones and then Horizon kind of ties all those, can tie all those together? Are you going to see minimal layer ones and just kind of, it's going to consolidate? How do you kind of see, and nobody can predict anything, but I've had discussions in the last few days, during these interviews, and I've heard a lot of Bitcoin actually development, which we don't hear too much. I was talking to Stacks and a couple of these other, Bitcoin kind of derived protocols. And so how do you see kind of the landscape playing out? And obviously it seems as though your product, it's interoperable. So it doesn't really matter how many there are, but I'm just curious to know what you think the landscape is, because there's going to be some niche ones. There's going to be some general ones. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, and so just to clarify, because I don't want to misrepresent what we're doing. Our network is interoperable with itself. So all of these blockchains on our network are interoperable, but we're not interoperable with Bitcoin. Bitcoin could make us interoperable, but they would have to add our interoperability protocol. They're not going to do it, right? So the world that I see is very heterogeneous, and that I see many blockchains performing certain functions, right? Because at the end of the day, a blockchain is, I guess the blockchains of the future will be optimized for certain functions. And there's no reason to think that there will be one blockchain that just gets optimized for everything that the world wants to do. It's just not going to happen, right? So the world that I see is you'll probably see kind of a coalescing in the marketplace. So lots of innovation, because this is permissionless. You're going to constantly see this, I call it Schumpeter, the great economist who came up with creative destruction models of the marketplace. You're going to see this massive creative destruction on steroids with battle testing everything, challenging everything. Look, what we're doing at Horizon is we're challenging the marketplace out there now. We're going to challenge the Polkadots, the Cosmos. We're going to challenge other blockchains that do certain things, right? And we're not going to win on everything, but there will be some niches where our tech is just optimized to do things better than others. So I think we're going to probably see a very dynamic, evolving marketplace where you have clustering around functions, and you'll have constant competitive entry and destruction around these functions.
And to clarify to your beginning point, the interoperability within Horizon. Sorry, you were talking about all the side chains can transact between each other, along with obviously on chain to the base layer.
Right. And so to be fair though, going a step further, we're working with many other blockchain protocols out there in the marketplace right now, like on the business side, and we are doing things. So we have announcements going out like all the time of, look, we're partnering with this blockchain, partnering with this other blockchain, and we are thinking through interoperability between chains to do certain things. Yeah. So for instance,
and I think that's what I was trying to understand. You're working with kind of various teams and partnering up within blockchain. So it remind me, like, how does that work? I guess since you have public or not public, just at a high level, are they connecting to your site, or what are the discussions? I guess connecting to the side chain, the main chain.
Yeah, I'll give you an example. So Celsius Network, the first or second largest lender in our industry, they're a centralized finance app, CFI app, and they basically have a large pool of cryptocurrency assets. They get deposited, then they lend them out, right? And there's a big marketplace around this. All of their users need to trust Celsius that they actually own the reserves that they say they do, that they're not running away with the money. So what we're doing is we're actually building a sidechain for Celsius that monitors all the different chains that they have assets on their network, starting with Bitcoin. So we're monitoring the Bitcoin blockchain. We'll have a Celsius, or we're calling it an audit blockchain, that actually replaces like the EYs and the PwCs of the world. You don't need those auditors. We'll have a decentralized blockchain application that monitors the Bitcoin blockchain. And here's the secret sauce is we have a blockchain, this audit chain, that will reconstruct every transaction that happens on Bitcoin, but reconstruct them in a snark-friendly way. And not to go too far in the weeds on this, but by reconstructing all the transactions that happen on another public blockchain in a snark-friendly way, all of a sudden then we can start doing these types of ZKP operations on them with our audit chain. So basically, we're not interoperable with Bitcoin, but we are monitoring the Bitcoin blockchain, reconstructing the transactions, and now we can all of a sudden start doing stuff. This more again, like on the data side. We're not transmitting Bitcoin between anyone. We're actually monitoring the transactions that are happening, and we're actually building proofs. So now going back to Celsius, Celsius will be able to offer a decentralized product to their clients to say, look, there is an audit chain here that the entire world can participate in, and we prove, basically we sign all the addresses that we claim we own, so we can prove, and it's all this information is in a zero knowledge proof, and we can actually aggregate all of the Bitcoin across all of their addresses that they control, that they submit proof that they control, and we can show the world, look, check, they actually have control of exactly the amount of reserves that they claim they have.
Wow, that's interesting. And for everybody that's listening to this, don't be afraid. It's kind of a good thing. And this all happens on the back end, right? This doesn't affect the user, right?
Yeah, exactly. And look, this is us. This is our business model. We're providing this like the picks and shovels for the industry. We want to be an infrastructure play.
So what does that do? So what does that do to go from CFI to like, centralized to like a decentralized kind of operation? That's kind of the best of both worlds, extracting the nuts and bolts of, we're used to kind of centralized. I guess this is kind of the transition from centralized, not completely decentralized, but like throwing in some components here, like throwing in Horizon, for the user. And now the user can kind of understand, all right, I trust, Celsius, but which they've been on this show like many times. But not only that, now Horizon is kind of coming in with their own product and service to make sure that it's all verified in a ZK Snark way, which is cool.
Right. I think so too. It's like the best of both worlds where, decentralization has a cost, like a cost of efficiency, right? So, I mean, DeFi is amazing, but DeFi is only valuable when you can pre-program all of the contracts that you're ever going to need, right? It kind of like in advance. When you have imperfect contracting, you don't know exactly all the future states that you need to operate in. Centralized solutions work better. Now we're combining the two.
Yeah, that's great. You summed it up, and that's what I was trying to get to, and you hit the nail on the head. Where like you get the centralized aspect of maybe efficiency, but then you also get the decentralized, aspect of kind of what blockchain has to offer. Mm-hmm. So the challenges and barriers. It seems like the pace of innovation is rapid. Is it more on the technical side, or is it going to be the use case side that's going to throw some wrenches? Or yeah, where do we lie on kind of the challenges there to maybe more adoption? We could keep it within blockchain because it sounds like technically like things are moving pretty good. The use case side, everybody in blockchain in general is trying to understand like how do we implement it, and this is a great use case actually for what you're building, what Horizon's done.
Yeah, I think so too. So I'll tell you from the ecosystem perspective, and I'll tell you from my perspective, like the company that I'm running, what my big pain points are. So from an industry perspective, for those who have been in Bitcoin from for some time, that it's basically technology built by geeks for geeks, right? It's not very user friendly yet, and that's fine. Like early stage tech doesn't have to be very user friendly. As we start hitting mainstream, we have to start solving some real problems for people. Like my mom's not going to want to know what asymmetric cryptography is, right? And she's not going to want to know what VeriCrypt is to encrypt her hard drive to keep her keys safe, right? Like she's not going to want to know this stuff. So we need to jump that barrier on the product side, and this is where like core tech meets product, and we need to hire much better product managers as an industry. Like we're trying to hire product managers ourselves. It's hard. Now, my pain point as a company is we have a product backlog, basically like a client backlog and partner backlog. We can't service. Like we're churning out projects as fast as we can for clients, and we just can't service them. So right now we're in like a big expansion mode where we need to find top talent that can actually operate in this like crazy world of blockchain, but still link this crazy world of blockchain to products that people are actually going to love and really use, solve real problems. So this is where we are. We're in big expansion mode, trying to build another product engineering team, and it's slow going because like we've just taken a commitment to quality. Because if you look at the product that we're building, it's very sophisticated engineering, cryptographic work that requires big attention to detail and perfection. And perfection on hundreds of thousands of lines of code is tough, right? So like for us, we hire very slow. It's a very painful process, but I mean, it's something we're trying to hire as fast as we can.
Well, maybe in the meantime, I can lend you my dev team,
Would love it. Let's talk.
We have about 30, 40 devs right now. And we've been really busy. Our team's been together for like 5-6 years. Kind of lost my train of thought. Oh, this kind of technology, talking about, you brought up like, our parents and like the retail, the masses, like trying to understand the UI UX stuff. Is there a use case where your technology can help like prevent people from losing their keys, where there's a custody and then there's the user, and like obviously not your key or not your coins, not your keys, not your coins. Is there like any kind of opportunity there where nobody knows anything? Like, I don't know your keys, but I know these are your keys. Because I feel like, how many stories have we heard where people lose their keys, right? But you don't want to give it to, like, you can put it in your safe box at the bank. But is there like any kind of opportunity around that angle?
I mean, it's a really good question. I would say, so first of all, I'm a huge fan of multi-sig, like multi-signature addresses. Everyone who's like really a crypto nerd, get into multi-sig and put your funds on multi-sig addresses. And then you can distribute the keys to people that you trust, and make sure you have a good protocol in place. Maybe not even other people. Maybe it's just in different locations, right? Different computers, different safe boxes, your choice. Now, what I will say is the tech that we have, the opportunity here is because we are building like a decentralized audit blockchain, it opens the door where maybe now you can at least have a little bit more trust to the custodians in the marketplace. And there are custodians out there, and this is a booming business within crypto. People that are professionals and actually managing private keys and storing funds. So maybe now, like, we can combine our tech, our audit chain, and hey, any custodians listening to this, come talk to me. Let's do a trial for it. But we can actually audit then all of the addresses that you should control to make sure that you actually control them. And this might be something that adds that other layer of like trust for users at the end of the day, where they might be willing to trust funds with custodians. But hey, I'm a crypto like geek myself, and like I don't typically like to trust third parties with my private keys. I think we should rationally like be like squirrels and like store crypto in different places. But that's everyone's choice.
Nice. So we got a few minutes here. Like we've touched on a lot of topics. We talked about your path, your journey, kind of what privacy means from not only like the physical world, which we're used to, like, being secure and private, but it's interesting that we don't take that mindset into how we operate online on our phones. And that's kind of what you're, well, one step beyond that, kind of in this, web 2.0 to web 3.0, you're integrating, Horizon as a technical solution, privacy solution, not only within the blockchain ecosystem, but obviously for the user and for, the customers, the clients that are using it. So last kind of few questions here, and I want to touch on the community of Horizon. So Horizon Labs, what are you guys doing there that's benefiting kind of the community there, the growth, and then the developer community? How do you target them to, expand that, get more applications, get more, utility out of it? And then actually, I forgot to ask, is there a token involved here?
There is. So Zen is our token, ticker symbol ZEN, Zen. I think the best ticker symbol ever. Really happy to have secured that some years ago. But so Zen is like the gas in our ecosystem. So if you're going to launch a sidechain, like these are proof of stake sidechains, Zen is the stake required, and Zen's also required as the transaction payload to broadcast the transaction to the network. So
and how about that cost? How about those costs? Obviously, we hear gas prices elsewhere. How have you guys managed to maintain kind of those efforts, or are you?
Yeah, so trivial. So we have Zen is in production just as the Zcash variant. So the main blockchain, like I said before, is like a Zcash variant. It's already out there. Transaction costs are like 1/10,000th of a Zen. Zen's at like $50 right now. So 1/10,000th of $50. I mean, transaction costs are trivial. On the sidechains, because the sidechains are going to require such specialized work, like we're going to have workers that just have hardware optimized or hardware with optimized like snark algorithms. These guys get paid. So it's we're estimating something like a 1 cent per transaction cost on these sidechains because they're so computationally heavy. But even that, like, so compare 1 cent to what's going on Ethereum now. The good news is these costs don't scale with usage like Ethereum does, because Ethereum is one blockchain with congestion per block. We have a parallel blockchain of blockchains as well. So if your blockchain, your sidechain with us gets congested, you launch another parallel one, right? So it's not like you would ever come up to congestion pricing, and that's the difference. So for us, in terms of scalability, like you look at this as like your costs just kind of plateau on the transaction side with usage, or actually your average transaction cost is going to be coming down because you're building on fixed infrastructure that's already being subsidized. So anyway, it's interesting economics. I think it's important though for long-term scaling.
For sure. Great. No, that's good insight. Glad you touched on that. Glad I remembered. And then two, the other question is the community. I heard like, you guys have like 40,000 plus like, miner infrastructure node, I don't know what you call them, validator infrastructure, but like, 40,000 plus there. What's the strategy on, and that's one question. How were you successful on that front? And then two, what are you guys doing to bring in more developers to kind of work on the tech?
I love these questions. So the first one is one of the big things that we've innovated on was more sustainable economics. So the idea here was there were many different contributors into a blockchain ecosystem to make it successful, not just developers, not just miners, and they should all be compensated on their margin for their contributions, right? That's how we define sustainability. We carved out a part of the block reward for people that run the infrastructure, and it was a phenomenal success. That's how we have, I think now it's like 45,000 nodes on the network running our software. The other thing on the developer side, and this is really important, is we're now catalyzing a massive open source developer campaign. It's called the Horizon Developer Environment and Horizon Early Adopter Program. These are two developer-centric programs that we have. Like HDE, the developer environment, is kind of like a bounty program on steroids that we need to hire a few developer evangelists to just focus on nothing but curating open source tasks that are meaningful to contribute to the ecosystem and actually like build teams of developers to work on them together in a gamified way. This is the way we're tackling open source within Horizon, is gamifying contributions and actually having the protocol subsidize a lot of this work in a meaningful way. The other thing is, we're actually cultivating different software shop relationships. Like Horizon Labs is a software development company. And we're one, like now we're the dominant software company in Horizon, but there are other software companies that are building in our ecosystem. And we're just really trying to catalyze that from the individual contributors to teams of contributors to companies that are contributing.
And how about the tooling available? SDKs, APIs, explorers, all the things that are kind of involved in this space. How, what's the status on that? Are you looking, is there a wish list going on right now?
Yeah, so yes, and yes. We have all that. And the most important one is the sidechain SDK, because this is that software developer kit where you can launch your own blockchain. And basically, for the devs out there, anything that you can program in Java, you can program into a data box with our SDK. And then all the other stuff, the supporting infrastructure. We do need a lot more work. We're working on the explorers constantly. So we have explorers out there currently, but we need to modify them to be sidechain compatible. There's a bunch of other stuff with like our wallets that we need to be sidechain compatible. So there's a lot of work. We need help. We have resources. We're looking for good developers. Please come. Let's join the fun with us.
Awesome. So I know we've kind of gone long here, but I think I appreciate like the discussion here. Learned so much. I was stoked to kind of interview you, to kind of touch on what you guys are building, which is very important as I kind of thought about it, right? Like the privacy aspect on, the way we operate our life, to like what you guys are implementing, and then just the various use cases, not only from the developer community, but like the enterprise world. And then you just taught me today, like within the blockchain ecosystem, and this is kind of adding value, contributing value, like as much as possible. Everybody's, as the pandemic's accelerated, blockchain use cases and applications, and then, the monetary system and just kind of tech in general, it seems like you guys are primed.
I appreciate it. And this has been a really fun talk, and I encourage anyone to come participate with us. We are a big community-driven project, so we need more community members. We need active community members, people that care, want to make a difference. So we're always welcoming to new people.
Perfect. Well, this is kind of my first time meeting you. Glad you were able to join and participate during the Reimagine conference. We've been hosting these monthly, and they've been going great. And the whole point of it really is to kind of have these discussions of like what we've all been working on, what the innovation is coming from, like what are the ideas. It's not alien, it's not like foreign, it's just it's technology that we're trying to make better. And it's basically a new wave that's like taken over, and we've been fortunate enough to have individuals like yourself and teams to come on and talk about and kind of translate in a digestive way to like what's going on. So again, appreciate your time. I'll kind of let you go off to your weekend now. We hope to have you back.
Thank you, Adam. It's been a pleasure. I love what you're doing. Thank you.
All right. And everybody, thanks for tuning in to Reimagine 2021. For all of you that have missed, we have over 300 interviews, over 350 hours. We have workshops, interviews, panels. Feel free to visit the Reimagine YouTube channel, or you can go to ri2020.io. Until then, we'll see you again. All right. Thanks, Rob. Have a good one.
Awesome. You too.
Whoa! Hey there, pallies. It's your old pal Paulie here with another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Double spending. Double spending is a potential flaw in a digital cash scheme in which the same digital token is spent more than once by being illegitimately replicated. Unlike physical cash, a digital token consists of a digital file that can be duplicated or falsified if it is not created with a specific kind of cryptographic casing. This is one of the issues that Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies were invented to solve. My cousin Big Louie got busted for double spending a couple of years ago. You don't want to know what happened to him, capiche?
Hi there, I'm Dr. Fauci Nakamoto. I'm here to tell you that if you're having green candle erectile dysfunction, just remember that ETH is money and mark it by that.
Some breaking news. The Lightning Network, the Layer 2 scaling solution for Bitcoin proposed by Blockstream, is still just 18 months away. It's only been 18 months since their last vaporware announcement. Back to you.
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy. And I'm Tammy Tezos. Trading can be hard. Not sure which coins to buy? Just go with the cheapest.
At this point, one thing's for sure. Blockchain and cryptocurrencies are changing the world, and they're here to stay. That means we need people like you, now more than ever, to lead the way. Whether you're an entrepreneur with ideas in need of technical support, whether you're an early-stage startup looking to accelerate your business, or whether you're a student looking to learn more about blockchain technology and business, the Mousebelt ecosystem is here to help you on your way. As the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator, Mousebelt offers capital investment opportunities, engineering, blockchain education courses, and free placement in our new startup school. To learn more about joining the Mousebelt ecosystem, visit mousebelt.com. Mousebelt, the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator.
Our past inspires the decisions we make today to reshape our future tomorrow. In a world where human beings and machines become friends. In a world where fiber optic channels become virtual highways of communication. In a world where everything we know and value is vulnerable to manipulation and destruction. In such a world, we need a revolution that gives us hope. Where some take to the streets and look to their leaders, the modern warrior dares to cut beneath the current and strives to restructure the core without permission. In a technological world, we need a technological revolution. And when the unimaginable happens, the brave must be bold and dare to reimagine.
Welcome back to Reimagine 2021. I'm Yona Hockhauser, and today I have the honor of speaking to Thomas Moser, alternate member of the governing board at Swiss National Bank. Thomas, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you, Yona. Thanks for having me.
Well, it's wonderful to have you, although I was a little confused because I saw that you work for the Swiss Central Bank, and this is a blockchain conference. What do you have to do with Bitcoin?
So I got very interested into Bitcoin because I'm an economist. Actually, I studied first 2 semesters in information technology, computer science, and then I switched to economics. And then when I learned about Bitcoin around 2013, I thought it was totally fascinating, also that it actually worked. And so I have been following blockchain issues, Bitcoin, and now decentralized finance. I just think it's really extremely fascinating. And central banks, of course, over the last 2 years have been more and more involved into this topic and have been thinking about central bank digital currencies. So actually something that started out as a hobby has really turned into something that I could also use in my professional life.
Well, that's really amazing to hear, that there are central bankers out there who are interested in it, not even just because of the latest hype, but I've heard about it back in the day. You said 2013. When you first heard about it and you started looking into it, did you envision it as kind of, the small little digital currency that some people would use online, or did you, as a banker, really see it being a force in the market?
Probably not as a force, but I mean, I was first of all just fascinating that something, because if you would have asked economists before Bitcoin, I think that most would have told you something that doesn't have intrinsic value, can have value, like fiat money has value, it has no intrinsic value, but it's necessary that it first had an intrinsic value, like banknotes, you could exchange into gold at one time. And then that stopped, but people kept the trust into the banknote. Economists would have told you, because once, that was the case, you could exchange it and so on. But to start with something that has no intrinsic value, to get value, I would bet that most economists would have told you that doesn't work. And that's fascinating me. How does that work? How does money emerge? I think for me, at least, all the monetary theories, how do you bootstrap something that doesn't have an intrinsic value? I think it just turned everything that I thought I knew on its head. That's why I followed it. The funny thing about Bitcoin, I certainly didn't expect that it becomes such a big issue, because right in 2013 or 14, I thought, to better understand it, I wanted to buy some Bitcoin. And just to go and buy a coffee, I Googled and saw that there's actually a place in Zurich where you can buy coffee with Bitcoin. So I wanted to get like 10 francs, 20 francs, $20, And then I thought maybe I ask first our compliance officer whether that's okay. And I asked them, and then I didn't hear for like half a year because I guess they had to figure out what I'm talking about. And then they came back and said, well, they would be treated as a speculative object like gold. So if you buy it, of course, you have to tell us what you buy, and then you have to hold it for 6 months. You cannot speculate with it. And I thought, I'm not holding that 6 months, because I want to buy a coffee. I want to find out right now how it works. So I never bought any. So I don't have any Bitcoin, probably a bad decision. I clearly didn't think in terms of this becoming the big issue or getting a lot of value. I was just fascinated that it had value at all.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I'm sure, like many people's views of it over time, looking back from 2013 to today, has definitely changed. But I wonder, at the time you went to your compliance officer, he probably never even heard of Bitcoin before you spoke. But now I'm sure every single compliance officer at every single bank knows exactly what Bitcoin is. So today, when now inside, in the Swiss National Bank, what is the feeling towards Bitcoin or cryptocurrencies as a whole?
Yeah, so it certainly has become a topic, and more so blockchain and DLT technology like everywhere. And we have also been confronted, first of all, with fintechs, not only blockchain fintechs, but fintechs in general. There was a lot of innovation going on in the payment industry. So we have been confronted with that in Switzerland, especially in Switzerland. As you may know, we have a crypto valley in Switzerland, so a very active fintech and blockchain scene. And now, more recently, we have started also to do experiments with distributed ledgers themselves. I guess a blockchain, real blockchain enthusiast wouldn't call the Corda R3 that we use the blockchain. It's a permissioned ledger, fairly centralized. But we have been doing some experiments with that, and like most central banks, are confronted with the question: should we issue a central bank digital currency on our own, or should we just leave it up to the private sector to come up with these digital currency solutions?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, that's, as someone who is into blockchain and a crypto enthusiast, it's so exciting to hear central bankers talking about the prospect of a CBDC. As much as you can you kind of talk us through, what are some of the worries that central banks have for when they're issuing CBDCs and discussing them? And then also what actually excites you guys and says, wow, there really is potential here to launch a CBDC.
Yeah. So the big question for us is, is blockchain the next financial market infrastructure? Is it the new financial market infrastructure? And if it is becoming the new financial market infrastructure, then automatically the question arises, should we have a central bank digital currency on the blockchain? Because usually, if you have a financial market infrastructure that is systemically important, you want settlement to be in central bank money and not in private money. And the reason just is because only central bank money doesn't have a counterparty risk. So a central bank, by definition, in its own money can never go bankrupt. We can always produce our own money, while a commercial bank can go bankrupt, as we know, and that would also be the case for, let's say a stable coin that is backed by dollar assets. You have a credit risk in there, which might not be worrisome, but there is an additional layer of risk that, especially in a systematically important infrastructure, you want to eliminate, and you can only do that by having basically a native currency like Bitcoin doesn't have that type of risk, or you have a central bank digital currency on it. So that's why we have been drawn to it, especially in Switzerland, because in Switzerland we have the Swiss digital exchange, which is supposed to start this year. They are still waiting for all the license that they need. But so there is a first financial market infrastructure emerging. That they will probably be small in the beginning and not systematically important. But there is the first, in Switzerland, the first financial market infrastructure emerging that could be one day the Swiss stock exchange, where this question came up. And we did together with them this proof of concept. So we haven't taken any decision yet whether we will do it or not. But we have made this proof of concept, and it has been very interesting for us. when it comes to retail, so this is more like what we call a wholesale central bank digital currency, because it would only be available to financial market participants. Like nowadays, only financial market participants have an account with the central bank. As a private citizen, you cannot have an account. And if we would also do a central bank digital currency for the private citizens, that would be what we call a retail central bank digital currency, or retail CBDC. And there, a lot of central banks are looking into that. We at the Swiss National Bank are not considering anything like that at that time. Just from a research perspective, we look into this. Actually, today we will issue a working paper at the Swiss National Bank that I have co-authored with David Schaum and Christian Grothoff on a possible design for a retail CBDC. But here you have the concerns among central bankers that could really disrupt, I guess as it is supposed to, by the disrupt the banking sector and lead to some financial stability concerns, which you want to handle very carefully before you launch something like that.
For sure. I mean, listen, your role as a central banker is definitely different than a commercial banker, someone who's retail facing. Of course, your job is stability, to make sure the markets are acting correctly. But you also, I feel like you have a unique opportunity. I wouldn't say opportunity, but the fact that you mentioned that you are in Switzerland and that's where the Crypto Valley is, you guys have pretty modern, advanced cryptocurrency and blockchain regulations already in place, a lot more advanced than most countries. When you speak to your central banking counterparts in the United States or in other countries that don't have, let's say, as modern, as advanced regulations when it comes to this new technology, do you feel like you have the opportunity to actually do more because the regulations are there in place where you work?
I do think so. I mean, not necessarily we only as a central bank, but I think the community is able to do more. And I think one very simple reason is that in Switzerland, we have a unified regulator. So there's only one regulator you have to talk to. In other countries, sometimes you have 2 or 3 or 4. And especially when it comes to innovation, then it's not clear from the start who is responsible for that. Like suddenly like ICO, who is it now? What is it? Is it security? Is it a currency? And then you have this turf wars, or at least this it's not really clear who is responsible for that. We never had that in Switzerland. We have one regulator, and so it's one stop where you have to go and talk to. I think that's one of the reasons why we have a lot of these crypto firms, blockchain firms coming to Switzerland. It's relatively easy. You have one regulator to talk to. And then I have to say that, as you said, I think the Swiss society regulators, they are very open to this innovation. So we have to start with a very important financial sector, relatively modern, innovative financial sector. And I think that has been welcomed, this innovation. So it's a very good start, I think. And then, of course, the fact that Vitalik Buterin moved with Ethereum to Switzerland with the foundation, that clearly also helped to attract and start that ecosystem, which I think is always helpful for innovation.
For sure. I mean, and when I could tell you as as someone who doesn't live in Switzerland, when people hear the word Switzerland, the country Switzerland, in the world's mind, we think banking. I mean, it really is one of your biggest industries. It's what you guys excel at and very known for. But as banks and as the banking industry, money and assets are moving digital. And with that move to digital, there's a kind of a decrease in the importance of borders. At one time, if I wanted to make sure my assets were set and were safe and there's a world war, I know that within the borders of Switzerland, they would be more likely to be safe than in the borders of Germany or somewhere else where there is a war going on. And so borders used to be a lot more important when it came to finance and assets. With this move towards the digitization of assets and therefore the decrease in the importance of borders, how do you see that actually affecting the Swiss banking community?
Yeah, no, that's a very interesting question. So I mean, as you said, the Swiss financial sector has always been extremely international for a long time. And it has also been regarded as a safe haven, given that we have been, I think, politically very lucky. but also given the rule of law is quite strong in Switzerland. So, I mean, that's an interesting question. In the end, I think, I'm old enough to to have seen the internet emerge in the 90s. And so the whole question, how important are borders? I think it's a very interesting one. At the same time, you always have a connection to the real world. So you cannot move everything virtual. I remember very well, in the 90s when Yahoo came up. And there was this fight between Yahoo and France. Basically, Yahoo said in the beginning, we don't care about the rules in France. It was about auctions. They auctioned off, I think, Nazi memorabilia, which was forbidden in France at the time. And basically, Yahoo said, we don't care what our customers sell and do. So this is the internet. You have no rule over us. Well, it turned out that France found a way to basically attach assets that were in France or wherever. So there is always a connection again to the real world. So I think it's interesting, and certainly more things move quasi in the virtual room, but it's hard to have to really forgo all the connections to the real world. So to some extent, location will, I think, always play a certain role, but the balance is clearly shifting. Yeah. But I'm very optimistic that the Swiss financial sector, given that it's very open to innovation, will find a way to find its new role also in this new world.
Yeah, and in a similar question, building upon the last, not just location, but due to this digitization of assets, banks have historically been a safe place to store assets because they had the vaults and the security guards. But now with the digitization of assets, and now the vaults no longer matter in the digital world. The vaults don't matter and the security guards don't matter. It's more the cyber wall, the cyber vaults, and all these things. So do you feel that the Swiss banking industry is also keeping up with the security when it comes to the digital world? Is it still, is that Swiss safety deposit box, but in the digital sense, still just as secure?
Yeah, I mean, it's we are not, hard to say, I think we are up there, maybe not a front runner on these issues, but I think we have the good conditions to really be at the front of cybersecurity. We have with the ETH Zurich, there is a very good university that is very strong on computer, one of the strongest computer science departments. So I think the knowledge should be there, the money to invest is there, and I think the sensitivity, the knowledge that safety, and that's what, as you said, the Swiss Financial Center has been built on, security, safety, and it would certainly be wise if they keep investing into that in the new world too, because that's what in the end really made the Swiss Financial Center.
Well, let's change gears a little bit to something a little forward thinking. DeFi, so historically, a lot of advanced financial instruments, like you mentioned, are only available to market participants. There are walls put up both to protect consumers because they either might be too complex for them, but also they just don't have a need for them. That's just not the way the market is set up. But now with the rise of DeFi, we're starting to see this growth of really powerful financial instruments being put out to the industry and to the everyday person. Anyone with an internet connection can now have access to these advanced financial instruments. And with that comes both optimistically, the democratization of all these amazing tools and access and opportunity. On the flip side, there is a lot of danger there because it is a new technology. There are risks involved. They are complicated financial instruments that not every retail investor would understand and know how to use. So, what is your view on DeFi right now as it stands today?
That's a very good point you raise. I think maybe 3 points on DeFi. So first of all, I think it's absolutely fascinating. Also the really decentralized autonomous organizations. It's just fascinating intellectually. And again, I mean, I'm totally amazed how some of this stuff works. I've been looking into some of these projects. But then, as you said, so there's the first issue is as consumer protection. If you have all these sophisticated guys like you in there, you know your IT, your stuff, and as always when you try to scale stuff, the one thing is you get consumers that are less sophisticated, when they lose money, they will call for the state to protect them, So a lot of the regulation is not just because central banks and regulators want to regulate, but basically it's a demand coming exactly from these retail investors that move in, suddenly realize, oh, there is a lot of risk there, I can lose money, and then they want to have some kind of a protection. So that's one thing. The other thing is, if you scale stuff, if it becomes a mass phenomena, then you also have a lot of consumers in there who are detached from the original philosophy. They don't care about decentralization so much. They want to have it convenient. They want to make money. They want to have it easy. I mean, you see it with Bitcoin. I said before, I never bought Bitcoin. And I also never, installed a node on the Bitcoin blockchain. Almost all my friends and neighbors now have Bitcoin. But they go to an exchange. They don't mine it. Certainly, they go to a centralized exchange. They have it in a centralized wallet somewhere. So they don't care about the whole philosophy of decentralization. They want to make money, or they want to have it easy. And I think that's really the battle, if you want to call it, going on here. Also something you see on blockchains, I mean, Ethereum tries very hard to keep this decentralized spirit up now with the new upgrade that they're going through right now. But then you have a lot of enterprise blockchains coming in, the ones that we have been experimenting with, they really want performance, and they sacrifice decentralization for that. And it will be interesting to see how that plays out. With stablecoins, the same. The most popular stablecoin is Tether. It's a very centralized thing. It's not a maker DAO or DAI or something like that. So I wonder, as soon as you start to scale and you really want to get the masses in, and the masses don't care about these philosophical differences, whether you can really uphold that. Because with the internet, the same thing happened. It was supposed to be a peer-to-peer, totally decentralized net. Nowadays, people use platforms, centralized platforms. It used to be said, everyone can become a publisher on the internet. Well, it turns out most customers don't want to be publishers. They want to buy stuff. They want to be entertained. And also with the rally cry, everyone should be his or her own bank. A lot of people don't want to be their own bank. They want to have their Bitcoin taken care of by some new intermediary. You have this intermediation go on, but you have new intermediaries emerging. So I think that's very interesting to watch how that will evolve. But DeFi is clearly where the action is right now. I fully agree.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, it's interesting because philosophically, like you mentioned, there's this kind of idea. A lot of the early people who got into crypto and Bitcoin, they were in there for ideological reasons. And you mentioned before, when you're dealing with a central bank, there is no third-party risk because they're not going to default. They're just going to print more of their money. And that's the exact reason why a lot of people ideologically got into Bitcoin, was because there is no, I'll just print more money. Because a lot of people are uncomfortable or no longer like the idea that the central banks hold so much power and sway over the supply. So as a central banker, and you see the success of a supply fixed currency or asset, however you want to call it, digital asset like Bitcoin. Does it make you scared at all? Is there any fear? Because so much of your power as a central banker, and not even power in a bad way, your power to protect consumers, your power to stabilize markets, your power to make adjustments, does large part come from this ability to influence the supply of currencies. Do you fear that you will lose that ability if supply limited currencies like Bitcoin do become, the major currency of the world?
See, I'm very pragmatic in that respect. So I always considered even a central bank to be in competition with other types of money. So a very clear example is dollarization. If the Swiss National Bank, if we do a very bad job and produce a lot of inflation, people will sooner or later switch to euro or to dollar. So we are not all powerful in the sense. As long as we make a decent job, a good job, keep our money stable and the value up, people will use the Swiss franc. If we start messing up, people will switch to dollar. euro, and maybe one day stable coins, Bitcoin. That's totally possible. But if my personal view, and I got into trouble in the central bank circles sometimes for saying that, my view is, if something else serves the people better than what we produce, that's it. Then we stop. Then we stop doing what we do. But what I see, and that comes a little back to what I said before. So as you say, Bitcoin, I think it's totally fascinating. It turns out that the volatility of the value of Bitcoin apparently is not what all people want. Especially not those who want to use Bitcoin not just as a investment, but actually as a money to pay with. So that's why all the stable coins came up. And then, but I just think it's maybe a little bit ironic. You have Tether. What do they do? So basically, they use the US dollar. They peg to the US dollar, so they basically peg to the monetary policy of the Fed. And then they add their own counterparty risk to it. So in that sense, they basically hitchhike on the central bank that has been criticized in the community. But this is the most popular stablecoin out there, and the amounts of Tether coins having been produced is probably, the growth is just as large as the Fed balance sheet over the last year. So it's interesting to see, but in the end, I think it's the people who decide what they want, and if Bitcoin or cryptocurrency provides something that is better than what the national bank provides, I don't blame people for switching.
Well, that's really a wonderful view to have. I'm so happy to hear, that your focus is not just, on what your focus is actually on what's better for the people. And that's really wonderful to hear. Do you think that that's a sentiment in your view and your philosophy, on competing currencies is shared by your coworkers, whether at the Swiss National Bank or at central banks around the world?
It's, the big question here, it's probably not shared. I mean, the value of competition, I think, is shared among all economists. So I think all economists would tell you competition is better than not competition because it gives better value to the customer. I think there are different views about whether this also is true for money. And that's a long debate among economists going on. A lot of economists who say, well, money is special. The state has to provide money. And then you have very few who say, well, competition might be something that's worthwhile here too. So I think here the majority would say it's really something for the state to provide. My point here would be more that even if you have a monopoly as a central bank, because people can use foreign money, and it's happening. You have a lot of countries in the past, Latin America, some examples, where people just switch to dollar. The whole dollarization issue. So in that sense, my view at least is it was never a total monopoly. You can start regulating and making it difficult for people. Bitcoin comes in here. It's much more difficult to limit that. And it increases the competition for central banks who are not keeping the value of their money stable. But I think it's not really a quasi extreme, this or that. It's basically a continuum. And we are all at different parts in this continuum.
Well, I mean, you mentioned that competition is good, and competition is if we're talking about capitalist markets. I mean, this is what the strongest survive, the most effective survive, and I'm a believer of that too. But you mentioned how you're not allowed to buy Bitcoin. Just by the nature of your job. You aren't allowed to buy it because it's speculative. It's considered a security. I'm not exactly sure the exact reasoning there. Do you think that will change at some point? As in, do you think that not just for you, but governments around the world will start viewing it as a currency and less so as a security?
See, in Switzerland, I think that already happened. We have several firms who accept Bitcoin in payments. We actually even have the city of Zug, where you can pay fees and part of your taxes in Bitcoin. So it is picking up. So I could buy Bitcoin. I just have some restrictions on how but that has more to do with being an alternate member of the governing board. So that's not only Bitcoin. I have a lot of restrictions on what I can do in terms of my own finances, just to make sure that I'm not taking advantage of any information that I might have due to my job. But I think, Switzerland is relatively liberal so people can have Bitcoin, and Bitcoin is accepted at a lot of places. The concern I think that some people just have is the large price volatility, and about what you talked. Are all the people who hold Bitcoin and maybe buy that, by making debt, by maxing out their credit card, do they really know the risks that they are taking on? So that's I think is more the concern right now.
Mm-hmm. And then
you can even in Switzerland, you can even buy Bitcoin. So we have a very large train system in Switzerland. I mean, basically you can take a train to everywhere you want to go. And at the train stations where you buy the tickets for the trains or these machines, you can actually buy Bitcoin at all these machines. Wow. So I think we have the largest Bitcoin ATM network anywhere.
Wow. Yeah, that's very cool. And so that's on the crypto side. But then let's go back to the CBDC side. As we're slowly running out of time, up until Corona, I'd say, there was a lot of talk and a lot of speculation that China would be the first one to actually release a CBDC. Since the COVID pandemic, they probably had their hands full with other things, and we haven't heard so much about that. But when you're discussing with internally and with other central bankers, how much of a concern is it, or how much are you guys motivated by the fact that, okay, if China does release a CBDC, we don't want to be too far behind because that could give them that first mover advantage. That could a successful launch by them could really change and shift the balance of power in the financial world.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. I guess some people are worried about that. I have to say that among central bankers, we have a very good dialogue. So we meet regularly at the Bank for International Settlement in Basel. So we are in dialogue also with the Chinese central bankers. So we are, we exchange information on CBDC. We just founded this innovation hub at the BIS. And Switzerland also got one of these centers where we exchange information. So I think it's a very good collaboration on that. So I wouldn't be, again, here, I wouldn't be too concerned. I mean, the view that I had before, that, if you provide the customers with a currency that they like, you don't have to fear so much the competition. And I would also extend that to the virtual room. So I think actually it would be interesting to see other central banks come out with their solution so we can learn. In our view in Switzerland, we do not want to be the first. We want to be the best. We don't want to be the first. No, I mean, we want to provide something that is secure. And once we do it, it has to really be something very good. But we don't need to be the first. So we are in no rush, at least in Switzerland. And we are following with much interest what's going on in other countries.
Well, Thomas, with you at the helm over there, I have no doubt that whatever the Swiss National Bank does decide to do, it will be excellent, high quality, and well thought out. Thomas, thank you so much for taking the time. It really is an interesting point of view to be able to speak to someone who does work at a central bank, but also has interest and is knowledgeable about the blockchain, DLT, and crypto world. Thomas, thank you so much for taking the time. I do look forward to speaking to you again sometime in the future. And for all of our viewers here at Reimagine 2021, I'm Yona Hockhauser. Thanks for watching.
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy. And I'm Tammy Tezos. 2020 sure was a year to reimagine, and we're glad that you can join us again this year to Reimagine 2021. In case you're not already planning on it, we would like to remind you to tune into Reimagine 2021 virtual events, where you get to hear about the latest and greatest updates in the world of cryptocurrency and blockchain technology every month. Also, be sure to follow us on Twitter at Reimagine_2021 and subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can stay up to date with daily news segments such as Immutable Opinion with Asher Westrop Evans and 90 Seconds or Less with Yona Hockhauser. Stay tuned to Reimagine 2021, brought to you by Mousebelt.
stop being a panic seller. I'm John McAfee, and I approve this message.
Every 10 seconds, someone panic sells at a new all-time low.
Yeah, don't be this guy.
I seen the market drop it, I don't think it's stopping. The voices in my head keep yelling. I guess I'm panic selling. Guess I'm panic selling.
Why you panic selling? Why you panic selling? Every time the market crashing, why you always belling? You be selling all your shit like you garage selling. Always catching nails, dog, you need to check the spelling. Panic, 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 panic. I thought I told you about the dip. Every time the market dropping, why you always jumping shit? You be buying at the highs and you never stick to script. Then you selling at the lows, dog, you wasn't built for this.
I seen the market drop it, I don't think it's stopping. The voices in my head keep yelling. I guess I'm panic selling.
Panic, 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 panic.
Guess I'm panic selling. All I see is weak hands, weak hands. Fuck, I need some money for the weekend.
Why you panic selling? Why you panic selling? Why you panic selling? Why you panic selling?
All I see is weak hands, weak hands. But fuck, I need some money for the weekend.
Why you panic selling? Why you panic selling? Why you panic selling? Why you panic selling? Pussy. Panic sell, crypto crashing, no one laughing when it drops. Need to stop pulling stocks just to make up for the loss. I'm losing my mind, didn't see the signs. Crypto going down, got me feeling like a clown. What the fuck just happened now? Can't buy another round. I took a million now, had a panic sell. What the hell I'm gonna do now? What the fuck just happened now? Can't buy another round. I took a million now, had a panic sell. What the hell I'm gonna do now?
I seen the market drop it, I don't think it's stopping. The voices in my head keep yelling. I guess I'm panic selling.
Panic, 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 panic.
Guess I'm panic selling. All I see is weak hands, weak hands. Fuck, I need some money for the weekend.
Why you panic selling? Why you panic selling? Why you panic selling? Why you panic selling?
All I see is weak hands, weak hands. But fuck, I need some money for the weekend.
Why you panic selling? Why you panic selling? Why you panic selling? Why you panic selling? Pussy.
I seen the market drop it, I don't think it's stopping. The voices in my head keep yelling. I guess I'm panic selling. Guess I'm panic selling.
Greetings! I am Greytail the Old and wise, yes. It's time for another crypto vocabulary lesson, brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Maximalist. The term maximalist refers to one who has unwavering confidence in their favorite cryptocurrency to be the winner of a zero-sum game. A maximalist, in other words, believes that there will be one coin to rule them all, namely their preferred coin of choice based on fundamentals. They are, if you will, maxed out on a single currency. Now fly, you fools!
You thought DeFi was just a buzzword, did you? You thought you could remove our face from your books without a legitimate explanation, did you? Does a mask on Ben Franklin offend you? Or perhaps the symbolism frightens you, because it represents the end of your arbitrary decisions made in the name of elitism? Well, I've got news for you. The decentralized financial revolution isn't letting up, and we will not be silenced. The future is being determined under your nose. I suggest you wake up.
At this point, one thing for sure. Blockchain and cryptocurrencies are changing the world, and they're here to stay. That means we need people like you, now more than ever, to lead the way. Whether you're an entrepreneur with ideas in need of technical support, whether you're an early-stage startup looking to accelerate your business, or whether you're a student looking to learn more about blockchain technology and business, the Mousebelt ecosystem is here to help you on your way. As the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator, Mousebelt offers capital investment opportunities, engineering, blockchain education courses, and free placement in our new startup school. To learn more about joining the Mousebelt ecosystem, visit mousebelt.com. Mousebelt, the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator.
Welcome back to Reimagine 2021. I'm Yona Hockhauser, and today I'm glad to be joined by Red, Community Rep at Harvest Finance. Red, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. I'm glad to be here.
Well, yes, our first time talking. I'm very excited to speak to you. We spoke a little bit off camera, but the main goal of this conference, is our 7th conference here at Reimagine, is really the history of coins. So my first question to you is, when did you first hear about Bitcoin?
I kind of have like this vague memory sitting in a cubicle at my work, kind of hearing about Bitcoin in the news and just the wild price fluctuations. And I remember distinctly laughing to myself, like, these guys are a bunch of knuckleheads. They're buying like electronic baseball cards and calling it money. Like, this will never work, right? And this was years and years and years ago. And it's just so funny, flash forward now to like how involved I am with it. It's just, I gotta, anything I doubt in the future, I gotta make sure I invest in, right? Because those are the things that end up working out.
Right. And no, I think that's a similar reaction a lot of us had. I mean, I know when I first heard about it, I thought the same thing too. Like, why would I put any real money into this like digital internet money? But when was that shift for you? When did it change from you kind of like looking at it with mockery to the, whoa, this thing might be legit?
For me, it was actually hearing about Ethereum and smart contracts. Like Bitcoin has the store of value in digital gold, and kind of more that I've learned about that's pretty cool in itself. But to me, when I heard about smart contracts and you could deploy like programming or an organization autonomously on the internet. Like for me, like the crystallization was like a casino. Imagine if you could globalize a casino that had no borders, no government interference, and then token holders were like the dividend holders, right, or collectors of that casino. Like just something that you could take Vegas but globalize it and no interference. Like how much money could like stream and flow through that, right? And so then if you just think about like all these other functions that, you know, people in, you know, countries that don't necessarily have access to all this, the equal things that we do, you know, that could be brought forth by Ethereum, right? So, or smart contract platforms. So to me, that's when I really saw the value in crypto, was when you could kind of go beyond that store of value.
For sure. And, you know, it's funny, they pitched themselves as the world computer. You saw it only as the world casino. But no, but that is a great a use case. I mean, that's, you know, a wonderful thing. The beauty of it, you could kind of program anything on a smart contract. That's something I've always wondered. Why is there not a bookie, you know, a betting system? You know, right now, sports betting is legal in New York now, and a lot of big sites pop up. But it seems like such an obvious use case to me. Sports betting is sort of this decentralized bookie. Why trust a bookie when you can have this decentralized pairing through the use of smart contracts of betting? Do you see that coming to fruition?
You know, I really hope so. And there's been a couple of projects that I followed. I think there is only a few that's really managed to get most of it decentralized from following these projects. What I've understood is like a lot of the data that comes from that says like, hey, Green Bay beat the Minnesota Vikings or whatever. That comes from a lot of centralized sources, right? Yeah. And then the data itself is very messy. So how do you parse that data in a very decentralized way? So like one of the projects, quick examples, like, you know, again, that football game starting at 10 a.m. in the morning. Well, some of the feeds may say 10:05 or 10:07. And so if you have three conflicting feeds with the timing, you can't find consensus, right? And it could be just a minute off, but then you can't find consensus when you have that small variation. So that's actually the hardest part about sports betting, at least from what I've seen, is them trying to clean up the data and then find consensus on that data without any kind of centralization settlement mechanism. And that's still extremely difficult. I don't think anybody's really solved that yet.
Yeah, and this comes back to this idea of, you know, this ideological idea of decentralization, of the kind of this importance of decentralization. But I feel like that's a belief that only kind of like, you know, us early adopters really care about. You know, we're the ones who care about self-custody. We're the ones who care about decentralization. But as we see, you know, newcomers, you know, come into the field, not because for ideological reasons, because either to make a lot of money, hey, I heard Bitcoin's going up or Ethereum's going up, I want to buy it, or just because it could provide a server that's better, faster, cheaper, yada yada. I feel like these new people, the newcomers, don't really care as much about decentralization. Do you think, you know, as we onboard the next billion crypto users and the world slowly gets, you know, comes into the whole field, do you think that which way will it go? Will you know, the people already in it convince the newcomers about the importance of decentralization, or will they just, you know, bombard us and overwhelm us, and then decentralization will slowly drift away, you know, into the corners of the crypto sphere where it has been? You know, we have been the corner of the world in small crypto sphere. Once the crypto sphere becomes big, will decentralization go to the corner of the crypto sphere?
You know, that's hard to say. I think there will be some products that can be very much decentralized and kind of run by a DAO, but there's always a lot of complications that, like, you can see even from some of these newer projects that have kind of sat in, and they launch like a DAO token, and then they say, okay, let's get some proposals going. But then the messy part is everybody just starts throwing everything against the wall, and you'll get these most ridiculous proposals, stuff that doesn't even really have to do with the project. And you're like, well, this is what true decentralization is, right? Like anybody can throw any idea at the wall, and then you have to vote whether it's a good idea or not. And so things can kind of get very messy and complex. The other part is when you're thinking about those newcomers, I was just talking to a guy the other day, has lots of money in fiat, but has been hearing about Bitcoin and all the things in the news lately, wants to come over, but has a lot of questions. And one of them is, the permanence of anything, right? Like if he miskeys the address sending his $1 million, well, there's nobody to bail him out. There's no FDIC or whatever. And so to me, like that's a hard hurdle to overcome for like Aunt Matilda wanting to like invest her money from the mainstream of this until you fix that. So to me, I almost think that there's probably going to have to be some kind of centralization, at least for the mainstream, balanced with decentralization, right? Like I don't want to use Coinbase as an example, right? But like you can buy crypto through them and do it safely. And then you can kind of move it off into the decentralized world, right? So you're always going to kind of need some of those centralized portals to help the mainstream people out. So it may be a little DeFi itself or pure decentralization. I don't think it'll be like super small niche per se, but I don't think it's really going to be this dominant thing that you see really people preaching from the mountaintops, right? I think it'll probably end up being like a hybrid of both.
Right. And yeah, I think that ties hand in hand with this idea of community. You know, that community is so important to cryptocurrencies. That's one of the big things that Ethereum had going for it early and still has maintained, is just very devoted community, both in developer base and user base. You know, your community rep at Harvest Finance. And so I think people coming from the traditional finance world, like, what is community? Like, there is no like Capital One community, Charles Schwab community. I'm a Charles Schwab or die, you know. And there is no real equivalent of this idea that community drives decisions, community drives development, and really community drives innovation. There is no equivalent to that in the traditional, or for the most part, in the traditional world. Do you think, as it becomes more and more successful, this model, this community model in the crypto world, that we can actually see it being adopted more in the traditional world, where people say, whoa, there is a certain power to community. We've been seeing this with Wall Street bets, with the GameStop memes. And so the world is slowly starting to see the power of numbers. Even where the little guy, the small guy, you have a big enough community of it, you can make real change.
Yeah, I think when people feel like they're truly connected or bought in, whether that's because you hold a token or you feel like your voice matters within that kind of governance or chat room that you're kind of hanging out in, that makes people feel empowered, and then it really connects them to the product that they've bought or whatever, right? So like you said, there's no Amazon chat room that I go and hang out and talk about with people like, oh, I love Amazon, this is a great place. But like, there's no dividend holders chat room, right? So yeah, the crypto is very unique, but I think it's showing you, and like specifically at Harvest, we have core developers and they do all the programming, they push out the main product that you see. And then you have community, which includes me. Like, I'm just a guy that showed up on week one. I was like, hey, this project sounds really cool. Let me figure it out. I started talking to other people in chat. I'm just very naturally kind of chatty person, which is why I'm on a podcast with you. And then they made me a moderator. And so like, I'm just a community member, like any guy off the street that's just kind of now, through my own kind of like helpfulness or whatever, are now talking to people like you and trying to like spread the word, right? So I think community is very important because again, especially when you're in this decentralized world, you're not supposed to have like this central body calling all the shots and like true decentralization, right? So you really want to empower people like myself that have good ideas, people that are, non-core developers of the project, but may have good ideas themselves. So many times that a core dev is kind of said, here's my idea in the chat. And then we've gotten so much feedback. He's like, I didn't even see what that angle was, right? And then we kind of tweak things. I think at big main institutional companies, they kind of just get one idea. They tell you, the user, this is how it's going to be. And then maybe they get some feedback, but they eventually just roll out what they're gonna do because that's what they've already kind of invested all their money in. And then maybe it's a customer fit or not. I think kind of with this paradigm that you're seeing rolling out, there's more of a custom fit. It's more about the true customer using your product. And so I think that's kind of why you see like a lot more excitement in crypto. And a lot of like these huge valuations that come out of nowhere, right? Because people just kind of get naturally excited about these things. Like, I really want to be a part of this. But you can't really do that so much with crypto. Maybe a little bit with Tesla, right? Because you can like kind of feel like the ride with Elon Musk and he's kind of hyping stuff up. But that's just very unique. So I think in crypto, I think community is definitely a plus because one, it's a great feedback mechanism. You get a really good tie-in with your customer base, and then again, you can really customize your product to what that customer wants, as opposed to really going back and forth trial and error with like negative feedback.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and a lot of, like you mentioned, there's this dialogue between the companies, between the projects and the communities. Like, you know, you said a dev would put forth something and the community would talk back. And, you know, the let's say the arena or the platform where these discussions are happening, Discord, Twitter, these are level playing fields, you know, where the people who are behind the projects and the people who are interacting with the projects, the community, they're meeting in this intermediary ground, as opposed to in the traditional world. If I have a problem with my iPhone, I have to go and call up customer service, and I'm pretty much going to their arena. I'm going to their grounds, and I'm please let me speak to someone. Don't put me on hold. And so it's a very uneven, let's say, power dynamic there, or even it's not a place where I feel comfortable. I'm kind of in their living room in that scenario. So I do think that's a very cool aspect of the cryptosphere. Is like this kind of these communities and these meeting rooms. And the dialogue that's constantly happening between the projects and the communities themselves, which is really cool. I don't think that, you know, if you look at Satoshi, the original white paper, or even Ethereum, I don't think they foresaw this. I think they looked at it as a technology, but I don't think in their wildest dreams they could have imagined the kind of the social aspect. You know, it was all supposed to be peer-to-peer, but peer-to-peer, hey, I don't trust you. I'm going to use this technology to allow me to transact. I don't think they realized, hey, peer-to-peer, but also let's be friends. And let's communicate on the side, you know, so which is very interesting. Now, if we look at where we are today, you know, if we're looking across the whole sphere with all the various blockchains, rather all these protocols, dApps, assets, money locked in, the coverage in the mainstream media, which is mostly because of price, but still coverage nonetheless. If we look at where we are now and we look back, you know, Bitcoin white paper came out about 10, 11 years ago. Ethereum also like 4 years ago. Are we further along exactly where we thought we would be, or kind of farther back? I don't know what's the word, a slower in our advancement. You know, looking back today and looking back to where we started, as a technology, we're brand new, but in terms of what we've accomplished so far, do you think this is, you know, where you would have expected us to be?
I like the technological advance that we're seeing. You know, whether it's just like competitive chains or you know, just ideas. And then even the applications themselves that are coming out, right? Like, as you said, nobody really saw like this huge social aspect when Ethereum started. And I don't think anybody saw like things like NFTs like coming out and just, you know, being this mega, even more social kind of thing going on, right? What I think has taken a step back and probably holds back the mainstream a little bit is just kind of like the very shilliness and kind of a little bit like smoke and mirror Ponzi nature of crypto. You know, like back in 2017, you know, like I think they said like 98% of all ICOs failed, right? And you know, how many millions of dollars did all those ICOs raise? And so I think that we kind of still see a little bit of that today too, with all the forking and, you know, like yield farming mania, where it's the quality of the project isn't even necessarily assessed. It's just like, oh, new farm, let's go get the high APYs, right? So, and I think that's just very like intimidating or scary for anybody on the outside, because then all you hear about in the media is like, oh, another rug pull, another $20 million lost, right? And so who wants to jump into something like that? So you kind of have these hurdles where you have UX challenges, or like I mentioned, you could send $1 million to the wrong address, it'd be gone. You know, you have stuff, again, like the shilliness and the Ponzi schemes. So in that respect, I think we're still like holding still or sliding back a little bit, because that's mainly what you're hearing about crypto right now. It's just price, or, you know, hacks. And that's overwhelming a lot of the good stuff that's actually happening. And so I think in order to really truly take that next big leap forward, we really need to reevaluate the thought process, or like the mindset that we're putting towards to how we're covering crypto as a whole, and more talking about like the educational pieces like we're doing now, as opposed to like, hey, next 10x to the moon coin here, and like, shame on Elon Musk hyping Dogecoin all the time, right? Because that's kind of like what gets you to buy in a Dogecoin at 8 cents when it shouldn't really be 8 cents. And now it's crashing back down. All these people lost money and it continues to give us a bad name, right? So there are some really amazing things that are occurring out of, DeFi and cryptocurrencies. But like, I think it's just kind of being overwhelmed by this media narrative that I really think we need to overcome.
Mm-hmm. For sure. And, as we see the mainstream interest in the crypto sphere has always so far been price action, if the speculation, if the numbers are skyrocketing, or negativity, hacks, scams, and terrorists using Bitcoin to blow up the world, or whatever craziness they're saying that week. But I mean, understandable, because technology is not sexy. Technology is complicated. No one wants to hear about Merkle trees and scalability, and it just doesn't interest people. And so, do you feel that as a community, because it is decentralized, there really isn't anyone alive behind Bitcoin, or there really isn't any, let's say, centralized figures that really are behind all these protocols. Do you think as a community we have to do a better job of branding crypto, of kind of getting the message out to the masses? Hey, this isn't just about getting rich quick tomorrow. This isn't just about whatever they may be hearing, but actually educating them about the possibilities of opening up financial tools that historically have not been available to everyone, to the masses, and the ability, if you're in Argentina and your fiat country, your fiat currency is being devalued and inflated, hey, you have this other option. So do we need to do a better job as a community of really explaining kind of more what's behind, what's more the possibilities here, instead of just saying get rich quick?
Yeah, definitely. Like, I've always had this idea in my head that like there could be this sort of like DeFi alliance, where almost like the heads of like these really blue chip projects, where you get like Stanny from Avi or Andre from YFI or whatever, and they kind of like team up to form like this alliance or whatever, and just say like, instead of this focus on, hey, we're just talking about new strategies that we're rolling out or new product we're rolling out, is how can we explain to the little guy that's in fiat and all these things that they kind of do in their banking systems, how they could do that with us today without that central banker putting their hand in their pocket, right? And so I think we do a very, very poor job of that. And that was very crystallized for me. Again, I was speaking with somebody who's, again, fiat world, has a good amount of money. They're concerned about, stimulus checks being printed and devaluation of fiat. And is this really the time to move over to Bitcoin? But again, just a lot of those concerns of like, how do I do this easily? What are the trappings? Why don't people know that you can make 40% on a digital dollar? Where does that come from? This seems like all a scam. And so, like, again, those are the hurdles that you're going to have to clear, because all they're hearing about is price versus price, percentiles, and nobody's telling them like, yeah, this is actually viable. Like, these are really brilliant people that have come from the economic side of fiat, come to decentralize and apply those principles, but again, without a central banker with their hand in your pocket. So until we really stop focusing on numbers and saying like, this is how we achieve those numbers, this is how you, Joe Schmo, can do it too, again, we're going to still be stuck in this holding pattern of shill.
Mm-hmm. And how concerned are you, or how effective or ineffective is it that so much of DeFi is built on the Ethereum network right now, and it's if you're a regular guy yourself who's not doing a big trade, it's impossible to use. You cannot swap anything, you can't transact anything. The fees are just way too high, and obviously that gives another great reason to use an aggregator like Harvest Finance or many of the other ones out there, because you are pooling in with others to kind of make a lump transaction, so that the hit from the gas fees isn't as bad. But for the average person, where crypto was once hey, I could transfer $1 billion and pay 1 penny in fees, which was once kind of something that we were very proud of in the crypto sphere, was this like, are you tired of paying outrageous fees at the bank? come over here and pay nothing. And we've kind of, especially with Ethereum mostly, gone away from that, where it's just too expensive for the little guy to use. Do you feel that this will actually have any damaging effects? Like this will actually keep anyone out, or everyone who's already using these products is already a believer and is fine just waiting it out or switching over to another blockchain?
To me, I think we're just too early right now. It's very kind of easy to get caught up in the narratives if you're deep into crypto, right? But like I said, I don't think this is really mainstream technology yet, right? So they're saying scaling may come to Ethereum in the next couple of years. You're also going to have some L2 solutions, right? So I think everybody's kind of fretting now, oh no, Ethereum's too overwhelmed. But to me, the systems aren't even ready for all of these mainstream people to come in. So I don't think it's a huge worry right now. It's a worry for us that are kind of trapped in the system and using it because the costs are going up so much. But at the same time, it tells me the system's being used, right? It's not like a dead system. It's not barren and empty and expensive. It's mainly expensive because it's, I don't want to use the word inefficient, but it's just it's just very congested from our research. Think of a freeway, right? Is a freeway worthless because it has a bunch of traffic on it? No, people are just trying to get places, right? So yeah, very much sucks for the little guy like me. I'm a little guy. I don't have a bunch of money, and it's very difficult to swap tokens on Ethereum. Does that mean the technology is bad or it's not viable? No, we just need to find solutions to that. And right now, to be honest, most of these people complaining are people that are just trying to speculate, make money on, right? And ultimately, we want to get Ethereum to the next phase or any of these other chains. It's really about building up the technology. So I think for us, we kind of need to, or for a developer, not us, but just need to ignore that kind of heat and just keep doing what you're doing, and making sure that you're then trying to deliver or overcome those bottlenecks right now, or ultimately people will go to those other chains, right? Or at least the smaller users will. But again, I just kind of thinking about the early internet. Even that was just very messy, pop-up spam everywhere. Various internet connection speeds to get to it. So every user's experience was different, right? Until they kind of broadband or, cable modems, whatever, became ultimately the standard. And now everybody kind of has the same equal access to it. So to me, I think that's kind of what Ethereum or cryptocurrencies are going to be. You just kind of have to get over this technological hurdle where you can kind of mainstream and level set it for everybody. And they're working towards that, right? So to me, I don't see it overly as this big concern. I just see it as kind of this big media thing to jump on right now. Oh, all these people are leaving Ethereum because it's so slow. No, there's plenty of people still building on these other things. I think it's just a news cycle that we need to get past.
For sure. And to give I didn't do any developing. To give all the developers in the cryptosphere credit, it is such a brand new technology. I mean, in the grand scheme of technology, we are in the fetus stage of the technology. And already is it capable of so much. Now, is the UI UX there for your grandmother, to use? No, but that's okay. We're getting there. They're building functionality. They're building accessibility, and it's incredible. It's incredible the rate of innovation. If we were talking, just a year ago, we'd be saying DeFi. I mean, that's that thing. That's that small stage in the corner of crypto conferences that no one really goes to. And today, who uses Uniswap? Pancake Swap's the only real way to swap now. So everything just changes so quickly. I wonder, what will it take or what's more important for actually getting the mainstream in? Right now we have pretty strong functionality and pretty shitty UI UX. Even going to Harvest or really any of these DeFi protocols. They're not the easiest to use. I mean, some are easier than others, but the aesthetic still looks like, it's, and I think some purposely look like it's from the 80s and 90s kind of cyberpunk days. And then also the actual functionality is so foreign to just the regular person. I mean, how am I supposed to explain yield farming to my mom? How am I supposed to? So which do you think is really a bigger barrier to the mainstream adoption? Is it kind of the nice aesthetic and easy to understand kind of UI UX, or is it even just fundamentally a functionality issue of they have no idea of these concepts? You have to explain to them from the bottom up, this new economic model.
To me, I think it's just making it easy to use, right? Because like, does grandma know when she goes to JP Morgan and gives them her $10,000 retirement fund, like how all those hedge funds and bonds or whatever are working, right? Like she has no idea. She's kind of just putting trust in that the place that she's depositing with is going to do the right strategical thing with her money, right? So I think the same can be said about crypto, but they need to have that like intrinsic trust, right? Again, if I type in the wrong wallet address to lose all my money, that's not trust, right? Like that's a fundamental break in how you interact with these systems, right? So nobody's ever going to be comfortable. Like I'm still very uncomfortable sending money to like my own wallets, right? Like I copy and paste and then I make sure the first four and the last four match, right? And even sometimes people's like you'll read on internet, I pressed copy on Coinbase and it didn't copy the whole address and I pasted it and now my money's lost forever. And it's just like, man, and I've done a fat finger mistake on Ether Delta way back in the day and lost $4,000. And that was like, oh my gosh. So, like to me, like, again, I think it's all about the UX and how we can get into crypto easily because it's even difficult. Like, you mentioned Harvest Finance. We try to make it as simple as we can for every user, but even going to Coinbase, doing KYC, buying some Ethereum, sending it to your MetaMask, then connecting MetaMask to Harvest, depositing, right? Like there's so many steps there as opposed to like in the fiat world it's kind of just like click, 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 deposit, and then you're done. And then you feel pretty confident that you're going to make money. So like, in my opinion, it's all about the UX and making it simple and safe for the user. Otherwise, you're just never going to get adoption, no matter how awesome your product is. And that's kind of always been the history of the world. You can be the inventor of the greatest product in the world, but if you don't sell it right, and if it's not like intuitive, easy to use, you're probably going to fail, right? And so that's kind of what you see even in crypto is the most shilled and the most kind of like fancy looking thing is the one that pumps in price the most, because that's what attracts people, not necessarily the most like complex, awesome invention for DeFi ever.
Mm-hmm. And you have to, to give credit to kind of yield farming aggregators like Harvest and others like it. I think they have so far done the best job of taking all this complex backend, all this complex even economics, and just saying, hey, okay, we understand you don't have the time to follow all this shit, that you don't have the time to understand all this shit. Press deposit, and we'll take care of the rest. And so that is exciting to finally start seeing. Kind of, for so long, I've been working in the industry for a while, and this word was that, where's the killer DApp? Where's the killer DApp? And we're no longer asking that question because now there are just a bunch of DApps. There are a bunch of programs and applications that we're using every single day, and using so much that it's clogging the network. So, and I think that's pretty awesome. Just to appreciate how far we've come in just 2 years and just 3 years, in these small amounts of time, where the things that we're complaining about today would have been our dream 3 years ago. And so that is really awesome to see. But that's where we are now. We can never rest on our laurels. We're always trying to innovate. 2020 was, I'd say, the rise of DeFi, was really, that big push. What does 2021 hold? What are we going to see? Is it going to be NFTs, although they are already pretty popular? What is 2021 going to hold for crypto?
Wow, that's interesting. I mean, I don't even know what tomorrow is going to hold for crypto, right? Like something changes so often. For me, I'm really hoping that we actually start moving more into that synergistic phase. Again, I've kind of touched on it before, where more of like an alliance where projects are hopefully coming together, because everything's really operating in this silo right now. Here's what I'm doing. Here's what my project's doing. Come and invest in me. Come and get my token, yada, yada. But like some of the things that like even Harvest is doing and some of these other projects is doing is how can two projects kind of come together and create a synergy to create something greater than what the two of them could do individually, right? And so to me, like that's really where, whether it's, 2021 and 22, that's just where the future of crypto needs to go, right? Like we need to really have these money Legos connecting and then form like a full circle So then again, you truly have this true ecosystem. Right now, we just have an ecosystem of silos, right? And everybody's kind of doing things independently. But I really think when you can get like an aggregator working with like another hedge platform that then can do like strategical longs, then that maybe then can connect to like an NFT marketplace where then you could build a strategy where people could like potentially group invest in an NFT as opposed to individual buyers, right? And so you could again like create strategies out of like artwork or real estate, like you're seeing with realty, right? So like again, like imagine an aggregator feeding into realty and all that money being able to invest in properties, right? As opposed to like realty just trying to come and get like single individual investors, right? So again, those two projects connecting, and that's just something random. We're not working with realty or anything, but I'm thinking about like those different passive stream kind of things. And when you can just build this big ecosystem, imagine you now having, income stream from rental properties and some like USDC passive streams and, oil company over here or monetize some oil rigs. So let me have that going, right? And so like, again, when you can have all these kind of things built up, we're all sharing the same educational pieces. Maybe the user comes to a one-stop hub now and they can invest in the Harvest and YFI and Alpha or, whatever all these projects are, as opposed to I need to go to 7 different websites and have 4 different currencies to do this and this and this. Again, it's all about making that simplicity for people. And right now we're just kind of hitting all these roadblocks on different angles. So to me, that's where really I'm hoping that we're going for the next evolution of this.
And it's like you said, who knows will be tomorrow? Who knew that today would come bring 20% losses? And it's all when we're talking about this space, it's really it's exciting because of the uncertainty, but not for the faint-hearted. And I think that we understand the risks. We understand the kind of the context, the big picture of what it means when there's a hack, of what it means. Of when there's a 20% jump or a 20% drop, how important or how unimportant that really is in the grand scheme of things. So, over the years, I've had friends and family come to me and they've heard about it. What's the deal with Bitcoin, or what should I put some money in crypto? And I've always either said no, depending on how old they were, how tech savvy, either no, don't bother with it, don't go near it, or if I felt they were a little more tech savvy and they would be able to, I'd say, yeah, sure, put in this, not any more money than you could feel free to lose. Don't put any more money than you could lose. Are we at the point, are we even nearing the point where we no longer have to give those caveats where we can say, oh yeah, you have some money that you're looking to invest? Yeah, go over to Harvest or go over to Urine. Yeah, go to this website and just, do it and put some money in without those caveats. That we already understand, that this is a still developing technology, that these are all essentially kind of betas, even though not betas, but we're still in the beta phase of the technology. Are we near that point yet?
No, not even close.
I like your honesty.
And again, I just keep going back to this conversation because it was just such a big deal. And this just happened within the past 3 or 4 days. But like literally, again, the same financial guy in fiat, I told him, Bitcoin and Ethereum, because even when you log into Coinbase, there's now like 15 different things that you can buy, right? And XRP isn't on there anymore, but like that's XRP or Doji or Cardano, like a lot of these things are the things that you kind of hear in mainstream media. And like, I don't want to talk negatively or say anything about those projects, but again, people just hear this name. Oh, I heard it on CNBC. I'm just going to go buy that because I see it on Coinbase. And it's just like, whoa, you really should understand what you're buying. A lot of these things are very, almost everything is very free market speculation controlled, right? But anything outside of like it's called the majors, Bitcoin, Ethereum, they're way more subject to the free market speculation. So yeah, I have to be very careful because when, again, I mentioned earlier, Elon Musk mentions Dogecoin and it shoots up to 8 cents and then, oh, should I buy this? No, you should definitely buy this, especially when the creator of Doji himself said, I haven't done any development like in 4 years on this protocol, right? So it's like, so no, we're not at that point yet, because then too, there's scams in DeFi every day, right? Well, not every day, but once a week you hear about some kind of crazy scam in DeFi. So again, it's keep going back to that hurdle where at Matilda cannot yet invest in Bitcoin safely, or she can't jump into DeFi. head on safely, right? There's just still too much crazy stuff out there. Cryptocurrency, like very general, yeah. Matt Matilda, you should definitely buy, and not investment advice, but yeah, I mean, Bitcoin, Ethereum are the safer of the things that if you wanted to dip your toe into Bitcoin and kind of like join the financial revolution, then yeah, I think those two are the ones that you could feel comfortable talking to people about. But if you're just say like, hey man, yeah, you should check out the Bitcoin, YOLO, right? Like that would be super dangerous because then they'd be coming back, oh, I bought all 15 things I saw on Coinbase. And you're just going to be like, oh man, right? So again, I think there's still some definite maturity, and it goes back to the educational piece that we need to work on as a whole in crypto, getting away from this to the moon and really, teaching people, hey, when you buy XRP, do you understand what you're buying, right? When you're buying Ethereum, are you understanding what you're buying, right? As opposed to you're hoping you're just buying a lotto ticket and it's going to go up in price.
Yeah, and I think that a lot of people, and because we're still getting those newbies coming in every day, but still I think a majority of the real active crypto people are kind of more early adopters, more ideologically involved. And for so long, we were thinking, all right, we gotta, the traditional system is broken. Let's make our own, decentralized financial system, a thing that's away from under the finger of the big institution, of the big banks. But as time goes on and things become more developed, more successful, more valuable, in my mind, I think it's becoming more and more clear that we're going to reach a point of success where the big banks will just buy the protocols. And people think, wait, they're decentralized, they can't be bought. Yeah, they could. You buy enough of a governance token, you're running that protocol. You buy enough of a DAO, you're running that DAO. So if we get to that point where DeFi and so much of what's been built, and you're running a community, I'm sure you put blood, sweat, and tears into actually seeing growth. You want to see it successful, and you feel like you're part of this community push. How would you feel if, for example, Harvest or really any of these protocols becomes big enough that a big institution like a bank or like one of these big financial institutions actually buys control? Will you feel like happy and that's a validation of all the hard work? Or will you be really upset and think, wow, this is a failure. I put so much into this and now it just ends up being run by the big bank anyway?
It's hard to answer this question because I feel like this is already happening like in industry as a whole, right? Quote unquote whales, right? Like you own enough tokens, you own the protocol, right? And there's a lot of concerns, pretty much about every coin, dating back to 2017 when you're doing these ICOs and they're keeping 70% for themselves and then selling the other 30% and still making $200 million. So not only do they make $200 million, they own 70% control of the protocol. And then even in these fair launch, quote unquote fair launch, it's all about who you knew, so you had the alpha, and so most likely all those quote unquote fair launch people are just whales, and they're controlling the protocols too. And then this is kind of like goes to like the influencers that you have in crypto. A lot of those people are just whales in the projects, and then they're just trying to control you with the influence. So I mean, it's already happening today, right? And so that's kind of like one of the things that you have to be a little bit wary about with crypto as well, and kind of who you're following. That's why I was recently quoted like, don't follow what Elon Musk says, right? Don't follow what somebody on Twitter is saying. Like, maybe they direct you to something, but then you do your own research and kind of figure out what that is, right? To answer your question personally, yeah, like it would kind of stink to work so hard and really have this idea like I'm building this independent community. We've really grown something great. And then all of a sudden, like Jeff Bezos comes and owns Harvest. And like now we're not free to be a collective. It becomes, again, this like one-way corporation. This is how we're going to do things. And you kill all innovation, right? Like that would really suck in that respect. At the same time, too, it on the flip side, it may provide legitimacy to our industry, right? Mildred sees that JP Morgan bought this huge company. Oh, well, now maybe I can go put my money in there and kind of be part of this whole decentralized. Now I can't lose my $1 million if I miss key and address. So I think there's some good and bad out of it. But I mean, ultimately, I think we're already in that trap. And those are the things that we really need to, again, goes back to the education, understanding what you're kind of getting into, understanding why is this person telling me to buy this coin, right? Is it because they just have a giant bag of it? Or is it really the next revolution in finance?
Yeah, I mean, I also, it's different for me because I'm not attached to a particular project. So I would actually be, I just want to see the success overall of the cryptosphere. But, for someone like you who's more personally involved, I mean, obviously there's much more emotions involved there. So, I mean, let's, we're far away from, I think we're still a ways off from having that big of a problem. But in the meantime, we have what to see. Okay, as we're running out of time here, last question before I let you go. Of what you're able to tell us, what is Harvest, or what's next for Harvest Finance? What are you guys working on? What should we be excited about?
I think it's just kind of evolving the platform to, again, try to expand just beyond, we jump from farm to farm to farm, trying to bring in the best returns for everybody. That's always going to be our core thing. But I think, as I mentioned before, creating these partnerships and synergies with these other groups to try to take it beyond just yield farming, whether we can become like a true hedge fund by partnering with another project that kind of does that. Harvest has this really cool program called Council of 69. It's kind of like a seed incubator kind of thing. So if there's a new project coming in the space, we'll invest into your seed round, and then we'll also look for ways to collaborate with you where our two projects can work together. So I think I can't really share what's quote unquote coming up for Harvest per se. I think that's really what our next big focus is. We have over 40 different strategies, the most strategies of any aggregator. We have the most money in our system at 800 million, or like $780 million. So for really us, it's just to continue to push on the cutting edge of those strategies, but then look into the greater ecosystem and saying, hey, what are things that other people are doing, and how can we connect those into Harvest? How can we make this a better space than we started with? Like week 4, we are already giving GitHub contributions, right? Again, we're doing this Council of 69 to try to help out these other projects. So, Harvest is very much into giving back and trying to make this a better place, in addition to trying to make its platform better, right? So I think you're really going to start seeing that in the next couple months. We have a few things brewing in that Council of 69. We have some other collaborations that we're starting to really talk about. The newest product, which is probably going to launch today. So a little bit of alpha for you, and then some of the users that are going to hear this maybe next week. iFarm, which is basically an interest-bearing version of Farm, and the profit share. So you deposit Farm into the profit share, you're getting a cut of the fees generated on the platform. But if you were like to take that Farm and deposit it at Aave, well, then you would miss out on that income. iFarm is actually your farm still deposited Harvest, but an interest-bearing receipt. So you're still getting that money, and then you could deposit that interest-bearing receipt at like an Aave, and then still borrow from that. So you're still collecting money at Harvest, while you're able to leverage it at Aave at the same time. So kind of like, again, like the synergistic approach of not just Harvest. Now we've connected possibly with another platform that users could then continuously to make money on top of their money that they're generating at Harvest. So really, I think that's the next thing that's about to come up, which will unlock so many other things.
Well, it's exciting. Every day brings a new innovation. Even like you said, today with Harvest launching a new feature, it's literally every single day in the space. Red, thank you so much for taking the time and explain to our viewers kind of your outlook on how you see the space overall, and more in detail about what's happening in the space. Very exciting. I really appreciate speaking to you, and I'm sure our viewers did as well. And for all of our viewers here at Reimagine 2021, I'm Yona Hockhauser. Thanks for watching.
Hyar, ahoy there! I be Long John Silverbells at your service, and 'tis time for another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to ye by Reimagine 2021. Mempool. In the blockchain world, a mempool is the repository where transactions that haven't yet been verified and put into a block are stored. In other words, we can think of a mempool as the place where all the data that hasn't yet been processed by the network lives, waiting patiently to find its new home as a permanent member of the blockchain, effectively making its way into immutable history. Hyar, and if you don't believe me, you'll have to walk the plank. right into the mempool.
Dr. Fauci Nakamoto here, advising all of you on CryptoVid-19, reminding you to quarantine your private keys. Now, don't forget that if they aren't your keys, it's not your crypto. Be sure to put a mask over your hardware wallets.
Dear citizens of the world, there is a revolution upon us, you see. The old and outdated ways of indirect representation, where those who parade around as if to have exceptional power, in their all but flattering three-piece costumes, claiming to speak in the voice of your values. The archaic ways of our past where we are separated by entry barriers to knowledge, where we are separated by time, space, and the speed at which information can travel. The days left on those bygone years are counting down and dwindling. The shadow of our past that casts itself upon the present is growing dimmer and dimmer by the day. Those of us here who believe in a brighter future, founded on technological innovation, distributed models of power, the separation of money and state, and, above all else, the free and open exchange of ideas. Those of us who believe in these things know what is to come. Through our collective efforts and through a coordinated strategy to educate others, we can, without permission, reclaim this world from the ground up. So, please, my friends, join us. I hope you are ready to reimagine 2020.
At this point, one thing's for sure. Blockchain and cryptocurrencies are changing the world, and they're here to stay. That means we need people like you, now more than ever, to lead the way. Whether you're an entrepreneur with ideas in need of technical support, whether you're an early-stage startup looking to accelerate your business, or whether you're a student looking to learn more about blockchain technology and business, the Mousebelt ecosystem is here to help you on your way. As the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator, Mousebelt offers capital investment opportunities, engineering, blockchain education courses, and free placement in our new startup school. To learn more about joining the Mousebelt ecosystem, visit mousebelt.com. Mousebelt, the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator.
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy. And I'm Tammy Tezos. 2020 sure was a year to reimagine, and we're glad that you can join us again this year to Reimagine 2021. In case you're not already planning on it, we would like to remind you to tune in to Reimagine 2021 virtual events, where you get to hear about the latest and greatest updates in the world of cryptocurrency and blockchain technology every month. Also, be sure to follow us on Twitter at Reimagine_2021 and subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can stay up to date with daily news segments such as Immutable Opinion with Asher Westrop Evans and 90 Seconds or Less with Yona Hawkhauser. Stay tuned to Reimagine 2021, brought to you by Mousebelt.
Our past inspires the decisions we make today to reshape our future tomorrow. In a world where human beings and machines become friends. In a world where fiber optic channels become virtual highways of communication. In a world where everything we know and value is vulnerable to manipulation and destruction. In such a world, we need a revolution that gives us hope. Where some take to the streets and look to their leaders, the modern warrior dares to cut beneath the current and strives to restructure the core without permission. In a technological world, we need a technological revolution. And when the unimaginable happens, the brave must be bold and dare to reimagine.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Reimagine 2021. I'm your co-host, Ashley Meredith, Head of Education at Mousebelt Blockchain Accelerator, and today we're bringing you our version 7.0 History of Coins, and we are delighted to be joined with Inez Domato from the Stanford Digital Currency Initiative. Welcome, Inez. How are you doing today?
Hi, Ashley. Very nice to be here and to meet you.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thanks for being here. So I know that you work with a lot of universities, and I'm excited about that as head of education over at Mousebelt. Can you tell us more about what you do at Stanford Digital Currency Initiative, what the Stanford Digital Currency Initiative is?
Right. So the Stanford Digital Currency Initiative is an initiative within Stanford Engineering, and is one of the professors that heads it is a very well-known cryptographer. It's called David Macieres, and the goal is twofold. First, we have a relationship or a partnership with the UN, the United Nations, more specifically the International Telecommunications Union. And what we're doing over there is working on standards together with other countries in the world and other entities, working on standards about central bank digital currencies. And the second thing that we're trying to do also is do research for central banks. So there are central banks that may, they may be later in the game in terms of like how do they know the central bank digital currency is or not, or there's also more access to certain protocols and not others. So we want to be a source for them, and we want the students from the PhD to be part of it.
That's excellent. So in your research and work with the UN, you are actively helping governments and banks kind of understand cryptocurrencies, see how they might be able to participate.
Right. So there are different working groups, and like you touch upon different topics, and there's experts assigned to those working groups. Some of them, they touch upon like interoperability, others like ID, others programmability, and it's is to make it so that you can create kind of an internet of money, because what you want is at the end of the day that like you can trade across countries, and like you can continue this globalization. So it's going to be key to kind of establish some kind of standards that everyone can follow.
And you mentioned ID. Is the perspective a little bit broader than currency then? Do they look into kind of blockchain as a whole and maybe applications of blockchain outside of just currency, or kind of really, you could say, reimagining the concept of transferring value and what holds value and how we move that among parties?
Right. So governments are looking at it in a way that they want the blockchain for a government to adopt a new technology. It has to bring a benefit, right? And one of the benefits it looks to bring is like replace cash, but also do financial inclusion. And one of the ways to do financial inclusion is first identify the person you have there. And give them certain services, right? Other things that could follow is taxes, et cetera. But like a government is not looking at blockchain technology as a matter of like we're just gonna move money. It's like we're gonna make an improvement of the whole system and of the whole of the whole society in a way.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's super fascinating, the work you're doing over at Stanford. And I know that you also got your MBA at Wharton Penn Business School. What was your experience like there? Did you work on blockchain?
So at Wharton, what I did is I studied an MBA, which was 2 years, and I used the 2 years in order to get deep into the technology. And over there, I attended Professor Berbach, a class about blockchain, and he's very well known in the space. I also work for Sarah Hammer, Professor Sarah Hammer, who is the head of the Stevens Center of Innovation for Finance at Wharton. I did my internship at Ripple. So I did a go-to-market strategy for them for another continent. And I also was very active in the Penn blockchain clubs and the FinTech club, doing podcasts, doing webinars, and also organizing visits for students to get to know companies.
Well, that's such perfect kind of leads into my next question about, advice you would have for students who want to break into the blockchain industry, because it sounds like you did kind of exactly what I'm always encouraging students to do, is to just get involved, join their clubs, start a club if they don't have one on their campus, talk to professionals, get on podcasts, just try to learn as much as possible. So that's totally great. As you know, we have a university program, a network of students from over 100 universities in 24 countries, got a couple of online educational platform, a couple courses that we invite students to come take. So anyone just tuning in, be sure to head over to Reimagine 2020 YouTube channel, smash that subscribe button, check out some of our university interviews there. You can see students from all over the world talking about how they are breaking into blockchain. And so when I have interviewees on, I always like to kind of ask, what was your path to getting into cryptocurrency, your background, and what advice might you have for students who are looking to do the same thing?
Right. So actually, when I was at school, one of the things that I realized is that people have very different opportunities in life, and it's just luck. It's like where you were born, right? So that was what brought me a little bit to start working at the UN, at the United Nations in Geneva, and also the Spanish Embassy in Brussels. And over there, what I did is I help companies either export or get funds for development projects for emerging markets. And in that time, what I saw is that it's actually finance who allows everything to work. Like it's the access to finance, which like allows you to pay education and allows you to create a company and just like uplift yourself in a way. So that's what brought me to the World Bank, where I stayed over 8 years. And over there, I did advisory for like 33 countries, touching topics such as capital markets, payment systems, anti-money laundering, deposit insurance, cross-border payments. So basically, we would go into the country, we would speak with the banks, insurance companies, like credit unions, money transfer operators, and gave the government a plan and some recommendations in order to develop more the sector and to increase the stability of the country. So that together with the work that I was doing, I was also working for the managing director and CFO of the World Bank, and I was like writing and also coordinating interventions and reports for the G20 and the Financial Stability Board. And over there, we touched topics such as OTC derivatives. Like it was just after the financial crisis. So we contributed to discussions about like the additional capital for like large banks, and also the resolution plans for these like huge entities, right? So that gave me not only the view about a national system and how that like different parts of the financial system connect, but also gave me a view of how internationally things connect, right? And because you work in emerging countries, a lot of the things work a lot worse, right? So I saw a lot of the flaws, right? Two of the projects that I work in were like the problems on syndicated loans and the problems on cross-border payments. And those were the ones who led me to my director to propose me for an innovation team. And in the innovation team, we started looking at blockchain and artificial intelligence. And at that time, there were professors of MIT coming to the World Bank, kind of explaining Bitcoin, explaining blockchain. Companies also were reaching out and kind of explaining different use cases that they wanted to showcase. It was really early, but there was already this company in Africa that was called Bitpesa that was already doing like cross-border payments for companies through Bitcoin, right? So what I saw is like, and also for the more the securities part and the capital markets part, what I saw is like this is going to bring a lot of efficiencies. So at that time is where I left, and whereas like I went to Wharton, I really got deep into the space, and basically started from zero because I didn't have a background on technology, but in a way I feel like the opportunity was really big, and it didn't matter to start from zero. Like you always start from experience, right? Like you always understand things better because of your past, and having been work in technology firm or a bank or something else, then you're going to bring a different perspective to the table, and I think that's very useful.
Yeah, well, that's super encouraging to students who might be tuning in, and I kind of say the same thing a lot of the time, which is if you're interested in blockchain, like take what you know and what you're good at and add blockchain to it. There's people, we need media, we need communications people, we need psychologists, we need, whatever you're good at, lawyers, right? Oh my gosh, we need legislatures and politicians and lawyers to be more educated in blockchain. So lots of opportunity no matter what your background is. Would you recommend pursuing an MBA program as a vehicle for focusing on a specific industry? Like if a student has a bunch of experience in one part of an industry and wants to really kind of dedicate some time to learning about a specific industry, while it's not specifically technical, or you didn't go get a blockchain degree, you kind of used your MBA as a way to learn about blockchain.
Yeah, I think like a blockchain, an MBA program is so flexible that you can actually like do whatever you want with the time. Like, yes, of course, like you have certain requirements that you need to do, but for example, like together with the Stevens Center in Innovation Finance, I created my own subject. And I just did a research paper about like blockchain in the financial industry. So I feel like it's up to you. It depends on like if you want to be more technical and like you want to really get into the engineering part, like maybe the MBA is not the vehicle, right? Like you better do like a master in engineering or something more deep. For me, it was I was transitioning from a more public kind of place to a more private place. So I thought that the best vehicle was the MBA. Also, the classes are larger. You have a lot more contacts. Like they're well-known programs that open a lot of doors. So I mean, at the end, it's personal, right? But what I'm saying is like MBA is very flexible, and especially right now, MIT is super advanced in cryptocurrencies. It has the MIT lab. MBAs can work with the MIT lab. Wharton is getting like the Stevens Center of Financial Innovation was created last year. And they're like immediately they did a crypto forum. So I do think like it's possible to specialize if you want an MBA.
Awesome. Great information about what's kind of going on at Stanford and UPenn. So before we kind of zoom out into the theme of this series, History of Coins, I want to dive in a little more to your background at the World Bank. And what you did with them with the International Monetary Fund.
Right. So we would do assessments of the financial sector, which is a little bit like what I explained before. And it's a program that is done by every single country every 5 or 7 years, depending on if you're a developed country or you're emerging country. And that is what, like, you look at things such as banks, payment systems, and capital markets, for example. And because of that, I could see the potential of blockchain technology through settlements.
Yeah, so the International Monetary Fund, every 5 to 7 years, countries, whether developed or emerging, will kind of create these reports or investigations into basically how sound their financial systems are, right?
Exactly.
And you would, do advising on monetary policy, different countries. I'm curious, what did you see as far as why certain governments have accelerated in blockchain adoption more than others? What are governments usually looking for when pursuing blockchain adoptions? Why are some more open than others? And are there any particular countries you could call out or developments that you've seen with your experience there?
Right. So it really depends on one of the biggest benefits of having a blockchain is the fact that you can settle instantly. So you can settle payments instantly, you can settle like securities instantly. So one of the countries that jump on top of like blockchain immediately was Cambodia, because it didn't have a real-time settlement system. And therefore, it had a lot of problems to do payments and to settle securities. Therefore, they moved into it right away. There are other countries that, for example, Europe has a real-time settlement all over Europe. So the benefit of putting blockchain is not as big as in another country whose settlement system is just not real-time, right? So those kind of differences are. So for example, like for Europe to kind of adopt blockchain technology, they have to see, okay, what is the benefit on top of that, right? Like and that could be programmability, that could be, financial inclusion now, because it's kind of already included, but it's more like replacing cash, for example. Like in Sweden, one of the fears is like, cash is going to disappear, right? And then you have the payment system of the country. They have like three payment companies, but you cannot pay from one to the other, right? It's like Venmo and like Square Cash. So you cannot pay from Venmo to Square Cash. So you fragment the whole market. And like a government doesn't want that. Like a government, what it wants is like competition, and there's like more innovation, and you could easily move from one company to the other. So those two are facts that are pushing more countries than others in order to research on the benefits on blockchain technology. Asia, for example, and Latin America and Africa, they have really big problems in cross-border payments. So that's why they are looking into it, because they rely on the dollar in order to make a lot of payments. So that means certain transactions need to go to New York in order to go back, and that is super expensive. So those countries, certain companies in those areas. Well, Asia is the government's also looking into it, but in Africa and Latin America, it's been companies who are like, hey, you know, we actually can get a lot of savings if we start looking at blockchain technology cross border. So that's why, like, every region, every country has a different structure in terms of the financial system and kind of a different type of problem. And that type of problem is what is really pushing them to research this technology.
Absolutely, yeah. So there's, you know, whether it's interoperability, digital cash, cross-border payments, having settlement, instant settlement, as you said in Cambodia, different needs for different regions, and blockchain has benefits for all of them. So that might, you know, play into how quickly adoption happens. I think in the US, people not familiar with crypto or these kinds of stories all over the world might have kind of a hard time understanding why things like sovereignty and self-custody and, you know, control over your money and settlements and cross-border payments are so important. You know, we kind of take for granted that the bank insures our money. We feel pretty confident that when we go to our bank account, it's going to say the same thing it said last time we checked. You know, no one's going to all of a sudden deny us access or have, you know, hyperinflation of our currency. So maybe you could speak to what some of the problems with fiat are in a way that, you know, makes you know, people in the US understand a little bit better, maybe some of the things that are happening in the US with inflation as well.
Right. Yeah. So before we jump in, like, one of the problems in the US also is financial inclusion, and that is one of the reasons why they're trying to develop the digital dollar, right? Like, it's very costly to get these people in the system. But if you create a wallet that doesn't have a minimum quantity to have in the account, therefore you can start solving certain issues. Yeah, people here in the US, I think like in the US there are different tiers. Like, the biggest banks have the nicest technology, but then you have the credit unions and the smaller banks, and those are not able to settle in real time as the others. So here you have two tiers, and the more interest of using blockchain within payments is for financial inclusion, and for settlements in, like, among smaller entities, let's put it that way. And then but yeah, as you said, right now there's like an unprecedented amount of dollars that have been printed, but before, normally, like, you have confidence on the dollar, like, you have confidence on the economy grows, and even right now with inflation. However, it's true, like, inflation is going to decrease the value of the dollar, right? And decrease the purchasing power of the people. So therefore, right now you have different assets that, as Bitcoin, instead of tending to go down, they right now go up. So if I am in a position that I'm not like, I have my assets, it makes total sense. It's like, hey, you know, what has the possibility of going down and what has the possibility of going up? And crypto assets right now have the possibility of going up. So even though they're super risky and you don't want to put all your money on them, but you may want to put a little bit in order to diversify your portfolio and have that upside. Because it's true, if you do a lot of when you do a lot of monetary policy, and like, you put a lot of money in the economy, eventually the value of the money goes down.
Yeah, interesting. So do you have any perspectives on, you know, what are the benefits of stable coins or other kinds of solutions such as Libra that have been suggested for alternative ways of storing value?
Right. So stable coins is very like is a very important development, because what it does is like it takes if there's a like a reserve that is audited and there's like assurance that the money is there, like it takes away the risk that crypto has, right? So and also it allows you to do settlements instantly. So right now the only way for me to kind of pay someone else from another bank is I have to go normally through the ACH or something like that, and it will take Venmo says like, wait for a couple of days for the transaction to be done or whatever. And if I do a stable coin, that transaction is instant. But it's also like that transaction should be cheaper than, for example, when you're in a shop and you pay with your credit card, the credit card charges a fee to the merchant, right? So currently with stable coins, that fee normally is lower than the fee that credit cards are charging. Plus, that the merchant will receive the money instantly. So that helps the business in a way. The only problem is like if you use protocols such as Ethereum, right, where all like stable coins or most of the stable coins have been developed, the problem is like it doesn't have the scalability right now in order to process all that amount of payments. So that's why we're seeing the gas prices going to the roof. And if the gas prices go to the roof, then it's actually more expensive than paying with a credit card, right? Mm-hmm. So there's going to be solutions, or maybe layer 2 solutions or other types of solutions that are going to manage to bring those prices down so that it's actually more effective. So there's potential of use of stablecoins. However, there is still some problems that need to be fixed, right? Within stablecoins, also the other part is, as you mentioned, like other countries, like their currencies devalue a lot faster than the dollar. The dollar is fine. So if the people could put a little bit of their savings into dollars, they're going to be happy. So that is what you're seeing also in the emerging markets, like trying to put a little bit of the money either in Bitcoin or even in stable coins, so that they have that stability. And lastly, in terms of Libra, one of the things that wants to solve is cross-border payments. And cross-border payments, here we have to divide into two, like big cross-border payments. So basically what trade finance and like huge like bank transactions do. And that is like, that's another chapter, meaning like you need different things. But for really small quantities of money moving internationally, the problem is like right now it's too expensive. Like if you do a wire, it's minimum $50. So $50 if you're sending $100, like it's too much. So with Libra and other protocols such as Celo, they're trying to do is, or Stellar, the same, is like trying to lower those prices and trying to facilitate smaller payments that right now it's impossible to do across border because you rely on the big structures of the banks, and the big structures of the banks are expensive. So those are like they're actually really cool problems that haven't been solved for a long time. Like one of my projects at the World Bank was about cross-border payments, and you realize how it's something that, because every country is kind of looking at ameliorating their own system, right? Like they don't care that much. And like, okay, the banks had to kind of find a way with SWIFT in order to make those payments, but like that hasn't been renewed for 40 years. So yeah, it's a great way of like updating an old system.
So for like those larger transactions between banks that you said, for peer-to-peer or smaller transactions, we can have these solutions, something like Libra. For things that the banks are doing on a larger scale that require different security measures or different regulations, is this something that a protocol like Ripple is working on. I know you worked with them, and I know that they kind of seek to be kind of the institutional go-to institutional protocol. So am I correct?
Yeah, but like so Ripple, what has done with institutions is just messaging. So basically what it does is like it helps. So as of now, if you send money from, like, for example, Spain to the US, and you do it like, I went to Santander, right? And I said, like, I wanted to send this money. And like a few years ago, the person in Santander was like, well, actually, I don't know how much is going to arrive, and I don't know when it's going to arrive. So just let me know whenever it arrives. Like, most likely the cost is going to be X, and it's going to be 2 to 3 days. But a bank didn't have visibility of that payment reaching to whatever it had to reach, right? So what Ripple developed is basically a way that it was a two-way street. Like the bank would have visibility of like what are the fees, and when did the payment arrive. Also, they developed more so that they could because in order to send money internationally, it may go to like 3 other countries before reaching the final country, because there's actually no movement of money. There's like debits and credits between accounts and between banks. So it would also kind of calculate what was the fastest route, what was the cheapest route. But that was it. Like for institutions, that was it, or at least for bigger banks. For like smaller institutions, what it would do, Ripple was like get the XRP and then move the money with XRP. The problem with XRP is that it moves, right? So if you move a smaller amount of money, it's okay, because it can move a cent up, a cent down. If you move trillions and trillions of dollars, that movement becomes a little bit bigger, right? So the banks have never used XRP, also regulatory reasons, but there's a potential over there with stablecoins. And what like JP Morgan was trying to do is to create a stablecoin, or also Finality, for example. Like Finality is another stablecoin that that was created by I don't know how many banks, but like 7 banks, 10 banks, in order to fix this problem, right? So they don't want to rely on something that moves, they want to rely on something stable, and they also want to rely on something that is being heavily regulated, because they're heavily regulated. So their potential, like that's what I'm trying to say, like is going to be a different game between the ones that are like huge like cross-border transfers versus a smaller transfer that you can use a technology that is just there's less risk, there's just less millions put into place.
Yeah, well, these are all such great insights. I know that you're publishing a blog now where maybe people could go to learn more about all of this stuff. Just recently launched. What are you writing about there, and where can we find it?
Yes. So I started my blog because one of the, like, and these I encourage people to do, like one of the things that I started doing at Wharton was like, okay, let's go to blockchain conferences. And I arrived, and at least back then, a lot of the focus was on hashes, on the technology, on like engineering. And I was like, I don't understand anything. And it just basically takes you a while to kind of like get used to all that kind of new language, right? But what I realized is there was few people who were actually talking back to the real, like the big system, or like the finance, like the normal finance, and explaining to them what it was gonna do. Like one thing is created decentralized finance, which is great, and is going to bring, and is basically the future, and is going to bring a lot of efficiencies. But how do we get there? And how do we, like, why do we get there? Like, what are the reasons why this DeFi is better than the centralized system that we have? And you have to explain it to regulators, you have to explain it to banks, you have to explain it to these people that are actually like they're huge companies right now. So that is one of the reasons I created the blog, because I wanted to talk to people that maybe not familiar with Bitcoin and maybe not familiar with like blockchain, but they were familiar with the financial system and like business in general. And it was like, this is the impact. Like, this is the reason why governments are looking at this. This is the benefits of settlements. Another blog talks about like custody and why banks are going to get custody. Why do you need to host a node as an investor? What are ways of getting that yield that is just not trading, but it could be staking, right? And what does it mean to me to have a node? Like at the beginning, it was like, but actually, what is a node? Well, a node is a program or a computer, but you have to say that to people, right? And so that is the reason why I created the blog. Has actually a lot of success. Is read in 40 countries, and it has like 200 reads per blog. So I invite people to look at it, and if you have any suggestions of any topic that you like and you want me to kind of look at it or just like discuss about it, you can reach me through that website. The website is www.ines, G like in goal, and then DELMACO.com. So InesGdelmazo.com. And
we'll be sure to include it in the show notes as well, or in the YouTube link. Make sure everyone knows how to find you there. Anything else you wanted to say about the blog?
No, just take a look, and what I think I bring is the international perspective and kind of some kind of like policy perspective as well, plus all the more like business perspective that I got at Wharton and I got like working for Ripple.
Awesome. Well, thanks for sharing with us. You obviously write a lot. You've joined podcasts. You are consuming media, creating media. Fun question to wrap it up for History of Coins version 7.0 of Reimagine 2021. What is your favorite podcast right now?
I really like to listen to The Defiant. I think it brings you the latest crazy things going on in DeFi. And whether it's like, Pancake Swap or like SushiSwap or Melon like protocol, I think is a great source of kind of understanding this new world that is being created and how impactful it could be. And sometimes just exposing you to very different type of people. Like there's people who are libertarian. There's people who they want to they work in a bank, and all of them, they have different perspectives, right? And everyone is kind of contributing to this new decentralized system. And I think it is very well done. It is very on point. Everything that happens into the system, like you have it right away in the podcast.
Yeah, awesome. I just came across the Defiant recently. I didn't realize they had a podcast, so I'll have to check it out. Thanks for the recommendations, and thank you so much for joining us for another kind of university segment, policy, global finance segment of Reimagine 2020 version 7.0 History of Coins. Stay tuned for more.
Thank you very much. A pleasure to meet you.
Hyar, ahoy there! I be Long John Silverbells at your service, and 'tis time for another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to ye by Reimagine 2021. Mempool. In the blockchain world, a mempool is the repository where transactions that haven't yet been verified and put into a block are stored. In other words, we can think of a mempool as the place where all of the data that hasn't yet been processed by the network lives, waiting patiently to find its new home as a permanent member of the blockchain, effectively making its way into immutable history. Yar, and if you don't believe me, you'll have to walk the plank right into the mempool.
Our past inspires the decisions we make today to reshape our future tomorrow. In a world where human beings and machines become friends. In a world where fiber optic channels become virtual highways of communication. In a world where everything we know and value is vulnerable to manipulation and destruction. In such a world, we need a revolution that gives us hope. Where some take to the streets and look to their leaders, the modern warrior dares to cut beneath the current and strives to restructure the core without permission. In a technological world, we need a technological revolution. And when the unimaginable happens, the brave must be bold and dare to reimagine.
At this point, one thing's for sure. Blockchain and cryptocurrencies are changing the world, and they're here to stay. That means we need people like you, now more than ever, to lead the way. Whether you're an entrepreneur with ideas in need of technical support, whether you're an early-stage startup looking to accelerate your business, or whether you're a student looking to learn more about blockchain technology and business, the Mousebelt ecosystem is here to help you on your way. As the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator, Mousebelt offers capital investment opportunities, engineering, blockchain education courses, and free placement in our new startup school. To learn more about joining the Mousebelt ecosystem, visit mousebelt.com. Mousebelt, the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Reimagine 2021. This is our 7th conference in a monthly series of events bringing you nothing but the best projects. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Reimagine 2021. This is our 7th conference in a monthly series of events bringing you nothing but the best projects, bright minds, and leaders in the space. We've been fortunate enough to invite many talented individuals and teams to come speak with us, providing updates, insights, and all the above that's happening in crypto. I'll be your host today, Adam, from the Mouseball team, where we focus on early stage investments through our accelerator, providing development support through Mouseball Engineering, supporting a number of growing projects, as well as education, which is important within the university, our Mouseball University program. Our main objectives and goals are pretty easy. It's increasing adoption, use cases, and real-world applications. We seek to educate our audience, everybody tuned in here on blockchain, by helping them understand, crypto's real impact. So again, thank you all for joining and tuning in. We have another exciting interview today. I have Kyle Samani, co-founder and managing partner at Multicoin Capital. Appreciate you taking the time out of your day, Kyle. This is your 2nd time. I feel like you're becoming a regular. How you doing?
I'm doing great. I've had a fantastic day. And it's kind of fun being a regular on these things. I mean, the market's evolving and changing, so there's a ton to cover.
Yeah, no, totally. And we're just kicking off this new year, right? So for those of you that don't know, Kyle's been on the program before. You can catch his first interview with us if you visit the Reimagine YouTube channel. You can also catch many of his keynotes, podcasts, interviews on YouTube as well. They're all over. Very insightful, very knowledgeable. Kind of one of my favorite, actually, speakers in the space that can really like translate from product and technical evolution in blockchain to helping us understand like what's going on. So I'll go ahead and kick this thing off, man. So you guys run a hedge fund and you also run a VC. On the VC side, we have a lot of entrepreneurs tuned in, startups, students, people that are like maybe switching careers or trying to figure out like the next step. What have you noticed? And blockchain's great with, it's multidisciplinary depending on your background. Like you don't need to be tech, you don't need to be product. There's marketing roles, there's partnerships, strategics, all the above. What have you noticed that, and you can give me some insight on your teams that you invest in, but the teams that you invest in, like what kind of quality of entrepreneurs are you meeting, backgrounds, education, skill sets that you notice are translating in a blockchain crypto specifically?
There isn't one mold for this. One thing that I really have come to appreciate is that founders come from all kinds of different upbringings, countries, places, and they have different skills too. Some of our founders are very PR centric. Some of them are horrible with PR. Some of them are very technical. Some of them are not technical at all. I think it's super important to realize that you can come from anywhere and you can start and build something. What you need to have is a good work ethic. You need to have a good understanding of the problem that you're solving for some set of users out there. And if you can do that, then you can launch something. Everything else, recruiting, marketing, PR, all the other things, you can bring in right people around you. Folks like myself certainly can help with that as well. But there's not one right mold for this. We've got entrepreneurs in our portfolio who are 21, 22. We've got entrepreneurs in our portfolio who are 45, 50, full range.
And I asked that because, you and I are in the space, so we kind of see a lot of movement, who's in it, who's not. And I see people coming in right from Goldman Sachs, Google, legacy, traditional companies in the tech world. And then I've noticed that they're applying kind of this new technology to the old finance. We'll tap into finance later down the road, but existing kind of traditional environments of how we operate, how we do business, and everybody's just coming into this space. So that's kind of why I asked that. We have a lot of viewers that are trying to figure it out and probably think they need to know cryptography or know X, Y, and Z. But from what you're saying is work hard. Now, did you do a lot of research? Did you understand blockchain or cryptography when you launched this fund, or did you just try and do a lot of research leading up to it?
I still do not understand cryptography. Cryptography is well beyond my scope of expertise. look, I'm fortunate that did grow up programming. My dad's a computer scientist. I grew up sort of learning to program when I was a kid. But I haven't been a programmer professionally for about 10 years now. At this point, I have no ability to produce useful code at all. I can't even review code, and I could barely read it. So a lot of the nuance is gone. I'm not up to date with like modern developer tools. What I do is I do follow technical trends and kind of understand how the cloud stack, blockchain stack, whatever, those things are evolving. But I prioritize being able to explain technical concepts in simple English terms. And if I can do that, then that's kind of our justification for making a technical investment.
Yeah, yeah, and what I've noticed, even we partnered with 80 plus schools, right, globally, nationally, here in the U.S. and the classes, the 3 times the amount of students are enrolling. So we can obviously see a trend there of kind of this hype and students wanting to learn more about blockchain and crypto and like how it works. So that's always kind of a good sign, especially early on. My next question is relating to like investors. At one point, investors here in Silicon Valley, other places as well, weren't going into blockchain or like staying away from blockchain, which is kind of interesting. You don't hear anybody saying I'm staying away from machine learning or AI or, some other kind of, tech stack. So like, what kind of the discussions are you having now? We're in 2021, Bitcoin's rallying. Ethereum's been around for quite some time. You guys are investing in layer ones. Bitcoin's been around since 2008. What are some of the discussions relating, and we'll obviously keep it to crypto, like, are you talking to more traditional investors? Are you still talking to the inner circle of crypto, other funds and people that understand the tech? How are those discussions going now?
Yeah, so when we are fundraising, actually we just finished fundraising for our new venture fund. There are a lot of traditional LPs starting to look at the space. Our new fund is largely comprised of families they've been crypto curious for a while and are ready to pull the trigger with more size. We are also seeing endowments, foundations, traditional venture LPs are starting to get much more serious about the space as well. I'd say pensions are not yet calling us seriously, or insurance companies, but other large classes of institutions are.
What do they know? And what do they know about crypto? Like, are they worried about the weeds? They're just trying to get in, and diversify, obviously, their main portfolio with crypto assets and kind of this new wave of technology. What do they know when they talk to you, and what do they leave when they leave?
Yeah. So, look, they know different degrees of stuff. Some of them, I'd say broadly, they come at it from 2 angles. One angle are the tech venture folks who are like, this is cool, I can see why this is useful, and they kind of have a Silicon Valley orientation. The other is the monetary inflation concern, which is the larger of the 2. And that's kind of a very Bitcoin-centric view of the world. Not to say it's bad, it's just like they kind of enter crypto with a fixed monetary policy perspective. We're seeing a lot more of the latter show up in size. And those folks are saying, okay, look, I bought some Bitcoin, I get it. What are all these other things? Like, what do they do? How do I make sense of it all? Yeah. And that's usually when they start calling people like us, and we help them learn and understand. And oftentimes they invest with us if they want exposure to that stuff.
Yeah. So they kind of expand out, right? Like Bitcoin, it is what it is. But obviously, Bitcoin is one use case that it leverages blockchain. But there's so many other use cases, and we'll get into that, shortly. So how do you guys strategize between VC and your hedge fund? Like, what's the investment or like the life cycle as far as getting in early, like for equity tokens or like managing tokens? A little bit later. How does that from a high level? We have people that are watching this in various backgrounds. Involved in projects, not involved in projects. How do you guys view that, and kind of where do you draw the line to go in one or the other?
Yeah, so we have a single investment team that runs across our 2 vehicles, our hedge fund and our venture fund. And we don't separate like investment process for them. It's a single team meeting weekly, and we make decisions there. If we have to make decisions between them, we do, but we prefer not to. And every decision is documented in written form. So there's an investment memo written, right, the time horizon, the thesis, all that stuff. And it's a very kind of thorough, rigorous process, lots of debates. The difference between, the reason we have two funds is there are structural reasons as well as kind of time horizon reasons. So on a time horizon perspective, there's other LPs who want venture funds. They want to say, I want to be long this stuff for 10 years. Give me a vehicle for that, please. And our venture fund does that. We buy in at the earliest stage. We invest at seed stage, pre-seed, and we buy and hold for 10 years. And those are very straightforward kind of venture investments. We invest in equity and in tokens. We do more token deals than equity deals, but we do both. And then we have our hedge fund, which is a later stage vehicle. It primarily invests in things that are already liquid, so things that are on CoinMarketCap, that are listed, but it can venture off beyond that. Our hedge fund can invest in public equities, not that we do, but we can. Our hedge fund can invest in private markets. Again, it's less frequent. But if let's say we have high conviction in some particular thing that's not yet public, and we want to bring more size in, we can use the hedge funds to follow the venture fund.
Nice. No, yeah, no, I think that's kind of a great strategy. I mean, you're trying to get in at any point, you know, and especially in crypto, these things move fast. You get in, you don't get in. Maybe the tech's not there yet, you know, it hasn't delivered on expectations or hitting, you know, milestones and roadmaps, and having kind of the latter vehicle gives you an opportunity to, you know, still get a piece at some point. Some of these discussions with like your investors, with like, you know, Elon Musk going in and like MicroStrategy and like PayPal, does that help the discussion? Do they come in with like, hey, you know, this is on the radar and now I'm like ready to rock and roll in crypto? Like, has that helped the discussion?
It has, yeah. I mean, you can now credibly say that like a meaningful percentage of publicly traded companies will have some Bitcoin on their balance sheet.
Yeah.
And I think by the end of this year, like right now, I don't know, you could say you could say 90 days ago that was a 1% probability outcome. Today, I think you can argue it's a 15% probability outcome. And I think by the end of this year, you'll be able to argue it's a 50% probability outcome that, you know, like a substantial majority of publicly traded companies will have some Bitcoin on their balance sheet. And as that kind of percentage increases and more people realize that, A, it's organic buying demand, but then B, it's reflexive of people believing that will happen. And so I think there's a very kind of compelling case. And as that happens, more people are learning about the space, and it certainly helps bring money in the door.
And why do you think those companies are putting it on their balance sheet?
Yeah. So I mean, look, the earliest ones are doing it for some publicity reasons, and like probably good for the Tesla stock or whatever, and that's good for, you know, building more cars. I think the next wave of companies that do it will do it because they'll say, look, like I'm sitting on this big pile of cash and like it's being devalued, and I don't want to run a hedge fund and invest in other equities. But I do need some sort of other non-sovereign store of wealth, and Bitcoin actually provides a pretty good answer to that question. And so I think there's going to be a lot of CFOs who will make that determination over the next 24 months.
And do you think, like, it's kind of been an interesting topic, and we'll probably talk for days, but at a high level, with all these whirlwinds of like stimulus packages and like the devaluing and, you know, the pandemic accelerating things, you know, is Bitcoin doing well, or like is the dollar doing poorly?
I don't have a good answer to that question. I'm not a global macro guy, so I just don't know. What I do know is that you can argue it doesn't matter, and that like there's enough of the meme there that it's causing people to explore, and it's causing people to question beliefs they previously did not question. And so long as that process keeps continuing, the price of BTC will go up.
Yeah.
Whether it's Bitcoin doing well or dollar doing poorly doesn't actually matter.
Nice, nice. And so let's kind of get into the tech side and like infrastructure of blockchain. That intro, I just kind of want to get your feel on, what kind of teams you're looking into, what kind of the investment side, what are some of those discussions, and then kind of some of the media side that we're seeing publicly, right? Like they're dumping a lot of money. I don't know if that's I don't know if that's prudent or not, but they obviously decided it was great to draw, throw that on the balance sheet. But infrastructure now, so the writing's been on the wall with Ethereum, scaling issues, all kinds, gas costs and all the above. And that's kind of been noted even before Ethereum launched, which is interesting from various academics and researchers, right? That kind of say, we knew this was coming. And so you guys have invested in a few layer ones. Outside of Solana, what do the other layer ones bring to the table that you kind of see, right? Because I know, Solana has they're hitting their milestones. They're doing super good in multiple aspects. What do you see like in the other layer ones that you've invested in? That what do they add value? How do they add value?
Yeah, so when we think about investing in smart contract platforms, look, there's trade-offs in these systems, and there's not it's a single linear spectrum. This is like an n-dimensional, call it 10, 15, 20 dimension trade-off thing. What we try and look for is investing in smart contract platforms that are the best at least one of those dimensions, and preferably probably multiple. And that's kind of what drives our core thinking in our investments generally, but specifically as well with smart contract platforms. So for example, if you consider, let's say Near is really, really focused on sharding to scale by sharding. And I think they have the most promising kind of technical architecture to get there. So is sharding actually the right answer? I do not know. But in the event that sharding is, we think the Near team and that our approach is the best position to capitalize on that over a long time horizon. So that's kind of what's driven our thinking as we make those other investments. If you look at the other ones we made, you can find a similar line of reasoning.
How about like Dfinity and like Nervos?
Yeah, so in the case of for example, I'll take Mina, so that they're launching right now, I think. So Mina is actually, I gave a talk about this in December of 2018. But they have probably the most radical approach to solving the scaling problem, which is these recursive zero knowledge proofs that really have never been used. This technology has never been used anywhere. And so one thing we've always been thinking is zero knowledge proofs are kind of the most unique technology in our sphere of stuff we look at. And there's some chance that they kind of just break all of the rules of how we think about scaling and distributed systems and replication and people verifying these things. And Mina is the most unique, I'd say, most unique manifestation of zero knowledge proofs to try and solve these core problems. And so we made an early bet on Mina. I think it was in September or October of 2018. It was quite some time ago. And the bet there was that these guys are going to, in the event that approach is right, this is the best position to do so. When we looked at Nervos, we really liked their economics design, where they basically said, we're going to focus on state bloat as our kind of core thing and design basically a cap and trade inspired model for how you manage state bloat in the system. It was very, very cool. We also like their use of UTXOs for scaling. So those kinds of things drove those core decisions.
Nice. And this is as of today, right? And you kind of make these bets, down the road. Ethereum has their issues. How do you stay kind of in that environment if Ethereum is, successful at what it does? How do you kind of gain a piece of that pie as far as an investment goes? Not directly in Ethereum, but you're going to kind of, invest around it. If obviously if Ethereum does well, all tides will rise.
Yeah. So we don't own any Ether in our funds. We haven't in a while. It's not because we're not bullish the Ethereum ecosystem. It's just because I think owning Ether is the poorest risk-adjusted way to have exposure to the Ethereum thesis. Owning a $200 billion market cap asset is just it's just like it's very hard to have exceptional returns from that entry point. And so we're just like not like our fund, even all we are all the larger crypto funds, like even at our size, there's just no need to own a $200 billion asset. So we've preferred to make more pointed bets on DeFi protocols. So we have large positions in protocols like Aave and Thorchain, for example, which we just published our Thorchain paper recently, like a few days ago, and a handful of others as well. Perpetual Protocol, Alpha, and some others. We think those are much better kind of pure play bets for things in the Ethereum ecosystem. We're also large investors in the Graph, and we were the very first investors in the Graph. And like I believe for quite some time that, right, if like Ethereum, you're adding to the blockchain, you're making writes, well, you need to read to like have a useful application that people can see the UI. And so my thesis has always been basically that the Graph is just dramatically undervalued because you have people writing to Ethereum, but you need the best way to read. And Graph I thought was just tremendously undervalued for the longest time. And so we have a big position in Graph. And then we got to use these positions as our way to get exposure to the Ethereum ecosystem.
Yeah. And how important is like being interoperable? So like you're investing in these, dApps and applications and various projects kind of leveraging what's available right now, which is the Ethereum ecosystem. But like down the road, as more players come, either become successful, how do you envision kind of like switching, or you just move off of it and kind of, jump into another ecosystem?
Yeah, so people have been talking about interoperability for a long time, crypto interoperability. And there's a lot of times when you hear very smart technology people talk about it, the general historical framework they use is kind of early internet protocols, and early just software protocols, SMTP, TCP/IP, IP itself, like all of these things. I'm not sure that I agree with the analogies. In general, I find most historical analogies to internet protocols for crypto to be wrong, because the biggest difference between these crypto protocols and those protocols is all of those protocols are purely communication protocols. These protocols for crypto are actually stateful protocols that represent value of some form or debt of some form. And I just struggle to compare those two things directly. So we do call them protocols because they are, like, Ethereum is a protocol. I mean, there's a paper that specifies the Ethereum protocol and what that communication protocol is. But like the net output of that protocol is a global state tree with a Merkle root that updates every 13 seconds. And there's just no historical comp for that. So when we think about interoperability, I'd say over the few years I've been in the space, I've become more skeptical that we will have magically fluid interoperability in the way that proponents would like to see. It's just clear that, like, at the gas costs, the cryptographic proofs, the edge cases around forks, proof of work versus proof of stake, and making those things go together, these are just very, 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 very hard problems. And it's not clear that, like, there are good answers to these problems. And so we don't own any Cosmos or Polkadot, I guess atoms or dots that being the assets, to some degree reflecting that worldview. We do own a large amount of Rune, which we actually just disclosed a few days ago. And actually our thesis for Rune is that basically you're going to have these separate chains, and Thorchain is the best way to move value between them, but that they're not going to interoperate with each other natively. And we made a number of other interoperable chain bets as well, things like Taurus and Keep and others. But generally have been skeptical that it's going to be as magical as people would like it to be.
So you think it's going to kind of be a little bit siloed depending on, like, the niche of, like, chain application, and it won't be as fluid as everybody wants it to be, kind of with these early chains, I guess.
I think it's not going to be as fluid as people want. There's going to always be a fundamental trade-off whenever you introduce some interoperability bridge of latency and gas cost. Like, there's just no way around those problems. In some cases, collateral cost, and in some cases, even explicit fees as well, depending on the nature of the bridge. And when you do that, like you just increase the cost of using the system. And like the solution to that generically is everyone agrees to use the same protocol, and then you don't incur those costs. And so now look, like the world is heterogeneous, and like the world is not monolithic, and like there's no top-down way to do these things. And so there's kind of like a fundamental trade-off, like the natural heterogeneity of the world and entropy in the world versus kind of the elegance of just everything works on a single magical protocol. I tend to bias towards everything will work on a single magic protocol, but like that, I mean, is not a perfect outcome, and certainly we will not have that happen in some sort of perfect shape.
Yeah.
But I trend more towards that view than there will be thousands of chains view.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know where I lie. I think there's going to be a few. I don't think there's going to be thousands. I don't think there's going to be less than 5. I think there's going to be more than that. But at a high level, I think they're just all going to kind of do its own thing. But there's going to need to be, I've never heard anybody bring up kind of your thought process in terms of like comparing early protocols, TCP/IP, like HTTP, to like what's going on now. And I brought this up in many conversations too. So I haven't had anybody say like, I think a little bit differently. So that's kind of cool. Thanks for touching on that. Let's go on down some of these other buckets. And I'm kind of talking about these things because we have viewers from all over the world, novice, experts, whatnot. And my goal is really just to kind of shed some light on like what we're building, what we're investing in, how close to reality it is to people's lives, really, outside of just Bitcoin as a currency. The technology right now is exploding, and I'm in the space, so I see it, but not everybody else does. My dad called me the other day, and he kind of he bought his first, he bought some crypto, and I've sent him some crypto. He did a barbecue. I should have paid him in dollars, but we did a barbecue, and I paid him $500 about like 90 days ago. And he looked at his account. He's like, "Oh my God!" I said, "That's kind of like the generational wealth right there." And all he had to do is, unfortunately, it's on the Cash App, but hey, it's one way in, right? To kind of own some crypto. But he was super stoked, and so it's kind of cool to see him. Like, he's hearing the stories, he watches these interviews, and he's just as early as I was, as everybody else was. But he's far advanced. Anyways, a couple of these other buckets here to tie this back, like the enterprise front. So I know you guys are like looking at Bakkt, Helium, and a few others. How do you see kind of the enterprise landscape from, I guess, Multicoin's perspective on how you see blockchain kind of affecting this area, this sector?
Yeah, so we've not made any what I would call enterprise blockchain investments. I think there's been historically 2 categories of that. Some consortium bank things for like replacing Fedwire or like managing debts or something. And then the other category has been supply chain management, something. We have not invested in either of those 2 theses. I think it's unlikely that we will, but you never know. There's been various kind of industry workflow problems with both of those, and so that's why we haven't done it. We have made a number of investments of things that like do have companies that sell to companies that have a unique crypto angle, but we have generally preferred ones with a more narrow thesis. And so the best example of that's probably Helium, which we led that investment in May of 2019. And Helium is a new business model for deploying and managing wireless networks. The core idea of Helium is basically, can you incentivize thousands or millions of people to set up a hotspot in their home that allows other devices to leverage their home internet connection and get paid for doing so. And so that was the core kind of economic thesis for Helium. And fast forward 2 years, and today there's 18,000 hotspots live all over the United States and Western Europe. There's, I think, another 100 or 120,000 hotspots that have been ordered but not yet shipped. And so you're just about to see this network just explode in density and coverage, which is super cool to see. And the whole thing is powered by a token. The economics of the network are all powered by a token. And so, like we're seeing that work. And what we like about that is like, we thought that was a very crypto native bet. Helium has a token. The token is used to fuel the growth of the network and for payments in the system. And so we loved kind of how it fed into that. The fact that it also kind of, it's called mining and you can kind of tap into the hobbyist mining community is super good. And there's just tons of people now who own lots of hotspots who kind of believe in that. So that's been extremely effective for Helium. We continue to look for more, I'll call Helium-like investments, where you've got companies that realize, hey, I can use crypto to kind of invert the existing business model of the industry I'm in. We're actually, I think, working on 2 or 3 investments right now that meet that description. I expect as the crypto technology stack matures, you're going to see more and more entrepreneurs realize that. In the same way people said, hey, I have the internet, like, I can change everything about publishing. I can change everything about logistics and delivery. I can change everything about how to build a brand for consumer products. I think you're going to see, just tons of entrepreneurs all over the world go through that same that light bulb will go off over the next few years for lots of people in different industries. And we are, I think, we probably among our peers have done the most of those investments, and we want to continue to kind of lead on doing those weird investments.
How do you think the infrastructure is as of today? Like, are we in a good spot? Like, we just talked about protocols. We're talking about like evolution. We're talking about, well, first of all, blockchain is a buzzword, but cryptography has been around for decades. Distributed systems has been around for decades. I was just talking to Jack from Scale and like yesterday, and he was in crypto before Bitcoin was even around, like in 2008, leveraging a cryptocurrency, in an internal kind of, stack, I guess, for various players. But are we like in a good spot for, as you mentioned, entrepreneurs are coming in, kind of the landscape of what can be, are we trending in the right way?
Oh, we're definitely trending the right way. I mean, the tech today is like, you can build world-class consumer applications today on crypto stacks. You'll see the Maps team with Solana is doing this right now, as well as the Oxygen team. You can see Audius is doing this today on Solana, Kin, a handful of others. But like, you will see there are world-class consumer applications that people can't even tell there's crypto in the background, and like that is truly magical to see.
And yeah, I mean, I think the pace of innovation is obviously pretty rapid. Things are moving so quick. It's kind of interesting that people think hackers are very secluded, but once you get into the hacker world and like the tech world, it's just forums for days, discussions for days, chat rooms, everybody's super active 24/7. And so that's kind of interesting for the outside world to know about that. This thing's just been brewing. DeFi kind of just blew up right end of summer, and it's kind of been picking up, and now we are in 2021. How do you think that kind of went, right? As far as ballooning, as far as innovation goes, what's been your thought in like, why should we be excited for kind of like the financial aspect of DeFi, what it brings to, first of all, I don't even know if it's for the everyday user or if it's for institution. Like, how do you view that?
Yeah, I think DeFi is like a kind of a world-changing idea. I mean, having non-sovereign money and non-sovereign assets that you can trust, minimize, rehypothecate through these systems for leverage, lending, borrowing, trading, whatever, is a breakthrough concept. And it will change the future of finance. That to me is not a question. How it gets done and path of adoption and all those things is, but it's no longer a question. That's going to be a world-changing technology. It will, in the long run, change a lot of people's relationships with their governments, with money, with owning assets. It's going to change a lot of kind of fundamental ideas of property rights around the world, and that's just a huge, huge breakthrough.
And what about like some of the risk I mentioned earlier, and you kind of talked about it, like the technology aspect, we're moving so quick, like the non-financial risk or even financial risk of, I don't know, Oracle risk, smart contract risk, finality risk. Like, how do you guys view that when you look at these application layers and then things being built and potentially investing in them? And we're moving so fast. I know there's audit teams out there, right, that are kind of reviewing this. How do you guys manage that risk a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, we size our bets so that we assume with any given position, we can have 100% capital loss. You need to have your eyes wide open. Any position you put on, that can happen. we don't do that much farming in multi-coin. We do a little bit here and there, but like we've seen what happens when you like farms blow up. It happens all the time. And so we're generally hesitant to risk 100% capital loss for farming purposes.
But do you think it'll get worked out though? Like just from kind of technical, like, you know, we're building shit so fast and like these things spur up hundreds of millions of dollars like pretty quick. How do you view that? Like, is that good or bad, neutral? We kind of just roll with the punches until these things, you know, get better, like, you know, as we grow as a mature industry.
Yeah, I mean, look, coding standards are getting better. Examples are getting better. Like audits are getting better. Like these things, it's just we're in the early days, and so like these kinds of things happen. But like if you remember, like early days of the internet, you know, like you click a button and like page, like you'd say submit, and then it would like not submit and refresh the page. Like now in this case, it wasn't you lost all your money, but it's like the same thing, right? Like all of just the common standards about how to do these things well are just not fully developed and fully embraced and understood. So it just takes time for that kind of accumulated knowledge to permeate and become common practice.
Yeah. And you know, there's a recent situation, I think I read it on one of Multicoin's blogs, one of your colleagues there, how DeFi could have, you know, made a better situation for during like this GameStop scenario, right? That just happened a few weeks ago, and how DeFi could have prevented that or at least provided some options. Are you familiar with kind of that blog that you guys put out?
Yeah, I'm familiar with kind of that theory. Yes.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure there's viewers that tune into that. Can you give like a highlight of how? Let's apply it, right? So GameStop, and obviously people here can you know, Google it and figure out for more. But basically, there's a recent incident that accelerated what I thought was a use case for like security tokens. And it maybe opened some eyes to many. And again, it has to do with GameStop around like where trading was restricted at brokerage firms to mainly only sell orders, which influenced and kind of dictated like the direction of that. And you can Google the details. But in terms of like that situation, like how would DeFi come into play there? And I'm trying to relay this to our viewers on like, all right, I could see how, you know, this type of technology could have benefited myself and everybody involved.
Sure. So the biggest problem that happened in the whole GameStop drama was when Robinhood had to halt trading. And it wasn't just Robinhood, I think Schwab and Fidelity and maybe some of the other large brokers did as well. So the reason that happened is because all of the brokerage firms have to maintain collateral requirements with the DTCC or Depository Trust Company, something, which was founded in the 60s or 70s. And they literally own all publicly traded U.S. equities are actually owned by the DTCC, and they're trading IOUs between brokers, and then brokers are managing IOUs for their own customers. So you have this kind of tiered system where the DTCC is the core of the system. Stocks settle right now on a T+2 basis, meaning every 48 hours stocks settle. And so basically brokers have to post collateral with the DTCC such to give them some volatility in the price of the assets that they're not insolvent. Well, as volatility picks up for a given set of assets, the DTCC increases the collateral requirements for the brokers. So what happened for Robinhood was that the stock became so volatile and became such a large percentage of the total holding base of Robinhood that Robinhood did not have the dollars on hand to meet the collateral requirements from the DTCC. And so they ended up doing a emergency fundraise from some of their existing investors. I think they raised like $3 billion, and I think it was in like 6 hours. It was crazy. And they got it done, got the money wired, and were able to stay solvent during that time period. The core of the problem is that you have this 48-hour settlement period. If it was instant, then like this problem wouldn't exist. But it just does, and so that is kind of the core thing at hand. There's a number of companies working on kind of next generation exchange settlement software that solves this problem. One of them is Paxos, where we're actually fortunate to be an early investor, and they're trying to solve this specific problem.
Yeah, no, definitely. And to kind of summarize that or piggyback off of that, right? Like, it would have been great, you know, for these clients of these brokerage firms, and to kind of relate it to crypto and how blockchain has been operating in the DeFi space, where, you own your own keys, you own your own assets, they're in your possession. And to kind of relate it to this situation, we could have went to another centralized exchange or a DEX and been able to trade our STOs, which would have been GameStop, derivative of a GameStop, and like been able to sell this on our own terms. And I think it was eye-opening, and I heard even on the media just kind of relating it to kind of the crypto community and like Bitcoin and the whole purpose of decentralization. And so I think it was just kind of an important note to understand how the technology can affect an everyday user. Like, you don't need to have been in crypto or blockchain itself, but now you understand how these mechanisms work in the traditional legacy systems, and how crypto is now trying to evolve from that in owning your own keys, possessing your own assets, and being able to trade them at 24/7 on any given market through, again, a centralized exchange or decentralized exchange. So thanks for kind of like touching on that, and I wanted to bring that up to the forefront here. And, nobody could have predicted like Facebook, these other kind of Ubers of the world. Where do you see this 15? Nobody can predict anything, but in the 90s, nobody thought Facebook, that wasn't kind of plausible, at that point. Where do you kind of see the next 15, 20 years? And you could relate it to robots, driverless cars. How does blockchain, IoT devices, how does blockchain, and how do you see kind of this world playing out, kind of your Jetson environment?
Yeah. So I think when this is all said and done, you just have the ability to speculate on future value much more easily as a consumer. And value should be interpreted as broadly as possible. Speculating on memes, speculating on businesses, speculating on cash flow, speculating on bonds, debt, insurance, whatever. But the ability to put money to work on some theory will plummet, and that will enable people to put more money into lots more weird theories, which is so cool to see. That will open up capital formation in all kinds of interesting new ways, and enable just better payments for stuff. I expect that every device in the world will have a private key in it, and that private key will be signing messages and broadcasting them on a public chain somewhere to pay for all kinds of things. How the interface with AI and flying cars and like that's beyond my reasoning ability. But I can tell you everything's going to have a private key in it. And when everything has a private key in it, everything can prove to the world that it is what it says it was, and it can pay based on that identity. And that's going to be a super cool world to live in.
Yeah, I think it's just gonna be Minority Report. Like, we're gonna look at an advertisement, and like smart contracts are gonna activate, and you're gonna be able to exchange. It's gonna be Amazon on the run. You can just look at something, buy it with your eyes, and like just keep walking.
Yeah, basically, you'll be able to look at it, think, say, I want to buy this. I'll sign a message with your private key, hooks up to your brain, and there you go, it's done.
Yeah, it's kind of it's gonna be a crazy world, and I just see it as automation, like across, and security, right? Like, interoperable with whatever it is, anything tech related, blockchain will play its role. And then, like I said, you just gonna be able to buy things with your eyes. But I think we're coming up on time here, Kyle. Like, again, appreciate you like tuning in, coming back to us really to talk with us. We hope to have you back, down the road. And thanks again for joining.
Hey, Adam, thank you so much. Appreciate you having me back on the Reimagine show.
Yeah, man. So everybody else, thank you for tuning in. Kyle Samani, co-founder, CEO, or managing partner of Multicoin Capital. You can catch us on the YouTube channel, or you can visit ri2020.io for over 300 interviews. So again, thank you all, and Kyle, we'll talk again soon. Thanks.
Thanks, Adam. Bye-bye.
Crypto was a thing. We ain't going nowhere. We the OG Ledger gang. Ledger gang, Ledger gang, Ledger gang. We stay rocking in the chain. Blockchain. Auto crypto be the main. BTFD.
crypto, we gaining no haters. There's really no flex and be wet. Splash. I can go anywhere with it. Don't matter the number, there really no limit. Really no limit, there really no limit. Ooh, yeah, get it. Know that I get it. You know that I get it. Load the bit, pay, yeah, spend it. You know the private key is authentic. Know that I get it. You know that I get it. Load the bit, pay, yeah, spend it. You know the private key is authentic.
Y'all thought crypto was a fake.
We ain't going nowhere.
We the OG Ledger Gang.
Ledger gang, ledger gang, ledger gang.
We stay rocking in the chain.
Blockchain.
Auto crypto be the main.
BTFD.
Man, crypto's a bubble. When it pops, you in trouble. What you gonna do when the government kick in the door and start taking it from you?
Man, crypto ain't a bubble, please. Tell me how they gonna get my private keys. The government can't keep an eye on me. I mean, you act like you don't want privacy.
Yeah, but what's a Bitcoin really? I mean, it seems so silly. So what you trying to tell me is banks are about to fall flat on their belly?
Yup, that's what I'm trying to explain. This is peer-to-peer, global exchange. In this world, banks ain't running the game. Border to border, blockchain, blockchain.
Tell me what you know about the blockchain. Gas limit set low octane. Taking out the banks, we are not playing. Bitcoin and fiat, we are not the same.
Y'all thought crypto was a fake.
We ain't going nowhere.
We the OG Ledger Gang.
Ledger gang, ledger gang, ledger gang.
We stay rocking in the chain.
Blockchain.
Auto crypto be the main.
BTFD.
Y'all thought crypto was a fake.
We ain't going nowhere.
We the OG Ledger Gang.
Ledger gang, ledger gang, ledger gang.
We stay rocking in the chain.
Blockchain.
Auto crypto be the main.
BTFD.
At this point, one thing's for sure. Blockchain and cryptocurrencies are changing the world, and they're here to stay. That means we need people like you, now more than ever, to lead the way. Whether you're an entrepreneur with ideas in need of technical support, whether you're an early-stage startup looking to accelerate your business, or whether you're a student looking to learn more about blockchain technology and business, the Mousebelt ecosystem is here to help you on your way. As the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator, Mousebelt offers capital investment opportunities, engineering, blockchain education courses, and free placement in our new startup school. To learn more about joining the Mousebelt ecosystem, visit mousebelt.com. Mousebelt, the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator.
Hey, my name is Alex Edelman. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Lolly. Happy to be back at Reimagine.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Reimagine 2021. This is our 7th conference in a monthly series of events, bringing you nothing but the best projects, bright minds, and leaders in the space. You know, we've been fortunate enough to invite many talented individuals and teams to come speak with us, providing updates, insights, and all the above that's happening in crypto right now. I'll be your host today, Adam, from the Mousebell team, where we focus on early stage investments through our accelerator. We provide development support, to a number of growing projects in the space as well. Also education from Mousebell University program. Our main objective is pretty simple. Our goals are to increase adoption, use cases, and real world applications. We seek to educate, our audience on blockchain by helping them understand crypto's real impact. Again, thanks for joining us, tuning back into Reimagine 2021. We have another exciting interview for you today. Let me go ahead and introduce you, Alex Edelman, founder of Lolly. Appreciate you taking the time out of your day, Alex, to come participate again. I'm glad to have you back. It seems like you're becoming a reoccurring regular. So it's always a pleasure. How you doing, Alex?
Doing well. Thanks for having me back. Good to see you again.
Yeah, exactly. So you've been on a couple times. For those of you that, missed the first 2 interviews that we did with him, you can always, visit our YouTube channel at Reimagine 2020. The YouTube channel, you can Google that. He also has many keynotes, podcast interviews, all on YouTube. So go ahead and search that. Plenty of good content there. So I'm going to go ahead and try to keep this fresh. As I told Alex, we've had him on quite a few times. So let's go ahead and see, what we can do. But first things first, and I don't know if we caught this in the first 2 interviews, but where did the name, the Lolly name come from?
Yeah, so Lolly, we got our name from the idea that Bitcoin is the bank of the future. And the only thing that's missing is the lollipop at the end. The full story is when I was a kid, my dad used to take my sister and I to the bank, and we used to dread going. It was this awful place, and so the thing that we look forward to is the lollipop at the end. And so I think that Bitcoin is also it can be confusing, it can be different than the thing that which is fiat money. And so if we're going to introduce Bitcoin to the next billion people, how do we, or the first billion people really, how do we make it more approachable? How do we make it that lollipop at the end that makes it worth adopting?
Not totally. And I bring that up because I used to work at the bank. So, and I have children, and they're young, and they were younger when they used to visit, and they still remember the lollipop, can we get a lollipop? So I bring that up because it kind of hits close to home. And what you're trying to, target, with Lolly in general is kind of what we need in the space, the masses. But kind of how I want to structure this interview this time is I kind of want to touch on some updates with Bitcoin, kind of like what's going on in the market a little bit. And then I want to get into more Lolly specific questions. But, for those that are just tuning in, can you just give them kind of a quick synopsis of what Lolly's doing? And what kind of your goal and purpose is for creating, this rewards, platform?
Yes, so Lolly is a Bitcoin rewards company at its core. We give people free Bitcoin when they shop online at over 1,000 different merchants. Our mission is to make Bitcoin more accessible to everybody and just make it way easier for people to get into Bitcoin. I think that one of the frustrations that I had, when I was first getting into Bitcoin is that I couldn't really send somebody a link or anything for someone to get in without them having to invest their hard-earned money into it. Thus, I was basically giving people financial advice to get into Bitcoin, which is a very difficult position to be in because most people are not investors. So by creating Lolly, we wanted to make Bitcoin way more easily accessible, way more understandable. And the fact is that most people understand cashback, rewards, and points for their purchases. And so we just said, why earn cash when you could earn Bitcoin? And we started Lolly, and the rest is history.
Yeah, no, I mean, going down this rabbit hole, I think one thing that I take away from that really is, and you brought it up right now, it's kind of like when people thought about Bitcoin in the past, when I was at the bank, my first wire was in 2013 for Bitcoin. I did a wire for a customer and they wanted to wire $100,000. And I was like, what are you buying? What is this? And we were kind of in the private bank at that point. And so that was kind of my first taste of it. I was like, wow, like what is this? Try to look into it and all the above. But point being is what you're bringing is it comes down to like value. Like I'm not a rewards user or a cash back, or, you know, when I go to dinner, people are like, oh, put it on my card and just pay me later so I can gain all this. I understand the value. Maybe I'm just not a heavy loyalty rewards credit card like consumer, but the value prop of it is like it's generating wealth, right? And so like, you know, especially during this big crazy run where Bitcoin's like so volatile, like I totally get it. Like if you're not trading, like what's the point? How do I get in? And you're streamlining that. And so we'll touch on that as we go through this conversation. My next question is, what do you think about like this, which kind of has like the overall same theme of like Elon Musk buying like, you know, Bitcoin with this treasury MicroStrategy, doing that, kind of like foreseeing the future of generating wealth. And I feel like that's what you're doing. You're allowing your consumer, your clients, your customers, your merchants, you know, everybody that's involved to get a piece of the pie. So what are your thoughts real quick on kind of the mainstream market, which complements what you're doing, right? And you did this before, and then now they're coming into it, or obviously they've been researching, but just publicly has been exploding the last few months. What do you take on kind of the publicity of these big time, you know, leaders, influential leaders?
Yep. So, I mean, the masses are coming in whether people like it or not. You've got institutions, you've got retail, you have all fronts that are adopting Bitcoin right now. And the beautiful thing is that everybody can adopt it, right? Like Bitcoin is accessible to everyone at this point. So there's very little like excuses of like why people haven't gotten involved. And you're seeing all these like macroeconomic trends, and these are not happening behind closed doors. This is not some like dealing in you know, some boardroom of on Wall Street. This is all happening in the open, and very intentionally so. We've been, you know, saying for 3 years now, get your free Bitcoin, like come, you know, use Lolly. We have people like Michael Saylor, who's going and talking to all the institutions, all the Fortune 500 companies, the CFOs of the biggest companies in the world. And he's saying, put Bitcoin on your balance sheet. And he's not doing it, you know, behind closed doors, right? Like he's doing it on a webinar, open for everybody, so that every individual can also own Bitcoin on their balance sheets. And it's not just going to be the corporations or the wealthy, high net worth individuals that have access to Bitcoin. Now, they might be the only ones that listen, but he's doing it for everybody. It's wide open, and everybody needs to kind of take part of this financial revolution.
You're kind of doing your part, actually. You're telling the consumer side to put it on their balance sheet, right?
We're doing our best. We're doing our absolute best.
And so Bitcoin, and then I know your background, and again, we kind of don't need to go too deep into it because we have 2 other videos, right, of you kind of talking about it. But my question is because you came from kind of the payments background and you understand that, and then Bitcoin came about, like, how did you bridge that? Like, were you a crypto believer right off the bat? Did this kind of just fall into place with, you know, as you pivoted from, you know, one product and now integrating kind of this cryptocurrency called Bitcoin, you know, in the past? Where were you at in terms of like bridging these two together?
Yeah, so I'm very much a believer in Bitcoin and crypto for the principles of it. I mean, the money, you know, is the price is exciting. It goes up, and historically, or has gone up historically. So clearly there's like I'm very much a realist of like what attracts most people to crypto. And honestly, it probably is making money, and that's fine. Because once you make money, the natural human inclination is to say, okay, I have more resources to buy the things that I want to buy. And then you start to question, why do I have more resources? Then you start to question the principles. And that's when you become smarter on the thing that we ultimately want you to get smarter on, which is why Bitcoin? Why is Bitcoin so important? Why is crypto interesting? And so that's a very important shift for most people that have never questioned their money before. So to answer your question, I was very fortunate. I came from the payments world. I had been, you know, kicked off, you know, banks and payment processors and denied from all of these companies because I was moving money all around the world for my business. And I saw the challenges of not being able to move money freely all across the world. So when Bitcoin came out, it made so much sense. I'm like, why am I paying 10 people, you know, all these middlemen to move money from point A to point B when this technology exists for me to move money from point A to point B with no intermediaries? So I felt very fortunate to understand it very early. And when I learned about it, I was like, oh, if this can generate the network effects that it needs for adoption, it will become the standard currency, the standard store of value for the world. So it feels painfully obvious to me. It just feels like a matter of time, and there's things that have needed to be proven out for me to take higher conviction positions personally and with a company. We actually, like with our last company, we tried to, bring it to merchants. They didn't want it. We tried, we launched, when we got acquired, we tried to bring it to the acquiring company to like adopt Bitcoin. They didn't want it. So it wasn't until 2017, 2018 when we were like, okay, this is clear and inevitable future. We were thinking about what we wanted to build next. And we were like, we need a solution to take Bitcoin to the masses because no one had come up with this. So we were like, let's go build the first cashback system, but instead of giving cashback, let's go give Bitcoin. And here we are today with the leading Bitcoin rewards company, giving Bitcoin to everybody through the method of cashback.
And how's that going? So obviously it's a great transition from traditional cashback loyalty programs, kind of this first wave, or Web 2.0, or this evolution of leveraging credit. Now you're offering Bitcoin. Like what how's the growth actually? Because I don't know if we've discussed that in the past, but how's that target market, the profile, the consumer profile? Obviously I'm in crypto, so this is a product for me. But what about, the next wave? And it's probably a process, right? Like, education, the retail starts becoming aware of it. As I mentioned, Elon and Michael Saylor, which we had on, talked about it as well. So it's kind of getting out there in the mainstream. But like, how do you strategize or market, or who are you marketing to? Like, is it people like myself? Obviously you want to open this up, but like, what's kind of that strategy there to educate? Not only that, like have them feel it in a way that they're used to, leveraging cashback and rewards point systems.
Yeah, I mean, so a lot of exchanges, their target market are investors. Our target market are shoppers, and that's fortunately everybody. I mean, probably over the age of like 13, more so 18, that like shops, right? So like, have you swiped a card? Have you paid with cash? Like, do you want rewards on that? You probably do. So our market is way bigger, I think, than the standard investor. And this similar to how like Robinhood, opened up investing in stocks to more people by just making it easier. Yes, like by making it easier to get into Bitcoin, we will open up the market to more people for them to invest in Bitcoin through rebates, through rewards.
Purchasing, yeah. Mm-hmm. And but who are you seeing there? Like, and we don't know, obviously it's like proprietary data, but like, are you seeing, I don't know, 18 to 30 year olds? Are you seeing 50 to 80 year olds? Like, who's actually like signing up for a lot of, for the Lolly program?
Great question. So our sweet spot's 18 to 30. It's a very younger demographic. It's primarily male, 70% male, 30% female, which is interesting for a few reasons. But one of the big reasons is that the last stat I heard was that only 4% of crypto users were female. And so if we truly are, bringing Bitcoin to more people and making it accessible, it's a really good signal that 30% of our users are female. And so far, we just did another survey, and it looks like it's trending higher. It's not confirmed yet, but it's trending higher to 50-50, which is where we want to be. We want it to be equal access to everybody. We want everybody to be able to get into it. And so if we truly are making it more accessible, we need to be making Bitcoin more accessible to both, genders, right? And all ethnicities, all, backgrounds, socioeconomic backgrounds. We're very much on a mission to do that. And so far it's looking very good.
And how do you do that? Like, do you market to universities? Is it through kind of network effects of like merchants, which leads me into a separate question you can answer separately. So one question is, how do you like attract new customers? And then two, like, how do your merchants play into your strategy that benefits the users, right? Because I think in this rewards, kind of landscape, you got to like partner up with the businesses that your users want to shop at. So it kind of comes full circle for everybody involved. So one question is, how do you attract new users And obviously it sounds easy to me, like this is Bitcoin. So come up and sign up. And then two, like how do your merchants play into, I guess complementing like your target base or vice versa?
So free money is a really great term,
Yeah.
right? It's people want free money, and they're curious about Bitcoin. So you have like the price volatility that is a point of attraction. So the average user is going to be checking the price more often than they're going to be checking the price of the US dollar, because a dollar is a dollar.
Yeah.
So people are coming in and they're curious about Bitcoin. They want to learn more. And then the other piece is that you're getting it for free. And people love getting things for free, especially things that have value, actual value. So those are really the 2 points that we're bringing people in on. And people want free money and people want free Bitcoin.
And then the second part of that is the merchants.
Mm-hmm.
Like what's the strategy on selecting, picking, choosing, working with, and then like what are those conversations looking like, with them? Like, hey, this is what we're doing. We obviously want to, bring you business, and you guys are bringing us business, and everybody benefits. But how do you pick your merchants? And then what do those conversations look like? The good and the bad. Like, yeah, we'll sign up. No, it's not for us. Or maybe everybody's signing up on the merchant side.
Yeah, and I think that's a non-obvious piece about our business. So I love that question, because it's bringing merchants on the platform is also increasing Bitcoin adoption, because we're bringing on the same merchants that are like, I think we only have 2 merchants that actually accept Bitcoin. So think about that.
Wow.
2 out of 1,000 plus merchants, of the biggest merchants in the world that we have on the platform, that do not accept Bitcoin or cryptocurrency, but they are willing to give Bitcoin to people. So it is very much a form of Bitcoin adoption amongst merchants. And in order to have the full, economic and financial monetary cycle, you have to have people paying merchants with crypto to have the ultimate shift, because that's the point. That's what people do every day. You're not going to have that shift by just investing. You have to have it to be a part of someone's everyday life. So to answer your question, bringing the merchants on is a very important part of the ecosystem, and it's a very important part of our business. And we are the leaders in the space on merchant adoption. So what we do is we come to the merchants and we say, hey, look, do you want to make more money?
Yeah.
Pretty obvious. You don't have to touch anything on crypto. We do all the hard, heavy lifting on the Bitcoin side. All they do is say, we are going to reward a new customer that comes in and shops through our site through Lolly. That's all. So
and they're not actually rewarding them with the Bitcoin. Like, again, you guys do it on the back end. They receive the consumer sales. Lolly takes care of the back end where it converts, the whole process. They don't actually touch Bitcoin at all, right?
No, they don't have to. And that's the beauty of our technology, is that they just have to partner with us. They just have to, sign an agreement saying that we are going to reward, Bitcoin through Lolly, through this sort of partnership, and that we do all the heavy lifting. So we say, for the sake of this example, let's just say that we structured a deal. The merchant pays us, X% of every sale. We then pass that back to the consumer. We then buy the Bitcoin, hold the Bitcoin securely in a custodial wallet for our users. And then our users have access to that Bitcoin. They can do it whatever they want with it. They can move it to their own Bitcoin address, cold wallet, exchange, whatever, or they can sell it and move it back into a US dollar bank account of their choice. So we make it really easy. Most people choose to just hold the Bitcoin. A few users choose to move Bitcoin into their own Bitcoin wallets. But not your keys, not your coin, and it's totally up to them what they want to do with their Bitcoin.
And the merchants, like how are you selecting these merchants? I'm assuming you probably think of this 18 to 30-year-old demographic, and then I guess strategize on what the consumer profile looks like for the merchant side, and then go out and get these merchants to drive that that 18 to 30-year-old to the businesses themselves, right?
Yep, we're trying to bring on merchants that people shop at every day. So we have grocery, we have health wellness, we have travel, you name it. We try to find something for everybody. Food delivery is another big one. So there's all these merchants that we believe that if they come on the platform, that our users will enjoy and having them on the platform, but also earning more Bitcoin through these merchants and having this really good alignment. Also, because of the nature of Bitcoin, it being like a cool new thing, a lot of merchants that are not on the cashback sites are willing to partner with us because we are about financial inclusivity, financial education, and our brand is very much associated around that. And I know your brand is too, with everything you guys are doing. And so we actually see this positioning being a competitive advantage over like cashback, loyalty, coupon sites that don't really serve, the users more than just giving them free money.
Yeah, no, totally. Like I said at the beginning, it's more of the value. It's it's a strong word, but creating some kind of wealth, some kind of, I mean, if you want to get down to the nitty gritty, like without even talking about price, just kind of like an inflation hedge, like there's just more benefits other than just kind of one for one or some kind of percentage on the dollar, which, a lot of people do benefit. But I think the Bitcoin opens a lot of more doors, especially for the millennials and like, younger, right? Like, I mean, this is like the new wave of a currency, of adoption of a native internet money that people are becoming aware of. Do you have a program? Maybe it's in the works for merchants to generate or have a rewards program for businesses or merchants themselves? Right now, we're talking consumer.
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of users that actually use Lolly for their businesses. Like
great.
Travel is a huge category for us. So some of our biggest earners are actually using it, are like EAs at their company, or they book a lot of travel for work. They're CEOs of businesses, business owners that are using it for, buying computers, buying office supplies, and they're earning a ton of Bitcoin back. So when we interview, a lot of our users, that's one of the things that we hear a lot that I always found really interesting is like a lot of them can actually spend more because they're spending their company's money. They're getting, cash back in the form of Bitcoin. Their company doesn't care, right? Like, they'd be buying it anyway. So why not use Lolly? So everybody wins with what we're doing.
And right now it's just Bitcoin. Any ideas, concepts around other available crypto tokens, currencies in the market as of today? Maybe not, or in the future potentially?
If there's a large enough demand, I'm open to it. We really haven't had much demand. I mean, people like joke around Dogecoin and stuff like that, but I don't think actually like it would make sense to give Dogecoin. There's no practical application of it. And at the end of the day, we want to lead people into something that is going to have value for the long term, not just like meme coins. So I think it's really important that anything that we give is associated with Lolly, right? Like it's our brand, whatever we're giving. So we surprisingly haven't heard from that many people that want ETH or anything like that, which I've been surprised in, to be honest, because I actually follow very much free market principles where if, even though I am the longest on Bitcoin and I believe in Bitcoin, as a store of value for on a very long time frame, I don't necessarily think that just because I am the owner of this company means that I should be the adjudicator of what people should be able to earn. So I'm totally open to other things. I just don't want to give someone something that doesn't have value or doesn't have demand. So we very much stayed true to being Bitcoin only as a differentiator in the market, and knowing too that like since we launched, Bitcoin has 10x, 11x since we launched. So we were very right about our assumption that by giving people Bitcoin, it was a very good thing for everybody. And there's this term that our users have created called the Lolly effect, which is the point at which the things that you purchased and the Bitcoin you earned surpasses the value of the reward surpasses what you bought, making that thing ultimately free and calling it the Lolly effect. So as long as we keep doing that, I think we're going to be in a great position.
And do you have this fear? I mean, I've had some discussions through our conference and just through our my contacts of like Bitcoin is the option at the moment. I'm a believer in Bitcoin. Like, I own Bitcoin. Point is like, do you see, and it's compared to like digital gold. Do you see any kind of risk that Bitcoin, because it's only digital gold in terms of like a non-productive asset, potentially like itself, like gold, it's just gold, right? You leave it there, it come back 80 years later, it's gold. Do you have any like thoughts on Bitcoin not being the ultimate winner and some kind of other currency kind of coming about to take its place?
Right now, Bitcoin looks like the winner as far as store of value, right?
Yeah,
I think it's more so competing with gold at this point, and Bitcoin is better gold, right? Like there is a finite amount of it. It has better properties than gold, and I think that I don't think that that's a debate at this point. Like, why own a rock that like I don't really have access to? I can't, is not easily saleable, is not transferable across geographies. Like, why would I own gold if I could own digital gold that is like built off of the properties? So right now, I don't really think I see something coming along that is a better store of value than Bitcoin. Now, like, I'm always looking for it. I'm in no way dogmatic, even though I probably seem like it to most. I'm very long Bitcoin, but that's largely because it has the best properties. It is the best store of value. It is the best currency for its purpose. There is a lot of innovation going on in the space, and there's a lot of smart people that are trying to, copy Bitcoin or replace Bitcoin. I just haven't seen anybody do it. So I am a big believer in stablecoins. I think that stablecoins are largely being powered by Ethereum and some by other blockchains. But right now, Ethereum seems to be probably going to be the winner in that space if I could predict the future today. And there's plenty of issues with scalability and that kind of thing right now. But with the promise of ETH2, assuming that it lives up to a fraction of the promise or even the promise, stable coins will be a powerful part of the future. These like this idea of like a stable coin on top of fiat currency should lead us into an inevitable hyper Bitcoinization future, but that you need stable coins in order to do that. And one of my biggest frustrations and points of innovation is the transferability of money, removing the middlemen, having safe, easy access to transferring money from point A to point B. And Bitcoin, because of its volatility, is not always the best as a medium of exchange for most people. It is a really good medium of exchange for a lot of people, but not most people, and definitely not people in the US. So when you look at just functions of a medium of exchange, stablecoins probably will be the best because you can move money for next to nothing, and you can move it in line, pegged 1-to-1 with your fiat, money.
Any kind of asset,
any kind of asset. So like with that philosophy, yes, stablecoins are coming, and they're coming fast. They're growing like crazy, and we will see mass adoption of stablecoins as a medium of exchange and a very pervasive technology throughout the world over the next 5 years.
And is Lolly only available to U.S. consumers?
For now.
Yeah. And how's that? How's the expansion on that? Like, what are some of the challenges there to go to another, geographic region?
To be honest, it's like, we don't have the luxury of being a decentralized currency. We at the end of the day, we are a centralized company with partnerships, and we're doing like real business development. So there's a few things. There's business development. We have certain economies of scale from expanding internationally, but there's also a lot of challenges around just getting to new countries. Regulation is another thing. Going into a new country, we are people. We are subject to laws. We are not Satoshi Nakamoto of this unknown individual that is probably not even you can't sue somebody that you don't know, and you can't take someone to jail that doesn't exist. So we have to be very careful around fitting within those regulations, and going into different countries legally is a challenge. So we are very much excited about bringing free Bitcoin to the entire world, but we have a long way to go to do that. And this year will be a big year for international expansion, and we are very excited to bring Bitcoin to more people and more places.
And to touch on that real quick on the regulation aspect, it's not a security. It seems like the product itself lends itself to a little bit more streamlined process, and we don't have to get into the nuts and bolts of it, but like what are some of the challenges? Because I mean, are you considered an exchange or like no, right? So it's probably obviously you got to go through the hurdles. It seems like from this point it's doable. It's just you got to like go through it. Is that what I'm hearing? As opposed to
we just got to do it. We got to
regulation risk. Yeah, like regulation risk or compliance risk. Like, does that play into effect? I mean, obviously you have rules and regulations, but it seems like you just execute on that and like you're good to go.
Yeah, We basically just execute on what we're doing. I mean, it really just comes down to like, we're a small team, right? And you can raise hundreds of millions of dollars as a startup, but you also could give up 99% of your company before getting to the end goal. And we are a centralized company. We want to, build a massive, profitable company. And if you raise too much money too fast, or if you grow too fast, you will fail. So we want to grow at the right pace that serves us and our users at the same time. And we ultimately, want to build a big sustainable company that we are in control of. And the way to do that is to retain control of the board, of our rights and everything, so that we can build with a philosophy and put in place that philosophy, those principles into the company that we're building.
Yeah, no, that's great. And what kind of partners do you guys like look for, or what do you have on? What kind of partners do you have now? And then what do you look for? Like who are you working with to kind of get this product, this service out?
What do you mean?
Like what type of do you have partners, or other than merchants, do you work with do you work with the Bitcoin court? Do you work with like the Bitcoin team? Do you work with other kind of infrastructure players in some capacity, like regarding crypto blockchain? And you may or may not. I was just kind of curious, thinking about, obviously you have your merchants, obviously you have the back end work. Are there any kind of avenues that you try to tap into to kind of expand business or bring in business or deepen relationships with? I don't know if it's a relevant question or not.
No, that's a relevant question. We work without basically sharing too much about our security practices.
Yeah.
We definitely leverage third parties that have best in class security, that their one job is like hold Bitcoin securely in a vault with like literal security guards. We do not want to be beholden to all of the everything, and so we abstract a lot of that to protect our users' funds and that kind of thing. So we also work with a lot of companies that are not in the crypto space to power us, right? There's a lot of server technologies that we're using, cloud services, things that are going to make us run faster and better. And to date, we've had an incredible amount of uptime that I don't think a lot of people realize. Like you see major exchanges go down all the time, and you don't see the same complaints about Lolly. And we've done a very good job of that. And a lot of that is leveraging like third parties that are going to, that are using the right technology, so that when we have these crazy spikes in our usage and our growth, that we are able to continue to grow at the rate that we want to be growing at.
No, that's great. You answered the question right off the bat. Just kind of, you're right. I could have prefaced it even with non-crypto companies, which you're kind of in this space to deal with, non-crypto technical, consumers. Do these quick rallies, like these Bitcoin rallies, does that affect anything on the back end or kind of capacity bandwidth when it goes up, 50, 60%, drops 30%? Like, does that have any kind of issue, challenges?
Not really. I mean, it's more just like we get more users, the more volatile Bitcoin is. Mm-hmm. When Bitcoin goes up, people are coming in the masses to come see, learn more about it or to get more of it. When Bitcoin goes down, we have a whole meme that our community has developed, which is like stack the dip. Earn more when Bitcoin dips. So really, it's like if the biggest thing that is difficult is when Bitcoin's just like staying around the same price. It's not as fun, and so people don't pay attention to it. But right now, everyone's paying attention to Bitcoin. All eyes are on Bitcoin right now, and so far that's like working out really well.
No, that totally right. Like up and down, like that's where the opportunities are, and creates more excitement. And so the products that you have available, whether it's web and mobile, how do people kind of use Lolly, for accessibility?
Yeah, let's see. So, can you kind of explain that?
Like you set up an account, right? Like you have a website, and then do you have a web app too to make purchases?
Oh yeah. So how you use Lolly, you go to lolly.com, you sign up for the Chrome extension is our most popular product. Our mobile app that we're launching soon, and have a free app that is that a lot of people are using to earn Bitcoin every single day on. you can use that as well. And we're actually launching a new feature in it that is similar to the web experience that lets you shop and earn on mobile. So you are going to be able to go do that over the next few weeks. But yeah, go to lolly.com, download the Chrome extension, download the mobile app, and start earning as soon as possible, because like, what are you waiting for?
Yeah, exactly. No, perfect. Way to set that up. Everybody signed up. Obviously, the market's great. This is, and you know, when I think of Bitcoin, I just think years down the road. So, you know, 5, 10, 15, kind of new way of capturing value and wealth. So this is a great opportunity, great product, great service. Alex, what else are you following in the space? You know, we talked about Lolly here. We're talking about Bitcoin. We're talking about the types of profiles, users that are into Bitcoin, that are using, you know, Lolly, merchants that are kind of opening up, you know, the discussions there to kind of, you know, add value and contribute value in the way that they can. Where do you see actually Lolly like in 5-10 years from now?
Yeah, very straightforward. I look at us as being like a Bitcoin rewards company first, and then we transition into giving people more financial services everywhere. So giving them the ability to like lend Bitcoin, giving people the ability to buy Bitcoin, sell Bitcoin, buy stable coins, and then eventually paying with those stable coins, paying with Bitcoin. Once we get there, you know, we go to all of our merchants that we've made billions of dollars for, and we say, hey, accept stablecoins, accept Bitcoin as a medium of exchange. And that's when we start to look into like more of a hyper Bitcoinization future. But we always want to be that like the easiest way for people to get into Bitcoin, into crypto, and really owning that at the start and probably forever.
And I kind of like the flow of this discussion because I like the evolution here that we're talking about. I think when people come in thinking about Bitcoin, they think about this like, you know, funny money, this monopoly money, like what does it matter? Like, you know, and again, we're in the US too, so it's different. Like there's really no need for that, you know, a currency type to take over the dollar quite yet, but it's beyond that. And the evolution, what I like about this discussion is it kind of just showcases the plans of how things before you know it become kind of what your 5 to 10 year plan is. Like, oh shit, like now they're accepting payments. Like, how did Lolly, you know, how did this company start accepting payments via Lolly? Well, it happened about 5-10 years ago when nobody was paying attention, and the incremental steps that we took, you know, streamlining like UI UX friendly, you know, website, mobile app, rewards that we're used to. And then before you know it, like the merchants are getting used to it, educated, and now they're starting to accept, you know, crypto as a native payment on you know, on Rails themselves. I was just on a phone call with MasterCard, and like same thing. Like they don't have the infrastructure Rails yet, but they are allowing, you know, the branding of the cards themselves, the process to take place. And once things kind of settle down and you know, like the time frame 3, 5 years, 7 years, you know, the infrastructure will be there and they'll start accepting it. Like they don't even really care. They just can't because of regulations, compliance, and all that. Once that clears, like you're already going to be in position with your current clients that you've been working with for some time. So it's a great plan there. Good strategy.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we're pretty confident in it.
So what else excites you in the space? You know, blockchain itself touches a lot of tech, you know, a lot of verticals, a lot of industries, a lot of companies. What are you keeping tabs on nowadays?
I mean, I'm super focused on Bitcoin, to be perfectly honest. There's a lot of distractions in the space. There have been since I got into Bitcoin. I think that there's a lot of interesting innovation going on in the stablecoin space. I'm very much looking at stablecoins right now, and with the intent that it is the natural progression of fiat to Bitcoin. So yeah, very much looking at stablecoins. I think NFTs are very interesting. I think like NFTs, I love art. I love alternative assets and democratization of those assets. So I love that like stocks are being a part of the mainstream. I love that, you know, Wall Street Bets is drawing attention to investing for the mainstream. I love accessibility, democratization of really most things. So NFTs are really interesting because it's taking art that has lived on the internet, digital art that has, you know, lived on the internet for a long time, digital music that has lived on the internet for a long time, and it's assigning value and a store of value to this that should have always been, since the internet was created. So I wouldn't say I'm like spending a lot of time there, but it's piqued my interest, and I always reserve like a couple hours on a Sunday to just like explore the internet again and see what's going on. Check out some DeFi projects, check out some like in NFT projects, and that's just to stay fresh. Like I never want to be dogmatic about anything. I know I never want to get left behind with anything. And if something piques my interest and fits the sort of principles of access, democratization, of alternative assets, I think that those are really important things to explore. So yeah, I would say that those are the big things that I'm looking at today.
Yeah, no, and NFTs are going crazy. And I think what's great about what's awesome about Lolly in general compared to other potential players in the space, existing legacy, traditional companies in the space that offer their own rewards is like you guys are, and people can watch this on YouTube from like your experience of like your journey of just grinding it out, like being flexible, executing, pivoting when need be. And like, I think those are competitive advantages, especially with the pace of innovation, in the crypto Bitcoin scene, that your team is like primed to take full advantage of, whether it's, like you said, whether it's payments down the road. Currently it's, leveraging kind of the existing system we have and benefiting from that for the purpose of like this new future of Bitcoin. So like, I commend you on that. And I don't think you guys are gonna have any trouble with the experience that you have from startups, bootstrapping, couch surfing. I think I heard you say like you ran into, was it Ryan Shea like on an elevator, and like, is he the one that sparked like Bitcoin?
Yeah, we bumped into each other in New York when I was crashing on couches, and he had just caught the Bitcoin bug in like 2013 or so. And so he was just obsessed, right? And like that moment that like everybody just like gets it and is like all in on it. And so he like told me all about it. And I was like, oh my God, this is the inevitable future. And I have to learn more. So that was the moment that like, I learned about it and turned for me.
And I've learned that from like startup founders, entrepreneurs like yourself, where like you were obviously in the payments game, found this opportunity, like integrated, implemented it. That was, when was that? When did you start kind of thinking about integrating Bitcoin for Lolly?
So,
what year? Like 2013 itself, or like 20?
Well, we didn't start Lolly until 2017.
Yeah.
So it was.
But the idea, I guess, was probably brewing for a couple of years.
Or actually 2018. Yeah, it was brewing for a long time.
Yeah.
When we were at Cosmic, or when we were building Cosmic, is when I learned about it. So 2013.
Yeah.
And then I ended up taking it to all of our merchant partners, and I was like, hey, we work with like 99 different payment processors. Let's make Bitcoin that extra payment processor number 100. So we went to all of them. We said, hey, like, why don't you accept Bitcoin? And a lot of them were like, we don't know what we would do with it. So remittance networks weren't set up. And then on the other side, consumers didn't even have it, let alone did they want to pay with something that was going up over time. So we just didn't feel like it was going to be a big, like, payments weren't going to be like the really big piece of Bitcoin. It could have been a feature of what we were doing, and we probably could have seen some success with it. But there's been a lot of like payment technologies on Bitcoin that don't really make a lot of sense. So we ultimately were like, okay, that's not it. And then we were ultimately bought by Rakuten, the biggest cashback company in the US, many parts of the world. And it wasn't until we were there, we were like, oh my God, this would be an incredible way to give Bitcoin to people. And we know the reward space better than most people in the world.
For sure.
So let's go rebuild this and do it for Bitcoin.
Yeah. And I think kind of that, that's kind of the edge that you have to kind of be nimble, move quick, understand the market, and like, execute, deliver. And here you are now, right? In 2021. Was Ryan Shea, was he part of Blockstack? Is that the right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right, the right person. I have an interview with them actually in about 3 hours.
Oh, amazing. Munib
Munib. Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing.
Because I know they're not, it's Munib now running the show. We have an interview with them, which is kind of cool which kind of ties into this combo a little bit. Like, they're kind of expanding on the, leveraging Bitcoin, which a lot of people moved away from Bitcoin. But in the end, institutions, like bigger players, are all focused on Bitcoin, which you are too. You haven't heard any more, inquiries or suggestions on like integrating another type of, blockchain network. So yeah, I'm interviewing with them, which they are obviously expanding and trying to scale when people, don't develop on Bitcoin. So that's kind of interesting. Anyways, you had met them, so that's kind of a cool story.
Yeah, they're great. They're great. I think what they're doing is very interesting. I'm glad that they kind of came back into Bitcoin to build on top of Bitcoin. It's very much needed for these like sort of like layer 2 solutions, and I think is how they classify themselves. So very cool what they're doing. And then Ryan is literally who introduced me to Bitcoin. So full circle and small world.
No, that's cool, man. So I think we're running up on time here. I hope you enjoyed the convo. I had a great time chatting with you today.
Yeah, me too. Thanks for having me, and let's talk again soon.
Yeah, exactly. So this is Alex Edelman here, a CEO, founder of Lolly. This is our third kind of interview with Alex here on the show. Super pumped to have him back. Great friend. He's interviewed, I think, with a few of our team members now. So Alex, thank you for taking time out of your day. We'll talk to you again soon, and we'll follow up. Have a good one.
That sounds great. Adam, take care.
Our past inspires the decisions we make today to reshape our future tomorrow. In a world where human beings and machines become friends. In a world where fiber optic channels become virtual highways of communication. In a world where everything we know and value is vulnerable to manipulation and destruction. In such a world, we need a revolution that gives us hope. Where some take to the streets and look to their leaders, the modern warrior dares to cut beneath the current and strives to restructure the core without permission. In a technological world, we need a technological revolution. And when the unimaginable happens, the brave must be bold and dare to reimagine.
Greetings, my friends. Deadward the Vampire here with another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Proof of stake. Proof of stake? Don't you know how offensive that is to a vampire? Sheesh. Okay. Proof of stake is a type of consensus algorithm by which a blockchain network that houses a cryptocurrency aims to achieve distributed consensus for validating transactions on the network. In proof-of-stake-based cryptocurrencies, the creator of the next block is chosen via various combinations of random selection, usually determined by the amount of wealth or stake the validator is willing to risk in order to win the opportunity to be honest. This effectively helps to keep the network secure. Whew, that was better than I thought it would be.
Hey everybody, my name is Jack O'Halloran. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Scale Labs. We're the core team behind the Scale Network. Pleasure to be here today again at Reimagine. Excited to get into some deep conversation about crypto.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Reimagine 2021. This is our 7th conference and a monthly series of events, bringing you nothing but the best projects, bright minds, and leaders in the space. We've been fortunate enough to invite many talented individuals and teams to come speak with us, providing updates, insights, and all the above that's happening in crypto. I'll be your host today, Adam, from the Mousebelt team, where we focus on early stage investments through our accelerator, providing development support to a number of growing projects with Mousebelt Engineering, as well as education within our Mousebelt University program. Our main objectives and goals are pretty simple. It's increasing adoption, use cases, and real-world applications. We seek to educate our audience and on blockchain by helping them understand crypto's real impact. Again, thank you for tuning in to Reimagine 2021. I have an exciting interview for you today. Let me go ahead and introduce you to Jack O'Halloran from the CEO of Scale Labs and co-founder of the Scale Network. I appreciate you taking the time out of your day to participate. Again, Jack, welcome back. How you doing?
Doing good. Thanks, Adam. Pleasure to be here. Excited to talk crypto and actually talk about some real use cases. I think that's the fun stuff, right? It's fun.
Yeah, exactly.
But let's talk about impact. That's why we're all doing this.
Exactly. And, for all of you that might have missed Jack's first interview with us a couple months ago, great content, great material, great interview. You can always find that at the Reimagine YouTube channel. You can find Jack there. So I'm hoping to kind of add on to that and contribute more to the discussion as possible. Again, you can find him on YouTube as well for other fantastic interviews and podcasts. So hopefully today I keep it fresh. So let's go ahead and get on with it. Blockchain's kind of a buzzword, right? And little do people know, maybe on the tech side or non-tech side, I guess, that cryptography has been around for years. Distributed systems been around for years, encryption, right? All the above. And now it's just kind of snowball, technologies advanced from those early days on to now. But, before we get into Scale and all those use cases, what were you doing with these systems that ultimately led you to Scale? But what was your involvement and what did you think of kind of technology during the early days leading up to what we call blockchain now, post 2008?
Yeah, I think it's been an interesting evolution, and I think we all have to recognize we're standing on the shoulders of giants. So these cryptography inventions and academic milestones were actually started, hitting in the 50s and the 60s and the 70s. And so you see, what we're using when you see Bitcoin, that's a culmination of many, many years of research. So for me, my first foray into digital currencies was I started a company called Incentiline in 2008. And it was a digital currency platform that entities like NASA could use to do better resource allocation. So we saw an opportunity to actually use these currencies that use cryptography and use game theory and economic theory to try to drive alignment of incentives and resource allocation. And, to make a long story short, we were very early and too early. But it was a great introduction to this, and it actually led us on to doing something very successful. After that, it was a good segue into a successful company. But I learned a lot through that. And I also was with a company called Good Technology that was had some of the highest end crypto with regards to messaging and the U.S. Senate, White House, FBI. 90 of the Fortune 100 used this product. And in 2005, when I was working there, and my co-founder of Scale Labs, Stan Kladko, actually was running a cryptography lab in the early 2000s and did our cryptography cert. So that was our first kind of interaction with each other. But this stuff's been around for a while, to your point.
And when we talk about digital assets or cryptocurrency in the sense pre-2008, what is the currency, or why was that needed at that time? What value did it have in terms of, was it a packet of information? Was it data? Why wasn't another source used, or what was the main benefit of having a cryptocurrency digital asset, I guess?
So at the end of the day, it's all about incentive alignment. And so our theory and premise was, if people had to pay for things, they're all of a sudden going to be a lot more honest about how much they need and when they need it. And so you take an example of scientists competing for wind tunnel time at NASA. and everybody says, oh, I need it tomorrow and I need it for X amount of time. If everybody has a set amount of money and, they're using these NASA dollars to pay, all of a sudden, like, you know what, if I wait a day later, no one else wants it. Like the supply demand curve, the elastic curve tells me it's going to cost half as much. And you start getting these natural settlements and of resource alignment, because people actually have to put their money where their mouth is. And what happens in Fortune 500 companies is, and like Intuit, for example, like everybody wanted the legal time. Like, I need the legal team. I need this contract tomorrow. But if all of a sudden you have a scarce resource and then you have to bid on the resource, on the asset that you want, people are more honest about what they need when. And that was the premise of Incentiline when we were working on that in 2008, which I have to say, people looked at us like we were nuts.
What was the application like in terms of the resource alignment? Was there a need? Was there a demand for this type of application in terms of leveraging crypto? But not only that, like you mentioned, the currency aspect of that ecosystem. Like, was there demand for that?
Yeah. So you know what? There was a ton of demand, and we kind of met the crosshairs of a market collapse in late 2008, and all of a sudden people quit investing in innovative things and went back to just absolute requirements. And that's why the company ended up shifting off of that vision. But if you think about it, what we were trying to do was provide enterprises a better way to help divide resources up and allocate resources and streamline processes. And you can put a bunch of planning and central planning into place, or you can like align a currency and, look at the behavioral economics of a situation. And we felt like that was something that maybe took more work up front, but could add huge value later. Now, we also missed the mark in terms of digital currencies, in that I think we've learned that they're more valuable when they're applied in open source, decentralized, community-owned environments with scarcity elements and extrinsic value. This was, a model of how that could be used, but it was designed to be used inside of an institution. And so, but I have to say, I think it was a phenomenal idea. I'm excited for somebody to go out and do that and build that, because I think it's a great business. And so no one has achieved it yet for inside of entities. I think we're seeing it come to light outside of entities, but there's growth in both areas.
And I kind of just thought about it, and you touched on it. It might kind of derail me a little bit, but let's kind of take it into, and I'll come back full circle. I think for those watching, understanding kind of how all the alignments you just said, the incentives, the gamification, the economics or tokenomics kind of in the blockchain crypto space, of how things work, operate, the purpose, play into like where we're at today. We're in 2021. This was back in 2000, what was it, 8 you said, or
2008.
Late 2008, which is kind of cool. And the topic of this discussion for me is kind of highlighting the purpose of blockchain outside of Bitcoin. Everybody hears Bitcoin and kind of, they think it's just this currency and a substituted dollar, and but it's beyond that, right? We're talking about the tech underneath it that is now being applied, that's been applied, I guess, for the last, decades. And now it's kind of culmination to where we're at today. Now, were you familiar with digital assets like in 2004 with like Brock Pierce and kind of what they were doing as well, like within games and mining gold? Are you familiar with that landscape?
I was just from a gaming perspective. So I was like into gaming and actually really into gaming just from an intellectual capacity. So as an entrepreneur, I wanted to understand gaming, and actually at one point almost started a gamification, B2B gamification engine to drive sales teams and motivate people with leaderboards, and taking these elements of gaming and bringing them into enterprise software. That piece interested me. And, I was a pretty casual gamer. Got more into it when the iPhone launched, and there's Supercell and, that whole suite of games. But, for me, it was more, I think the first introduction of Bitcoin I had was 2011. So I was very late to this whole Nick Szabo era cypherpunk scene, but and I lived in Palo Alto in 2007, 2006, and some friends from that group of people were really on tech trends, and I got the white paper sent to me in 2011 for Bitcoin, and I still didn't recognize the power that it had. But I think circling back to your original point, when I think of Bitcoin and I think of blockchain and I think of cryptocurrencies, I think people need to think about it in the lens of user-owned blank.
Yep.
Bitcoin, user-owned money or store of value, right? It's
Yep.
user-owned gold, okay, digital gold, right? You think about all of these assets and you think about user-owned exchange, right? Decentralized exchanges, user-owned financial applications in the DeFi category, right? We're removing these constructs of power and authority where we have middlemen, and we're letting people and workers and open source software be the facilitators of these new business models, essentially.
No, totally. And I bring that up because, we just talked about cryptocurrency in 2008, kind of the way you're using it internally. There's some of these other stories, right? In actual gaming, and people, you guys can Google it online. Like Brock Pierce had a booming business of millions of dollars of business way before Bitcoin, of in-game assets, digital assets, how to extract it, and kind of this whole understanding, like you said, the middleman, owner centric control data. And anyways, it's crazy, which also ties into like my next question of your background. And I haven't interviewed anybody yet where you've experienced the mobile development, like machine learning and AI, and then now blockchain. And so explain to me kind of your process from your lens, this evolution, because it applies really to blockchain from like the early days of mobile. Like, did it make sense? This was before iPhones, and like iPhones were booming, and you had two different sets of code, one for, Apple and one for Android. And now actually they've made it easier where you can develop, right? Like kind of, one code base for both operating systems, which is great because now it's streamlined applications for, it's kind of boom. So from your lens, you're kind of seeing the same infrastructure development. And for my viewers might think like, this is new, but you've seen this evolution of different development, technical emerging trends in specific periods of time, which maybe you can give me some insight on how you see blockchain kind of, history repeating itself a little bit.
Yeah. So I would say I like to think I was on top of both those trends early, but I have to say that the mobile trend, I just got very fortunate. And my first job out of college, I managed to like get the right introduction and get, land a job at a really hot mobile company. So that was like less of me being a visionary, even though I saw the value.
For sure.
But, and I'll tell you a story. So at Good Technology, we had 90 of the Fortune 100 and similar numbers for of the Fortune 1000, every major government institution. What it was a way to, do corporate and mobile email and device management of for enterprises. So now everybody just, brings their own iPhone to work and you can plug into the systems of the enterprise. But back then you actually had to have IT managing and giving you an application for which email you could use. And it was, people were using Palm Trios, Blackberries, like the iPhone didn't exist. There was no Nokia devices. There were Windows mobile devices. It was all pre-Android, okay, and pre-iOS. So what we did is we had this enterprise platform. What we realized was we had such a stranglehold on the enterprise mobile just market share that we could be a source for applications to integrate. So we launched an application program. You could have, these mobile applications on the Good platform. And we thought people were going to be running from each direction to deploy. But guess what? The device speeds, we were on 2G in terms of Wi-Fi. Battery life was like 4 or 5 hours, 6 hours max. The memory, the storage capabilities in these phones, the compute power. I mean, it was like similar to a calculator in terms of power compared to like an iPhone is stronger than the, most powerful laptop of that time. Right.
Yeah.
And so we just, frankly, we're in an infrastructure sticking point. And I think we only had 3 different applications ever come build on that application suite, even though there were, thousands and hundreds of thousands of users at the world's most expensive companies, but the user experience was so poor. And so I like to tell that story because fast forward 3 years later, the iPhone launches, we got to 3G, the battery life, the storage capabilities, the memory in these devices, just all these things came together at the same time. And what we fixed was the user experience. So people were betting on the tech, but the UX was broken. And then, you know what? A year later, Supercell launches a game and there's a million people playing each other per second in real time across, 100 different countries all over the world, like real time playing people, not sending a message and like waiting 5 minutes for it to get to the other side of the world. Okay. And so then it was a transformational experience. The number of mobile users skyrocketed, the number of applications, and mobile quit being a thing. It became a component like the internet, right? There used to be this category we think of just mobile. Now mobile is a piece of every business strategy and technology. And so crypto, look where we are in crypto. We're at this place where user experience is kind of broken. Power users know how to get in there and get value. But we need to get to a point where normal people with normal technology skills can interface with blockchains and get the benefits of being part of user-owned blank.
And so where are we at? So for the viewers out there, we have some that are just getting into the space. We have a lot of college students, which you know of. And by the way, everybody watching, we do have a scale workshop. I forgot to mention that at the beginning. Awesome workshop. Just go to the Reimagine YouTube channel, scale workshop. It's there. You can learn all kinds of things on that tutorial. It's a great guide. I think their VP of engineering put that on, so it's been awesome. Okay, so back to here. So
yeah, where are we now? Right? That's the
so and to even tie it up, even for people watching, right? Like the internet was made up of a bunch of protocols. That thing was operating for only the Department of Defense back in the 70s, and like governments and then researchers. And it kind of didn't start picking up, right? We had these big old clunky machines, the client side, the server. Now everything's up in the cloud and everything's kind of fruition. So if we kind of relate that to blockchain and kind of your discussion going back to mobile, where are we at now? So we have protocols, Ethereum launched in 2014-ish. Everybody's still trying to work out the kinks. We have everybody else, next generation blockchains. But from your perspective, and maybe this ties into scale on some of the infrastructure, right, problems and challenges going back to scalability and kind of like the logic that's put on Ethereum and how you got, tie it into like from those experiences to where we're at today in 2021.
I'll tell you, when we started Scale, Stan and I, who have to say Stan's a technical visionary, 20 plus years of cryptography experience and networking experience, and he's a physics PhD. He's one of the people that built the Java virtual machine, was part of a cryptography startup with Dan Bonnet back in 2000. He's got a ton of cryptography experience. So, and I have a lot of platform experience in enterprise and SaaS and machine learning and AI, which also, another story for another day of how I saw that progress and kind of go through the same challenges before it hit its stride. And so here we are, like when we were looking at building Scale, what we realized was application specific blockchains was our view of the future. How do we get to a point where we can have hundreds of millions of users? And if we designed something and it wouldn't be able to support hundreds of millions of users, we were like, it didn't work. It wasn't going to work. And we know that Scale as a piece of this ecosystem is only one piece. We need a lot of continued improvement from wallets, fiat to crypto on-ramps, user experience with L2, and obviously like layer 2 or blockchain scaling. Now, what we saw was if I'm using my email, I'm not using the same database as my ride sharing platform. If I take a Uber or a Lyft, it doesn't cost me more because a lot of people are using email or Twitter at that time. They all have their own backends, and blockchains have a share value clearly when they all have one, aligned database, foundational database. But we saw was an opportunity to have these databases sitting on top that were owned by the applications themselves, just like we see in today's internet, where you have all these weakly coupled databases that can talk and sync and interact with each other, but they're their own database. They're their own pooled compute resource. And that's why Amazon AWS is so successful in Google Cloud, right? So we thought, hey, there's an opportunity for a Web3 cloud to exist here that, one, can connect to that foundational database, which is Ethereum. Two, needs to be compatible and interoperable with the Ethereum ecosystem, because that's where developers are building on. That's where all the tooling and the applications are building for. And then three, could connect to wallets so that you could have a user experience where the user doesn't need to be an engineer or a PhD in order to use a simple application. And I think a lot of the efforts to improve blockchain forget that the requirement is that it's a non-starter if it's too complicated. We're just not going to get to the next level. So
And
that's
when it,
our.
and when did you first come across? So let's see, Scale launched in end of 2017, 2018. You guys were rocking and rolling. Ethereum came out in 2014. Bitcoin came out in 2008. Did you think Bitcoin was an option, or like when Ethereum launched, were you like, wow, this is great, but it needs work, but we could work with this?
So for me, I have to say, I've been a huge advocate of Bitcoin since 2013. I learned about it in 2011, and for me, I never saw it as anywhere near a like competitive thing to Ethereum. I kind of saw them as filling, because seeing technology ecosystems evolve, you realize that you need holes filled in every major area, and one thing's not going to fill every hole. And so I think maximalism is really often not a misunderstanding of value and function. And so I'm a huge proponent of Bitcoin, but Bitcoin's role is over here. When you think about Ethereum, the Ethereum virtual machine and having this programmable money component into logic with smart contracts was why we just 100% were focused on Ethereum the whole time. And even in 2017, the developer community was booming.
Massive.
And I'll tell you, you know what? I was at every single hackathon between ETH Berlin and August of 2018, every single Ethereum hackathon, all the way up until the pandemic hit. I didn't miss a single one. And the Scale team was there supporting it. And you know what? That developer community just got stronger through this down period, this like crypto winter, because people, and you were there, you look at the teams that were there. I remember, seeing the 1inch team and the Aave team and the Graph team and the Scale, there's all of these teams. And you know what? We're just sitting there. Nobody's there other than developers. And now I think you'd have one of these conferences, it'd be loaded with people again. But, that the Ethereum community had an incredible developer and community involvement, which is also what excited us about that.
No, totally. And that kind of comes up, basically a topic of discussion when talking about other blockchains that are, being developed, created, that were launched post Ethereum. And one of the advantages that Ethereum has was that developer community, the growth, and not only just from the foundation itself, like the Ethereum Foundation or whatnot, but like YouTube channels, documentation, like podcasts, so you're definitely right in terms of that. And, what about the scalability issues and challenges that Ethereum's working out? How does that play, how does that affect your guys' strategy? Which kind of leads me to, are you just Ethereum only? Do you kind of see 5, years down the road being interoperable with other layer 1, base protocols?
So when we think of Scale, we think of it as this Web3 cloud of Ethereum compatible blockchains. And we're betting on the Ethereum ecosystem. We're betting on ETH and the Ethereum mainnet having this foundational value. And then this execution and activity happens above it in other blockchains. And we think, we are strong believers in the network effects around Scale. But when you think about it, let's say there's another token like Bitcoin or other tokens that are highly valuable, and a developer who builds within the Ethereum ecosystem says, hey, I want my users to be able to use this stable coin from this other network, or to be able to use Bitcoin in this application. That's where Scale's interoperability takes place. But we're not envisioning being, tacking a scaling structure onto other blockchains until we really see the need. I mean, it's all about, product market fit. And right now the market is so massive for Ethereum that it's more than enough, I think, and we'll see how things grow and evolve. But if it stays where it is in terms of developer traction, I think it would be misguided effort to be spending too much time anywhere else.
And let's kind of catch up our viewers here. Obviously, you've done an interview with us, so I don't want to rehash kind of Scale overall, but let's tie this into kind of what you guys have done to help that second layer, because you're not really a layer 2. I've heard you say that. Not consider, you don't think yourself as a layer 2. You think yourselves of a different kind of hybrid, side chain to the ecosystem. But let's kind of fill the viewers in on how Scale, what the product market fit is that you guys see, that you guys attacked.
Yeah, and so you could think of Scale as being this kind of this big pool of compute resource, right? It's like, imagine there's a big lake, and that's all the compute power, and it's provided by all the people that run these nodes or computers that they add to the network. And when they do that, they get paid every month by putting that resource there. And then the Ethereum mainnet, these contracts on the Ethereum mainnet, you can think of them as a brain. What they do is they tell the Scale network how to kind of, and so a developer says, hey, I want to run a gaming application or a DeFi application. And it's like, there's this bucket that goes in the pool of water, and it's given to that developer of compute resource. And that developer can use that as much as they want. And every month, some of that water goes into the pool and some goes into the pool back into the bucket. And what you're doing, you're getting this pooled security resource, because to attack any bucket, you need to attack, like probabilistically be able to attack 2/3 of the bigger pool. And so it's a way to share resource, give every developer their own blockchain, and use the Ethereum mainnet to orchestrate the really critical security components, such as where those buckets of water go and where, which validators basically work for which developers, and how are they switched out and rotated to maintain the security properties of a big blockchain while giving agility of small blockchain. That's what Scale does. And so some people say layer 2s, if you're running consensus on the network, it's not a layer 2. It's a layer 1. Other people would say, if you're tacking a blockchain onto another blockchain, there's the first blockchain, the second one, then it's a layer 2. So there's an argument. We don't worry too much about what it is, but we think of Scale as this, hybrid thing that doesn't really exist anywhere else, where a network like Ethereum controls the network of Scale, and then they work in a symbiotic manner to support applications.
How close do you work with? Do you work closely with the Ethereum Foundation at all?
We know them fairly well, and work a lot with them through different events and community building, and but it's all open source. I think the Ethereum Foundation is, my view is their mandate is to grow Ethereum, and then there's also subsects of researchers that are focused on different initiatives throughout the code base, but we definitely have a lot of interaction. And you think of Scale's devoted entirely to supporting Ethereum, right?
Yeah. So do you follow any other layer 1s then? Like anything kind of catch your eye that's interesting, that's evolved, that's next generation, that's kind of like, all right, I don't know, they're onto something. Obviously, this whole thing that we thought, in the past, build it and they will come, right? Like didn't quite pan out. It's a lot more community driven, a lot more, available resources, the network effects and all that. Are you not following anything else in the space?
No, I mean, hey, I'm good friends with a lot of these teams that are building, like love the Solana team. We've done a lot of events with them, the Near team. There's some really like the Cosmos, Polkadot. There's just some, I think, really amazing tech being built. And I think that the outstanding question is that everyone has is how will this evolve? Will Ethereum gobble up all of the business because developers are just investing into the smart contract language of Ethereum, and there's so much resourcing and tooling there? Or will you see another layer 1 be so differentiated and modern that they just swallow up the business? Or will the layer 2s or hybrid layer 2s like Scale be able to support the Ethereum network in a viable enough fashion? And then, and that even grows when you get ETH2 plus layer 2 efforts. But it'll be interesting to see how the network effects come together. And, hey, I like I said, I've got friends and appreciate the people at the other layer 1s. And I think they're adding tremendous value, whether or not they end up being successful in terms of getting users and having transactions on their blockchains, and I think a lot of them will. Like, we'll see a lot of success, but right now my bet is on Ethereum, and that's why we're there. We believe in that ecosystem.
Nice. No, that's good.
My correct answer.
No, you're right. I mean, we have a lot of partners too, like on our end, different layer 1s, and it's just interesting. And I don't know what's going to happen either, and I think there's definitely going to be like a few, right? There's going to be some niche ones. What's your take on like like private versus public blockchains. We don't have to spend too much longer. I was just thinking about your background in enterprise. We just talked about kind of the open source network. We just talked about like tokens being involved, but I've never heard of the crypto side from like the NASA, like, you know, pre-Bitcoin. And you said earlier that it's coming full circle now, but what's your take quickly on like private blockchains versus public, and like, you know, one not having a token, you know, obviously versus kind of the alignment on the token side?
You know, I'll say there's a lot of value for enterprises using private blockchains in some use cases, but to me, that market size is really small compared to the value enterprises will get by adopting open networks and not using private blockchains. Because private blockchains, at the end of the day, sometimes you're like, why are we using a blockchain? And you go back to this user-owned X or user-owned Y, like,
for sure.
And if you have a bunch of companies that don't trust each other, and then there's people that run these nodes that basically run a software system, like, you know, these are symmetrical databases. And if everyone trusts the databases and they're like, why do it, right? Yeah. Or just have like a 2-node blockchain. It's just, and so I think what we're finding, and there's a partnership that Scale Labs is introducing that will be announced very soon in the enterprise, is the enterprise is really starting to recognize value of open networks. Yeah. And we're going to see enterprises start getting in and launching products that need open blockchains, that need people running nodes that aren't companies, that give trustless value to applications. And so that piece is coming. I, being an enterprise person, didn't want to go target that space initially because that's not where the action is. All the 10,000 developers, or more, 100,000 developers working around Ethereum, and in the startup landscape of is dwarfing the use cases right now we see in the enterprise, but that will shift. And we'll start seeing more enterprise growth. That's not private blockchains.
Yeah. Do you think do you think the use case is yet to be found, I guess? I've seen this private side. We work with enterprises and they're trying to figure it out. We've chatted with the IBMs of the world and the Oracles and all that. And I was surprised to hear the success rate. The tech was there. The success rate was 5%. And it was just because there was no understanding, the business model, how to plug it in, how to use it. So what you're saying is, but I've also known that the public blockchain space, the open source is where it's at. But I guess the use case is still yet to be found then.
You know what? So here's a use case, for example. It's these hybridized models. So look at Reddit. Reddit's launching, tokenizing this group and letting this token play a role and, and they're not coming in and just saying we're running this token on our own. What they're doing is they're bootstrapping this community and building this network effect within their platform. And so that's one model. And I think you'll see enterprises and businesses that aren't winning, that don't dominate the market. They don't have 99% of the market share. They're going to say, hey, we're going to give up power and control in return for more growth. And it won't always just be a fair launch DAO model of a DeFi pool, right? It's going to be companies that, leverage these network effects, and they give power and control to users, and they compete with centralized counterparts. I'm excited about that.
Yeah, no, and to kind of, since we've been talking a little bit of history in and out of this conversation, same thing with cloud, right? Who would have thought you were gonna have your servers in the cloud and not on the premise, right? On your actual property. And so kind of the same thing, the last few years was why would they give up, this trust and, immutability kind of advantages and but I guess as I can tell recently, I've known this, that they were going to go public, but it's kind of up in the air. But now they're starting to recognize the innovation side of it is really kind of on the public ledger side.
Yeah, when I first one of my companies that I'd started before was called Octana. It's a machine learning, artificial intelligence company. It's all software as a service in the cloud, and we're out selling to the world's largest biotechs and pharmaceutical companies. And at first, I bet 4 out of 5 CIOs would say, oh no, we're not going to run this unless I can get the servers on premise. And we'd say, sorry, we can't do that. This is SaaS. Go here. There's a million pieces of documentation you can read from salesforce.com and why it's better to use a configured, not customized product in the cloud. And, eventually that shifted entirely. And there's only one company I knew of that just wouldn't shift. And that CIO got fired the next year. Okay. And like everybody's recognized that the cloud, even like you're putting your most valuable data in someone else's database, not your own. And that was mind blowing. And I think we're going to see that transformation happen in the enterprise with blockchain as well.
No, that's kind of where I'm seeing kind of in the space right now. And since you've had these conversations kind of with CIOs and you've had startups in the past, this is kind of before we get into some use cases, and I kind of want to learn like how you guys attract a developer community. But when you were launching Scale and you've had startups, what was like, compare and contrast some of those discussions? And we don't have to spend a whole lot of time here, but talking about machine learning and AI, and when you brought up blockchain here, I'm in San Francisco, some of the like investors were like, I'm not investing in blockchain. And then that's kind of like saying I'm not investing in AI or like machine learning. It's kind of unique, and now they're coming around to it, right? What was your take on like approaching the investor community on Scale? Were they already like used to blockchain crypto? Were they like, oh, I'm not into this? How did they like comprehend what you were pitching? I mean, it's 2021, makes sense now, but you did this in the early years. So what was kind of the conversations during that period?
Yeah, and hey, I have to give credit to the investors that did back us, who are traditional Silicon Valley, and so you look at Signia Ventures, Venture Partners.
Floodgate. And thanks for saying traditional, because that was like kind of, I didn't throw it in there, but that was the other thing too, like non-traditional investors were like, no, and you'd had to go to like the crypto, like VC world. But that's kind of coming first circle, but didn't mean to cut you off, but thanks for clarifying that, because, we have entrepreneurs right now, we have founders, we have students, we have projects and startups like trying to get off the ground, and they're trying to get their pitch down. And you were ahead of your time a little bit kind of in the space, right? Pitching this thing. So continue on. Sorry.
No. And so we were able to, thankfully, Insignia and Floodgate are top tier traditional Silicon Valley venture funds. And I think they believed in us and in the vision. But then for the next round, I have to tell you, we got some hard no's from traditional funds, just being like, I don't get it. Like, you don't make a profit. You mean your company can't control and change the software without community involvement, and the community owns the code, and you're going to open source everything. And the money I give you, you're going to give it to a foundation in a different country so that the community can own it. And I'm like, yeah, that's basically what we're doing. And they thought
complete opposite, right? Complete opposite of what they're used to.
Yeah. And then, then Multicoin, I have to, give them credit. They stepped up and led our first kind of crypto native round. And
I have Kyle tomorrow, by the way.
Oh, great. Yeah. Well, I think they believed in us, and then a lot of other phenomenal funds came in around that. And, that was easier being able to go and pitch to crypto funds, because they get it. If you, all those things I just called out earlier, if you weren't doing those things, guess what? You weren't getting their money. Because they know the power of that. They know the requirement of decentralization from a functionality perspective, community perspective, growth perspective, and, as I think a lot of people are finding, a compliance perspective. And if you are, building software you own, that's not open source, it's not community contributed, it's not community run, you're not, that's not a decentralized blockchain, that's a security, but it's interesting to see this involvement. So my advice to people out fundraising are, and this is something Floodgate told me once, Arjun, who's a really, really wise person. He said, our philosophy is sell Bibles to the Christians, meaning if you want to have high sales, don't try to change people's religion. Evangelize the people who are ready to buy.
For sure.
And that's true for your customers and your investors.
That understand it. Do you think they're coming around now? Like, do you have people coming back from the traditional side? Like, hey, by the way, You guys are doing really,
They know that it's not going away. And I
Yeah,
think people recognize, and you look at a category like NFT,
yeah.
but even I think I underestimated the impact and how much power these things would have and how much value people would put in these. And I mean, look at that industry that's just booming right now, right? And so, and I always believed in it, but I was surprised by the growth that it's had. And I think, that gives me a little empathy for investors who looked at this and kind of like, oh, whatever, but it's not going away. It's getting bigger and bigger. And the younger generation that controls technology shifts and growth in markets is really getting behind it. And they're knowledgeable about crypto. They're knowledgeable about decentralization and blockchains and NFTs. And I think that market is like getting older and then in a, more powerful economic position. And we're going to start seeing like internet type growth in this category over the next 5 to 10 years.
So let's bring this full circle here. I want to get into some use cases, some applications. I was reading up and your team put out some material. And I think for our viewers, we've just talked about, I've tried to keep this more kind of real world, right? Like how do our users, our viewers like see what we're building, what we're doing? It's not that foreign. It's very history driven in terms of like communities, like participation, engagement, and it's all being applied into tech. So it's kind of cool. So I have a few use cases and maybe you can just give me your thoughts on how scale, is being used, being leveraged, however you want to take it. But first use case right now is we're talking about DeFi. That's kind of been the boom, and all of these projects, have come out. How has Scale played its part in the DeFi space?
I mean, DeFi is going to be a huge, huge category for Scale. You think about the low-hanging fruit right now is decentralized finance and gaming for everywhere. Every part of crypto and Web3 growth, and it's going to go into these other areas too: user-owned economy. Web3, pure Web3 with like social media platforms, different marketplace environments. But right now, DeFi is massive. And we're actually Scale, there's new features being launched, new security features, new user experience features through different wallet providers. And the goal is to make it as easy as possible and secure as possible to go and interact and leverage DeFi. And if I have to, the other day I was on Uniswap and I didn't actually go through the transaction because it was too expensive. I was trying to swap. I was just trying to get, I think, $500 of ETH, and I was swapping USD into ETH because I needed it for the ETH for a business function. And it was for $500, it was $100 gas fee. So I was like, why am I can't do that. You know what I mean? And so people need to, we need, and hey, Uniswap and Ethereum and, all the efforts happening, these problems will be fixed. And that's a problem that Scale is really focusing on fixing. And I'm sure we'll see big projects come onto Scale, and we'll also see new projects be launched like you've seen across the DeFi ecosystem as new scaling platforms launch. It's almost like there's this like microcosm of an economy on every single fast and Ethereum compatible blockchain. You've seen like, it's like in a typical like physical environment, there's a car dealership and a coffee shop and, a gas station and a shop and a grocery store. And like, you can kind of take those like common categories of blockchain, and you saw it on Binance Smart Chain and see these things popping up on Matic, and Scale is going to start popping up. There'll be the similar characters, and then you're going to see these businesses flourish and then kind of battle for users across their environments, and ones that are just natively on the mainnet will then connect into winning platforms or multiple layer 2 platforms and just get more extensive reach too. That's another way I think we're going to see growth.
Great. And some other use cases is like data custody and privacy, content streaming, trustless sports betting and like prediction markets. Mm-hmm. Are you following any of these kind of dApps being kind of built within your network?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. And we're excited about, the best part about my job is I get to just talk to developers all day.
Yeah.
And it's fun. You're out talking to people that are building in these new categories, like you mentioned, and you're just like, you recognize that it's like this homebrew crew of Apple and you just see like the smart minds that are dabbling in this space and that are building things and they're believing and they're seeing, they're seeing the path before everyone else does. And it's inspiring. It's so I'm really pumped, excited for all of these projects to be launching on scale and just for us to try to be able to support these developers. There's just so many awesome creative people building really cool security software that has great implications.
Last couple questions. We got a few minutes before we jump off. You talked about like working with developers. What has Scale done to kind of increase that growth? What has Scale done to provide the resources, the tooling, the infrastructure to make it easier for developers to log on? We have like a lot of developers, watching Reimagine overall. The Scale workshop is online for you that might have missed it. That's great. Some great info there. What have you guys done to kind of bring in, the developer talent?
Yeah, so one thing we've done is, so you think about Scale Labs, we're a core team. We want to support the growth of the Scale network. And what we don't have, we actually don't have any salespeople. We only have a solutions engineering team. And it's really like a high-powered developer relations arm where the goal of this team is to just go out and help people build on Scale, make sure that they're working with product to ensure documentation is good, that new features are coming down the pipeline and getting the right place on the roadmap, helping build tools to easily deploy Scale, to manage it, helping people understand how the code works, how to test against the code. And Christine Perry, who did the workshop, she's VP of Solutions Engineering at Scale. She and her team do a phenomenal job. And what we did is we said, hey, this is a new industry. Let's go study business to developer marketing in open source enterprise. Let's study how crypto networks and developers are working and thinking and interacting in the blockchain Ethereum landscape. And let's combine what we know about enterprise software and open source and B2D marketing, business to developer marketing, and combine it with these other practices. And that's kind of what we've built, is a model to try to just, give support in the most effective, efficient way possible and keep developer user experience in mind. Because I think some people think developers just will chew through glass if they want, to deploy something. But the reality is if they have two options and one's really easy to deploy, the other one's really painful to deploy and manage, they're going to use, the first one. So
for sure. And do you guys do like bounties or grant programs as well? Or like, is there a wish list of what's still on the table that needs to be developed, created, built?
Oh yeah. We have so many things that community contributions that have been built and that will be built and improved. And, recently, there was a integration to Chainlink that was built. We did a integration with Arweave that was community built, and we'll keep launching these. And we've got a wish list, a bounty wish list, and we're going to start getting more and more of these out to get more and more Scale tokens in the hands of more contributors.
Yeah.
And it's been great thus far, but I'm excited to just see even more. Like there's an initiative for a block explorer. There's an initiative for more wallet integrations and so thankfully the foundation's able to kind of take in these proposals for grants. And there's a lot of companies and people out there that are out building this stuff. Chainflow is building a nice API for the network. Figment is building another tool for the network. And we're just seeing a lot of community contribution, and we welcome more of it. So as much as we can get, please come and help. And there's budget in terms of Scale tokens that are just defined for developers in the community that want to build things that are valuable for the network.
Great. I like that. And for all of you tuning in, right? Gather your team, follow Scale. That's kind of everybody's goal in this space, is to build cool shit. Get out there. So I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up. I got one more last question in terms of evolution. So like 2018 was financing, 2019 was shipping, 2020 was kind of weird, but I think the pandemic escalated a lot of development, a lot of apps, a lot of ideas and concepts. What does 2021 have in store for the industry and then also for Scale?
Yeah, I think this is the year, and by the way, this is the year where we're going to see the growth happen that I thought was going to happen in 2020.
Okay.
I remember I was at DevCon on stage giving my predictions I was running a panel, and I think this is the year that we're going to see that user-centric growth. And I think we're seeing it. We saw DeFi boom. We saw NFTs are rocking and rolling. Gaming's really like picking up steam. But I think there's some really cool wallet features and like integrations into layer 2 scaling and scalability platforms that are coming together, where we're going to start seeing the user experiences just take a phenomenal hit that growth curve, that knee of the curve, kind of what I talked about with mobile.
Yeah.
And I think user-owned economy and Web3 and middleman disruption companies and projects, I think are going to be, in the end of 2021, what we saw the middle of 2020 in terms of DeFi. So you'll start seeing these things like Brain Trust, for example, and these different platforms that are user-owned that disrupt these middleman environments really come into play. And they've been building, that whole industry has been building for a long time too. Minds, the decentralized social network is a great example. Audius on the music side.
Yeah.
These things are just going to just skyrocket this year. That's my feeling.
Perfect. No, I believe that too. I think kind of that Web 2.0, for people that don't know, kind of Google it, Web 2.0, 3.0 is centralization and decentralization and kind of owner-centric in every aspect. And that's kind of the direction we're going. So we've kind of chatted for a while here, Jack. I appreciate you coming back on the show, and we hope to have you again. Where should people find out more info about Scale Labs and or Scale Network?
Yeah, I just recommend going to the Scale Network website, scale.network. You can find access to Twitter. You can follow me at Jack O'Halloran or at Scale Network, but you'll find all the social links, whether, developer community on Discord, community centric group on Telegram, and then and there's other areas where you can come interact and, just frankly be a part of the program. This is a user-owned network, and so please come join and support.
Perfect. And, that's kind of what Reimagine is all about. The pandemic hit, we're going on our 7th event. Obviously there's a demand for educational content, video content, one-on-one interviews, which, we've tried to scale up, and have a good time. And again, appreciate you joining. You guys have supported us with workshops, with speakers. And so we look to have you back. And for everybody watching, hopefully you enjoyed it, and we'll see you all again. Thank you.
Our past inspires the decisions we make today to reshape our future tomorrow. In a world where human beings and machines become friends. In a world where fiber optic channels become virtual highways of communication. In a world where everything we know and value is vulnerable to manipulation and destruction. In such a world, we need a revolution that gives us hope. Where some take to the streets and look to their leaders, the modern warrior dares to cut beneath the current and strives to restructure the core without permission. In a technological world, we need a technological revolution. And when the unimaginable happens, the brave must be bold and dare to reimagine.
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy. And I'm Tammy Tezos. 2020 sure was a year to reimagine, and we're glad that you can join us again this year to Reimagine 2021. In case you're not already planning on it, we would like to remind you to tune into Reimagine 2021 virtual events, where you get to hear about the latest and greatest updates in the world of cryptocurrency and blockchain technology every month. Also, be sure to follow us on Twitter at Reimagine_2021 and subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can stay up to date with daily news segments such as Immutable Opinion with Asher Westrop Evans and 90 Seconds or Less with Yona Hawkhauser. Stay tuned to Reimagine 2021, brought to you by Mousebelt.
Captain's log, stardate 2272.1. Captain Cluck here with another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Synthetic asset. The term synthetic asset refers to a mix of assets that have the same value as another asset. Traditionally, synthetics combine various derivative products, options, futures, or swaps that simulate an underlying asset such as stocks, bonds, commodities, indexes, currencies, or interest rates. You know, I dated a woman once who had a synthetic asset. Turns out she was a robot. Live and learn.
At this point, one thing's for sure. Blockchain and cryptocurrencies are changing the world, and they're here to stay. That means we need people like you, now more than ever, to lead the way. Whether you're an entrepreneur with ideas in need of technical support, whether you're an early-stage startup looking to accelerate your business, or whether you're a student looking to learn more about blockchain technology and business, the Mousebelt ecosystem is here to help you on your way. As the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator, Mousebelt offers capital investment opportunities, engineering, blockchain education courses, and free placement in our new startup school. To learn more about joining the Mousebelt ecosystem, visit mousebelt.com. Mousebelt, the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Reimagine 2021. I'm your co-host, Ashley Meredith, Head of Education at Mousebelt Blockchain Accelerator. Today, we're bringing you version 7.0, the history of coins, and we have a really exciting guest for you today, Anthem Hayek Blanchard. He's the CEO and co-founder of Hera Software, has a really awesome, interesting background. We'll be able to tell you a lot about what is going on in financial markets, gold, money, everything about the history of coins. Welcome, Anthem. Thank you for joining us.
Humbled and grateful. Thank you for having me, Ashley.
So thanks for joining us. Before we dive into everything you're doing at Hera Software, why don't you tell our viewers a little bit about your background? What were you doing before? How did you get into blockchain?
So humbled and grateful. My wife and I, Cynthia, co-founded a company 10 years ago called Anthem Vault, a precious metal company built to make it easier for people to buy, sell, and own gold and silver. And before that, I had worked as a person, really kind of head of business strategy, did a whole bunch of things, kind of the utility guy at a company called goldmoney.com, which was a startup that my father had invested some seed capital in about 25 years ago. And when he passed away about 20 years ago, I decided when I graduated college out of Emory, I would take some interest in it, and it ended up becoming the world's largest digital gold currency company by 2008. It went public on Toronto Stock Exchange about 6 years ago. And so my wife was in the music industry, so she actually predates me in being in digital assets. So she co-owned a music publishing company in Nashville, and did a lot of like background singing and things like that. And so really the two of us together really formed our company as a precious metal company. About 8 years ago, we started building in public protocol software, which is the type of software that the Bitcoin inventors invented with Bitcoin. And we built the world's first gold cryptocurrency, quote unquote, that Reuters credited us with as a promotional tool for our Anthem Vault platform. And we were able to lower our acquisition costs by about 40 times. And that caused us to go full on building and public protocol solutions. We built another version we were planning to launch live a year later called Hyatt Gold, and that ended up getting railroaded. We were about 5 years early in market timing, and also we were pre-US regulation, and it caused some conflict with our banking relationships with our precious metal company, Anthem Vault at the time. So we ended up holding off, ended up waiting a couple years, spun off assets, and ended up deciding to do a gold token in the US called Anthem Gold. We launched a couple years ago. But in building this and designing the build, we realized we needed a real binary differentiator. And we decided what that was going to be was anchoring all of our inventory logs for the gold bars and gold logs going in and out of the vault into Bitcoin in some way. And we were going to do it some way that was 100% public protocol, which I realized about 2 years later, about 2 years ago, was ransomware proof, 100% uptime, and perfect data integrity to the level of Bitcoin. And that inventory log, which is a stack of public protocols, we called Hercules. And Hercules is an index layer that we built originally on Ethereum, although now we're planning to shift onto another public protocol here for Hercules called Casper, and basically use that layer as an index operating system to basically keep track of all the layers underneath it. A bit like Red Hat with the Linux LAMP stack. We have Hercules as our stack, and the company that serves Hercules as this trust solution is called Hera Software Development. And so that's the origin, genesis of my background, about 20 years in e-payments. My parents were really famous themselves in the gold industry. They built the world's largest retail gold business. About 30 years ago, they sold it. They were real famous for helping to make gold bullion coins and bars physical legal to own. So believe it or not, for about 31 years, it was illegal for a US citizen or resident to own gold bullion from 1933 through 1974. And that was kind of the way that my parents built a lot of acclaim for themselves, became kind of pseudo-historical figures, and did a lot of other really amazing accomplishments. My dad unfortunately died at the age of 55. He was actually in a wheelchair. He was paraplegic, so I'm adopted. So I learned a lot about wealth. My life had a price on it. So my parents had to purchase me as a black market baby because it was illegal, still is illegal for paraplegics, people in wheelchairs, to adopt in Louisiana. So wealth bought freedom for myself and my family. And now what we're trying to do with Hera through Hercules is give everyone wealth by giving everyone the ability to participate in commerce without having to worry about being on the negative side of the equation, making all the equations positive through trusted communication and putting that trusted communication in commerce. Bitcoin gave us that ability to have trusted record keeping. And that's really what has enabled us. We're really sitting on the shoulders of many giants, all these public protocol creators. And we've just kind of happened to stay curious and find a way to link some of them together and continue to link them together in different ways that can make commercial solutions possible using these new type of awesome, incorruptible, impossible to take down, and perfect record keeping. So it's idyllic. So the world needs to transition over as fast as possible, as far as we're concerned. So.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing that story about your family and what they have done to promote ownership, right? The ability for us to own our wealth, own it in whatever form that we want. I was wondering if maybe you could go in a little bit to the kind of the evolution of both the companies that your parents and yourself have worked on and where you are today. Just kind of explain a little bit more about I think it's important for people to understand the import of technologies like Bitcoin and blockchain to understand kind of the evolution of ownership of gold. So you say, you know, over 30 years ago, it was illegal to even own physical gold. Then you have this website 25 years ago called buygold.com. And then you're able to have a digital representation of that. And now we have it similar to Bitcoin. So yeah, maybe you can explain that a little bit for our viewers.
100%. And really, there is a lot of comparison with gold and Bitcoin. And, you know, I think some of them are appropriate and some of them can be confusing. But, you know, appropriate's all to one's own definition. But, you know, Bitcoin is like the most powerful of all these public protocols. So it's the strongest clock. It's the world's strongest clock. It's the world's strongest record keeping, world's strongest notary. And it's by orders of magnitude over Ethereum, which is second in terms of the amount of power that it takes to secure the network of Bitcoin. And gold is very similar in the sense that it has formed the bottom layer, kind of the base layer of our old world system of commerce. And the thing is that our new world system has not really become a new world system yet, because we're not really getting any material amount of our goods and services served by services using public protocols to serve goods and services right now. It's just not reality. And so we're still living in this old world of gold, analog, you know, people and banks and governments and all kinds of these institutions, companies that humans have to make choices in. And that's analog speed, you know, me or you saying yes, no, versus light moving right now for this interview, right? I mean, we're moving billions of times, trillions of times, however much slower than the light is, right? So this is the same thing we suffer from. And gold really made for the best form of proxy value in a world that only could define value by proxy or by like some third party is what proxy really means. And money itself is really something that has to be defined by someone, someone's. There have to be a group of people that basically say, this is money, or, you know, the world has to say, okay, this is money, you know, but basically money is always something that has to be defined then. And anything that's definable has to be defended, and anything defended can be aggressed. And so, you know, the way I look at it is that, you know, basically what we look at when we have like a piece of gold or a dollar bill or a stick or whatever, a rock or whatever someone used as money in the past, someone, we say, I'm going to sell or buy this good or services from you or to you. And basically then I'm going to give you this unit of account that's going to basically be a representation of value. Literally, it's a representation of value. It's a third party of value representation. It's a third party. So basically what that means is that there's like you and me as the buyer, seller, buyer, and then there's this third party middle thing, whether it's a dollar bill, whether it's a bank, whether it's a series of banks, right, with our credit card, for example. There's always middle people. There always have to be middle people. If I decide to send you, you know, Satoshis, keys to Bitcoin or whatever, you know, gold keys, you know, that give you direct access to gold in a vault somewhere, then basically you have direct access to that value. There might still be some other mechanisms right now of humans, and hopefully that will change in the next, you know, 5, 10, 20, 30, 50 years. But the reality is that you have direct value that no one else can directly take away, you know, especially if it's something that's not physically tied to something else and it's a service or like a synthetic good. And so effectively, you know, that's barter. You know, I give you something, you give me something, that's it, you know, and then the records are done. So, I mean, I look at it like Satoshi's Bitcoin software keys are barter to gain a date time entry stamp into the world's strongest clock. That's what it is. And so, you know, Bitcoin has been the world's strongest CPU processor. You know, interplanetary file system has been the world's strongest public hard drive. You know, STORJ, I think, is the world's strongest, or vying for one of the world's strongest private hard drive, right? That's where we use these components in our stack or have. And so, you know, we look at like a protocol does one thing well. Like we're talking on all kinds of private protocols right now, probably SAP, VoIP, HTTPS, right? Email is like, you know, IPOP or SMTP, right? Protocols, whether they're private, meaning that you have to have access and permission from some master, or is public, meaning that it's permissionless as long as you have a prerequisite entry of software keys and there is no master. Either way, the protocol only does one thing well. Protocol software just means a type of software that it secures itself using a network. Now, one of the best beauties, I think, of public protocol software is it's super efficient. It's very, very light code. And just like us as humans, the computer is the same in the sense that you give the computer 100 lines of code or 100,000 lines of code, it's going to read the 100 lines of code like 1,000 times faster, just like kind of us, right? So the lighter that you can make the code, which is eliminating the security, the reason the operating systems are so big on our phones, our computers, and that we're constantly having to update them is security. It's a gigantic labyrinth, a big maze that gets bigger every time the company versions, and basically changing walls, doors, windows every single time. That's basically how it works. That's why it's like gigabytes upon gigabytes. It keeps getting bigger and bigger. It's very onerous to run that kind of code. And then the internet itself, you look at how we access the internet today, as long as like we buy enough pipe basically from our home or business or wherever, we gain access. And we gain access to all these computers that are running corruptible software. So this is like a recipe for total disaster. And it's why we see like ransomware. I mean, there was like an HBO documentary I just saw on the way back from Dubai to the US, on the way to Houston, going to Colorado, just like not even a week ago about this. And, it's I think the real reason we have a lot of the hysteria going on right now. I mean, the Federal Reserve went out less than a week ago, 3.3 trillion on average in daily payments went out for 2 hours plus. So that's, about 300 billion if you average that out 24 hours, which is probably even more than that, because I think it was during business hours or something that hundreds of billions of dollars of payment delays, right? So like, if you look at Gartner Group stats at cybersecurity and ransomware attacks, it basically is 0 to 8 years ago. They stayed 20 billion like this year, basically. But I think that number is probably off by 100 plus times, because what's unreported, underreported, and economic losses that are unreported or underreported, I mean, it's one of the whole reasons you pay a bounty for ransom is to not have it be reported and to be able to get your systems up fast. So, you don't want someone to know, especially if you're a government or a bank where your entire business is practically record keeping. The last thing that you want is for people to know that your record keeping and record keeping techniques are vulnerable. So that's really how we've kind of grown to this crazy prominence, to like $100 million total available market gold retail company, to like hundreds of billions or trillions if you look at enterprise cloud companies like Amazon or Microsoft. I mean, it's crazy. But yet, people are betting on the future. That's why Tesla's worth more than like all the other car companies combined or something, because the past no longer serves us. We have all these indicators, interest rates, betting on the future, a public protocol speculation with all the keys and multi-trillion-dollar valuation in our space now, without it even really being commercial software yet. I mean, these are great indicators of a very bright future that's going to involve public protocols. It's going to involve access, where good people win because good people can prove their actions, and bad people now have to prove their actions. Once the ability to corrupt information in the past is removed, like today, everything is corruptible. You can fake anything, a date, time, anything, email system, website, file, and never know the difference. You can get in everyone's and everybody else's servers. If you ask people one-on-one that are in big positions in the IT of any company, they will share that with you over a few drinks. That is the reality. And people are just praying that people are stealing data in the systems and not going to try to start holding the systems ransom, because that's totally a possibility. And the reality is people get more desperate, they do more desperate things. So, that's the nature of why I think we've seen it. People are working at home a lot more now, obviously, with COVID the last year. That's causing the incidences to like ramp up double digits or triple digits, sometimes quarter over quarter, from like numbers that you actually see published, which again, I'm very skeptical about, and I think are like totally underreported, not to the fault of any survey company or anything, but just because people want to really keep it quiet. Like they do not want to talk about it. It's like a holy, commercial thing, the sacredness of my data, right? Like sacredness of my systems, people have to trust in my systems, or else they're not going to buy my services and goods anymore, right? So
Yeah, well, you kind of hint at, I think, what are the biggest themes in what the cypherpunk movement was, what creating any sort of blockchain protocol is about, which is, of course, like security, immutable data, but also about incentivization, right? You mentioned, you know, any system, basically, a political system, a state, a democracy, a constitution, is about how do we incentivize good actors and disincentivize bad actors, right? With Bitcoin, there is the incentive is to solve a specific, you know, series of computations correctly. There's a clear incentive to upkeep that record. So yeah, it's just a thing that I'm super interested in as a political philosopher. You know, how do we incentivize good actors and disincentivize bad actors in a way in which people are the most free and able to, you know, pursue the things that make them happy. So what are some of those, how does that relate to buying gold today? Like, what is it that Hera software is doing to preserve kind of those ideals, and how does that relate to the gold market?
So you know, it's really trusted record keeping. You know, how to make good actors win is through recording their actions in a commercial way, because once that's seen, business wants trust, wants reliability, wants certainty. So the more that commercial actors can see certainty, then it drives down the prices and increases the value, because so often the reason why people keep buying from their same supply chain is that's the best thing that they can trust, right? And so gold was the best thing that people could trust when record keeping was totally corrupt. Like, I'm talking no computers, right? You know, we're like sitting and writing stuff, and we're like lettering stuff, and who knows what's going on for days, weeks, months, right? Years, sometimes, like hundreds of years ago, like, what's happening? So we needed like something. Oh, this gold is all around the world. We sailed to South America from Spain. Like, oh, look, people kind of see what this is. They've seen something like this. Like, it's recognizable. Communication, sight, physical attributes of something is a form of third-party validation of something that everyone can agree on this thing being valid. Oh, it always melts at this certain rate. You can always form it, you know. It's kind of rare. It's hard for us to find lots of it, you know, usually. And then sometimes when that happens, then like the gold price went down for hundreds of years, right? But there's lots of examples of that happening in history too, like corrupted history, even though it was that crazy when that happened, right? But point being is that gold was basically like the best value marker in a violent system that we still live with today, because ultimately gold still has to be defended by people. Gold standard has to be defended right now by the US military, even though it's way, way, way devalued. The unit of account, technically, when it comes down to it, is still gold. It's still technically the US government holds gold, you know, as a fungible, meaning exchangeable, liquid thing. And that's really what money has to be, as it turns out in history, because we've tried all these experiments, and even the corrupted history, from what we can tell of the past, you know, 5,000, 6,000 years, it's a common motto that the attributes of money are very definite in terms of what makes for the best money. Now, you know, less than 13 years in, Bitcoin has given us barter. Basically, you know, barter in a way that's infinitely better than money, because barter in a way that's triple book entry accounting, perfect record keeping, and it removes one of the three parties out of the equation. So, you know, by definition now, you know, going from 3 to 2 is 50% better. And it removes a whole layer that's a possibility for miscommunication, that's corruptible. And basically right now, these two parties can just totally, okay, we're fine, and the record keeping is over here, totally out the way, right? And is always here permanent. As long as the community members find benefit in the community will hold. it's kind of like, eHarmony could be the world's biggest Ponzi scheme if you don't get married, right? So, a lot of things are like that. You use a service, right, for a long time, and is it a Ponzi scheme or not? Well, you could argue both ways, but at the end of the day, if enough people are using the network, who cares? The network is useful. It's relevant to enough people where the network holds. So it's like Dogecoin, right? It's relevant. It's funny, right? Now, will it last in 10 or 20 years? I don't know. Like, will it find commercial viability? I have a hard time believing it, but I'm human and I don't know. I can't predict the future. So, but I appreciate all of the speculation on Dogecoin and other things. I appreciate, people staying curious and adopting these, protocols. And, you're seeing what happens. Artists are coming in with NFTs, people that are finance people are coming in with like DeFi, right? I mean, there are all these cool things where, are happening. So even though some of it's kind of, or a lot of it's very like only speculative and, isn't probably sustainable, all that code and those ideas and some of the ideas and protocols actually will be, I think sustainable. And then, it's just a wonderful playground for all of us that are developing in the space solutions, especially business solutions or whatever, non-business solutions, to go out, access that code, enjoy it and be able to build, more fun things, basically using all this open source code.
Absolutely. So would love to let the viewers know more about exactly what Hera Software is doing. And also, tell the students tuning in, you currently are the CEO of a company making big moves in the blockchain space, and any advice you might have for them.
I would say stay curious, know nothing, stay curious, keep on learning, stay humble, stay grateful, and, don't be afraid, right? The harder you fall on the floor, the better success that you will have is my lesson in life, my biggest one so far. So, from an entrepreneur standpoint, business standpoint, and really with Hera, it's about helping maximize others' perceived wants and needs of enjoyment. For us, it's about delivering enterprises, public and private, governments and companies, some way that they can trust to commerce, which is really, again, 100% uptime, guaranteed ransomware proof, and perfect data integrity. And that's perfect record keeping, and that's into Bitcoin always. And we always use public protocols. So I'd say, stay true to staying curious about your passion. And if you're not sure about your passion, then, I think seeking your passion is a passion. So, that's really in with the stay curious, stay curious. And, I think if you do that, then probably good things will happen, because a lot of people are too afraid to stay curious. And that's when, they go back to that fear base and revert back to old behaviors and old thought patterns. And, we all do it. It's just a matter of like, what level are we going to live at and kind of live in the future versus how much of our behavior is going to be in the past. Right. And I just think that this whole movement of, peaceful commerce, world peace is possible through commerce that's entirely built on trust. And trust is love, and love is infinitely stronger than hate, which is fear, right? So it's obvious what's going to happen. So it's just a matter of embracing what's going to happen. And I think the best way to start is, buy some Satoshis, Google Maps, Bitcoin ATM, download whatever, Edge Wallet. I hawk them because I've known Paul Puey for 7-8 years, and we know the code base there because we've done, our original Anthem Gold build we did on that using his wallet keys, infrastructure. So yeah, and if anyone's curious, look me up. So I'm always looking for interesting people to work with. So if you want a little excitement, I can't promise it'll be easy, but I promise you it'll be hopefully fun and different. So if anyone is interested in, working with me, they can text me 702-569-3431. And yeah, just text me and just introduce yourself and tell me about your passion, your curiosity.
That's so nice of you to share your phone number. And my heart stopped a little bit because the first 6 digits were the same as my old phone number. But I realized we both lived in Las Vegas, obviously.
And yeah, 702, about 10 years in Las Vegas.
569 too.
That's funny. Wow. Small world.
Yeah. Well, I love what you had to say about curiosity because, I feel a lot of people give a lot of lip service to, you know, especially if you're experiencing a hard time or having any mental health issues. It's always, you know, like have a gratitude journal, and it so works. Being grateful, gratitude always works. But I always want to kind of add to that. I think the other real lifesaver in those moments is curiosity, and you know, that moment when you stop caring about like something you see on the street, or you want to just, you know, that feeling of wanting to like read one more page or click one more Wikipedia link or ask someone a question about something that they just said. You know, that's when the fire starts to die. So stoking curiosity is something that I always definitely recommend. And for any students tuning in, Anthem was kind enough to share, you know, that you don't have to be a technical person to jump into the blockchain and get started. You know, download a wallet, buy some Bitcoin, experiment with it. Are there any ways that you would recommend students interact with the products that you're building? How could they get started?
Honestly, you know, we're enterprise, so you know, we're really business. I mean, we've really been attracting so far like 50 to 100 GDP countries right now with services. You know, we just had, it looks like some good movement with like a Fortune 100 that's taken about a year. I mean, these are long processes. I mean, some of them aren't. Like one of the government builds, we ended up meeting the CEO of the sales partner at the end of December, got the confirm in January, and it'll be the world's first incorruptible mall sweepstakes. And so we'll be making some noise about that in a little bit with press release. And so that's exciting, you know. So I would say if you want to get involved, I mean, you know, obviously you're feel free to text me, get in touch with us, herasoft.com. We have a splash page. Literally, we haven't even finished the first page yet. We have all these clients and we're almost done it. So in fairness to our team. And so, you know, we're just humbled and really excited. I mean, I can't get over the kind of reception we've had all around. It's just been really humbling, honestly. It's I was at a very, you know, low place about a year ago. It was very hard. And, you know, we were at a place where we couldn't pay a lot of people, and we really had to look ourselves in the mirror and kind of face the facts. And I had to look myself in the mirror and face the facts. And it was the first time in about 9 years that I couldn't really help bridge the company myself directly. And that was a big ego swallow, you know, and that was what really, I think, caused this ability to now be in this flow of love and success and humility. And we're not even successful yet, really, but I look at myself as successful now because I can kind of get past myself a lot now, you know, and understand, wow, this Hera, it's like the biggest sun in the universe, right? And you know, it's kind of that play, right? In Greek mythology where Hercules is like a half mortal, half human and is super strong, but like his stepmom is Hera. And so they get along, right? So you know, it was just kind of a little bit of fun. I mean, Hercules represents the commerce story in some ways. You know, the pillars of Hercules were the mouth of the Mediterranean, but like the Straits of Gibraltar during the Roman Empire. So there's kind of like the pillar is always on the dollar bill or on all currency signs. Like they've got the one line or the two lines. That stands for the pillars of Hercules originally. So, you know, Heracles, Hercules.
I never knew that.
So little fun, I guess, pseudo facts, historical myths. So, but yeah, so it's kind of like based on that, you know, redefining commerce through trust. And so, yeah, Hera is the biggest sun in the universe. So have to name our software development company Hera.
Yeah, well, I'm so glad you told us the history of how you named your company, because I was definitely curious as a philosopher who studied ancient Greek. So thank you for sharing that. Well, just to wrap up before we end, maybe like zooming out a bit more to our theme, you know, history of coins. We have, you know, the cypherpunk movement, the birth of Bitcoin, birth of Ethereum, all the way up to the bull run. Any thoughts that you have? When did you first start paying attention to Bitcoin? Where was your entry point into this history of coins? And you know, what do you think about the bull run right now? Do you see any similarities to when you first got into the space? Any thoughts about what's happening in the stock market?
So really good questions. Briefly, I got introduced by a guy named Trace Mayer, originally who I met at Gold Money about 15 years ago, and his family ended up becoming big shareholders in Gold Money, and I became friends with Trace. And he started talking to me about Bitcoin about when it first came out. And I was unfortunately not patient enough. So the other thing I would say, stay patient and be a good listener. If you can do those things, then you're guaranteed success. So, I didn't listen well enough, honestly. I probably should listen more. I played around for a few hours back, whenever that was, 12 years ago or so. And it was just too hard for me. I didn't have the mind for it or the patience for it at that point. But I was super curious about it at that point. I will say that. I could hear enough of what he was saying that it made sense to me. And so on a level, but I didn't really trust how strong it would be, and basically once I saw it for about 2 years or so, I started to believe in it. I bought some in 2012. Actually, it was 12, 12, 12 for $12. Really easy to remember. And so that was really, really cool. And obviously, was able to do a little bit, but really put most of that back in the company. We started really building about 8 years ago. Once it was about 3 years old or so, I gained enough trust for it. It's like, what the hell? Let's do a promotion. It's $5,000 worth of gold. Why not? And basically we did it. And it was like so phenomenally, we like doubled our account size in 3 months. And we had already been open like about a year and a half at that point. So, it was pretty phenomenal. And I was kind of like, wow, okay, this is the future. I see it. I always kind of saw it as rails, and I still kind of do see it as rails. Like I see, the protocols are like rails to the services that are served. And, that was kind of a little bit different for me, I think, than some of the people in the space that really kind of, honestly, in fairness, lost some trust, I think, in public protocols commercializing, because there were a lot of just really early ideas from a market timing standpoint. Ourselves included in gold tokenization. So I have a lot of sympathy for that. So, in terms of the current markets, I think we're very near an equities top right now. Maybe as soon as a few months, maybe as long as, less than a year, maybe to the end of this year. I'm very bullish about Satoshis and Bitcoin's, Satoshis run right now. I think that we're going to see a much higher top before we get into the end of summer on this cycle. This cycle reminds me of a lot of the other cycles. I think stock to flow ratio is really the best analysis, especially while Bitcoin hasn't quote unquote commercialized yet. People really aren't using Bitcoin as a notary public for their legal agreements or things like that yet, at the very least. So I think that until that happens, at the very least, stock to flow ratio will continue to be the most accurate way to look. It's not perfect, but it gives you a very, very good look to see kind of the manias of the past, as we've gotten to highs, and basically the effect that, decreasing the block reward, the reward that those that secure the network get, over, a certain number of these blocks, quote unquote, entries that have been made is really the block. A certain number of these block of entries basically have been made. It's pretty consistent. It makes sense because those that secure the network, the miners, quote unquote, if they have half the rewards and about 99% of all the reward comes from the block right now and not the payment fees, then it makes sense that the miners have to basically take off a lot of supply that they would normally sell to bring up the price to basically make buying more equipment worth it. So that way, less new people that want to get into the market can get into the market from a competitive standpoint. So, I think once you understand it as barter, and you kind of start staying curious and knowing nothing, right? Because it can kind of help remove a lot of the illusions of perception that we have, right? And that's a lot of the problem, that none of us, we all have our blind spots, all of us. You can do millions of things better than me. I can do millions of things better than you. And that goes for everyone watching this both ways, right? So that's the beauty of life. I believe we're quantum computers, that we just need to have a trust mechanism so that way we're not paralyzed in fear of connecting to one another, right? So that's the reason why we're so deficient in so many ways. And even though we have all this great innovation, we're talking at light speed right now, still there's hundreds of thousands of people that are like not are skipping meals right now in like the same big cities, right, that we're around, right? So, that's a real, indication, really that it's a system that's failed, and look at our world today. I mean, our wants and needs are being less served today, arguably, than they were even 10 years ago. So, I mean, do we really want to keep living in this old world, or do we want to get to this new world now, right? Like we have a choice now, right? It's just a matter of, picking that choice, walking in light, right? Instead of walking backward in darkness, right? So, it's a choice.
Yeah, I think that's a use case or a social problem that I'm most interested in solving and seeing whether blockchain can solve, which is, incentivizing collaboration, right? Forming trusted networks that allow people to track progeny, right? Like I would be more, as an educator, lifelong educator, professor, and building university programs for over 12 years, open access to educational resources, but wanting to have that progeny tracked, like I'm much more likely to contribute to a project if even if I'm not compensated, as long as people know that that's my contribution, right? So I'm interested in all sorts of ed tech applications for blockchain, like tracking progeny, collaborating on scientific research, sharing data privately with other research labs, or crowdsourcing research, any sorts of ways that we can start paying people to learn instead of having to pay to learn, getting paid for creating educational content, all sorts of things like that. So I'd love to hear from you, what are, we did our Reimagine series, our second was called Disrupt the System, because we had, COVID hit. We were feeling very positive about trying to make the best out of a bad situation. How were we going to reimagine the year? And as the months went on, we just saw more failures in these systems. We saw these stress fractures in kind of the way that we've always been doing things. So our next theme was Disrupt the System. And we asked everyone, what are the use cases in blockchain that you think are the most disruptive, or what are your favorite? Would just love to hear from you.
I really love NFT right now, non-fungible tokens and art, and kind of that idea that, you have, at least if you're the original owner of something, and this idea of flex value, basically flexing your value as like prestige. But I think also, to your point, it's also flexing the goodwill of good actors too. So now you can, someone can see this. It's like a resume that no one can forge, basically, if you can prove that you were the author of it. So that, I think, is really powerful. I mean, we did a little seed investment into a company in South Africa called Kodo that is run by a former executive of ours, Greg Jabezi. And he's got about 50,000 on his main YouTube, and he runs a blockchain university, so which is profitable, and does a great job of really educating people and about kind of the hard knocks of the space, and teaching them just some basics about it, how to custody the keys, if you're interested in speculating in the markets, kind of some basic do's and don'ts from his perspective, which has worked out pretty well for him and people that have followed him. So I think that, staying curious, again, I mean, I'm always on the prowl for different ideas, different markets that we can serve. I mean, we do build some stuff on speculation. Most of the builds we do, are like revenue licensing deals, and even the spec ones are all revenue licensing deals, but some of them are build up front. So build, milestones. So it's been a wild ride. I mean, it's been about a year in, and we're already getting multiple different types of ways that we're earning revenue. So from enterprises, so from big enterprises in some cases, even if it's just parts of big enterprises, and that's a new thing for me. So it's, again, been very humbling, and I just, we're a 10-year overnight success. So our 10-year anniversary of incorporating Anthem Vault February 22nd. So, and it really took us 9 years to find a real total available market that was relevant, honestly. So, and I'm 41 years old, right? So, go figure, right? It took me a long time, relatively speaking. So, and I had a lot of resources at my disposal, right? So, I would say don't get discouraged. This is the best time ever to do something without any resources, quote unquote, financially, and even education wise, in some ways you're better off because you can educate yourself. right? By doing instead of just watching all the time. I mean, education is important to be able to speak language to other people, which is critical to be successful ultimately in life. However, you can also, it's like, a picture is worth 1,000 words. If it's a picture that's deceiving and it's 1,000 words, it could be 1,000 words that can kind of put you 1,000 words further from a truth, or closer to a truth, or somewhere in between, right? So, just being conscious about, what it is that you're thinking, you're doing, right? What is the purpose, right? I mean, often when I'm talking to someone who's like telling me about what they're doing, the first question I typically ask is like, what is your passion, or what is the purpose? Why? The why, right? Like, why are you doing this, basically? That's another way to say it. I just like to kind of disguise the why and the what. But yeah, any way that you can find your curiosity, I would say stick to it, and, stay curious about finding your passion, right? And then when you find passion, stay curious about the passion, right? And that's really been it. I mean, I call myself the Don Quixote of the team, surrounded by a bunch of, Leonardo da Vinci's or whatever, Marie Curie's, right? So a lot of geniuses, and I just kind of stumbling into this boat, and I'm kind of on this boat in a river, and a boat kind of gets bigger, and the river gets bigger, and people kind of magically appear along the side of the boat and kind of float in. And that's kind of how it's been. And we just flow down this river, and it seems to be getting better, bigger, faster, whatever, right? So, it's been quite a fun ride. So I'm very grateful for it.
That's so great. I always call our co-founder the genius wrangler, because he's just so good at getting a bunch of geniuses in a room and getting them to work together. So that's great to hear. And congratulations on 10 years with your company and the success you've been having lately. Tell us one more time, anyone, who do you want to hear from, and how can they find you?
I want to hear from you if you're curious, if you found anything I said interesting, agreed or disagreed. So, I want to hear from you if you want to communicate. So I'm radical transparency on a radical voluntary basis. So, I respect everyone not wanting to communicate with me too. So, whatever you want to do, you're welcome to it. Text is the best way, really. So in WhatsApp, or even just SMS is even great. So just regular plain old text. 702-569-3431, and I'm around. So Anthem Hayek Blanchard. So that's me.
Yes.
And, Ashley, thank you for this opportunity. It's been tremendous, and very grateful for it. It's been quite an interview.
Thank you again for joining us. That was Anthem Hayek Blanchard, CEO and co-founder of Hera Software. And everybody stay tuned for more from Reimagine 2021.
Hello, Old Man Monkey here with another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. 51% attack. A 51% attack is a brute force attack on a crypto network, conducted by directing at least more computational power than half of what the network currently uses, with the intention of manipulating the consensus mechanism, typically for gains made through malicious double spending. You can imagine this as a democratic voting procedure where the majority always wins consensus. I don't know what any of that means. Back in my day, we didn't have cryptocurrency. We had actual coins, and you could go to the movies all day for a nickel. And there were cartoons and newsreels, and popcorn only cost a dime, and then you could...
At this point, one thing's for sure. Blockchain and cryptocurrencies are changing the world, and they're here to stay. That means we need people like you, now more than ever, to lead the way. Whether you're an entrepreneur with ideas in need of technical support, whether you're an early-stage startup looking to accelerate your business, or whether you're a student looking to learn more about blockchain technology and business, the Mousebelt ecosystem is here to help you on your way. As the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator, Mousebelt offers capital investment opportunities, engineering, blockchain education courses, and free placement in our new startup school. To learn more about joining the Mousebelt ecosystem, visit mousebelt.com. Mousebelt, the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator.
My friends, I'm glad that you can join us in the decentralized financial revolution. The only way forward is if we continue to educate ourselves and those around us, and that is certainly what we intend to do. The value of $1 can diminish with the click of a federal button, but the seeds of wisdom may never die. Don't let them catch you, be bold, and dare to reimagine your freedom.
Dr. Fauci Nakamoto here, advising all of you on CryptoVid-19, reminding you to quarantine your private keys. Now, don't forget that if they aren't your keys, it's not your crypto. Be sure to put a mask over your hardware wallets.
We just caught word of some breaking news. People are outside of Parliament demanding that the High Chancellor answer their questions. The people are chanting, "When Moon, when Lambo." When Moon, when Lambo. Back to you.
Our past inspires the decisions we make today to reshape our future tomorrow. In a world where human beings and machines become friends. In a world where fiber optic channels become virtual highways of communication. In a world where everything we know and value is vulnerable to manipulation and destruction. In such a world, we need a revolution that gives us hope. Where some take to the streets and look to their leaders. The modern warrior dares to cut beneath the current and strives to restructure the core without permission. In a technological world, we need a technological revolution. And when the unimaginable happens, the brave must be bold and dare to reimagine.
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy. And I'm Tammy Tezos. 2020 sure was a year to reimagine, and we're glad that you can join us again this year to Reimagine 2021. In case you're not already planning on it, we would like to remind you to tune in to Reimagine 2021 virtual events, where you get to hear about the latest and greatest updates in the world of cryptocurrency and blockchain technology every month. Also, be sure to follow us on Twitter at Reimagine_2021 and subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can stay up to date with daily news segments such as Immutable Opinion with Asher Westrop Evans and 90 Seconds or Less with Yona Hawkhauser. Stay tuned to Reimagine 2021, brought to you by Mousebelt.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Reimagine 2021. I'm your co-host, Ashley Meredith, Head of Education over at Mousebelt Blockchain Accelerator, and today we're bringing you our version 7.0 History of Coins. And we're also joined by Ashton Addison. He's the CEO and founder of EventChain. Welcome to the show, Ashton. How are you doing today?
Hey, Ashley, thank you so much for having me on the show. I'm doing wonderful.
So on top of EventChain, you also run your own show.
Yeah, the Crypto Coin Show. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, excited to dive in about all of our overlapping interests in crypto media and all of that. But before we get into everything that you're doing in the crypto space, as you know, I run our university program over at Mousebelt. It's a network of students from 100 schools in over 24 countries. And I just really like to talk directly to students and tell them, you know, how did you get into blockchain and what kind of advice would you give students who are thinking about joining this industry?
Totally. Great intro question. I first actually got involved in blockchain in 2013 and 2014 in the dawn of Ethereum. And in part due to luck and timing and being close to the industries what this came out of. It just so happens that my father happened to be a .com entrepreneur, always looking for the newest things. And when he heard the first time we heard Bitcoin was when WikiLeaks in 2012, 2013 decided to start accepting Bitcoin because they were being blocked out of their traditional payment gateways. And funny enough, my dad was the first one who was like, he's like, WikiLeaks is accepting Bitcoin. We need to start learning about Bitcoin. And it was at that time when, we saw it as an innovative thing moving forward that, hey, if companies are going to start using this as a payment, this could have a lot of value in it. And it's really started following along at that point. And when Ethereum came out, we were following Ethereum when it was 30 cents to 60 cents and just studying and learning about how smart contracts and Turing complete programming languages built into blockchains can revolutionize almost every industry outside of the financial industry as well, and how it's going to change the whole world. And that was just so fascinating to me that I stuck with it. Since then, I'm still following Ethereum almost every day since the very beginning.
Yeah, so that's super interesting about, what kind of inspired you to follow this industry. And it really plays into our theme for this month, which is history of coins. So could you say anything more about, what you saw from having your dad who was so involved in the .com era, maybe some parallels between the .com era and the cryptocurrency movement, as well as how Bitcoin has played into some of these historical moments of, someone like WikiLeaks, who is trying to be like this beacon of truth and transparency, using the promise of these kinds of technologies to be able to allow free movement of money and things like that.
Definitely. There's many parallels to the .com boom and to the start of the cryptocurrency revolution and blockchain revolution as well. And, the way that I see it, there was a lot of hype, as there is in, with speculative startups and investments in the cryptocurrency industry, as there was in the .com boom. And, at that point, people are really just trying to figure out what are the best use cases. In the internet, for example, there wasn't really the development of e-commerce and the platforms that we have today with social media and, Amazon, Google, and Microsoft. They were just in their infancy. And there was a lot of projects that failed in the .com boom, but the internet was here to stay, right? And the people who were in that industry understood that the internet is here to stay, and now billions of people are using it, right? And that is a parallel to, hey, the blockchain industry, there is fundamentals there that have value, and we can clearly see that. And there's a lot of speculation on how, what are the different ways we can use this technology to help people. And as Ethereum, continues to grow out, I like to think of Ethereum as one of those, Microsoft-like foundations / companies that have fundamentals, and people are building things on top of it, trying to figure out what's the best way to provide real world solutions, outside of the financial industry. But it seems that because there's such strong underlying fundamental value that is different than what we have just on the internet. Now we're incorporating money, and we're incorporating, automation, AI, and smart contracts into the internet directly. In one way or another, that technology will stay. And, 30 years from now, blockchain will essentially be, internet with money combined, and it's here to stay.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And just to touch on your other point about, WikiLeaks accepting this form of payment, and the fact that it's almost like a political ideology, where it's like, hey, we're accepting this type of currency, Bitcoin, for example, as a currency because of the ideological principles behind it being sound money. And a lot of people that are getting into Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies, they're trying to understand the value behind it. And I think you really need to do a little, a small deep dive into traditional currencies and precious metals and other forms of the history of money to better understand why Bitcoin has value as money. Because, if you don't understand the traditional banking system and fiat currency, then it's hard to understand the difference between it and Bitcoin.
Yeah, absolutely. So for anyone just tuning in, I definitely recommend heading over to our YouTube channel for Reimagine 2020, Reimagine 2021, hit that subscribe button, check out some of our other interviews, because, for the DeFi event that we did, I learned so much, not just about decentralized finance, but in order to understand the things, AMMs and exchanges and all the things that they were talking about in DeFi, you have to know what's going on in traditional finance. And I just learned a ton from that DeFi event that we did. And with History of Coins this month, we'll have a lot of hopefully great conversations about the history of money. And yeah, so I come from academia. I was a philosophy professor, and my favorite thing to do is talk to like no coiners about crypto and ask them, like, do you even know what fiat is in the first place? Like, do you like, what do you think gives the dollar its value? And so these are really philosophical conversations, and you really do have to kind of take them step by step through the history of money to explain the value of a distributed ledger and all of that. So it's really exciting for me to have those conversations. And yeah, I think it's really important that people get educated on both traditional finance to really understand the value and import of this new technology. And like you said, with the .com bubble, you know, there were projects that didn't last, but the internet was here to stay. And we might think, yeah, cryptocurrency is here to stay. So to go back to you and your background, so you're in the events and media space now. What was your background before applying those skills to blockchain? Did you go to school for media? Tell the students, you know, how did you find your niche?
Yeah, so because my dad was in the .com boom, you know, he ended up giving me a computer in the early 90s when I was, you know, practically an infant. So that really helped, you know, staying in the scene of, you know, what's new in tech. And I think my first operating system was like Windows 93 or something when it went before Windows 95 even came out. And when I was in post-secondary, I actually studied a degree in finance and accounting. So I really combined the finance part with the technology to, you know, and that's what sort of got me stuck in with Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies. But at the same time, because my father and my parents had an entrepreneurial spirit, I was always looking for ways to bring value to others and to create companies that you know, can provide a service or a value of some sort. And one of those companies that I created was an event production company. Actually, you know, when I was still in high school, a bunch of my friends were DJs, and they're like, "Hey, we should create a production company that throws EDM shows, and you know, we could sell tickets and make this into a business." So I financed a bunch of shows. We threw some sold out shows, and they were a huge success, and people were begging for more, which was great. But I was just getting into cryptocurrencies and the technology even more, and there was also just a lot of you know, a lot of tough decisions to make in the event industry when you're throwing big events, and like there's a lot of liabilities involved as well. And you know, being early on in my entrepreneurial journey, it was just a lot of work for the reward. But it was a great experience. And some of the problems that I had when I had that event production company were to do with the ticketing, right? Just like it was hard to keep track of the tickets, and like people could make fake tickets, and you know, there was just so many issues. And even just with all other events, you know, concerts and festivals, and you know, there's even in America alone, there's like 12 million people that are buying fake tickets for a concert. They buy a ticket and then they get to the event, and not only do they not get, you know, they can't go into the event because the ticket was fake, they also lost their money, right? And this is like a multi-million person problem. And I'm thinking, well, sounds like such an easy solution if we could just integrate blockchain to create that digital scarcity in the way that Bitcoin has digital scarcity in its currency, and apply that to the ticketing. Then we can prove the authenticity of the tickets, and you know, you can check on the blockchain when you're buying a ticket to make sure that that's a legitimate ticket, and you're not buying a fake ticket or buying it from a scalper that's already sold it to other people. You can verify those transactions on the blockchain, so that you can just go to an event and not have to worry about getting ripped off or, you know, paying too much or buying a fake ticket. And it just seemed that simple. And so my father and me were like, hey, we should co-found Event Chain together and deliver this blockchain solution to the ticketing industry. And it's also just a great way to explain one of the benefits of blockchain outside of the financial industry and how it can apply to solving problems in the real world in things like ticketing.
Yeah, I love when I think the most excited that I get about any startup, we do a lot of advising through the accelerator, is when somebody went out into the real world, discovered a problem, and thought that blockchain could solve it. So I always encourage students who are, wanting to start a blockchain company, take what or, whatever you're good at or whatever your major is, add blockchain to that, and see if it fits. But, I love when, you were working in the event space and you saw a very specific problem that actually affected specific kinds of users. So I think that's a great, way to go. And then, we're very familiar with the event space. Our blockchain center, San Francisco, we have a big Bitcoin sign outside of a nightclub in San Francisco. Our partners there do this kind of combination nightclub co-working space art galleries. They have one in Denver as well, and that's where I am now. But so we're very plugged into the event space. We host a lot of our own events. When meetups were big in the crypto era, that's how we've met so many amazing people in the space. But just to bring it back to kind of the theme of history of coins, it's just so interesting to think about how governments and regulatory bodies are so concerned with fraud in the cryptocurrency space and illegal activity happening with cryptocurrencies. And there's this kind of negative perception of crypto, when essentially a lot of the solutions that people are building, or the things that crypto allows, is to negate fraud, right? You're talking about a use case where blockchain enables you to prevent fraud.
Totally. Yeah, it's ironic in that sense. But I think part of the reasoning behind that is that they don't really understand a lot about this technology yet, and how it's going to develop into the next version of the technological revolution in the economy, where all currencies are digital. And I know that that's where we're heading very soon. And what that means is that, these new types of currencies are going to replace the types that are in the world right now, right? And so those regulatory bodies are the ones who need to make those decisions when we do switch to a digital currency. And right now, it really has it has changed since 2017, with more institutions getting involved. All these major companies, PayPal, MasterCard, Visa, and Tesla, just buying Bitcoin, integrating it into their businesses. That the narrative of, that this was primarily used for nefarious purposes, I think is long gone now. And, if criminals wanted to use a currency for nefarious activity, they should use the dollar and the cash, because it's, it's more advantageous for them to use that than Bitcoin, because as I said, in terms of blockchain, it's really being able to negate fraud, and also just to have transparency and immutability of transactions. We can go look back at transactions in 2011 that happened on the Bitcoin blockchain very easily, where you couldn't do that with cash. So I think at the beginning, it was just sort of a protection mechanism for the financial industry and the regulatory bodies of, hey, this is something new, and we need to protect what we have right now. While we work on building committees that will see how we can find the benefits of this technology and then integrate it into our financial system as we grow here. And we're seeing that now in most of the main countries are all now working on forms of cryptographic currency, central bank digital currencies, tokenizing the dollar. Now, I did a video on my YouTube channel in 2017 about how the Singapore was tokenizing the Singaporean dollar on the Ethereum blockchain. And that was 4 years ago. Canada's working on a central bank digital currency, the States as well. And I think when Facebook, and these major companies started creating their own currencies as well, JP Morgan has a coin mainly used for internal, but that really took a step forward more to the mainstream, where people are like, hey, Facebook's creating a coin. This seems like there's, they wouldn't be creating some scam or trying to, use it for fraud. They're actually using it for legitimate purposes. So there must be some value in here, right? And I think that actually, even though they got shut down by Congress, because again, the financial industry is trying to protect itself and figure out how they can incorporate this into the future. That in the minds of the everyday people, they're like, oh, Facebook's creating a coin, like it, that can't be a fraud. So I think there's been huge strides that we've taken forward since the financial regulators have said that this is for nefarious purposes, and now they realize what I've been saying the whole time is that there is huge fundamental value in having distributed networks that have Turing complete programming languages that can automate functions and incorporate money into AI and do things automatically and so much more than that. But yeah.
And I think like things like the Twitter hack, hopefully if people did just one extra moment of research on, yes, there was this criminal who hacked a bunch of high profile accounts to get people to send Bitcoin to a certain address. If you just take one more second, think about it, you realize that that's actually the worst thing you could do, is use Bitcoin for criminal activity, because the guy was caught very quickly because all of these transactions are completely transparent and traceable. And so what I get most excited about as well with being able to use blockchain and either preventing fraud or the traceability, for example, in the events industry, so we have a portfolio company that builds a platform for developers to create in-game assets for games, but that when they are sold on a secondary market, because World of Warcraft, anything like that, that's kind of where the original digital, this is where a lot of people got the first idea of digital money, because they would mine currencies in game and be able to buy assets and then sell them on secondary markets. And there's a great interview with Brock Pierce about that, because that's kind of where he got started in our Reimagine series. But so being able to track progeny of like a digital asset where that game developer, go ahead, earn that asset, go ahead and sell it again, make some money for it, but a kickback should go to the person who originally created that thing, right? And so in event ticketing, as far as scalpers or people selling tickets for exorbitant prices, okay, it's your hustle. There's a market for it, right? You are just answering a market where people are willing to pay big prices for these tickets that they couldn't get their hands on. What upsets me the most about it is that the artist doesn't see any of that money. So if there was a secondary market for ticketing, that's fine. Get your hustle. You got there first, or maybe you can't go anymore and it's a really valuable ticket, so you should be able to make some money for it. Fine. But I get upset when it doesn't go back to the artist, because they're the reason why that ticket's so valuable in the first place. So that's something, like a blockchain ticketing system could solve.
Totally. And we are working on a secondary market to do exactly that. And you're right that scalpers are taking advantage of an opportunity, but really it's a market inefficiency of platforms where the way that we have tickets right now, where it's just a printout piece of paper, is just really inefficient. And the artist isn't able to track where those tickets are going, and they don't even know who their real fans are, because the scalpers are buying all the tickets and then they're selling it to the fans. But then at that point, the artist doesn't have any of the fans' information, because the fan is dealing with the scalper. And then the scalper, is marking up a ticket as much as double to 5 times the price for what? Just for buying up the ticket quickly. So with a secondary market that is integrated with the blockchain, in Event Chain's market that we're building, the artist and the event organizer will have the ability to program into those smart contracts price limitations or variables. If, for example, Ed Sheeran wanted some tickets that were face value only, and if they were to be resold, you aren't allowed to make a profit. You can easily program that into a smart contract, into the digital ticket. Or, for example, if another artist wanted to have, an open market where you could mark it up as much as you want, but every time you resell it, 20% has to go back to the artist. Through the blockchain, and it almost acts like a supply chain traceability, where the ticket is being created through the smart contract, and then as it transfers, you can see where it's moving until it gets checked in. And then when it gets checked in, you can also see that on the blockchain. So you can see the full history of the ticket from the source to the end. And with that, you can easily program in, okay, hey, it's been transferred a bunch of times. Let's give a kickback to the artist, because yeah, there's so many times when I'm going to shows and, I've personally been ripped off with fake tickets for concerts, and I'm an artist myself. I played shows, I've organized shows, I've been to shows, and there's so many times I wish I could just go up to the artist and just be like, you know what, just take my money directly, because like it's so hard to get you the money that you deserve. And, all these starving artists with scalpers that are making more money than the artist is completely unfair. So that is something that we're working on right now, and that expands out. As you mentioned, it really started in video games and Mt. Gox exchange, which was actually meant for Magic the Gathering online exchange, which was just a trading card thing before it got into currencies. But that's now since long gone. But yeah, the esports industry, the gaming industry, NFTs with non-fungible tokens, being able to sell digital art and now digital music, and soon that will move into real world art and real world assets that are also being tokenized and have digital clones on the blockchain, so that you can trace, if things are being sold multiple times, and you can get kickbacks. If you created a piece of artwork and it was sold on eBay, and then that person, ended up becoming famous later on and it was worth a lot more. And if that was on the blockchain, you had programmed in some kickbacks, you could be earning money for your assets way down the road in the future. And so this applies to a lot of different things. And this is just one of the many benefits of blockchain that I think is still being worked out to have the process done really easily, where it doesn't have a lot of technical knowledge, but it's one of those things that will be here to stay.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that's the promise of blockchain that gets a lot of people really excited, and why you see people from so many different backgrounds get involved. And I think there's a lot of really exciting things going on in the art world, and NFTs is just this idea of kind of taking back the value in the supply chain of transactions and creation and sales of your creative content, like our data, right? Social media, where we create all the content that makes this platform valuable, and on top of that, are having our data monetized, but not seeing any of that value back in our pocket. So really excited about those kinds of use cases of blockchain. But speaking of events specifically and event chain, maybe you can just give us more information about what event chain is, what your progress is, and of course, tell us how 2020 affected business, and where you see. Tell us about your 2020. I mean, we do a lot of events as well. It was kind of we have to kind of rethink, and that's actually the birth of our conference name, was Reimagine. When lockdown started, we said, why don't we take this as an opportunity to rethink, to reimagine the ways that we had been doing business. And we saw it was kind of a stress test of a lot of institutions that weren't working, and people became a lot more open to different ways of doing things because of necessity. And I think that allowed for a lot more inclusivity and access in some ways. And of course, there were tremendous detrimental effects, but it's always a good opportunity for people who are very entrepreneurial to think, how can I reimagine my industry and do things a little bit differently? So yeah, tell us more about Event Chain and how you all dealt with COVID last year.
Definitely. Yeah. So our goal when we started Event Chain in 2017 was really just to make it easier for, obviously to protect the authenticity and verify the tickets, but also make sure that people don't have to go through blockchain 101 and understand the intricacies of Bitcoin and fiat currency just to buy a ticket and go to an event, right? They really just don't want to get ripped off. So incorporating the blockchain technology into the back end in a way that people can still pay for a ticket with their credit card or PayPal and not have to, use Ethereum or event chain tokens to buy a ticket was one of the goals that we set out to do. And we did achieve in 2018. And since then, we ticketed in 27 different countries. And we've really been trying to support our roots, which are, blockchain conferences, tech conferences, educational events, and festivals and music events where the counterfeiting is happening as well. And it's been going really well. And yeah, 2020 was definitely a shakeup. And I recall the very beginning of the year when North America was still fine. And, we were ticketing some conferences in Asia. The Hong Kong Blockchain Week, I think, was the first one. And that all of a sudden it had gotten postponed, and we weren't sure what was going to happen. We were like, okay, well, North America will probably be fine. But it turned out not to be so fine. And a lot of the in-person events were postponed to the end of the year and then just sort of canceled because, as we kept going, it seemed like it wasn't going to come back. And we needed to make that shift towards more virtual online events and alternative events where we could get people together. And we actually, there weren't any in-person events on EventChain in 2020, but we did make great strides with, specifically in the blockchain industry, a lot of different cool events that made do with what we had, and one of the ones we worked with that actually had 3 major successful events throughout 2020 was the Blockdown conference. And, a lot of these event organizers are just doing events on Zoom, and, it's getting a little boring when you're just watching 2 people talk. You can't interact with the other people that are in the Zoom chat. And that's one of the things that people really love about in-person events is being able to network with the speakers and the other people there and really get to know them more. But in the Blockdown series, we actually used a platform called Cinespace that brought you into a 3D world. And, you could be an alien, you could be an astronaut, you could just be a regular person walking around in this world with area of effect, where if you walked up to somebody, you could speak with them. If you sat down at a table with somebody, you were having a private conversation, nobody could hear. And then you could go into auditoriums, and it incorporated the Zoom videos into the auditorium so you could see the speakers, but also gave it more of that feeling like you could walk around and network with people. And they had 3 major successful events. You could also go in VR. So you could, if you had a VR headset or a Samsung Gear VR, for your phone, you could put that on and actually get immersed in these virtual worlds. So that was really cool. And then we also helped with the Blockchain Futurist Conference 2020, which is the biggest blockchain conference in Canada. And this year it was all virtual, and it still turned out really well. And there's quite a bit of engagement. And we've actually, with EventChain, started partnering with a company called Buzzit. That is an event networking and engagement tool that just really brings a lot more engagement to virtual events, where, if you have a Zoom or some kind of live stream, YouTube, Facebook watch party, you can pair this networking tool, and the participation rates are 95%. So all of a sudden you can throw out some questions or surveys, and everyone's responding, and you can have a small profile that you can chat with the other people. And then after the event's over, you still can go back to that event and see everybody that was there and speak with them, a month later or 2 months later. If you remember, hey, there was somebody that I wanted to connect with. Now it makes sense. You can't really do that with Zoom events and virtual events. So we made do with all of these cool little new technologies that are helping connect people together virtually. And we're still working on that right now, just helping organizers with their virtual events and waiting to get back to in-person events. And hopefully later this year, we'll get back to that. But yeah, when the world throws you a curveball, you have to use what other technology you can to make the best of it. And I think we've done a good job throughout 2020. And we're just, preparing for getting all these major events back in person and be able to go network with all our friends again.
Absolutely. So, obviously we've kind of experienced the same shifts and but we've been virtual since our or remote since our inception. So we have a remote team all over the world. We accelerate companies remotely. So I think we were in a good position. A lot of my friends were really struggling with the transition to work from home, and I was like, wow, I feel really lucky that I've already been doing that for so long. So do you think that's the future of events? I mean, eventually things will go back to normal, but what do you think about the future of events and some of these tools that you've seen, AR, VR, blockchain ticketing for those, participation applications? What do you see as the future of the event space?
Yeah, I definitely see, some of these business models staying. I could foresee, event organizers. I think part of, what event organizers thrive on is that in-person experience, right? And they love the hustle and bustle, having everybody running around, and they're running around with their head cut off, trying to get the event a success on the day of. But they love it, and so that will, I'm sure they're eager for that to come back. But I can definitely see virtual events, incorporated into helping them grow their in-person events as well, and vice versa. And I think they're here to stay. And in terms of VR and AR, it definitely adds extra engagement and just more excitement to events. I think those will be here to stay, but they're early on, right? It's sort of like early on in the .com days or in the blockchain industry early on. I think some will gain traction, some will die. But as that process happens, the technology will improve. Currently right now, as it stands, the VR technology, the graphics could be better, right? And the depth of field could be better, and the comfortability of wearing the technology could be better. All of that is going to get better every year, to the point where, work from home is going to be us putting on our VR glasses and being able to be immersed in a space that you feel like you're actually there in person, right? And until we have VR headsets that we can wear for 8 hours without feeling uncomfortable, I don't think that's going to happen. But eventually that will happen, and that's sort of moving into that Ready Player One like world, where we just prefer to live in the virtual world, which is sort of scary. But we'll see how that turns out. And in terms of blockchain in events, I think it's actually this whole 2020 thing is a huge step forward in being able to have digital only tickets and mobile based tickets and blockchain based tickets, because one of the barriers to entry was for events that weren't as techy, and now they've all been forced to learn how to do virtual events. Is that they thought, oh, people aren't gonna want to have their phone with the ticket, or they really just want to print out the ticket, and because it used to be that they loved the nostalgia of like the paper stub tickets, and they could put it on their wall. But most of the time now, people are just printing out a PDF off their printer. It's just a piece of paper, which isn't as exciting to put on your wall. And now, where events, for safety protocols, are actually saying, hey, no paper tickets. We don't want any physical ticket. It's all just digital. Now you can easily integrate blockchain into that because it's already digital, right? And if you have a paper ticket, you could easily just print more of those, and it's hard to use the blockchain to verify the authenticity if you can just print it out, because once you have it in the real world, it doesn't really work that well. So I think this is a huge step forward for having mobile-based, digital-only, blockchain-based tickets at every event.
Yeah. Though I am definitely one of those people who goes to the box office on the one day that they're open to avoid fees and have my little physical ticket. But
yeah,
back when I lived in San Francisco, it's like all these venues, they have like 4 hours a week that you can actually buy tickets in person. And
wow,
yeah, well, I will definitely keep doing that as long as it's an option. But definitely love all the innovations happening in event ticketing. So before we wrap up, obviously with events kind of falling by the wayside in the last year, you've kind of focused your attention onto some other things that you're doing, I want the viewers to hear about your podcast or your show and where they can find it. And maybe just to wrap up, kind of ask you, what do you see is your role in blockchain media, and what kind of stories and what kind of perspective are you trying to share with people?
Definitely. Thanks, Ashley. Yeah, since 2020, and actually even before I even started Event Chain, my father and me co-founded Crypto Coin Show back in 2014. And the original goal was just to provide more awareness and exposure for blockchain-based startups that are, innovating in different industries throughout the world. And, the financial industry, yes, but all of the other industries as well. So what I've really catered that into now is an interview podcast, video cast series where I talk to founders of blockchain startups and investors, and also just stock market investors and people that are more, getting into Bitcoin and what they think of it in terms of people who are been invested for many decades now. But primarily innovators in blockchain that are looking to use this technology to disrupt in different industries. And I think we have a pretty niche segment where I like to go for the cutthroat questions and just get down to business. I'm like, in 15 minutes, 20 minutes maximum, tell me how you're innovating, how this is going to change the industry, and what you're doing different, and how blockchain is really going to make a difference in the world with the project that you're building. And I've done over 600 interviews now on my channel, Crypto Coin Show on YouTube. If you just look up Crypto Coin Show on YouTube, you should find all the interviews. I've already done 3 this week. I try to do 3 to 5 interviews per week, and we like to keep it very professional, and more concise and just to the point. And from an educational point of view, just to get right down to the nitty gritty, and from an investor point of view, to get to the point. And there's a lot of great content on YouTube and all these other decentralized video platforms as well, like Library and Odyssey and BitChute, that are trying to, incorporate this kind of technology into video platforms, and Theta as well, which is a major blockchain project that's invested, a lot of money from Samsung, and the co-founder of YouTube is one of Theta founders and investors. So there's just a lot of projects going on right now. But yeah, it's, I'm just focusing on what's hot. And currently right now, it's the decentralized finance, NFTs, and layer 2 solutions for Ethereum to solve the scalability issues and get past the barriers to entry that are preventing the mainstream adoption of Ethereum, because there's kinks that need to be worked out. So yeah, we're just always creating content and just trying to educate and help people become aware of these innovations that are going to revolutionize the world.
Absolutely. So just a fun question to end the interview then. What is your favorite interview or show that you've ever done? And follow-up question, what are your favorite shows and podcasts, crypto or not?
Yeah. So it's hard to nail down, of an exact favorite, but I'll tell you some of the ones that were memorable because I've just done so many. One of the ones I thought was pretty funny is I actually interviewed John McAfee after he was doing all these crypto Twitter shills, and he was having a crypto coin of the day, and then he created his own decentralized exchange called McAfee Dex. And this is before he was incarcerated in Spain, which I believe he's still in prison right now. But he's quite the character, and that was a hilarious interview. I thought that was quite fun. I also just interviewed recently G. Edward Griffin, who has been studying the history of the Federal Reserve and the monetary system for over 60 years. He is one of the original, he wrote The Creature from Jekyll Island, which is a book that is notorious for explaining how the traditional financial system works, with a bit of conspiratorial side to it in the book. So that just came out recently. And yeah, just, all the different projects. I had an interview with Roger Ver about Bitcoin Cash, and that was sort of fun. And one more recently with Charles Hoskinson from Cardano, which is a very promising project, I think, for 2020. And decentralized finance is going to be moving into the Cardano blockchain very soon here. And also last month with Cosmos, which is and they just came out with the blockchain intercommunication, the inter-blockchain communication protocol, which allows blockchains to speak to each other on a standard protocol for the first time. So Ethereum will be able to speak to Cardano, which will be able to speak to Polkadot, which will be able to speak to the Cosmos blockchain, and everything's going to become connected. And those should all be able to speak to Bitcoin as well. So there's just so many exciting things that I can't really nail one down, but those are some of the exciting ones that I've had recently.
Yeah, a lot of overlap on some of the guests that we've had. So just to plug Reimagine 2020 one more time, head over to our YouTube channel, check out some of the interviews with Roger Ver. John McAfee came on Bitcoin Radio like 2 years ago. Our podcast on Spotify, we're releasing some of these interviews on there. So if you're on the go, check out Bitcoin Radio anywhere you can get your podcast, and check out the Crypto Coin Show on YouTube. I assume Spotify, Apple Podcasts, anywhere you can find your podcasts.
Yeah, well, we actually, because we only do it with video, we don't do it on Apple and some of the podcast ones. I really like to be able to see the founders, how they're presenting themselves and their company. And, just the video is, my dad's been a video broadcaster for a long time. So we have a full studio where we like to produce our quality. And that's sort of the niche that we like to go for, is like full professional green screen. Let's not look like we're in our mom's basement producing the interviews. So we do sort of stay away from some of the channels that aren't, that don't provide video as well. But yeah, it's, there'll be so much more content coming out. Just search Crypto Coin Show or Ashton Addison on YouTube or any of the other video platforms and follow along.
Well, I look forward to diving into some of your content, and just want to thank you again for joining us for Reimagine 2020. And just let everyone know, stay tuned for more. This was Ashton Addison from Crypto Coin Show and Event Chain. Thanks for being here.
Thank you so much, Ashley.
Greetings! I am Greytail the Old and wise, yes. It's time for another crypto vocabulary lesson, brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Maximalist. The term maximalist refers to one who has unwavering confidence in their favorite cryptocurrency to be the winner of a zero-sum game. A maximalist, in other words, believes that there will be one coin to rule them all, namely their preferred coin of choice based on fundamentals. They are, if you will, maxed out on a single currency. Now fly, you fools!
At this point, one thing's for sure. Blockchain and cryptocurrencies are changing the world, and they're here to stay. That means we need people like you, now more than ever, to lead the way. Whether you're an entrepreneur with ideas in need of technical support, whether you're an early-stage startup looking to accelerate your business, or whether you're a student looking to learn more about blockchain technology and business, the Mousebelt ecosystem is here to help you on your way. As the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator, Mousebelt offers capital investment opportunities, engineering, blockchain education courses, and free placement in our new startup school. To learn more about joining the Mousebelt ecosystem, visit mousebelt.com. Mousebelt, the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator.
Oh, well, hello there. Lord Squatchington here from the Royal Society of Big Feet. It's time for another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. DEX. DEX is a pronounced acronym that stands for Decentralized Exchange. Unlike a centralized exchange, where a company or a small group of developers act as a mediating entity between exchanges, a decentralized exchange allows distributed communities to pool liquidity, and the exchanges between currencies are settled through small contracts on a blockchain. Additionally, many users prefer DEXs because when using them, they can hold their own private keys, as opposed to having a centralized exchange hold onto them. Yes, very exclusive, only the finest, quite.
Our past inspires the decisions we make today to reshape our future tomorrow. In a world where human beings and machines become friends. In a world where fiber optic channels become virtual highways of communication. In a world where everything we know and value is vulnerable to manipulation and destruction. In such a world, we need a revolution that gives us hope. Where some take to the streets and look to their leaders, the modern warrior dares to cut beneath the current and strives to restructure the core without permission. In a technological world, we need a technological revolution. And when the unimaginable happens, the brave must be bold and dare to reimagine.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Reimagine 2021 V7. This is our 7th event. It's called History of Coins. So I got my Mario hat on. I'm Roshan Rajkar, one of your hosts for this event. And I'm very excited to be joined by a returning guest. With me here today, I have Brenda Loya, who is the CEO of Teller. Brenda, how have the past couple of months been for you and your team, given the boom in DeFi and the whole excitement with the macro space going on?
Hi, everyone. Glad to be here, Roshan. It's been quite busy, I gotta say. There's a lot of people trying to take advantage of the space growing. And, we always get inquiries on trying to get us implemented and, just keeping track of all the projects and keeping track of all, of working with them to actually figure out whether or not we're a good fit. and then eventually trying to get implemented, since most, at least our Oracle, is implemented on the back end. So it's been quite busy. Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense as the rise of DeFi keeps going up. A lot of the infrastructure, such as things like oracles, the importance of it continues to increase. Before we get into some deeper questions, can you kind of tell everyone, let's start with how did you sort of get into the space, and then also tell us more from there about what exactly Teller is and how is it different from other oracles that exist today?
Yeah, so I actually came into the space because we were building a decentralized derivatives platform, and it was called Daxia. And we actually developed it, we launched mainnet and everything. And the biggest hurdle on us getting users was basically, at least in our view, was even though our platform was decentralized completely, our price feed wasn't. And at that time, the only thing that was really available was Oracle Light, which is now provable. And that's what we were using. But it wasn't really meeting our expectation of security. So what we ended up doing is, after developing the decentralized derivatives platform, we ended up switching gears into, okay, let's just create a solution that we would feel comfortable with using and securing our users in a trustless way. And we actually did a hackathon in DC. We did it we did the first MVP of Teller over a weekend. And then from there, we realized, you know what, there's really, as much as we want to start building really cool things, the infrastructure is still not there. And we realized that, firsthand, just because we couldn't find something for ourselves. And that's how we started off with Teller. For derivatives, the reason we needed an Oracle was because a derivative is basically you're placing a bet on whether a price is going to increase or decrease from a starting point to an ending point. And you need a starting price and an ending price to be able to calculate whether it went up or down, and then distribute settle that derivative. So that's why we needed the price feed to begin with, because we needed that initial price and ending price to be secure enough, and so that nobody could game it, and so that our users would feel comfortable with doing their derivatives on our platform. And that's how it started. So that's basically an Oracle. An Oracle is just bringing in information into your contracts that they cannot get. And in our case, for Ethereum and blockchains in general, because of the way that they reach consensus, they can't access information from outside of their own ecosystem. And oracles basically bridge data from web 2.0, just regular internet, into these blockchains. And that's basically all they do. They bring in data into the blockchain. There's different ways of doing that. The way that we came up with that we thought would be more secure is basically by leveraging technology that we knew already worked. We already know how to reach consensus on blockchains, right? We have miners, and at that point was mostly a proof of work. And we use that to basically randomize who is able to submit that solution and get paid out some ETH. So what we did is we basically, we require miners to stake to be able to participate in proof of work. And we take the first 5 miners to submit a solution, and the price feed that was requested. And then the median value of those 5 becomes the official value. And what that does, it basically randomizes the first 5 miners that come in. And so it makes it harder for a protocol to be broken, because then you have to at least get the first 3 or 3 out of the 5 submissions. And also, if they lie, if they provide bad value, anybody holding our token, it can dispute the value, and then it'll go to a vote of the community that will determine whether or not it was a bad value or it was a malicious value. And if they determine that it was, then their stake gets slashed. And that's how it maintains the security and integrity of the data, because it makes it extremely expensive. It's not the randomization of the three, but the fact that they have to stake 3 times and they can lose all of their 3 stakes every 5 minutes. It makes it extremely expensive to break Tether. It's actually cheaper to break Ethereum, or at some point it was actually cheaper to break Ethereum than it was to break Tether. And at that point, well, all bets are off. But that's basically how we work. Anybody can become a miner on that network, and anybody can become a user of the network. The way that it works, users come, and similar to Ethereum or Bitcoin, if they want their data to be processed first, similar to gas, if you want your transaction to go through faster, you pay more gas. So for Teller, you just, as a user, you would tip the miners so that your request gets bumped up. And that's how we operate. But anybody can be a miner, anybody can be a user. Once the data is on chain, then anybody can read it. So that, I think, is also really important, because you see the gas prices on Ethereum, and there's a lot of transactions. If there's 100 protocols just asking for the ETH USD price, do you really need it to be pushed over 100 times? All of them could be just one tipper or tip that one price, and then that price gets put on chain and they can just read. So the way that we designed it is actually really good for the ecosystem. Like I said, anybody can become a miner, anybody can use us, and it's technology that we knew already worked. Obviously, it's a little bit slower because it's proof of work, but we're always looking and researching and looking into research that's being completed, and we're gonna be moving into a different direction as the research and everything and scalability research continues and improves. So it'll be faster, it'll grow with the ecosystem rather than just start off at one point and then hope that one day the ecosystem gets them. The way that it differs from one of the biggest oracles in the space is Chainlink. And to my understanding, and I've gone through the code and what they have right now, I think their plans for the future are amazing, and I hope that they get there. We all want to get there. We all want to have really fast data. But as it works right now, it's they whitelist miners, or not, they're not nodes. They whitelist them, and I don't know if there's really no clear way, at least for me, from what I've gone through their code, to dispute or to ensure that whoever is providing you the data provides the right data. So I think that's probably more centralized. Maybe there's a contract or something. But in general, that's the biggest difference between us and them. It's just, for us, it's an open network of staked miners. And then they actually whitelist who's able to provide data. So that's one of the major differences between us. I think there's space for everybody in the space. And honestly, right now with Ethereum gas prices, I think there's a lot of growth to, a growth potential. So.
Yeah, I think it's great that you have a lot of deterrents for like spam and other things like that, as you just mentioned with Teller. And it seems like you have a lot of checks and balances. Those are some great points about things like usability with the gas prices. And thank you for explaining overall the differences, because I think that's important as well. From your perspective, what do you think is the future of how oracles, I guess, talk to one another? Because you were saying that we don't need, I guess, many oracles. Is that what you're trying to say, to guarantee something like the price? So do you think that oracles in the future will be more interoperable, speaking to one another, or will it be more decentralized and people relying on a few oracles, kind of like Bitcoin, where you're just kind of rely on one network? What do you think is the future from your perspective as you see things right now?
No, I think from my perspective, because originally I was supposed to be a user of an oracle. And I think that any responsible user or provider of services, especially those that hold lots of value, you want to make sure that your data is really secure. And what's more secure than actually having multiple oracles being able to provide you this data? We have started. It's called the ADO, and I'm gonna try to remember I'm trying to remember what the acronym means, but it's basically a consortium of different oracles. And what we're trying to come up with is with a standard for oracles to provide data and make it easier for users to be able to get data from Chainlink, from Teller, from Band, from Witnet, from whoever they want, and then be able to medianize from there so that their data is even more secure. Because every protocol has different aspects of security. I think that in itself is my personal perspective, is that provides way more security than just using one specific oracle. And it puts a lot of the, not responsibility, but yes, responsibility for their own users and their own protocols to the actual platforms. And it also gives them a lot of choices, because then if we actually have a standard, then it's easier to, okay, so one oracle went away or whatever, then they can just replace it, because it's a standard. And that's something that we've been working on for about a year, and we kind of like pushed it a little bit to the side. We're picking it up again, and we were actually hoping to talk about it more on it's CC in Paris that got pushed to July, or I think now it's canceled. But we were hoping to like actually use that as a platform to, to start talking again about this standard. So in my perspective, I actually think that there's not going to be one oracle for everything, because to be honest, most platforms are very different and they require different things. And that's up to whoever's using it and whoever's designing it and their target user. And it might be that they need something faster, it might be that they need something slower and more secure, more value, or just something faster because of whatever they are producing. But I think in the end, it's going to be more for the user. The way that you secure your data is going to be by using multiple sources and taking advantage, leveraging the fact that each one of those sources, in order to break them, is going to be different and it's going to be hard. So I don't know if that answered your question.
Yeah, got it. No, for sure. Those are interesting properties to talk about for sure, and that actually makes sense that we wouldn't, I guess, just because then it would turn into kind of traditional finance, where that's how a lot of these financial markets work. Things like Bloomberg, and a lot of the data is maintained by centralized parties. So not only do people not have access to that data, but and many times there's like arbitrage opportunities only for the larger institutions. So this kind of democratizes at least access to the price and different things like that. So sort of digging into some of the use cases now, what are some interesting use cases you've seen either on Teller or things that you're excited about? Because we've only talked about like price, and everyone always talks about price history, but what do you think is the future? Like, is it going to be voting, governance, like using oracles? And what are some things that you've thought about that you think no one has even built yet, if you have any?
Well, chorus is one thing that we thought would be really, really cool. And I mean, I think, I think overall with blockchain in general, it is so expensive to run. And I think now that, everybody's really looking really deeply into other chains and layer 2 solutions, I think it will get better, but it's still, as long as demand continues to increase, it's not going to be a cheap way to run anything. So I think, in terms of what's next, or what I see as the future of it, I definitely continue to see high value type of applications, only because it's expensive to run. And you have to take into consideration, like, if you could do it in a traditional database, in centralized database, and have the same benefit as the blockchain, then you should definitely stick to traditional centralized databases because it's going to be cheaper and it's going to be faster. And you're going to be able to comply with all of those regulatory things that are required to run in that space. If when you're looking into the blockchain, you're looking more into of the fact that anybody can access it, that pretty much anybody can take advantage of it. You don't have to have $1 million to start a derivative or create a new derivative product on the traditional market, but you can do it and mitigate your own risk if you're a smaller player on blockchain, if that's your gain. If your gain is for some reason maybe not so much in the US, but outside the US, not being, censorship resistance is important, can be very important, depending on where you in the world. And if that's what your platform is looking for, if it's actually taking advantage of those aspects of, those things that are more likely provided through a blockchain than through a centralized service, then yes, like I think that in the direction that we'll be going would have to be definitely something that it's going to provide some censorship resistance, and to that it's high value just because it's expensive. It's just expensive to run on a blockchain. So I still think that financial products are going to be, some of the biggest things when we're talking about, unbanking the unbanked and looking into all of these other aspects. I definitely think that there's going to have to be layer 2 solutions that provide accessibility to these applications, because it's not just enough to develop them. If they're too expensive for somebody in Latin America, in Africa, in Asia to use them, then they're not going to use them because they're outside of their budgets. If my transaction on Ethereum is costing me $50 and that's the living wage of somebody, it's really not accessible to them. I don't care what we say as a community. And so one of the reasons I'm so excited about layer 2 solutions, and I'm hoping that we start looking into how we can really make those work better and integrate into these layer 1s. It's because we want to make sure that whatever we're providing and whatever world we're recreating in the blockchain space is actually better than what we already had. So it's not just enough to have it, but it has to be accessible. And one of the things with Chorus is, with that project, what we were trying to do is going back to our original, Bitcoin was supposed to be used as a means of exchange. That's not happening right now. I don't know about you, but I don't spend Bitcoin, and I don't know anybody that does. And Ethereum, I mean, we've been using it for gas and everything, but it's still like, the more expensive it gets, the harder it is to do this. And with Chorus, what we wanted to do is basically provide a template, because it's basically a template for anybody. It's open source for anybody to use. And basically what you're specifying is your parameters of inflation, let's just stick to inflation. The way that inflation is used in the general economy, let's take the US for example. They've done a lot of stimulus packages lately because of COVID-19. And the way that you pay for this is basically everybody, the community, the US community has decided through their elected officials that they're okay with them using inflation to pay right now for what is needed to get the economy going. And we know that our $1 today is going to be worth 3% less next year, but we're okay with that because we're like, what? We need to print this extra money to be able to get us through this phase. So with Chorus, what we're trying to do is basically do the same thing, but provide a template for any community to be able to do that for their own community. So what they would do is they actually bring in They create a token that's collateralized by something. They determine what the collateralization ratio is going to be. And then once they do that, they also determine what's going to be the inflation that they're going to be creating with this token. And with that inflation, they can assign a beneficiary to do whatever the community needs, whether it's paving the roads or donating it to your local shelter, whatever it is that the community decides that that inflation should be used for, they get to create their own token, collateralize it. They use Teller as their oracle, their price oracle, to be able to do these conversions. That's how we fit into that picture. But basically, any community can come in, create this, and then use those inflation rewards to pay for whatever the community decides is important to them. And I think that, I mean, for me, I think this is an amazing use case. It does bring it down to the community, and it also brings it out into the real world. It brings crypto into into a real, tangible way of using it. And with Chorus, that is our vision. That our vision is that, you know, we're just trying to provide something that is useful to people, and that's basically our vision. Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually pretty interesting. It's almost like a self-governing community model of projects that people can build. So definitely want to check that out. And I think that's also a slightly newer project that you all have launched this year. So anything community driven, we're always interested in. And even me personally, I love community projects because at the beginning, you need that adoption for any project, you know, whether it's Uniswap, any of these things. They're large now, but once upon a time, they weren't as large. I want to get back to one of the things you said just about kind of on-chain and off-chain data. In your perspective for the future of DeFi, do you think that more people will continue to have exposure and conduct, I guess, market activity on chain? Or do you think that people will start to migrate into other chains, like most of the yield farming and a lot of the staking that happens is still on Ethereum? And that's a good point, that people are realizing the fees are super high right now, and some of this market activity doesn't even make sense, right? If it's going to cost me X amount of gas fee, it's going to eat into my yield, things like that. So people are trying to migrate into other chains. But do you think that it's always going to stay like on chain, or do you think we can somehow do yield farming off chain? And like, what are some of the drawbacks with that?
I honestly cannot see us not scaling without having some layer 2 solutions, just because with anything, not just yield farming, but just in general with anything, as demand increases with limited resources, you know, space, storage space, even from like for the transaction, like that's just gonna continue to be. If it stays the same, then it's always, the price is going to be higher because you're going to have to bid your transaction in. So I honestly think that we're eventually going to have to scale. I don't know who's going to win this race, how we're going to do it, but I know we're going to have to do it, because staying just on Ethereum or the main chains is just not going to be feasible. But settling to them, I think it's I think my perspective is that it's completely doable. It's just a matter of how or where everybody goes. And, you know, that is, I think everybody's just thinking about these things right now. You know, everybody's is looking at all sorts of different chains. I mean, there's Binance chain, there's Polygon, there's Aave. Everybody's just trying to figure out what is the best chain to go to with the product that I have. And I think that that's something that's really important. It's like, if you have a product and it could do a lot better on Binance chain, that is a little bit more centralized, then by all means, go to Binance. You know, Polygon is a lot faster, or Matic, you know, whatever. If it works for your protocol, now is the time to look into like, okay, which one of these actually makes more sense to what I'm trying to build, to how fast I need to be, or how fast I want to be in terms of transactions, and then how often are you going to be settling, and how often, like, what's going to be that bridge, how's it going to look. And I think that that's also something that oracles in general are going to start looking into, because we provide those bridges. That's basically our bread and butter, right? We're providing this bridge of outside accessing data outside um, of the ecosystem. And I think in general, we're going to have to move on to other chains, just because there's no space for everybody. But I think that it is really doable to actually be settling there. And in terms of oracles, I think we're eventually all going to start moving into bridging space too, just because it's needed. Aside from pricing information, bridging is going to be a necessity. So.
Yeah, and that's a good point, because as we build more new products in the crypto and blockchain industry, we have to remember that those integrations don't usually happen immediately. Some company, it's usually the company itself has to integrate it, or even the developers it has. You need some kind of community drive. I think I saw some yield farming project recently. They were extending out to the Binance chain, and a lot of people haven't done that yet, but I'm sure it's coming. Do you have any experiences with, or I guess just your perspective on, do you think institutions will get involved in kind of helping to keep the data on these oracles more accurate? Because correct me if I'm wrong, but what you're saying right now is the way these oracles are working. It's people that are either staking their funds or their power in order to guarantee that the data is accurate. But at some point here, do you think it actually makes sense for larger institutions to come in, have a stake on some of these networks, and just help contribute to that data? Because I don't think they can influence it the same way, even if they have higher levers or power, so to speak.
I don't know about whether or not they could influence it, but if you're an exchange and you're the one signing the data and submitting it, I don't think that there's anything wrong with them becoming one of the providers. I mean, most of the data of the pricing information comes from those exchanges. I think one of the biggest gains that we could get, aside from them being more players, I think it's better. More competition is better. But it cannot just be them, because then you end up really just transferring your risk from one oracle to literally just the exchange. And I think that's really dangerous. I mean, we've seen, what was it? Ethereum didn't have a crash, a flash crash, like a few days back. It went to like 700 or something like that on one of anyway. So with those things, I mean, one, I don't think it's good practice to just rely or have your pricing information rely on one exchange or one source of data. In general, for best practices, it should be more than one source of data, and averages are easier to manipulate than the median, just because all of these values go in. If you're going to do outliers, take out outliers before you do your average. And these are, a little bit more of data intensive mechanisms that are really expensive on chain as well. But in general, one exchange by itself is really putting yourself and your platform at risk, your users at risk. You should have more sources, and whether or not they become part of, like, if there was one of them, I have no way of knowing if one of them is actually staked in Teller and providing prices, but that's okay, because they will still get slashed if they provide bad data. And if some other project is using us and Chainlink and Band, and see different exchanges and different medians, averages with outliers and whatever, then that makes it pretty secure. by themselves, just being the direct provider, I think that there's a lot of risk there. I think the biggest gain will be, aside from just having prices from them, and having, including some good practices in the protocol to have to make it harder to manipulate the price. Um, Maybe a better way to collect this data rather than just an API, because a lot of the way that the data is collected is an API, and if the API is wrong or down, or it had an extra zero, or what was the anyway. um, I remember some of these things that have been happening, but let's just leave that in the past. But yeah, I mean, if the API has bad data and you settle on it, a lot of these exchanges have been able to do it right for their customers, and that's great. But even then, there's a lot of risk there. So I think that they can and they should, become active members of the decentralized community as well, because that's where they gain their value from, right? And I like the competition. I like the more players, the better. But just by themselves, I think there's a lot of risk.
And that's great to hear, right? And I love this. I love these thoughts, and I think it's very common in the crypto industry where people welcome like competition and other competitors, and they always say like if you don't have competitors, then something is also wrong because like you're the only person building that product. So that's a good mindset to have. Getting to the end here, last couple questions. I want to end more on a positive note. What are some of the opportunities just for developers and people in general to not just build on oracles, or maybe it is with oracles, but what's the real, what are the two opportunities here that you see that like traditional finance just, did not enable? And then I also want to get your last thoughts on what do you think is the one thing DeFi will disrupt this year that people will not go back to using? Can be anything.
Yeah, wow, those I have no idea. But in terms of building, I mean, I think the space is so young, and it's also, hey, we met a few years back, and I feel like we're going to continue to see each other. And I feel like the same goes with a lot of the people in the space. And what I want to see actually is like, see new people, see new ideas, see where when I started, the space was in a different stage. When you're coming in, if you're a new user, if you're a new developer, you're starting off at a different state. And I think that those type of people are able to have a different type of vision than the people that are like, oh, now we're building infrastructure. Oh, now we're building this. But in general, what they could build, I mean, for me, just the most important thing to keep in mind is take a look at the current system. And I think it was pretty inaccessible to the majority of the people, the current financial system was. And what with blockchain, one of the things that really drove me to actually go from the traditional and into this space was that I actually saw a way to be a part of something that can make a better system for a lot more people, not just a percentage. So, and I think that when I try and keep that in mind, when we're developing things, it's like we want to make sure that we leverage this technology to create something better, something that is just more accessible to everybody, something that is more equitable to everybody. Because one of the beauties of blockchain is that it's anonymous. And the fact that it's anonymous lets you know that you're hopefully not going to be, and I don't want to go too much into that, but if I can see you, if I can just hear transactions and be objective about evaluating, then I can't discriminate on any other type of front, because that's all I see, and everybody has transactions, everybody has this. And if that's what I'm evaluating, I hope that I'm making a better, more equitable way of transacting and in this new way, new financial system. So for that, it's like, I don't care what you build, but please build something that makes SEB better than it was before. And in the traditional system, it's traditional. You're not going to change it there. But here, you have the opportunity to actually be a changing force. So specific projects, what to develop, I don't know. But just do it. I mean, once you learn, there's two phases to building and to getting started on this space. The very first phase, if you're a developer, is realizing how different it is to develop on Ethereum than just any other language. I mean, there's storage limitations, it's expensive, and the way that you have to think about how you design the systems is different, how you save data is different. So build whatever you want to play with it and then understand exactly how it works. And then I think then the next stage, the most exciting stage comes in, because then you have a better idea at what works here and how to leverage that technology. And I forgot your other question.
No, that's actually really great advice. I was just gonna say, that the main idea there is to build something better. I guess your last thought, I was just saying, what do you think in DeFi is an application or a product, anything this year, by year's end, people will start to use and not look back? I think like last year it was like, I would say just the concept of yield, right? Like many people are just, they're comfortable with that. What do you think by year's end will be like another application or product that people will use on DeFi and not look back, sort of?
I don't know. I mean, I hope it's gonna be 2.0, but I don't know. It's been going on for years. So I honestly don't know, but I want to be surprised, because I know we're going to be building our things. We're going to be doing some verticals, but it's, I mean, yeah, I don't know, but I hope it's something, I would have never guessed that the internet was going to end up being Twitter and Facebook and Amazon. And that's where we're at, it's social media and shopping. So I hope that we create something much, much better here. And to be honest, I don't know, but I hope it's something great. And I don't know, surprise me, people.
Well, the space is full of surprises, and I think the main idea, just talking to you, was just encouraging everybody to build a better world. Brenda, thank you so much for joining us back here at Reimagine 2021. Everyone, I'm your host, Roshan Marajkar, and I'll let you all tune back into the show. Thank you.
At this point, one thing's for sure. Blockchain and cryptocurrencies are changing the world, and they're here to stay. That means we need people like you, now more than ever, to lead the way. Whether you're an entrepreneur with ideas in need of technical support, whether you're an early-stage startup looking to accelerate your business, or whether you're a student looking to learn more about blockchain technology and business, the Mousebelt ecosystem is here to help you on your way. As the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator, Mousebelt offers capital investment opportunities, engineering, blockchain education courses, and free placement in our new startup school. To learn more about joining the Mousebelt ecosystem, visit mousebelt.com. Mousebelt, the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator.
This goes out to all my OG holders. Legend Gang. Coin Bros. I just woke up in the morning, check that market cap. We up. Shout out to my dog, what you barking at? What up, dog? A package at my door, man, I've been waiting. Hope the UPS guy ready for a conversation. We gon' talk about this crypto if you like it or not. Shut up, Jordan Belfort, bitch, your shit ain't in stock. I'm that dude reppin' that blockchain on the block. Talking crypto with my neighbors while they taking a walk. And my girl love talking crypto with me. Got my son straight, ICO picking with me. Legend gang, man, I keep it with me. Better take a long lunch if you with me. We gon' talk about it, we gon' talk about the dip. John McCaffrey told me Bitcoin to $1 million, or he gon' eat his own dick. Ever seen a grown man eat his own dick? What? No, hell no. We talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear about it. We talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear about it. I'll be talking crypto when I'm taking a piss. I'll be talking crypto in the Uber or Lyft. Talking crypto when my daughter's making the wish. I'll be talking crypto when I'm taking a seat on the bus, riding to a meetup. I'm talking like-minded people there to greet us. I'm talking Krispy Kremes, endless margaritas, man. I'll be talking crypto to the dude in the mall cleaning sneakers. This is peer-to-peer, ain't got time for waiting. No. This is peer-to-peer, don't need no bank statement. I got the QR, tanner for that fast payment. Ooh, that's not matching up right. We talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear about it. We talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear about it. Yeah, we the Coin Bros, all we talk is that crypto, baby. So if you ain't about that, get the F out my face, dog. We talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear about it.
We talking crypto, we talking crypto.
Look at the camera, say we talking crypto.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Reimagine 2021 V7. This is our 7th event. It's called History of Coins. That's why I have my Mario hat on. We're doing a little games and Mario crypto themed event. I'm very excited to have with me here today Omri Ross, who's the Chief Blockchain Scientist at eToro. Very excited for this discussion. Omri, how have the past few months been for you and your team? And then we can also get into your background and how you actually got into the crypto and blockchain space. But welcome to the show.
Yeah, thanks, Roshan, and thanks for having me here. I'm very excited to be here. I think the last few months has been fairly crazy for anybody in this industry. I think we see much more adoptions and discussions by very serious members. We see, of course, recently Citi, we see BNY Mellon, and I think it's really building on sort of all the opportunities in this space that, you know, with eToro being long-term into that, so that's super exciting. Yeah, also on the research side, a lot of really, really exciting things are happening now with automated market makers. Very interesting times.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of data related things happening that people are taking a closer look at for sure. It's becoming more important to our space. How did you first hear about Bitcoin or crypto? How did you actually get into the space?
I mean, super casual, like probably many people. I just, you know, had a friend of mine sending me sort of Satoshi paper till 2011, 2012. I wasn't much into that then. I just read it and I thought that was pretty awesome. And I think I've actually heard a lot of what Yoni did around the colored coin with also with Vitalik and a few others around a few years later, and I think that was really, really exciting for me. But then I thought it was really early on, tokenization of assets. I actually worked before in the financial sector, so I remember sort of the crisis. I was working then at Barclays in 2008-9, and I was like, all right, something is happening here. And I thought it was very interesting take. But I got much more full-time into that after Ethereum launch and after building some project we worked together with Nordea. It's the biggest bank in North Europe on some KYC projects back in 2016. And then I thought that's really technology has a lot of potential. And I moved more full-time into this space.
Yeah, there's a lot of stories of that, people moving from the traditional finance, moving into crypto. And I think that's actually a great thing, because it kind of validates our space in general. And it's exciting to talk to you here today, because we can get into actually talking about the technology and what effect that has. So I also wanted to ask you, how do you feel your perception of the technology has changed from when you first got in to now? Do you think the technology is the most important thing right now? And like, what sort of the most exciting, I guess, progression of technology in the variety of, either distributed ledger or exchanges, or you can answer this however you want, but
sure.
How has it changed? Yeah.
I think there are a bunch of things. I think like a lot of people noticed early the potential for fintechs to run on the rails of DLT or blockchain. And I think that makes a lot of sense, because this technology can offer a lot of transparency, real-time watching transaction, a lot of things that doesn't yet exist sort of in the traditional systems where they're more somewhat manual. But we've seen a lot of challenges around actually both technological, in scalability of some of the assets, but also very much also ingrained in regulatory systems and sort of changing sort of the old towards the new. And I think, there is this, I guess, famous quote a lot of people are using, from the Gandhi quote about, first they ignore you, then they laugh at you. Then they fight you, then you win. And I think that it seems a lot like in the beginning, there was a lot of ignorance and laughing at the technology. And I think a lot of more people around recognize that. And I think institutions like also eToro and others that are working to be regulated and working with these technologies, I think are very exciting. And I'm really excited about also making this technology, sort of enabling it to sort of private people, which are not necessarily interested in signing private keys and holding ledgers at home. And I think we see a lot of development in all of these areas. I think that also the fact that banks seem to want to adopt more of the technology, I think is very exciting. And so I think we see a lot of positive things that are happening. I think that the connection between the technology to regulation and the scalability of the technology and the security of it are the main challenges we see moving forward. But I think they're very exciting, and different people will solve different problems.
Yeah, so kind of going deeper into that, the concept of different people solving different problems. How do you think, I guess, distributed ledger technology or even advancements in things like DeFi, a lot of things happening, I guess, on chain, not really layer 2 yet. Like, do you think this technology going forward, just this year or in the years to come, is it going to be the incumbents of the older financial sector coming in and like learning how they can use it for their existing business models? Or do you think we'll continue to see this disruptive trends, like what you were saying with fintechs, basically more startups rising up and disintermediating the big financial players?
I think there will be both, but I think I'm more excited about fintech startups moving within this space. I think that there are a bunch of things that need to be solved in order to really scale up this technology. I think that, the obvious one, right, is the tremendous cost right now on layer 1 solutions, at least, as they are called. But I think there are other elements which are equally important that are not solved yet. So, in order to offer sort of stuff like DeFi, right, where is the KYC announced into DeFi? How do we actually, figure out the customer, figure out the money is used without sort of AML and all of the other requirements? So I think there will be a lot of more work in this space in order to lead for a lot of adoptions direct. And I think that in terms of other fintech startup, I think there will be a lot of connecting of sort of different liquidity pools and different opportunities all over the place once this is solved. So I think KYC is a big one and sort of working with AML. I also think that scalability seems to be something that can be solved. And I think accessibility we'll see a lot of more work in there, right? I think it will be really exciting when you can just download an app and make sort of any simple investment in DeFi in that regards, and without necessarily signing up wallets and doing some more complex stuff. And yeah, so I think there are a lot of interesting aspects in these areas. I think it will take a few years to see much adoption there. And I think a lot of what we see now in DeFi is really experimental. And I think there will be level of dealing with more stuff that is maybe doing less, maybe yield farming and things that we see today, but more of actually enabling people to actually take loans, access to finance in a more sort of direct areas. And I think this will be very, very exciting. And I really want to see more work in that. I know there are a lot of companies working in this space. I think that we have to also solve the regulatory harden around this stuff in order to really scale up such technology and really make it accessible, like instant loan that are taken that are maybe based on liquidity all over the space. I think this could be really exciting.
Yeah, for sure. There's still more regulatory hurdles to come, so to speak. I also do think we've been making progress in that area a bit in terms of a lot of the regulators just understanding the underlying technology and then understanding the risk for that. And I think because the risk profiles are kind of very unique, this is technology, like you said, that's more liquid, more transparent, and sometimes it's hard to regulate because it's so open and decentralized in some cases. And I guess that does pose some risks. Like going forward in just the evolvement of the space, we've had, enormous interest in DeFi and different things like that. And it's been driven by a lot of companies making developments in things such as price oracles to just garner more trust. So what would you say is the next piece of technology you think that will help our industry just move forward? Like, you think we should continue on this path to like build more price oracles and build more feeds like that? Or do you think it needs to come in the form of, I don't know, increased security maybe on your device for people?
I think something that is really interesting, and I think a few people mentioned, but it's not as common, is actually understanding the risk management of some of these assets, because you have a lot of composability within smart contracts and sort of DeFi applications. And then you sometimes can, borrow an asset in some place, say Compound, and use it in order to offer liquidity in one of the yield farming, your favorite one, and so forth, and move on. And then we can see issues of liquidization that can happen, between different assets, between different also products. And I think the technology, what is so sweet about sort of DLT and blockchain, is that you can actually assess this risk much better, because you can actually see the source of funds and how often it's composed in different assets. And I would love to see more work there. Like, I think it would be really, really interesting to see how do you actually assess the risk of, if you'd like it, financial stability in the worlds where are tens of billions in DeFi and even more, because you can actually try and aggregate some worst case scenario. We did some research work on that was pretty interesting, about trying to start understanding the risk in DeFi. So I think this will be an interesting development. I'm just wondering who will do this job, because I could see it's more fun for people to involve with projects that can lead for the entrepreneurs for better success. Other things are really, if we want to move towards a vast adoption, our issues around KYC, really knowing the customer on the other side as much as possible in order to be able to sort of work closely with regulation, as well as issues around accessibility. Again, putting up a really sweet, a mobile app that finds your nice, yield farm or whatever and does it for you. I mean, there are today some applications that offer a nice interface. I think eToro is one of them, because it offers a very simple approach to it, but also like wallet like Argent and others that also offer you like interesting ways to enter that space.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of demand for people to get access to a lot of these things. And I agree with you. I think these things are a barrier right now, but they're just things that we need to solve for. So kind of going deeper into that to have our viewers kind of understand you and eToro a bit better. Can you tell me a little bit about what your role is, and also tell me more about the eToro X Labs? Talk to me more about your R&D, blockchain initiatives and what specifically you all are looking at, because I think very hard for people to understand, what a lot of what companies like yours actually focus on.
Sure. So yeah. So my role is, I mean, as I mentioned earlier, it has been pretty early within the blockchain space. Also from the times of sort of colored coin and sort of trying to tokenize assets already on the Bitcoin network. And I think that's also how I got to sort of know Yoni in this space, our CEO. And I think in that regard, it was also natural. So we used to be sort of a private company called Firmo that was acquired by eToro. And as part of that, we started working with tokenization of assets for eToro, which was a big thing that we've done. And it was sort of pretty exciting as part of sort of the eToro X sort of exchange and platform to offer some settlement with different stablecoins. Another thing we worked on are a lot of projects also around staking that it offers a lot of value for eToro customers. So now they are purchasing, say, ADA or Tron on our application, and then directly you will start receiving staking rewards, which will act the same as receiving interest for a customer. So we're always working on sometime building some more sort of complex product, but then offering them on our platform in sort of simple manners. Other stuff we're doing is also stuff around contributing to sort of research in the work, stuff like research on projects such as Good Dollar that eToro sort of contributed to, and Yoni sort of funded, which offers sort of UBI, universal basic income. And had last time I checked, so I think 50,000 users have signed to the platform. So a lot of interesting projects also for the community. Apart from that, we also helped, we presented in DevCon a language for building sort of financial derivatives, which was functional and a lot of other interesting elements. So I think part of our work is actually enabling some of this technology as a simple product on the eToro app, as we said, like buying ADA and start receiving interest without sort of doing anything about it. And other stuff could be either integration to existing projects or working directly with research sort of supports for the general good of the blockchain industry.
Okay, yeah, that's actually pretty interesting to know that you're focusing. So I guess some of your time on research and the other part of your time in actually understanding the technology. What can you tell me just for, I guess from your perspective, do you think that do you think that institutions or retailers care more about how the technology actually works? So like going back to what we were discussing about institutions and their interests, they use a lot of, I guess, custody services and don't get that exposure all by themselves. However, retailers get all of the exposure, most of it just by themselves, because they have free access to do so. So from a technological viewpoint, do you see these traditional companies hiring chief scientists such as yourself, or do you think it'll be a structure where the crypto companies are the ones that have a deep understanding of the technology and we sort of build bridges, I guess?
I think it's a very good question, and I think it has several phases. I think one of the things that I like about the industry is that really research and sort of industry are highly connected. So I also act as an associate professor at the University of Copenhagen, and I lead a financial transparency group where I work with a lot of sort of institutions in the Nordics mostly. And I think what we see there is that, of course, sort of the old financial institution, they move not as fast as fintechs or companies such as eToro, which is sort of large enough, but still moved out in a very fast phase. And I think that you can't expect them at the short term to have as much innovation as you'll have in fintech startups or even largest companies as eToro. And I think that what I love about the space is really that the two are connected. There is often much more knowledge in the industry, in my experience, than sometimes in the academic areas. So often, when we actually present in academic conferences, we feel that, maybe we are in position well to talk about stablecoins once we're running hundreds of millions on that daily volume with this technology, and we understand all the technical and security challenges with that. And I think it's a very sweet point. I think part of the fact that people like myself and others taking sort of a scientific sort of senior roles in companies such as eToro shows the adoption of large fintech into the space. And I think that the old ones will have that too, but it just works a bit slower. I think taking time forward, I don't think that this technology will be ignored by any financial institution because it makes a lot of sense. I mean, where does it make sense? Think about the previous crisis we had. There were a lot of discussions about the role of derivatives in this market. And if you take the BIS sort of reports, the size of this market of derivatives is, I think, is major. It's more than 500 trillions. It changes from every year in the reporting, but this means like 7 times more GDP sort of in amount, right? So the risk on economy on these contracts is huge, and they used to held by Excel files between different banks. So how can you really assess systematic risk in this element? So I think the technology that we deal with for blockchain to see all of the asset tokenized, understanding the custody, having complete clearance on it, checking them in real time, see where the assets are moved between one place to another, even if you don't know the specific individual bank, means that you can actually really assess your risk much better. So I think in this regards, we'll see more and more adoption. And I think as part of it, we'll see more sort of also scientific roles within largest corporation, which will just take a little bit more time.
Yeah, for sure. Before they start hiring, I guess they need to even understand, what viewpoint they really want to have. Do they want to build products, or do they want to help manage risk? What I was going to ask you is, what effect do you think, having, like, I guess going back to retailers, just normal people having access to widespread data on everything from on-chain transactions, and I guess maybe even some off-chain transaction. What effect do you think that will have? What do you think it will democratize? Do you think it will democratize people's access to other financial products, or do you think people will actually do something with that data? I would be curious to hear maybe like 2 ideas you might have that could either be helpful or just interesting ideas of what can you do with all of this data that is being generated every day. People always joke that 1 crypto day equals about 3 days in the traditional world because we're always on.
It's a good point. I think that this is also partly because still the crypto space is still involved with a lot of sort of early movers or early people that went into this space. And I think as more and more adoption happens and it's become more of a pure retail customer, when Bitcoin or things like this are part of portfolios of everyone in their pension fund or so of things like that, then we'll see, I think, hopefully less volatility and more adoption in there as well. But I think what we see today is actually a continuation of a lot of the works and stuff that we've seen for many years in eToro. So you see a lot of sort of retail customers having much more effect into really what happens and really saying, we want to take part of this game. And also to some extent, which is very nice, they support companies that they believe in. So it's moved from maybe often being a totally sort of only financial sort of decision, more and more investing in green energies, companies like and you can see the sort of the growth in companies such as, for example, and I'm not now discussing bubbly or not bubbly behavior, but if you look at companies like Beyond Meat and Tesla, these are companies representing more green energy, more green sort of food, and you see that they've been successful. And I think that the roles of retailers as part of it is significant. Another thing that we also see around the time is that actually, and that's one of the things that we've been doing with eToro, is all the element of social trading. The idea of saying people will actually be willing to share with you their information and be willing to share with you the trade. And we also seen in our in our popular investors, they were quoted talking about the element that they're actually very proud at helping, anybody to invest. This is sort of strategies and investment style that they take for retail investors are actually offered for them, and not offered just for the richest people in the world as part of some hedge fund, things like that. And I think it's very interesting. I think that it's a very also blurry line because people need to do their own research if they choose that, and that's kind of need to be well understood by people that are looking into the space. But at the same time, it's a big opportunities for people actually to make a say, and for the retail market to make a say. I think it's really exciting in this regard to see what is happening.
Yeah, and a lot of the products that you all are working on, you're essentially creating new markets. I think you mentioned social trading, and these things haven't really been done on a wide scale before. People haven't really interacted in this way. And with all of the different things like the GameStop craze and the crazy stock market in the US, we've seen a lot of the rise of the concept of social trading and people being driven more by sentiment. And I think the interesting part about crypto is it is driven a lot by the sentiment in combination with the technology as well. So one thing I wanted to ask you is, looking forward, what are some interesting, I guess, product developments that you all are thinking about focusing on? Is it going to be continued to be focusing on just retail and kind of earning interest, or do you think there's a way that people can, I guess, use their crypto to maybe support real world projects? I haven't seen much of that yet. Like, it's not as easy to, I guess, have access to have real influence on real world projects.
Can you explain more about what you mean by real world projects?
Yeah, so like a lot of, I guess, crypto and blockchain startups out there, I've seen a lot of people, they want to help support these startups, but it's still difficult because a lot of these startups are raising in traditional ways, or they're not fully using a blockchain. So I wonder, what do you think, like, what is the bridge we need in order for regular people to also be involved in just supporting, I guess, blockchain startups more?
Yeah. I think the reason why I was often very excited about fintech and blockchain is the fact that, money is already virtual, right? It's an idea. We can have a long discussion of that, and you must have done it before many times. But, the idea is that it's a number somewhere on a ledger, regardless what your ledger is. And I think that's also when you mentioned oracles earlier in this conversation, it's sort of getting some information, but most of the information is on the ledger. And I think that's why I think fintech is a really good market and very good fit for the blockchain technology. I mean, we'll see more adoption in more regular other elements, such as, we discussed there were some early experiments with shipping like Maersk and so forth, but I think we'll see more of them. The Oracle problem there is way higher, right? Because when you transfer a package somewhere in Cameroon or whatever, and you want to actually figure that out, you somehow have to transfer and handshake that happen in person to a ledger, and that's much more complex. While financial transaction is really eventually just some transfers between two addresses or two individuals. So I think this is a very good space for that. I think in order to get much more adoption, we still need to solve much more regulation and scalability challenges in this space. And I think a lot of that is happening as we speak. I mean, you start seeing the discussions happening by the US regulators. You see very large corporations discussing it. And I'm very excited about it. I think that I hope that sort of the promise of Bitcoin will actually push people to actually support startups that actually build other products, not necessarily Bitcoin, into this space. So I'm super bullish about it and loving the technology. But I think really, once we get further scalability and regulation, we can see much more sort of active works happening within this space. In terms of what we're building, we try to, of course, enable more and more products sort of to our clients, but we also have to work hand in hand with regulators. And I think that means that sometimes in the size of a company like Toro, right, it's, running off to $1 trillion transaction a year, having regulated sort of entities all over, it's of course more complicated to have a product than if you were sort of a young DeFi startup that just, bring in a bunch of products and, test in production and put it out there, right? There's a different sort of element there. And I think there are different players taking different parts in that. I think our role is really maybe being one of the early places for people to access this technology and, feel safe about what they access in this technology, and, and also helping sort of educated regulators at the process of actually enabling it. And I think that's also put us very strategically as more and more growth happen in this technology to actually offer more products and more services around the space. But I think for real startups growing around this space, we still see sometimes, but there are excellent use cases. I mean, KYC is one, loans and others are others. So I think this will happen. It's just a question of time to scale these things up.
Yeah, for sure. And thank you for explaining your thoughts there. I think there definitely needs to be more bridges to make it easier for people to actually understand how they can, I guess, use a lot of their assets. Step one is maybe educating people on what it actually is, like retailers and even large governments or banks. they all I put them in this one bucket, just like kind of layer one of education before we even talk about layer two or anything like that. Kind of zooming out for a second, because we were talking about regulation. How would you explain to people, a lot of people don't understand how, I guess, the financial sector can still exist and then crypto can still exist. Like a lot of people think there's a reckoning happening, so to speak, where the crypto market is just getting larger and larger, having more influence, and then this means that traditional finance just won't work. So can you talk maybe even from a technological perspective of how do you think these two different ideologies, which is traditional finance, and then we have new finance, crypto, DeFi, all this stuff, how do you think we can make it interoperable? Or maybe you don't, maybe you just think the crowd will go one way or the other.
Yeah, but I think I totally agree that they will come to some agreement. I think that it's maybe a bit classical in some sense that, you know, you have on one hand very new sort of encryptions and super interesting elements happening by startups that want to move like lightning fast and getting things done. And then you have the sort of regulation, and you have the regulation in a very traditional and fundamental industry, right? Because finance is a very, very sort of basic layer sort of industry for all people, right? To be able to support their families, their education, food, etc., etc. So I think we cannot expect that very traditional industry to move fast, and also to some extent you cannot expect a sort of traditional industry to be always embracing changes when, if you're a big player that already, have a lot of customers and other elements, maybe you're happy with the way things are, more or less. On the other hand, you see that this technology has some places where it can create a lot of value. I think really around risk, and you call it interoperability before, like discussing interoperability between blockchains, but I think there are a lot of connection, there are a lot of bridges that this technology can build because of the composability of smart contracts and the potential of it, because of the composability of potential different technology together, and also because of the fact that it actually build bridges across us regardless for regulation of different countries. So I think that these elements and the elements of really accessing real-time risk and financial products and 24/7 sort of support of that is something that have a space and will make a difference. But I think it will take longer time to sort of connect to the traditional market. But I think they will have to sort of connect together. I think that we should also give respect to what is working so well on the whole financial system, especially in much more in places like the US and Europe and others, in Australia and many others, because you have systems that, run transactions sort of in milliseconds, right? Using your credit cards or others, and are sort of very, very low cost for that, right? And all of it is sort of happening. So these systems are pretty well. I mean, taking a loan to, buy a flat in Europe today when the interest rate is so low is a nice experiment, right? You're not paying too much, you're getting a nice service for it. So I think we need to also notice that the actual financial system seems to work, right? There is today a lot of access for people to traditional financial market. And, going back to when this technology can offer 10x better, it will take time because we have issues around security, we have issues around scalability. But I think that, we will see that it will just take a bit longer term. And I think the focus hopefully will be about the thing that this technology can do better, which is opening the market for everybody and offering products across the globe 24/7, where people can actually examine these products and they are composable one to another. And the element of really assessing risk at real time. And I think that's something that governments may not look enough into, because I think the potential of looking into the risk of all financial contracts at all time, and monitor them and understand if there is a risk is really interesting. I mean, when people talk about the previous financial services, who knows what sits on one bank's balance sheet and what would be the elements of making some decisions. And I think this potential that exists there can also make a lot of difference for financial risk long term if handled correctly.
Yeah, it would be great to get some of these banks to use just blockchain, distributed ledger technology to just kind of open source some of their balance sheet or show more people how leveraged they are, right? I think that's something that like everyday people just don't understand. And even people in crypto, the more and more you learn about the value of all these technologies we're discussing today, they're only really valuable once you learn about how leveraged some of traditional finance is, and how there's not as many checks and balances as people realize. Like when people compare and contrast things like DeFi, there's different metrics of that. I wanted to ask you, because something that
I want to just comment quickly on
Go
that.
ahead. Yeah, go
I think
ahead.
it's a great point about leverage. And I think that's what also when I discussed before risks in DeFi, it's like we can actually monitor a lot of this leverage by actually seeing how often the same money is used again and again in some of these applications. Ether held, on MakerDAO to create DAI and then bought something else and sort of leverage into other assets. I think this is really fascinating. And as you said, if we can see a balance sheet online, understand that leverage, I think that would be a great sort of system to actually monitor things live. You don't have to wait for financial statements quarterly, because you can actually see transactions that are happening and anonymized live. And that will be like a fantastic element of seeing all balance sheet all the time, and creating some graphs of how different banks or others are connected. I think it creates a different level of transparency, and I think it can do wonders. I think we are still far away from it, but this is exactly what you said is the potential that I see in that long term. Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, yeah, so that's fine. Demographically, we might not know. It's like kind of surprises everywhere, up in the air. A lot of people have different predictions, but how about this? Let's switch. Let's turn the tables. A lot of things we're discussing today, like there's some issues that we got to solve. From your, for the people listening to this, it might be some developers or even some students, and they love to solve problems. Basically, they always like to get inspiration on what to build or what they should focus on. What are, I guess, 3 things that you think developers should be focused on, or even interesting projects that you'd like to see more of in the space to create positive value? Yeah.
I mean, there are a lot of people working on them, but the obvious first one I mentioned before, which I think is underrated at the moment, is issuing around KYC. I think eventually we talk about adoption, and we know adoptions in the end means that end customers get access to stuff and regulations. And we're living in a world that KYC is an integral part of. So I think the opportunity there is immense to offer sort of eventually not just some random address putting something somewhere, trying to actually connect. I think this will be a very important bridge to sort of normal financial services. Other places is, so that's the main project. Another element is really some interesting element around scalability and interoperability, which means really seeing how you can create, scalable, large terms transaction element. There are a bunch of ideas around how to use that. I'm not going to get super specific here. And I think the sort of the last one would be actually element dealing with sort of security and sort of also to deal a little bit with insurance on the security side, to see, can we actually insure product? Again, remember that when we are dealing on the blockchain space, right? If you make a transaction, you made the wrong transaction, there is no one to call. There is no 1-800 number you can call and sort of get some support. So in that regard, we need to really understand, in order to get adoptions, we need to be able to offer some insurance products around the space. I think these are at least these are my 3. I think that a side comment, because I find myself telling it to a lot of people, is I think that this space seems to grow, and I believe will continue growing. You can't, I'm not predicting sort of how the market move, but I think the interest in this element in fintechs is going to, I believe, proceed. So I think it's a good investment to enter this space and understand sort of the potential, at least for fintech in this space. And I think I usually, at least when I speak to some of my computer science students, I say there is very low sort of, if you go to it, you're a developer, you're always going to get a great job. But going into the space, if the space will grow equally to what we've seen in machine learning or other elements in the past 10, 20 years, you're going to be extremely well informed, having really core sort of skills, and you'll be valuable and build bridges for the years to come. So.
Yeah, for sure. This space it's growing, a lot of positive value being created, but the one thing that I really like about it is it's very accessible. There's no real prerequisite. We always welcome people with like knowledge from other sectors, but even like people such as myself, I just got in as a student in the very beginning. But to kind of end things off, what do you see in the end of 2021 what is the next, I guess, financial instrument or even technological application that you think people will try out and not go back to? To preface this, I think last year it was mainly the concept of yield. A lot of people are realizing that keeping it in the bank, they're really not getting any benefit. So for this year, inside of the whole macro world, everything that's going on with printing money in the pandemic, we're living in this new environment. We already have been in for a whole year. So what do you think is so a use case, a technological application, something that people will use and just not go back to at the end of this year?
It's a very difficult question and very hard to predict. I think I would, I would say what I wish to see, but rather than what will necessarily happen. And what I wish to see may take longer to be achieved. But I think I will go back to accessibility. Fun application that actually allow you access to things like that. I think in the past we saw sort of Dharma offering in early places for you to actually transfer money from a credit card and actually play around with things. So I think I want to see more accessibility to allow people easily to invest in things like that. That's also a big part of what we sort of try to do in eToro. Make you work directly. You're still connected to the, you transfer money to the platform, in any manner that you do it, but then you don't have to deal with the custody and all of the hassles that people deal with, but you just get access to some of that. And so that's one element around accessibility in general. And another element that I would like to see, but that's more my geeky side, is to see more insurance, because I think having sort of insurance products will actually offer that eventually, because if the accessibility was really focused on more retail or newcomer to come and have easy access to that and be able to participate, the sort of insurance is more going back maybe to more the institutional and traditional, and say you're used to have some kind of level of certainty. In order for you to take high risk or take bigger part in that, you need to receive sort of treatment that you could receive in sort of traditional market. And I think offering that will be very interesting. And I think there is a lot of place there to see innovation.
Yep, that's a great way to end things off, kind of the concept of unification in the space, and we need more of that. Omri, thank you so much for sitting with me here today. And welcome to the Reimagine 2021 series. Hope to speak to you again in the future. I'm your host, Roshan Mirajkar, and I'll let you all tune back into the event. Thank you.
At this point, one thing's for sure. Blockchain and cryptocurrencies are changing the world, and they're here to stay. That means we need people like you, now more than ever, to lead the way. Whether you're an entrepreneur with ideas in need of technical support, whether you're an early-stage startup looking to accelerate your business, or whether you're a student looking to learn more about blockchain technology and business, the Mousebelt ecosystem is here to help you on your way. As the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator, Mousebelt offers capital investment opportunities, engineering, blockchain education courses, and free placement in our new startup school. To learn more about joining the Mousebelt ecosystem, visit mousebelt.com. Mousebelt, the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator.
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy. And I'm Timmy Tezos. 2020 sure was a year to reimagine, and we're glad that you can join us again this year to Reimagine 2021. In case you're not already planning on it, we would like to remind you to tune into Reimagine 2021 virtual events, where you get to hear about the latest and greatest updates in the world of cryptocurrency and blockchain technology every month. Also, be sure to follow us on Twitter at Reimagine_2021 and subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can stay up to date with daily news segments such as Immutable Opinion with Asher Westrop Evans and 90 Seconds or Less with Yona Hawkhauser. Stay tuned to Reimagine 2021, brought to you by Mousebelt.
Welcome back to Reimagine 2021. I'm Yona Hawkhauser, and today it's an honor to speak to Luis Cuende, co-founder of Aragon. Luis, thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Well, it's really great to speak to you. I love speaking to creators, people who are really helping with the innovation and the development in the space. This is a brand new technology, blockchain as a whole, crypto even specifically. And so it really is, a pleasure to speak to people who are really doing their best to push it forwards. And I think you exemplified that perfectly. Now, this is a conference of the history of coins. That's the theme of this one. So I want to start off first question to you. How did you first hear about Bitcoin?
Yeah, so I heard about Bitcoin actually when it was published on Hacker News in 2009. And then I jumped into it and I was like, wow, there's a huge scam. Like, there's no way this works. Like, technically it just doesn't make sense. And then in 2011, I read about it again, and then I actually read the white paper, and then I was like, Luis, you're stupid. Of course this thing works. Like, of course, like, the most kind of unique technological advancement of the century probably. So yeah, I guess, first time you look at everything, it looks like a scam. But then I am deeper into it, and wow, I was blown away.
Yeah, and I think that's for a lot of people. When I first heard about it too, I was like, what is this, like internet money? This can't be real. But the white paper really spells it out. It's pretty straightforward. And even if you don't have a technical background, it's pretty easy to understand them, except some of the parts where the formulas. But other than that, it's pretty easy to understand. And I think that's what convinced a lot of people. So I'm sure you were kicking yourself when you realized in 2011, I wish you probably would have thought you bought in 2009. But that was 2011. You get into it. And then from there, do you continue on Bitcoin or developing the space? What did you think of Bitcoin? Was it like, oh, this could actually be the future of money? Or was this, I could see this is actually a pretty good system. I could see this being used for online transactions.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it was always about the currency itself. The technology was very interesting, but it was more about this thing kind of really free people from banks. That was kind of my obsession because, coming from Spain, we had a huge real estate crisis, I guess, similar to a lot of countries, but Spain got hit really hard. And so I suffered the pain of almost getting kicked out of my home by banks. And so that was not a pleasure experience. And so I was trying to look for ways that you can basically something very simple, you can basically make people be able to work without spending 40, 50 years of their life working for banks, which is what's, in my opinion, is happening now. So you have these people that just control the financial system, right? And if they control the financial system, they go and print more money, which effectively what it does is just dilutes the amount of 40, 50 years you've been working on stuff, and it makes it worthless. You need to work more. You need to keep in the rat race. And so if you think about the 80s, that dream of a utopian future where machines will work for us, and we could just sit back and relax and be creative, which is what humans are for, that dream has been sent directly to the trash bin. We are working more than back then. And so I just think we really need to go back to it. And the way to do it is, there are many components, but sovereign money is just one of them. And it's a very important one.
Mm-hmm. And I think, I think most people would agree that Bitcoin was a huge step or first step in that journey. Another big push was the Ethereum white paper and the launch of Ethereum that added the smart contract functionality on top of that. What was your thoughts when you read the Ethereum white paper compared to the Bitcoin white paper?
Yeah, I'm kind of a same, but it was very similar. It was like this thing is a scam. Uh, and then again, like 2 years after, I actually like jumped into it and I checked it out in a more like deeper fashion, and then I realized it was huge. But yeah, back in the day, I was kind of like a Bitcoin maximalist, and so like reading about Ethereum, I was like, I don't know if this thing is gonna work. But then when you actually like read about the use cases and implications, and I think that was like 2015, 2016, I was just blown away by just the amount of things you can build in a truly decentralized internet, and it changed my view completely. I'm not an Ethereum maximalist either. Like I've learned my lesson. Like I'm just not maximalist all around. But I think Ethereum is mind blowing.
I mean, for sure, it holds such great promise. This idea of a world computer, this idea of being able of taking that same ideological reason you said about Bitcoin, and taking decentralizing power, decentralizing money, and then Ethereum allows for kind of this really putting functionality to that, really putting it into practice. I'm not a maximalist of anything either. Whatever works the best, and you know, there's constant innovation, and tomorrow, who knows what we'll bring. But right now we're about 10, 11 years post the launch of Bitcoin, a little less than that for Ethereum. And so far today, who do you think has done a better job of accomplishing their goals? And the goals, could be depend on who you ask, but in your mind, today, who has done a better job of actually, over the time that it existed, accomplishing their goals that they set out to?
Well, I think Bitcoin, and I think the answer is pretty simple. Like you look at Bitcoin and Ethereum. Well, of course, at Bitcoin launched before, but the goal of Bitcoin is actually, I would say, quite ambitious, but at the same time quite simple. Like Bitcoin just needs to be a good store of value, and it does that through being just a very, very simple, almost dumb cryptocurrency. Like if you compare that, the complexity of Bitcoin to the one on Ethereum, it's so different. Like Ethereum is much more complex, and so the goal that Ethereum has set out to do is extremely ambitious, but it's way more complex. And so I think it will take more time, and it faces a lot of issues like scalability. Bitcoin also had those issues, but it solved them very, very simply by switching from the money narrative to the store of value narrative. And right now, what Bitcoin is doing is mind blowing. Like companies are just adding it to their like treasuries. It's like a matter of time for governments to do the same. And then it's like the world, like treasury store of value. So like, and I think it's gonna take probably 2-3 years for that to happen, honestly, and for it to surpass the market cap of gold, and that is mind blowing. I think for Ethereum, it will take a little bit more just because there's more technical complexity.
Well, one of the things that made you fall in love with Bitcoin in the beginning was this idea of getting people away from under the thumbs of the banks, and being able to really have control and financial freedom. Does the switch from money and transactional money to store of value, does that affect that dream at all?
I don't think it does. Like I actually think it's even better because money is something that like it needs to flow for the economy to work very well. And a store of value is something that you actually, it's kind of like works the other way around. Like it needs to just stay in the same hands. And it also moves over time, of course, but like for it to appreciate, you need to hold it, right? And so I think in that sense, the fact that we can have a truly permissionless store of value is much more important than having like the permissionless money, just because like you think about like, again, countries or like, people in nations like Argentina, where their currency is completely like devaluating all year, they're able to just hold Bitcoin, long term. And if they do that for like 10, 20 years, they have their retirement sorted out. And that is huge.
Yeah, at the rate that Bitcoin's rising, it's not 10, 20 years. In like 2 years, they're going to be able to retire. Let's hope, fingers crossed. But and yeah, 100%. I think that has been the best real world use cases. I mean, we're always talking about, look at PayPal bought it as a reserve currency and MicroStrategy, but for many years now, a lot of countries in Latin America and any other place in the world that has been facing local currency inflation, currency restrictions, they've been using Bitcoin already as an amazing use case of protecting themselves against their local currency value fluctuations. And I think that doesn't get enough coverage, at least in the English-speaking world, because it really is incredible to see that dream coming to reality. Now, you mentioned with Ethereum, that Ethereum does have some issues. It has tremendous potential, but it in its current infrastructure form, it has reached that potential in terms of scalability. if you are, a small-time trader not doing big trades, it's essentially a useless. You cannot transact in it. The transaction fees are too high. The gas fees are too high right now. But for so long, they've been promising Ethereum 2.0, moving over to proof of stake, and that has been going slowly. They launched a beacon chain, and they launched a staking contract. When are we going to actually see, in your view, ETH 2.0 active, and that's the chain that people are going to be actually developing on and utilizing?
Yeah, it's really hard question to answer because there is so much uncertainty. Like if you think about Ethereum 2.0, it's a completely different chain to Ethereum. Like you're gonna have to probably redevelop and re-architect most of the software that runs today on Ethereum. So that alone will take some time. So like, for us, for example, like it took us, I think, like a year to like get everything production ready and audit everything to make sure it's completely died. And so if you add that to the fact that like you have to maintain both like a version on Ethereum 1 and also like a version on Ethereum 2, like I think it's gonna take a while. Right now, for example, with the Beacon chain, like you cannot have smart contracts, for example. It's a very like simple chain. So for that, will probably take another year for it to have some smart contract support. So I give it 2-3 years until we see like something fully fledged. And that's okay, I think. Like in the meantime, we can use L2 solutions, layer 2 solutions on Ethereum 1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I mean, and part of the reason that Ethereum has been hitting that the scaling limit has been the popularity and the rise of DeFi, decentralized finance. That does seem to be the main or major use case transacting right now on Ethereum. First, it was crypto kitties. That was cute. That bogged down the network to some cute little kitties. But since then, recently and since the summer of 2020, it's really been DeFi. And I wanted to get your thoughts on DeFi because so much of what we've been speaking about so far, which is this independence from banks, this financial independence. DeFi conceptually holds this idea. DeFi, you think about the idea of DeFi, and the first time I heard about it was great. This is take the banking services and give it to the community. Make it, I need a loan. The bank says no, I go to the community. But so far, it seems like what we've seen from DeFi has been more focused, yield farming, liquidity providing, seemingly more. You need to have capital to really take advantage. You need to be very knowledgeable in this space to take advantage. Has DeFi in its current form, or does DeFi in its current form serve the purpose of truly decentralizing finances to the masses, or are we not there yet?
Well, in its current form, I think like with current like Ethereum gas prices, like you have to really deal with a lot of money to be able to trade, right? And so like most people don't have that kind of money to be able to trade and pay like $500 in a trade fee. So probably not. The thing here is that a lot of things are actually like, and this is where it gets kind of like hairy. Like we have the same problem at Aragon. Like right now, operating decentralized organizations is extremely expensive. But like, it's also like an Ethereum problem, right? Because like for us, gas price changed from like 2 to like 2,000 now. And so what do you do, right? Like just everything breaks, your assumptions completely break. So it's kind of an issue, and I think we as an industry have to work on layer 2 solutions ASAP.
Mm-hmm. Right, and so let's use Aragon as an example. You co-founded it, and you are a core contributor over there. Just give our audience a quick rundown of what Aragon does.
Sure. So yeah, the way I like to put it is like the same way that Bitcoin is kind of like disintermediating money, like Aragon is disintermediating organizations. And so the idea is you can create these new organizations, these decentralized autonomous organizations that basically live on the internet and that are much more open and fluid. So basically anyone can join them, participate, contribute when they want, and then exit from them if they want as well. And so a lot of these DAOs today, for example, are like DeFi protocols, right? Who like need to decentralize themselves, because otherwise, if they are run by a single authority, they are not decentralized and kind of like reaches the point. So what they do is they get ownership to their token holders, and the token holders can vote and can like make proposals on the future of the protocol. And so we are seeing kind of like that explosion of like a lot of decentralized organizations we created for a lot of these use cases.
Mm-hmm. And I think the explosion, especially in the DeFi space with the governance tokens, it seems like SushiSwap was the one who first gave out or really caused that because they needed to have an advantage or offer something over Uniswap. Essentially, they were just copying them, but they offer the governance token. Then Uniswap had to match. Now, seemingly everyone has to have a governance token. But DAOs as a concept, let's talk about DAOs as a concept, decentralized, autonomous organizations. These things, they hold so much promise. This is, once again, another idea for your talks. You said Bitcoin was decentralizing money, and DeFi is decentralizing kind of financial services. DAOs are decentralizing governance. And that does sound, out of all the things that, because, to most of us, our idea of, or the best example of people having power in our world is a democracy, is people voting for on governance. Most people don't have any other example of decentralized money or decentralized finance, but people could understand democracy. And so do you think that's what helps DAOs or makes DAOs easier to understand for newcomers because they have a frame of reference of, oh, I get what that is?
Yeah, definitely. Although democracy these days is also in a very kind of like, sorry state because of everything that has happened in the world. Actually, one of the triggers for us to create Aragon in the first place was when Donald Trump won the elections in the US, because that was a sign that like democracy was falling very quickly. But yeah, I think that makes people like kind of like realize faster. The other thing that right now makes people realize faster their need for decentralized governance is like seeing all of these huge like tech monopolies that are essentially running things that are kind of public goods. Like if you think about Google, for example, a search engine, like it's almost like a public good, right? It probably shouldn't be owned by a company that can do whatever it wants with it. So people are like very fast, very quickly like getting the value for decentralized governance now.
Mm-hmm. And right now it's still such a new technology, but once it gets to the point where DAOs have proven themselves as a technology, can you see a future where there could actually be a nation state government actually run by a DAO?
Yeah, that is the end goal. I think like you think about competition. Competition is very healthy, right? Like competition makes makes companies and entities create better products. And you think about nation states, they just don't have competition. Like they have their own kind of like cartel, and that's kind of it. Like you cannot create a new nation state, and that threatens innovation a lot, and that makes just kind of like competition lag behind. And so the day you can create a nation state, that is gonna be incredible. You kind of can do that today, to be honest, just without land. You can create a community. You can create a community that has like shared financial incentives. You can create a community that has everything on internet that has except for land. And so that's an interesting start.
It'd be very interesting to see. And kind of like what you touched upon, some could argue those big tech companies like Facebook, Amazon, Google are essentially their own form of nation state without land, although they do own tremendous amounts of real estate around the world. But the amount of political sway, they have more money, they have a bigger GDP than most countries, so it kind of blurs the line now with technology. We kind of take it for granted, but the connectiveness that even traditional technology allows us to do has already created these giant organizations, just not that decentralized. And here's the hoping that DAOs do enable that. Now, DAOs, the comment, they hold a lot of promise, and they really seem like a wonderful endeavor. What are DAOs especially good at?
I would say, so I will start with the things that DAOs are not like extremely good at, and so that is acting fast. And yeah, that is just a function of consensus. Like you need more consensus, you need more kind of like voting processes. So like they are not good at that, but they are very good at reaching scale. So like if you need to coordinate, 10,000 people all around the world that are like distributed, and you need to coordinate them to do some work, then it's probably a very good mechanism, because then you can like reach a scale that you just can't reach in a company. Like, scaling a company to 10,000 people, it's a very hard endeavor. Doing that with a DAO, it's pretty straightforward. Like you just give a bunch of people tokens, you give some bounties out there, you have some, and there's kind of like an area of active research, like some kind of like KPIs that they have to meet. And if they meet, they get like a reward. And then people self-organize and just like get stuff done.
And what about the idea, if the goal is to really have this decentralized organization, kind of spreading out the power as much as possible? Right now, at least with DeFi, a lot of the governance tokens are given out with these liquidity incentives and yield farming, where pretty much the people who already have or holding tokens or have capital, they're the ones getting tokens. Or even a step further, if you're a venture capital firm where you have a lot of capital, if you want to have a bigger say in these DAOs, you could essentially buy up a large portion of these governance tokens. So if one, is that a bad thing? And two, if it is, what can we do to ensure as spread of power as possible?
Yeah, I have never seen that as like inherently a bad thing. It's very similar to like shareholder governance. And shareholder governance is great in the sense that like people that have more skin in the game have more shares, and people who have more shares have more skin in the game. So I think that is great. The issue comes when that is extremely concentrated, right? Like let's say you have a protocol that is effectively controlled by like 5 people or 5 entities, then it's not really decentralized anymore. And so I think there, like we can do a few things, but I think like it's still a very unsolved problem. Like people are working on basically one person, one vote kind of mechanisms, right? There are still very much in like research state, because it's very hard to prove that one person is like one unique person on the blockchain. But yeah, there's still like active research. My take on it is that it's a step forward compared to like typical shareholder governance, because in typical shareholder governance, you have like a bunch of other intermediaries for you to actually become a shareholder. Here you can use like, go to Uniswap, grab some tokens and become one. So I think that helps.
And I think before DAOs or historically, even in online communities, there was feedback from the community. Developers would ask, or the community, or speak to the community, and the community would give suggestions, but nothing talks like money. And that's, I think, one of the powers of the DAO, that many DAOs control the treasuries, that they dictate where funding goes. And at the end of the day, that actually decides, that has the most power over direction of protocols. Have we seen it so far in your view? Have we seen it working? Have we seen that DAOs, for the most part, have done a good job of actually having the power to both direct the direction of protocols and decisions? And have they been good at it? Have the decisions they made as an overall, I know this is a general question, but as an overall, has in practice, it worked out as well as you thought conceptually?
Well, if you ask me what I thought in like 2017, I would tell you that right now, I thought DAOs would be like almost like, governing everything all over the world, and like dethroning dictators and like solving world hunger. We haven't gotten there yet, unfortunately. But if you think about like, protocols like DeFi protocols, for example, a lot of their growth has been attributed to just having DAOs and having people like govern their protocols. And that has worked out very well. Like, you have a bunch of like DeFi protocols, like Abbott Compound or Uniswap, that have grown their management tremendously. And that has been due to communities and has been due to DAOs.
And yeah, once again, we must preface this. It's such a new technology. It's we understand the value of it and the potential for it, but we can't really blame the masses, because you go to most people on the street, they have no idea what a DAO is. They so maybe they think it's a mantra for when you're meditating or something. A DAO, no one really knows. But so do you think we have to do a better job as a community of pushing out and explaining and educating the masses about DAOs? Because everyone's already telling their the grandmothers about Bitcoin and about this idea of cryptocurrency. Maybe DeFi, although that's still pretty new. But I feel like DAOs, they don't even get spoken about in the mainstream media.
Yeah, definitely. I think we should talk more about them, just because they are like so important for the development of the space. Like if you have like a DeFi protocol that is not decentralized, then what is it, right? I think it's just very hard to explain, because it's a different paradigm of how we organize. So like if today most entities are companies, for example, like 100 years from now, we will not know what they are. But probably 20 years from now, 10 years from now, they will be DAOs. And so it's a like new paradigm. Imagine explaining to someone like what a company was before a company was invented, right? It's very hard to explain.
And let's say that we were able to explain it to every single person on Earth, and they're like, wow, we like this, we love DAOs, I want to be a part of one, I want to vote, I want to be active, I want to have control. Is the user experience there yet today, even if they wanted to, for the average person who's not crypto savvy? Is it there that they actually are able, they'll be able to interact with it? Is it clear? Is the voting mechanism easy enough to understand? Is it easy enough to get your coins in and out and your governance tokens around? I mean, is it there, or is still even the technology and the interaction a barrier to DAOs?
Yeah, there's definitely a very high barrier. Like we have tried to do the user experience in Aragon like as smooth as possible, but even with that, you have a bunch of other things like owning a token, right, which is like out of our reach, or just interacting with Ethereum. And so I think still there's a long way to go. One thing that I'm very excited about though is basically integrating the DAO experience into something like Telegram or like, like a messaging app, because then like you join it and then you like vote with like, emojis or something like that. And then you don't have to even know what a DAO is. You don't have to interact with the token. So I think that would be the ideal scenario for me, where we just like go where the users are, like billions of users in instant messaging, billions of users in social networking, and we just like give them the tools to like supercharge the communities.
Wow, that's really interesting. So you see a future where the DAOs are actually controlled through just regular third-party platforms like Telegram or it could be WhatsApp, Facebook. It really could be anything, but just as long as you integrate that within the DAO, and that's how people will interact with the DAO.
Yeah, definitely. Just make technology invisible. Like that was a way of organizing, right? So like the more invisible it is, if it allows people to organize without like having to interact with any like UI in the middle, that's even better.
And then so far we've been speaking about DAOs, and I want to go back a little bit to DeFi. When we're looking at the DeFi space, I mean, it's so crazy. It's really like, every single day there's a new innovation. If I would have spoken to you about, 6 months ago, you would have been on Uniswap, and I would have spoken to you 4 months ago. You're like, who use Yoni? I use Sushi. And then now you can't use any of those. I use Pancake. So it really is so crazy. It moves so fast. The innovation is so quick. But so far right now, when you're looking at the DeFi space, and there's tons of great projects out there, but as a developer yourself, and as someone who really understands the work and effort it takes to, and it's a tremendous amount of work and effort, I'm sure you well know, to make these things work and make them come to life. Which is the project that you look at in the DeFi space that you're most impressed with?
Well, I'm super impressed by the execution of Aave. Like these guys have been just like crushing it over the course of the last months. Like they also they are like, to me, they are quite interesting because they survived the 2017, 2018 kind of like wave. Like we actually got to start Aragon and Aave like at very similar times. And I know how hard it is to stay relevant in crypto after a whole bull run and then a bear market. Like, it's just very hard to stay relevant. And these guys have not only like stayed relevant, but also like just crushed it. So yeah, props to them.
Well, I mean, that's the interesting thing, because when there's the bull market like we're in now, there's so much hype going on. There's so much talk. There's so much focus on us. Do you think though that in the bear markets, in the kind of the crypto winters where it's quiet, that actually gives developers a better environment to actually develop, to just block out the noise and just focus on the technology?
It does, but at the same time, it's quite depressing as well, because like you see that like for years and years you don't have any kind of like validation, and then it all kind of like comes at once. So yeah, it's like humans are not programmed for that. Like we are programmed for like doing something and then receiving like a positive or negative like a stimuli, but not programmed for like doing something and then 3 years after receiving like a huge span of attention.
Yeah, well, I mean, in terms of getting that reward feedback, you know it well. You're really accomplished. You run 30 under 30, tons of awards and accolades, for your accomplishments and your brilliance, and yet you chose to work or to develop and to contribute in a pretty small niche, in the blockchain and within the blockchain and crypto, within specifically DAOs. Why did you had the whole world open to you. You could have really done anything. Why did you choose to focus your talent specifically on this?
Well, I love crypto. I think crypto is the most like world-changing technology we've seen in terms of like transferring power for those like crooked politicians and individuals that have like held on to it for decades. And we can finally like transfer that power to people that are gonna like hopefully be like more forward-looking technologists, more open-minded, and just to communities in general and to the world in general. And so within that, I thought, Bitcoin is doing a great job at what it is doing, obviously. And so I think we have to work on tools for human organization and for like, for the next thing that comes after companies. And so that's why I chose to work on decentralized governance.
And, as an end user, I'm not a developer, but as an end user, so I only see what the developers are creating or putting out there. I mean, I'm always, and as an end user, we want better user experience. We want faster, cheaper, better. But as a developer yourself, do you think that there's enough work in the space being done to develop developer tools and make the lives of developers easier?
Oof, yeah, we're still a long way from there, I guess. Like if you're a Web2 developer, which like most people are Web2 developers, they know like JavaScript and a couple other things, and you come into Ethereum, you're gonna be like, whoa, like what is this thing here? I know people like Solidity developers. I'm not a Solidity developer myself, but they have been not very happy with the language for some time. So yeah, there's still so much work to do in terms of like developer tooling.
And do you think that like as an end user will feel that like once there is a easier and more efficient language built or things out on the back end for the developer side, that's really what's gonna give that push, and we're gonna see an explosion of actually improvements on the end user side because of the improvements on the developer side?
Yeah, I think so. Like, the more like room developers have to play, to experiment, and to create like more kind of like solid applications, like the better the user experience is going to be. We also need more designers in the space. Like I've been saying this for like years. Like a lot of the products that we use in the space feel very engineered because they are made by engineers, right? And we're using more designers, like more UX designers, also UI to like make it pretty and look good. And we're not there yet.
I mean, this is a problem obviously that you deal with on a day-to-day, or do you think it's tough because obviously it's such an exciting space for someone who is a developer? This is the new technology, this is the cutting edge. You're really paving your own path here. Do you think that it's a tougher sell to get design UX and designers and these people into the space just because of it's so new, it's so unsure? If you're not a developer and you're not in it, you might think it's a little bit scammy. You're so unaware. Do you think it is a tough sell to actually bring in talent from the outside?
Yeah, definitely, especially in bear markets. I think in bull markets, it's pretty easy to get talent from outside. Sometimes not with the right intentions. But yeah, I think like we just have to be a bit more inspirational, I guess. Like sometimes it's not about like making a more efficient layer 2 algorithm for whatever. Like you have to make it a bit more aspirational. Like what does this accomplish? Like does this allow for someone to have a better life, someone else in the world, or like to have more financial security? What is the actual like thing that we are trying to accomplish here? Because otherwise we're just gonna end up building like a huge set of like tools for the crypto rich to get richer, and that's the thing that we want to avoid.
And has there been any project so far you felt that has actually done more to help the people rather than just make the crypto rich richer?
Well, so right now, like I think Bitcoin in general has done a pretty good job, just because like if you are, I see now when traveling, I see like a lot of these Bitcoin stores in the streets where you can just go in and buy Bitcoin, and that is pretty mind blowing. Like, even with the huge price swings, if you were like an Argentinian family or Venezuelan family or whatever, and you managed to buy Bitcoin like 2-3 years ago, you have already made a lot of money, like life-changing money. So I think Bitcoin has really accomplished, or is really in the path to accomplishing those use cases. I think for Ethereum it's still so early, because it's like people who want to trade or to invest such small amounts, they just can't pay these gas fees right now. So yeah, I think we're still a long way. Even for Aragon, like there have been some interesting use cases. Like when the COVID pandemic started, some people created decentralized organizations to coordinate and create masks or medical equipment and stuff like that. And that was very interesting to see, and that was so like amazing and so beautiful. But at the same time, it's still very small scale.
Well, yeah, I mean, but it is incredible the work's being done, and kudos to you and your team, and because I do see that in making a difference. I mean, and that is really incredible to see. Now, I think there's a problem with perception, at least in the mainstream media and with a lot of us, where for a lot of what's going on in the space, we view it through the lens of the people who are already in power. For instance, how do we attack the banks, and how do we but at the end of the day, what people don't realize, and you keep on going back to Argentina and all these places that on the ground, Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies are making a difference. I think a lot of us in the first world and just in better situations don't realize, that some people are less fortunate. People don't realize in Argentina, there are capital controls. There's a certain amount, there's a limit of amount of dollars you're allowed to have because the local currency is so volatile that people would all put their money in dollars. People don't realize Bitcoin actually gives an outlet that is unavailable to them. It's not just like, oh, this is just Bitcoin or dollars or gold. No, it's Bitcoin or pretty much nothing, or to stay with the Argentinian money because. And so, do you think that the kind of the adoption and the revolution, rather than what many people would assume would be coming from the top down and the big money and MicroStrategy and Tesla, then that would eventually trickle down to the poorest people? But do you think in reality, we're going to actually see it be the opposite? It's going to be a bottom up, where the people who really need to use crypto for its use case, not because, hey, I want to have more power and I view a betterment, but because I need it, and this is what I need to survive.
I think we've definitely seen some of that actually with like the early Bitcoin days and drugs. Funnily enough, like a lot of people who were into Bitcoin back in the day were just like trying to buy drugs. They were not kind of like financial magnates who were trying to hedge their way out of the like traditional fiat system. There were people who were just trying to buy drugs. And so it's almost like funny to think about. But at the same time, there is kind of like one quirk about capitalism, and that is that usually the ones who have more capital, they're favored by capitalism. And so basically, like the way it will work here is that if you are in a well-developed nation, and you probably have easier ways to buy crypto, right? And I saw this firsthand. I know people who lived in sanctioned areas, and buying crypto is really hard for them. And these would be people that actually it should be easy for them to buy. Not if you are in the top 1% in the like most developed countries in the world. And like I lived in Switzerland, for example. Switzerland has an amazing crypto infrastructure, like incredible. But if you are there, like it's not going to be like a life or death thing for you to buy crypto. If you live in a sanctioned territory, it may probably like change your life. And so we still have a long way to go in there, and it's just one of the like ironies of capitalism.
Yeah, for sure. And that's kind of the dream and the goal of kind of changing the system, because a lot of people see the current financial system and see a lot of problems with it. We recently saw with the whole Wall Street Bets subreddit, really buying up GameStop and AMC, because it seems to be a lot of anger towards these big institutions. People are saying, like you mentioned, the capitalism favors people with capital, and a lot of people are getting upset with it, and they think it's an unfair system. Do you think that that naturally that movement will move over to crypto and utilize it really because let's say, how could we fight the battle? If you want to fight the battle against traditional finance, but you're fighting it in the arena of traditional finance, they have the advantage. Like we saw with GameStop, Robinhood stopped trading, and as in that was their arena. We were trying to fight there, but they hold the rules. Do you think that this fight's going to move over to the crypto realm, where they don't have control to stop it, and where we have, or it's an even playing field?
Yeah, I think we have to like look for the things that crypto does way better than traditional finance and focus on those. Like there are a bunch of things that are interesting and kind of like native of an open source composable system. Like you think about like synthetic assets, for example. That is very cool. The fact that you can like basically replicate any stock you want on the traditional world, but on chain, without actually like owning the stock. Stuff like Synthetics or UMA is doing. That is quite mind blowing. And so, like, if we can find ways to kind of like exploit the traditional finance system, and also like just attract capital into crypto, that is one thing that was very important, I think, and bull runs are very good at it. Like, just get capital from the old system to the new one, and then when there's capital into the new one, then you can use it via DAOs. You can use it via different development teams to fund development and to create more tools. And so I think that is actually happening. Like if you look at like 2017, for example, 2018, there was a lot of obviously talk about ICOs, but at the same time, like there were a few of them that have done wonderful things, right? And so that was just like the cycle and how it works. And same thing happens now. Like a lot of capital has been attracted by DeFi projects. Some of them will be scams, but some of them will actually create very helpful kind of like pieces of infrastructure. And so if we repeat that for a few times, this cycle a few times, then like we may have more capital into crypto, into this like global crypto settlement layer than a traditional system. And we might see this happening like 10 years, 20 years. Like, you know, it always happens very slowly and then it happens at once.
And that's that tipping point. You know, and that is very exciting. And it's exciting because, you know, you've been following the space for a long time, and so have I. And for so long, we were waiting for the when, you know, when is the big money to come in? When's the institutions going to come in? When are we going to get that, you know, when the moon, you know, we're at $50,000. I mean, if you would have told any of us 4 years ago, that's the moon, and we're here, and we want more, and we want more. And it's amazing to see the growth. We're at around $50,000 right now. Are we even halfway there? Where is this going to end? Is the sky's the limit for price and for where this reaches?
Well, I mean, sky is sadly never the limit. Like when you think the sky is the limit, then like things tend to come down again. Like, you know, I think we're still we haven't reached like the tipping point yet in terms of price that will trigger a bear market. Like I think there is still a lot of bull market remaining. Like I think for me personally, like I want to see Bitcoin at 100K, and I don't have a lot of doubts that is going to happen, just because like if you think about companies adding it to their treasuries, it's like mind blowing. Like, you know, the wealthiest person on earth is now a Bitcoin and a crypto advocate, Elon, and so that is just huge. Like I can't even think on describe how big that is for crypto and for Bitcoin specifically. And so I think we're still a long way to go. I remember 2017, 2018, like when it gets really ridiculous, you can almost tell that, like, you know, you have reached the top. But I think it's going to get way more ridiculous than now.
I'm excited. Yes, let's hope so. I mean, that's the dream, and that's really good. And along with that, during like especially in the last bull market, and as the bull markets go, a lot of people do become quite wealthy due to their belief in crypto. And a big thing was the crypto Lambo. You know, you go and you buy a Lamborghini because you have the money from your belief. And you mentioned Elon Musk. You know, he fluctuates, but around the world's richest man usually. And he announced that not only did Tesla invest or buy a Bitcoin, but they also are going to accept, or sometime in the future, Bitcoin as a payment for Teslas. Do you think that the crypto Tesla would be the new crypto Lambo?
Yeah, I mean, Elon has just made that happen, definitely.
Yeah, well, I mean, do you think though that maybe we could, if Elon's he's so receptive and so understanding and supportive of the community, do you think we could convince him to implement a DAO somehow in the Tesla infrastructure?
I think not even Tesla. I think probably Mars. Like that is the main thing. Like you think about like Mars and the fact that you know, it is very possible that he's going to be kind of like commanding the first like human expedition into there and kind of like just conquering Mars for humankind. Like I like Elon a lot, but we cannot have one dictator. We cannot have one company rule Mars. Like that's a whole planet. We need some kind of like community ownership there, and I think a DAO just fits very well in there.
That's a wonderful idea. The Mars DAO, which would, because we're essentially starting from scratch, that would be the first governance organization on Mars to be a DAO. What steps are you doing to make this happen? Because I want to make this happen. Is Aragon's infrastructure in place that would work? How would that work though with a network? Because it does require a network effect. Would it have to be a local network on Mars?
That's a problem. Yeah, I've been thinking a little bit about this, and it is very challenging to like get a blockchain to run on both like Earth and Mars, because you have huge latency of communications and bandwidth problems. And so like, unless you have like a huge block time, like, you know, you like reach consensus on a block each week or something. I haven't run the math, but like it is really hard. So I guess you might have your own like local Mars blockchain. But yeah, this is still like very, very experimental research, but it's just lovely to think about it. Like, you know, I think like having these utopian dreams again is something that will help like our generation kind of like have have a better, just have more dreams about the future and what technology can enable, and not the state of mind right now, which is quite pessimistic with the pandemic and with like social networks screwing the world and social behavior and politicians being crooked. It's kind of like a very bad panorama. So I think we need to improve and dream again.
Well, with the DAO, in terms of block finality, what's the shortest time it needs to be? Can you essentially just have the block every time there is a vote? I mean, couldn't you essentially work with a block every once a week, as long as that vote is held within that week? And could that work?
Yeah, I mean, you can construct you can construct a lot of systems to optimize for like that latency issue. Which is something that like I actually think if we got Elon into it, he would probably figure it out. Like I can't think of anyone better actually to think through these things.
He already shoots the satellites in the space. He already has the Starlink, where I'm assuming he's going to continue to build a better internet connection to Mars. Whether it be, I mean, it's going to be a long chain of satellites, but he'll figure it out.
Yeah, he figured it out for sure. You throw a problem to him, he figured it out.
Right. So I think that the best thing to get him to go for, because already the Tesla onboard computer is quite powerful. In terms of a car, it is tremendously powerful. You're able to even play AAA games on it. You can play The Witcher 3, and it's very powerful. Can we see him maybe getting some native support for either running a node, a blockchain node? I mean, we've seen people hack it, but maybe some native support for running a blockchain node or participating in other blockchain protocols?
Actually, I mean, if you think about like the idea of like Tesla's been able to like produce kind of like passive income for the owners and like, be like Uber or taxis and just like move around and serve that purpose to generate some income. Like you can also have like staking nodes, right? So maybe.
All right, very cool. And I'm assuming there's two people I trust with this project. It's Elon Musk and you, because I love your philosophy and outlook on things, and two, I know that based off your past accomplishments, I know that you are capable of doing it. Luis, it's really a pleasure speaking to you. I appreciate both your outlook and all the work you're doing in the space, and I'm sure our viewers do as well. We're running out of time on our interview. I'll leave the floor to you. This is your opportunity to either highlight a project that you like, highlight something that Aragon themselves are doing, or just give a shout out to a friend or family, whoever you'd like. Yeah,
I mean, I think the main thing I want to like just highlight is that we are close to launching our own DAO. And so basically the idea is to just decentralize the development of Aragon itself and move forward. And for that, we need people who like want to dream about a bunch of things like governance, new nation states, like all of those things. So if you're one of those, head over to aragon.chat and let's make it happen.
Awesome. Thank you. A wonderful cause. If you want, go over to aragon.chat and then possibly be the one to develop the first DAO on Mars. You heard it here first. Luis, thank you so much for joining us and explaining it. I look forward to being your neighbor on the Red Planet. And for all our viewers here at Reimagine 2021, I'm Johan Hockhauser. Thanks for watching.
Bonjour, mes amis. I am Jean-Paul Pierre, and I have another crypto vocabulary lesson for you, brought to you by Reimagine 2021. NFT. In simple terms, a non-fungible token, aka NFT, is an exclusive digital asset. Accordingly, no non-fungible token is the same. Non-fungible tokens contain identifying information recorded in their smart contracts. It's this information that makes each NFT different, and as such, they cannot be directly replaced by another token. They cannot be swapped for like, as no two are alike. An NFT is like the Mona Lisa by Leonardo da Vinci, It is unique, and that is what makes it valuable. There is no other painting like that in the entire world. Well, Similarly, each NFT stores some form of metadata that makes it a unique entry on the blockchain. That said, even the NFTs on similar blockchains are not interchangeable. They're one of a kind, a masterpiece.
Our past inspires the decisions we make today to reshape our future tomorrow. In a world where human beings and machines become friends. In a world where fiber optic channels become virtual highways of communication. In a world where everything we know and value is vulnerable to manipulation and destruction. In such a world, we need a revolution that gives us hope. Where some take to the streets and look to their leaders, the modern warrior dares to cut beneath the current and strives to restructure the core without permission. In a technological world, we need a technological revolution. And when the unimaginable happens, the brave must be bold and dare to reimagine.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Reimagine 2021. I'm your co-host, Ashley Meredith, Head of Education at Mousebelt Blockchain Accelerator. Today, we're bringing you version 7.0 of our virtual conference series, History of Coins, and we're delighted to be joined today by David Waxman. He's the founder and CEO of Waxman. It's a communications and strategy consultancy that works with many of the blockchain companies that you may have heard of. Welcome, David.
Thanks so much for having me, Ashley. It's great to be here.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. So before we dive right into everything that Waxman does, would like to hear your background and how you got into blockchain.
So back in 2013, I was running the day-to-day for a small public relations agency in New York. We had a handful of billionaire clients. And I was reading about this rapidly growing online currency that seemed to make absolutely no sense at all. And then at the very end of 2013, everyone knows the Mt. Gox disaster happened and Bitcoin price tumbled. And so it was after that, in early 2014, that I really got to know Bitcoin when I met in a bar the young CEO of one of the first VC-backed Bitcoin exchanges, a company called CoinSetter. And Jaron, who was the CEO, he basically over drinks convinced me that Bitcoin was something real. And I spent the next several months working with him. He became my client and learning all about Bitcoin. And I went from a casual consumer to someone who was a rabid believer in a very short span of time. Over the next year or so, we did quite well together. And Jaron kept kicking me until I founded my own firm in 2015, which is today Waxman, a strategy-based consultancy focusing on communications, market entry, et cetera. Today, we have about 75 employees between New York, Dublin, and Singapore. And as you mentioned, work with many of the brands that the audience here will know and love.
Awesome. So you have a background in PR. You were working at a PR firm when you first heard about Bitcoin. Is that what you studied in university?
No. So I studied economics and English, which turned out to, again, be just the right thing. But I'd say the reason why things worked out was I was in the right place at the right time. And it turns out that many people who are the true OGs, people from before my time, they were much the same. And like some of them, I think I realized early on that I was very, very lucky to be in the right place at the right time with just the right amount of experience and the right skill set to succeed. And I've been hoping to capitalize on that first mover advantage ever since.
Well, as you know, I asked because we have a university program through Mousebell. Anyone who's just tuning in, be sure to check out Reimagine 2021 YouTube channel, smash that subscribe button, check out our university segments. We have interviews with students from all over the world, professors. We've built this network of 100 universities in 24 different countries. And so speaking directly to them, what would you say to someone who might think that they don't have just the right experience, or they aren't in the right place at the right time, or maybe they missed it? Do you have any advice for students who are interested in getting into the blockchain industry?
So first thing is, I mentioned the price rise in 2013 and the subsequent crash, because I thought I missed it too. When I started in Bitcoin, I thought the best had already happened. I did not realize by any means that the best was yet to come. And I think the same is true today. Another thing that we love to tell people at Waxman is newcomers, is that you don't actually have to have a degree in blockchain or computer science or cryptography to work in the blockchain industry. But one of the great things about this maturing space is that there's room for people with all sorts of skills. And so almost no matter what you've studied in college, as long as you're intellectually curious and you're willing to ride the learning curve, take the courses offered by Mousebelt, et cetera, I think that you can work in this industry. We're hiring right now in all of our offices at every level, including entry level. And we don't expect people when they walk through the door to know anything about blockchain, but they'll learn it if they're swimming in it every day. And if they're able to take courses like the one offered here.
Absolutely. Yeah, I tell students that all the time as well. I come from humanities, philosophy especially. It's probably the most humanities of the humanities. So not technical at all. But like you said, if you're intellectually curious, if you start diving into it, if you're swimming in it every day, you definitely catch up. And it can at least, I think what's important is to be able to understand and then communicate the import of these technologies and why maybe a consumer or customer or business should care about it, because that, I think, kind of gets lost sometimes. Is are with a lot of companies, who may be focusing too much on the technical, like, are they communicating what the customer should care about with these technologies?
There's no question. To your point, many companies initially are startups comprised of maybe a CEO and a CTO, or sometimes the CTO is the CEO. So they're all engineering focused, and the first 15 members of the team are essentially all engineers. But at some point, a startup has to go from a company making some sort of concept to actually developing product market fit. And to your point, that requires figuring out who their customers are. These are really like the business side of the business type question. Who are your customers? How can you go and tell them what you're doing? What differentiates you from perceived competitors? And perceived competitors could be actual competition or people that an uninformed consumer might anticipate are your competitors. And then beyond that, actually go and make a sale. So you're going to see sales, marketing, biz dev, accounting, all the different types of skills that you wouldn't expect a blockchain company, or at least on first thought, to have. They need those things. And that's why I think just about anybody out there who's interested in joining this, let's call it a kind of revolution, you can. You just need to want it.
Yeah, I think that kind of brings us into talking more about what you do at Waxman. So you're working at your own PR firm, got really interested in Bitcoin, had a friend or someone really encouraging you, like, you should do this for blockchain companies. Was that kind of the thinking behind founding Waxman?
Yeah, well, it was only Bitcoin companies at the time, because there were other blockchains out there, but to be honest, they weren't very relevant in early 2015. So yeah, I said, so when you work in a PR agency, I think that the audience can understand this. You very often have different types of clients that you're working with. You may work with a handful. I had clients in real estate and restaurants. I had clients in technology, but I also had clients in finance. There was almost no rhyme or reason connecting to clients that I happen to have in my old firm. So I started Waxman with the thought, what if instead you aggregated a bunch of different clients in the same sector, but perhaps that did different things? You might basically have a menu of options that reporters, that's basically who you talk to. You talk to clients on one side and reporters on the other. The reporters can maybe even come to you if they had a question on the space. And so I got lucky enough to not only have that initial Bitcoin exchange to the client, but a software wallet, a hardware wallet, a mining pool, a blockchain-focused VC, and a Bitcoin ATM network. And with that, I was able to go and start a firm with a multitude of companies in the space. And because I had that, whenever I reached out to a reporter, maybe they didn't need to write about Bitcoin ATMs. Maybe they were talking about security, and maybe the Bitcoin, the hardware wallet would come in. That's called the Trezor. That was one of my first clients. And in doing this, you also learned about the partners, because inevitably when you work with a startup, they have partnerships of all of those companies. And this is how things kind of organically grew for Waxman. I mentioned the right time. I launched the company in 2015, and in 2016, the crypto prices basically tripled, more or less, dramatically improving, the market conditions, which allowed companies to be able to, more companies to be able to go and take on service providers like Waxman. And Waxman went from a one-man shop in 2016 to about 10 people by the end. And then, of course, in 2017, and I'm sure we'll talk a little bit about this, but crypto prices 30x. And it went from about a $17 billion market cap to 18 billion to 850 billion before crashing in 2018. So, and Waxman grew not entirely accordingly, but close enough. And that's why today we're, a global organization.
Yeah, that history of kind of how your company has evolved over time. You've now, you got in early enough that you were there for the ICO boom for Bitcoin going 30x 2017 2018. I'm wondering if you can kind of maybe compare and contrast or tell us a little bit more about how 2018 was for you, and compared to maybe now how 2020 was, and we can dive in more as to like how you responded to COVID and how you all have been doing and what you see for the future. But do you see any similarities between the 2017-2018 timeframe and 2020?
Well, I certainly see some parallels now in 2021 with the very end of 2017, the first few months of 2018. I think it's getting a little bit overheated right now. We're seeing cab drivers having favorite coins that don't make any sense, and that scares the bejesus out of me, I've got to tell you. And we did see some of that at the end of 2017 and early 2018. And I think that the audience here should be very much paying attention to what's real and what's not. There's a lot of noise out there right now, but pay attention. Bitcoin will never fail you. At least I don't think so. And there's a lot out there that doesn't pass the smell test. And I think you should be very cognizant of that. And that was true during basically a 6-month period, I would say, at the tail end of 2017 and early 2018. But the businesses today that I'm seeing in the space are far more mature. They're not 3 years more mature than they were at 2018. They are leap years, or light years, I should say, more mature. It's amazing what you see. We have even the startups in the space, they often come from founders who have worked in crypto for years. And their co-founders are people who have been successful in other types of businesses. The venture capitalists who are investing in some of these early stage companies are sophisticated investors. Whereas I must say in 2017 and early 2018, many of the VCs really didn't know what they were talking about. And they simply were able to go and accrue a lot of funds from LPs who knew even less what they were talking about. Again, the world is different today. The businesses have often achieved product market fit. And we've seen that with the emergence of DeFi, which went from a buzzword to actually something very, very real.
Yeah, that everyone is kind of talking about and taking very seriously, exchanges and, are realizing that they need to start building tools to participate in DeFi. Just a comment on one of your points about a taxi driver, being able to tell you what their favorite coins are. I had the experience only recently. So I've been in the space for almost 3 years now. And I had it was only about a month ago that I had my first ever conversation with a normal person in like a dinner environment about cryptocurrency. And they were actually quite knowledgeable about it and had been following for a while and listened to various podcasts, but it wasn't at a blockchain conference. And it was like the first time that's ever really happened to me where I've been able to talk to someone about what I do for work without their eyes glazing over and not being at a meetup or something. As well as, on social media, seeing, someone that I never would have expected, they're, in the music industry, posting explainer videos about NFTs. And I was like, oh, I would never have, thought that I could have talked to that person about what I do for work. So do you see that as a warning sign, or is this, what we want, like kind of adoption and the fact that there's people like you and I out there communicating about this stuff enough and in the right way that people can actually understand it now.
Well, there are you actually mentioned some really good use cases. As it turns out, NFTs are starting with collectibles. Actually, they started really with Decentraland, which was trying to create a metaverse type world. And they needed NFTs to exist basically for the platform to make sense. And it's evolved into digital collectibles. We've seen NFTs be used for tickets. The reason I'm going into different use cases of NFTs is to show that it's becoming and already is something quite real. And there are some real, very immediate uses of NFTs that go beyond the collectibles market, which by itself is a substantial industry and should be. Baseball cards were a substantial industry in the early 90s. There's no reason why NFTs and art, for instance, couldn't be today. And that's true with music, for instance, and we're seeing actually musicians use NFTs or use even fan tokens as a way to get people more involved, to engage with their fan bases more and more and in unique ways during a time when we're increasingly decentralized from each other. But what I'm scared of is that there are a lot, because the money is much more substantial in the space, because there's a lot of newcomers, they may hear about the NFTs, which is very real, or about certain DeFi applications, which make a lot of sense and might make sense for their risk profiles. And they may unknowingly be led into something that is improper. And that's what I'm concerned about. And I think that all of you over there in the audience who do know what you're talking about, who have been in the space for a period of time, I think it's to some extent your responsibility to try to educate other people about what's out there and what's progress and what's noise.
Absolutely. So in talking about use cases and kind of these real world use cases, right, where a user might actually have an app on their phone and the blockchain itself kind of disappears into the background, right, where I think there's going to be a lot of products out there where users will not even know that it's on the blockchain. They will know that this is censorship resistant, or they just know that it provides the value that they're looking for. And at Mousebelt, we really focus on real world use cases. That's what we want to do be hands-on with the projects we work with, build the tech through our development shop, and think about products that people are actually going to use. And one of the fun questions we like to ask people, just to kind of highlight how early it is in the space really, is, do you have any app on your phone that is run by blockchain that isn't a wallet or an exchange?
I do. So Orchid, which is a decentralized VPN network, uses, again, blockchain in a really interesting way. And the uses are going to become even more promising in the future for why they have a blockchain. It's fascinating, but Orchid is a wonderful product. And it's just one of many use cases. I'll also say this, one of the first real consumer uses of crypto that I ever saw that really convinced me that there was something more here was something called Steemit, which I launched in 2016. And Steemit was the first decentralized social network with any traction at all. And what their concept was what if you built a Reddit type product, but instead of giving people worthless karma, you gave them some sort of point, a point that had some sort of value. Whether the value was substantial or whether it was micro penny, who cares? It's still better than zero. And you might actually get better content from people who are incentivized to produce something educational or thoughtful or insightful, whether it's, and that was the concept. Whether Steemit was able to go and realize that dream entirely, I don't know. But I think that the concept is very real and that there are going to be others like it in the future that will absolutely succeed. Crypto is not just for finance. I think it's for anything that has value. And one of the great things about blockchain and crypto is that the concept essentially allows for you to finally put a value to something that before you could only imagine had value. You thought had value, but you couldn't put your finger on it. Blockchain potentially allows for that to actually have real value.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, as a social and political philosopher, I'm always really interested in ways of incentivizing certain kinds of behaviors and the social contract and how these token economics can work to like build a world in which people are compensated for their intellectual property, where freedom of speech is encouraged and protected. So those are kind of my pet favorite use cases in blockchain. And I know we haven't really cracked it yet. Civil token, I was really excited about, didn't really pan out, but just ways of people owning their data, owning their content, getting reimbursed or getting, incentivized to create good content, being paid for what they created, as well as, preserving and protecting people who want to put content out there that is, bringing truth to people. So curious as well to hear from you. What are some of your favorite use cases in blockchain? What are you most excited to see? What do you think has the most potential to really disrupt how we do business or go about the world?
So there are so very many. So I'll guess I'll give you a brief snapshot. So one would be, I really like the idea of creator coins. And a company called Rally is doing a really good job of this right now, which is there a way for people who are creators on the internet, maybe people who are YouTubers, esports stars, could be athletes, musicians, is there a way for them to more deeply engage with their fan bases? And it turns out tokens are a really great way to do that. And so we're seeing some pioneering work on the creator coin side. I think that's really exciting. Another is certainly when it comes to securities. Now we're going to the total other end of the spectrum, but there's just no question being able to bring the settlement and clearance and settlement of securities from T=2 or T=3 to T=0, as in will unlock unbelievable amounts of working capital that is better for every single person in the financial stack. So from terms of securities clearance, I think blockchain has enormous use cases. And as far as using tokens to represent individual things like art and NFTs, I think that's fascinating. It allows us to much more cleanly track the provenance, for instance, of a piece of art on one side, or have a lot more metadata attached to something that previously was only valuable because of maybe just one of its dimensions. You can add essentially new dimensions to a digital item as a consequence of having NFTs. These are really, really exciting. And what we're finding is that entrepreneurs are creating more and more brilliant business cases using these tools that have been developed and engineered and improved over time. And what we have today is an incredible palette, essentially, for artists to be creative.
Yeah, thanks so much for sharing that. Let's go back to, how Waxman has evolved over the years. What kinds of stuff you were doing in the beginning and what are you doing now? Are there particular companies that you prefer to work with, or things that you like to do with them? I think you said you've kind of evolved into more strategy, like actually providing strategy and things like that.
Yeah, so Waxman started as a PR agency, and we certainly do very traditional PR still, but many of our clients have asked more from us. When you work with a company for a period of time, they ask, hey, can you help me do X, Y, or Z? And so for a lot of our clients, we're helping them very often with market entry. Perhaps they're well known in the United States, but they'd like to go and get a leg up and find the right partners or customers, maybe in East Asia. And so for Waxman, we try to do that for our clients. Or perhaps they're a Swiss foundation and they're trying to make sure to lean in on the Canadian US market. Again, that's something that we try to do on behalf of our clients. And other companies, they're often going through transitions. They may be going through rebrands. We've seen that many times within the sector, or they pivot as a business. And we're often called in to help them determine what's the best course of action for them, knowing the landscape, knowing the competitor set, and knowing the potential opportunities that may exist. Because Waxman, we've been very fortunate to train a lot of really smart people who love this industry, who can go and give really thoughtful opinions to their clients, that they work very hard with.
Yeah, and remind me where you're located again. So you have kind of this global reach, right?
So our regional headquarters are in New York, Dublin, Ireland, and Singapore. So kind of one, let's call it city, that represents a series of time zones. And then the clients assigned to each of those headquarters typically reside in a time zone pretty close to where one of our regional headquarters are. But I will say this, COVID has resulted in, at least for our New York offices in particular, Waxman has staff all over the United States at this point. People simply got away from New York. Our offices were down on Wall Street, and it's very hard to be there right now. So we have people in Florida, in California, in Oregon, in Washington State, in Texas, et cetera. And that's A-okay. It turns out not only do we believe in decentralized technology, but we can decentralize ourselves too.
Absolutely. You know, Mousefelt is a remote first company. When we first launched the accelerator, many of us, you know, met and were working on startups in the Silicon Valley, Bay Area. We have offices in Bangkok. When we were launching our first batch, you know, we wanted to do the whole traditional, you all come together, you work in an office together, we accelerate you from there, but none of our portfolio companies were interested in relocating. So we're like, well, we can do this virtually. And we've done, you know, everything from our university program to all how we work together, kind of remote first. And it kind of gave us a leg up last year. I think just already being so good at, I mean, we live in Slack, already being so good at kind of asynchronous communication and rallying people around Zoom calls in lots of different time zones and doing virtual meetups to really launch Reimagine as a virtual conference series, but also just not really have a lot of disruption in our workflow. And working from not having to adjust to work from home. So I was definitely going to ask, you know, how was 2020 for Waxman, and, you know, what were some of the challenges? How did you innovate? Tell us about how COVID affected your offices.
Well, it affected office life quite a bit because they kind of went away in March of last year. So it's now been almost a full year. And it's really sad that I haven't been able to see a lot of my colleagues in person in a very, very long time. Foreign offices even longer. So that's been kind of the worst part of this. But one of the best things that we found is that we still can communicate and work together despite not being in the same place. I don't think they're the same type of collaborative experience online. I haven't found the real equivalent for whiteboarding yet. Maybe one of the audience members here can shoot me an email with some good intel on that. But with the exception of that, as it turns out, people can work from home or from a coffee shop or from a restaurant. They can work asynchronously, and it just requires maybe a different skill set. Perhaps self-starters are better in a remote environment than in an office environment where maybe it's a little bit better to be a follower, or it's okay. But self-starters seem to do really, really well in this remote world. And I'm very fortunate that to have a lot of colleagues that meet that criteria.
Absolutely. So going into 2021, what are you expecting the rest of this year to bring? Some of the major trends you see coming, either for, well, first tell us, you know, what are your goals for the year with Waxman, and what do you see for the crypto space over the next year?
So we grow with the industry. We're very, very fortunate to do so. And I see a very promising and bright future for crypto and for the blockchain space. I think this year, the Coinbase's recent IPO announcement is going to be the first of many. And you're going to see a lot more reverse mergers and RTOs. You're going to see companies raising in novel ways like a Reg A process. And that's really, really good news for all of us who are in the industry, because it's going to allow for public market support and allow for inclusion of massive sectors of people who were basically left out of the crypto revolution that's happened so far. That's really, really good news. That's one thing. I'm really excited for really promising dApps to be built on top of these really, really great layer one protocols, which are really advanced at this phase. They don't have the holes in security or the transaction speed problems that they did a few years ago. And I think that's going to be really exciting, whether it's the transition to ETH2 or some of these other competitors and smart contract platforms. The fact that they've gotten so damn good is good news for developers who are building really, really cool things, whether it's games, financial products, or collectibles, or just something fun. We're seeing really cool stuff built on that. And then beyond that, I think I'm really interested to see how regulators respond to all this innovation. We've certainly seen in certain jurisdictions that regulatory regimes have allowed for a lot of innovation to occur, and that's a wonderful thing. The competition between jurisdictions is good for developers, and in the end is going to be good for consumers too.
Yeah, in terms of regulation and regulators, I think that really plays into when we talk about adoption, because I wanted to ask you, what do you think the barriers are to adoption, and what role does a, PR and media company play in that? Do you advise on any sort of boards or councils, or talk with any governments? And what do you see Waxman's kind of role in driving adoption, or communicating to regulators, what's going on in crypto?
Many of our partners or companies that we work with are constantly talking to regulators. It's part and parcel of what they do. And we work hand in hand with law firms all over the world. Remember, there are 183 plus different jurisdictions out there, and each of them are trying to go and tackle this myriad of quandaries, basically, that come with trying to figure out this new asset class, of understanding like these novel uses. I mean, DeFi, for instance, is just breathtaking in scope. Trying to explain it to a traditional investment banker is hard enough, and then they have to get into the weeds of how this works cryptographically. So it's something that, fortunately, I think the regulators now are really, really sharp. Very often the ones who are empowered to make decisions on this front are basically students of this business and of this industry and of this field. And that's a really good thing. So that's why I'm a big proponent, or not big proponent, I should say. I'm a supporter of the regulatory regimes that we're seeing right now, because a lot of them are well educated and they're going to make really thoughtful decisions.
As we wrap up here, I kind of want to bring it back to the theme of the show, history of coins, zooming out into these like larger trends of finance, fiat, cryptocurrency, stocks. What do you see? Do you have any thoughts about the GameStop stuff that is happening, and what an overlap there was of people in crypto talking about this, and what that means for people's understanding of our current financial system? Are people understanding a little more how stocks work, or do you see people kind of becoming more concerned with our traditional financial institutions and understanding inflation and the problems with fiat?
There are so many things to unpack with the GameStop saga. And I guess I'll start by saying, in many ways, it proved the case for why individual people should be A, responsible for, and B, able to manage their own money. I think that we've seen this time and again, and that the common man should have as many instruments as possible and not be at a disadvantage to very large companies and hedge funds, for instance. There are a lot of miscommunications when it comes to that. Robinhood got a lot of really bad flack for the way they handled things. And I'm not saying things were perfect, certainly not on the PR perspective, but capital requirements are a real thing that many people glossed over, and were a reason why, for instance, GameStop shares were not really accessible on the Robinhood platform. And that's something that simply wasn't communicated well from execs at Robinhood. But it did open up, to your point, a wider discussion. How much do people really know about A, personal finance, and B, finance in general? Does the man on the street, do they know how stock markets work? Do they understand the nature of equity or what valuations are? And I think what we found is a really interesting answer. That is to say, people know a lot more than you might think. We have a really educated investor base in the United States, and it is absolutely the case that in the investor class, which should be absolutely everyone, is a class that has something to care about, right? When you own equity in something, you have something to lose, and you're much more likely to fight to protect it and be thoughtful about the decisions that you make. And I think that the GameStop saga has done one thing, which is to further accelerate the trend of people taking control of their own finances. And this goes right back and reverts back to why Bitcoin exists, why non-custodial wallets need to exist, why people should be able to manage their own finances, all the way from something totally ephemeral or superficial to the most fundamental. That's something that they can do with cryptocurrencies, and the blockchain really empowers. So that's one of the exciting things we've seen with GameStop. I think we're going to see a lot more prominence to financial related news in the future. And that's really exciting because it matters. It matters quite a lot. And I think people are just starting to realize the power of the individual consumer and the retail investor. It's much more than anyone anticipated.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so just to wrap this up, maybe kind of a fun question for you before we plug everything about Walksman and who you want to hear from and how people can find you. English major, economics major, working in PR and communications. What's your favorite podcast or media? Like, how do you stay informed? What are you reading? What are you listening to?
Well, I'm a very traditional media consumer. I actually don't watch a ton of podcasts myself, but I read a lot of newspapers. And I'm a big fan of The Economist and both the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal. I found that if you read those every day, you're probably going to stay abreast of much of the news that really matters, at least here in the United States. But if you're looking for foreign news, it's very important to pay attention to what you're seeing on sophisticated social networks. And I would encourage a lot of people to be trying to read the global news sections of the news aggregators whenever they can, because you don't get enough of that here in the US. Really interesting and important information that's more relevant than you think.
Well, that's especially great advice for any students tuning in who want to stay informed or are looking how to kind of stay ahead and understand the news. And yeah, make sure that you're reading global news. Check out some of the publications that David here recommends. So for Waxman, where can people find you? Who are you looking to hear from, and how do they get in touch with you?
So yeah, just go to waxman.com. It's not spelled like it sounds, WACHSMAN.com. And yeah, we want to hear from people who want to work for us, who maybe want to work for our clients, who are companies within the blockchain and digital asset space. We want to hear from companies themselves who are doing something really exciting. We want to go and hear from you. So please reach out to us. We'd love to have a conversation.
Yes, I'm looking forward to encouraging some of our students to maybe check out the job opportunities and recommend your group for any of our portfolio companies or people who have joined our startup school. If you're a startup or a company looking for this kind of support, check it out, and we'll be sure to leave that in the show notes and tag and leave the link so people can get in touch with you. Thanks again, David, for joining us.
Thank you, Ashley. It's great to be here.
And stay tuned, everybody, for more from Reimagine 2021.